my terrestrial part of it. That's where after Tuesday, man, I'm gonna get you to help me, man. As far as filling in the couple of gaps, which is outside of the celestial. It's outside of celestial navigation, but still, there's a couple gaps, man, that I admittedly need to fill in. And that would be like when the sun, there's got to be something going on different than normal, like toward the horizon. So that in my model, it would be, the consistent celestial refractive gradient that we have over distance, combined with terrestrial refraction down by the ground. But they're not using them crude angles for navigation anyway. Then if you look at navigation, man, you can get a direction and all that stuff, man. But you're gonna have to redo it when you get closer, to get. So to me, it's all local anyway. So that's another reason to me it doesn't necessarily prove. There's just so many things it could be. It's hard to say for sure we know what it is. I'll be honest, and I'm not going to claim 100% I know for a fact it's flat or something like that. But I'm going to say that I don't believe Glovers should make the claim that they know 100% that it's fucking a globe 3959. It's just there's so many factors that are unknown in my opinion, man.
I wonder why geocentric could not have had the Earth spinning. It's one thing they didn't do. Just wonder. That's just another model that we've had in the past, but yeah, we said it was.
You're talking about modern geocentric, but original geocentric, like Ptolemy, that's not on a ball.
I agree with you. Thank you. You're one of the very few people that realises there's two types of geocentric. Yes. I think when they went to the ball, why did they not think? Now they thought the ball was stationary.
Well, they thought we landed on the moon.
Huh?
They thought we landed on the moon, so they just kept their common sense and wits about them, knowing we're not moving because it's too many different directions, and we'd know. And but they thought we went to the moon. They seen it on TV, so they went ahead and accepted the ball and made their argument a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And I wonder if you were to have a model of, let's just say, geocentric, but the Earth is moving, that'd be something that we haven't talked about. Yeah, I know, the flat and this, that, and the other. And I was just thinking last night, geocentric, but the Earth is moving. And I'm thinking, they never thought of that. And all of a sudden, we went from a stationary sphere. Then, yeah, like we both said, it just all of a sudden became a moving sphere through space, whatever like that. But if you're geocentric, and the Earth was moving just to create the field or whatever, the master against the slave, or the master the second. So if the Earth was moving, and then everything, like the planets and all that, were moving as well, but the celestials were the stars were stationary-ish. I don't know. Did you notice on the old geocentric illustrations that the period of Mercury, I think it was, they've got it down as 80 days, yet today we have it down as 88 days. Did you ever spot that?
Say that again.
So on the geocentric diagrams, illustrations of the periods of the planets, some of them will show you, it'll say so many days for this and so many days for that. And for Mercury, it was 80 days on their illustrations, yet we count it as 88 days today. The 365 was there for the sun. That could have been edited, but it was quite interesting that their time frame of the period of Mercury was like I said, 80 days on the illustrations, but today we count it as 88 days periods.
Interesting.
Yeah, before I upgraded my equation, I think MC Toon watched my fucking video, man, because the worst spot, I went over all the fucking angles, and the worst spot was 26 miles, but it was over a distance of 3,000 miles. So to prove that in reality would be tough, but that was the furthest extent of error at all the angles before I updated my equation was fucking 26 miles. And then when I heard him say 25 miles, I was like, ha! I was like, that motherfucker, he watched my video and he's gonna go straight for that angle in the second phase. But so hopefully he ain't even heard about my updated equation. He'll just be thinking I'm coming with my regular equation. But either way, I ain't trying to be slick. And I'm not expecting to walk away with money, but I want to present my case. You know, if he feels like it's worth anything, then I'll leave that up to him, man. But think about it, man. These people, all these equations, man, they're based off empirical evidence of shit we can measure. Everything down from like I said, Ohm's law to fucking to gravity to Coulomb's law to all this shit, man. It's all based on you know, to fit a model more or less. It's to me, like I said, it doesn't prove what's going on. Very helpful. It's very helpful and essential to make tools, you know, to make computer fucking programs, shit like that. But it's not proof of reality, you know. When it comes down to it, man, it's just but I like math, man. I like the math. Not enough to
You understand that a good celestial nav can fix your position within a mile?
yeah, sure, man. Yeah, I mean, the guy who was one of the most experienced people I flipped through a lot of navigators, and he's pretty much saying that you know, if you get within 25 miles, you're you know, you're doing good. You can pretty much see
25 miles, you
what you're aiming.
If you get within 25 miles, you flunk.
Well, in reality, I mean, I ain't talking about on paper. On
No,
paper,
in reality,
yeah, you can get down to millimeter.
If you miss your target by 25 miles, you flunk. If I remember, the navigator.
I really have no interest in talking to you, dude. You're
3 miles, I believe.
I don't even really want to. If you don't mind, just listen, dude. If I say something you think is wrong, just deal with it.
No, these are. I mean, they were using airplanes. We're using cell nav until quite recently, historically, within the last 20 years. It wasn't until
Great.
Could airplanes get to 1 mile of accuracy?
I don't remember.
Because I think 1 mile is like it's kind of a. It should be sort of rare, because even if you get, for example, the angles from stellarium, where you can remove the atmosphere, and you get like 0.1 arc seconds precision, I think you still get like, you can get a mile off if you use stellarium data.
I know the starfinders could do better than people. You know, they had starfinders.
Oh, that's the point I wanted to make. When we double checked a lot of areas up against SunCalc and shit, man, it varied. It varied in a lot of places. You know, it's close and all that, and it's right on time in most places and all that, but it's not dead on. Like and plus, like I said, they don't even mention the fact that they're declinating, they're magnetically declinating it for you without telling you. That to me is a little bit trivial. You know.
Yes, mate. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been saying stuff like this for ages, and people, yeah, there's definitely something wrong. Magnetic declination is, I think, it's there to cover up.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, man, if where I'm at, I'm deviating 4 degrees. If I've got a magnetic declination of 4 degrees, why is my fucking compass pointing right toward Polaris? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the thing is, I've noticed that you've probably got more accuracy in the Western Hemisphere, so that will be west of GMT line. And I would say you've got more accuracy there, and I'd say the Eastern Hemisphere is actually a bit lower. maybe 3, maybe 6
Depends.
degrees.
For reasons that we don't fully understand, the magnetic pole has been moving quite a bit. You almost have to update these things on a monthly basis.
Yeah, so you say, but my north is fucking always right down this curb line, dude. It's always been. I've held a compass.
Where do you live?
Yeah.
What state?
I mean, a lot of our measurements, well, if not all our measurements, are all based off the American surveys. So the measures the Americans used to come
Hey,
out.
Realm, there's something up with your mic. It sounds like there's like Morse code being played in the background. There's like a crackle. I don't know if you could reset your headset or something. We can't really hear you. It was like Rice Krispies were popping in the background. We couldn't hear you.
They say that they try and here's my problem, man, and you're gonna want to interrupt, but please don't, guys. Ballers, just hear me out. Okay, now they say, like I said when I was talking earlier about the sun coming in from the south.
Is it cool for flat earthers to interrupt then?
I don't think you want. I don't think you want to. But no, when I'm talking about my, they just want to simply bend the earth. Okay, in reality, in my opinion, the due east, it does deviate. Okay, due to the sun moving in circles, due to the way the shit's mapped. And that's how they want to. That's how they justified Australia, the sun coming in from the south, because they have me the sun. They have my east tilted upwards, pretty much. They have it converging toward the equator. They say if you're south of the equator or north of the equator, the only great circle on the globe is the equator as far as latitude goes. Other than that, the latitude lines deviate towards the equator. So if I'm celestial navigating and I'm 30 degrees north right here at the coast of Florida, let's say that, and I'm looking at a star with a zenith directly above the coast of Africa, 4,000 miles away. Okay, and I'm looking due east. Okay, if I travel in an airplane and I travel a straight line, a great circle. Okay, 90 degrees from the North Pole is always a great circle, and it'll converge at the equator. Okay, but so they want to have both arguments. So on the equinox, I went out there. That's the first thing I did when I heard about flat Earth. Is I went out. It happened to be right by the equinox. I pulled 90 degrees from north, and I watched the sun come up and split my string line on the beach. And I kept it. I thought I had the video, but I kept a picture of it, of the sun coming up right there, and my string line's pulled on the beach. And so that angle, that direction, okay, that great circle is a straight line toward the coast of Africa, 4,000 miles away. Somebody in the south, 30 miles, their straight line of sight, due east, is going to be a straight line toward the same spot if they're exactly antipode to me.
Why is on the equinox? Why is everybody in the world, their sunrise is due east?
That's my whole point. Okay, now, listen. This is my whole point. If I get in a plane and I fly that straight line towards above Africa, okay, and when I get halfway, that's not going to be due east for the people in, let's say the people in the northern South America, or just somewhere in between, like Bermuda or whatever, just somewhere in between. That's no longer going to be due east for them, but that's a straight line. So they got to have their parallel sun rays to make everything work in their model, as far as this sun being so far away, and then the stars and all that. They got to have parallel light. But
yeah, it's demonstrable.
But if my line of sight, my straight line of sight on your ball, is converging at the equator in 4,000 miles before you even wrap, that's only not even a quarter of a way around the ball. But so if I fly toward the sun in that straight great circle line, and somebody from the south does, we'll collide right before we hit Africa at the equator. And so you can't have parallel sun rays, so you have parallel sun rays for certain arguments, and certain arguments you have converging.
No, you misunderstand. That's not the argument. Parallel sun rays are demonstrable. You can do it yourself.
Okay, so my due east is not converging at the equator then, right?
That's correct.
Okay, then how come I went to Google Earth and pulled my line due east, and I went to the beach in real life? I'm not just doing this from the fucking recliner, okay? I went to the beach and pulled a string line 90 degrees, and the sun split the fucking string line, okay? I then went to Google Maps and drew a straight line due east, and it took me on a great circle all the way around, where if I'd have kept going, I'd have kissed my own ass. It was a dead straight line. Okay, so is that due east? Is that a dead straight line converging at the equator, or is everybody looking parallel to each other? It can't be both, man. They've tricked y'all, man.
No, it's just you can't think in 3 dimensions. That's all.
No, that's just it. You take it in 2 dimensions and you don't see it. But when you put it in 3 dimensions and you do the straight line great circle, then you picture yourself in an airplane, okay? Picture yourself in an airplane traveling toward that sun that's sitting on the horizon, okay? Now, is it going to change angle? If you froze time, let me ask you this, Paid. If I froze time or I was super, super fast, and I drove in a SR-71 toward the sun, okay, is it going to change angle on me during my great circle route?
You're not flying to the sun. You're flying to the GP. That's different than the sun.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you. If I fly toward the sun,
you're flying. No, you're not flying toward the sun. You're flying to the GP of the sun.
But if I fly toward the sun, is it going to change angle on me if I follow that great circle straight line?
You fly to the sun in a spaceship, then.
If I fly toward the sun, it's only 4,000 miles. So yeah, sure, it's going to get higher.
It's a lot farther.
No, I'm saying the GP. The GP is 4.
It can't be 4,000 miles high, because then you would not get everything to be eastward.
Bro, I know it ain't 4,000 miles. Paid. Listen to me.
No,
if you go to Google Earth, what do you want me to go past the equator to see where the sun is?
The sun is not on the equator. Do you understand this?
Bro, if you map due east, listen, please listen to me, dude, before you make your argument. If you go to Google Earth and you map due east, the same direction as where I pulled my string line, if you map that line, it puts you at the equator and 4,000 miles, like 4,100 miles. Okay. If I to go any further than that, I have to cross the equator. Now, somebody south of me at the same longitude, latitude, south of the equator, then their due east also touches the equator. If they go any further than that, they cross into the north. So the sun is not going to converge 93 million miles away. But my question to you is, if I froze the sun and I just drove in an airplane toward it in that straight line great circle, am I going to stay heading directly toward the sun, or am I going to somehow curve off path or something?
You're going to curve off path or something, because you're going to follow the GP. You're going to follow the... You're not going to the sun.
Why would I follow the GP?
You're going to the GP of the sun, which is not the sun.
Yeah, but it's the direction of the sun. How is the sun going to...
You understand the sun is above us by some distance. You say 4,000 miles. We say a lot further, because the light rays are parallel everywhere, even in Florida, Maine. We go up and all the way down to
NASA. He said he's flying in the direction of the sun. And
he's not flying toward the sun. He's flying toward the GP of the sun.
Sure, but all motion stopped. So he's going to be going towards the sun constantly.
He's not going toward the sun. He's going to the GP of the sun.
And at what point will he be going towards the ground position of the sun, but curving away from the sun?
He's going to try and put the sun in motion. Watch.
No. Because when you fly an airplane, You're charting your course to the GP of the sun. You're not going to the sun.
He didn't say
Sure.
to the sun. He said towards the sun, the direction of the sun, the zenith of the sun. Sorry, the azimuth of the sun.
As you fly toward the sun will rise above your head.
No doubt. I do not deny that one bit.
So
But
you're not flying to the sun. You're flying to the GP of the sun.
Yeah, exactly. My straight line distance. Okay, my straight line is converging at the equator. So then when I get to the equator, it's going to be directly over my head, and it's going to be directly, listen, it's going to be directly over the guy's head who was 30 degrees south and directly over my head. We're going to be in the same spot at the equator. So so we converged at the equator. So how could we converge 93 million miles away if within 4,000 miles we've already converged at the equator?
You're not going to the sun. You're going to the GP of the sun. Do you understand?
I understand that, bro. That's where I said we're going to converge. Me and the guy south, we're supposed to be looking off into space parallel. Okay? We're supposed to be looking parallel with each other. So if we had a laser beam coming out of our eyes, the guy at 30 degrees south, let's say we're 2,000 miles away from each other, his laser beam and hold on,
stop. So now you've finally done this. You and the guy have gotten to the point. Why
didn't you let me finish, dude? Hold on.
Where's the sun?
Let me finish, bro.
Where's the fucking sun when you're standing there?
I'm putting it 93 million miles away, okay? And
Where?
the guy,
Where?
let me
Above
finish,
you.
bro.
Straight above you,
Can
right?
Can I finish?
Is it straight above you? Yes
I'll
or no?
agree with what you're saying, but let me finish my point. If me and that guy at 30 degrees south are looking parallel, the laser beam coming off of his eye and the laser beam coming off of my eye should hit the sun. If we're 2,000 miles apart, they should hit the sun 2,000 miles apart. If we're looking parallel.
When you went there, when you did what you want to do, you finally end up, are you on the equator or standing on the Earth?
Yeah, right next to the guy at 30 degrees south.
So where's the sun?
It's about 50 degrees still out in front.
No, the sun should be directly above you.
No, it's not, dude. Directly above me would be 6,000 miles.
Wait a minute, hold on. You froze the sun.
How's the sun directly above and due east at the same time?
Because he froze time at the time the sunrise at Florida, and the guy was whoever this guy was down there. It's the same.
Sunrise is like 6,000. Go to Google Earth to check this, dude, or just look at my video. I'll post it.
Now hold on a second. So you froze time. The sun is rising on your location, right?
Don't move the sun.
Time. What?
Just keep the sun. Keep the sun halfway above the horizon. Splitting my string line.
So you went to the equator, and you're staying on the equator. Is the sun? Are you on the sun or are you below the sun? Hello.
I think he said he was in Florida.
Well, he's in Florida. The other guy is somewhere else.
I think it was 30. I think he was 30 degrees north in Florida. The other guy was 30 degrees south.
Yeah. Listen. If you go into Google Earth and you draw your line due east, it puts you right there at the equator, right before Africa, right on the coast, basically, of Africa, where the equator is. About 4,100 miles. The sunrise,
excellent.
The zenith to the sun is about 6,000 miles.
Okay, now, but hold on a second now. Where you froze time at this point, right? And then you magically transported yourself 4,000 miles on the equator to where the sun is, correct?
He froze movement. You can't freeze time. It's not real.
I know it's not real. This is a fucking thought experiment.
Let's just pretend. Look, it's basically underneath the sun.
Underneath the sun. Very good. Thank you. You're not on the sun. You're underneath the sun.
What's that got to do with it?
A lot.
We converge. You can't have a great circle be in a straight line.
Yes.
And me looking parallel with the fucking guy 30 degrees south. If our lines of sight are straight lines and they crisscross, bro.
You're not thinking in 3D. You're thinking in 2D.
What are you talking about, man?
Hey, Brian, can you just repeat? Sorry.
When you go to the ground position, both you and the guy from 30 degrees south end up the same ground position, right? Where is the sun now?
Technically, it's about.
No, not technically. In actuality, are you standing?
No, I mean, according to Google Earth, it's about 1,800 miles. It's you're not directly under the sun. To be honest, you're 4,100 miles when you hit the equator. I just didn't go past the equator because then I'd have crisscrossed the guy from the south.
You understand that on the equinox that the sun is at the equator, right? That's why equinox. So the GP, you're correct. The GP of the sun is on the equator, both for both you and the guy from 30 degrees east.
What's that got to do with me and the guy south crisscrossing our fucking straight path lines of sight?
The sun at the sunrise in Florida.
Right, but that's not parallel, bro, with the equator. Listen, if me and Kosho, if I'm 30 degrees south,
I can't explain.
If I'm 30 degrees north and Kosho's 30 degrees south, and you're on the equator, okay, and we're all at 80 degrees longitude. We're all lined up at my longitude, right? And so you're at the equator. You're going to go straight toward the sun, okay? Straight toward the sun. And me and you are 1,000 miles apart, and you and Kosho are 1,000 miles apart. Okay, now I'm going to go straight toward the sun, okay? And Kosho is going to go straight toward the sun. We're all going to converge 4,100 miles away at your point at the equator, okay?
Yep. And guess what?
That's not parallel, dude.
The sun still rose parallel due east of all three of us. Because
you
can't think in 3 dimensions. The sun was not at the position. That was the ground position of the sun at sunrise. That is different.
But due east is a great circle, bro.
What part of this, Kosho? What part of this can I get through to him? I'm at the end of my wits. I mean, I've explained.
So if I fly toward the sun, okay, and I just start going up instead of following my straight line on the ground, and I just start rising farther and further off the ground, okay, I'm still gonna hit the fucking Kosho who started at 30 degrees, 4,100 miles away if I'm traveling in a straight line.
Nope.
What do you mean no?
No, because
if me and you and Kosho converge, then we're not looking parallel with each other.
We converge on the Earth because the Earth is curved.
Yeah, that's why I'm picking the fucking equinox, and that's why I'm picking a great circle.
So you don't understand. This is basically proof that the Earth is not flat, and you are either
so a great circle is not a straight line then.
No. That's the great circle is straight. Depends on when I get in trouble. It's a geodesic. It's the shortest distance over the surface of a sphere. But when
it's a straight line. If you follow it, you're gonna come back around on your own ass.
That's correct. Very good. Just because the GP of the sun, it is not the sun. It is the GP of the sun. What part of this? But it still rose due east on all three of us. What you're doing is basically proving that the Earth is a sphere.
No, yeah, you think I'm doing that, but I'm proving that great circles are not straight, bro. Because if they were straight. Yes, I am, bro. What don't you understand about lines?
Don't you understand
straight lines?
3 dimensions?
Okay, I'll call it a straight line then. What don't you understand about straight lines converging? Straight lines, great circles, straight lines converging are not parallel.
I've got one, yeah. When the sun rises in the east at 121 east, and it rises. When it sets in the west, it sets, if it's going in the northern direction, it'll set a 1/4 of a degree north of the equator. The sun equator will never be flush with the celestial.
Yo, I got a question. Because I keep on hearing that, at the equinox, the sun rises due east. And I know that's true for the equator. But
I get it, bro.
Hold up. But NASA, you keep on. You're saying that it happens everywhere on Earth. Is that a fact?
Yes.
On the equinox, everywhere on Earth, the sun will rise directly east.
Then on that specific time and date, then all latitudes are parallel.
No,
because
all latitudes are parallel. Yes.
Okay, so great circles are not straight. No, you can't have because if I take a fucking 90-degree turn due east from any longitude along any latitude, I'm going to converge at the equator. My straight line path is going to converge me
from 120 east.
Because you can't think in 3 dimensions.
Wait, am I just tripping, or does
That's
that
your
break
argument.
does that break the azimuthal equidistant kind of model?
Yeah, it
No,
does.
that's perfect. That's
Basically proving that
the
you're
flat Earth
basically
predicts
proving
that.
that the Earth. He has basically proved that the Earth is a sphere. He is either too dense
The
or
flat Earth predicts that.
stuck. He's either too dense or too stuck to his flat Earth
No, bro.
belief.
No, bro. Because we all have different east. We have converging east on a flat Earth. Our
No,
east
we
are
do not.
converging. Yeah, on a flat Earth, all of our easts are converging.
No, not really. Not to a single
How?
point.
Everywhere it's from 120 east to 180 east, the sun won't rise from the east on that day. It'll be coming from the southeast, and then it crosses the equator at 121 east. And then when it comes from the north, it crosses the equator just past, just left of French Guiana at about 54.41 west. So that's about 176 degree difference, and not 180. There's your 4 minutes a day, maybe difference.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, buddy. Brian.
I'm listening.
Yeah, mate. So let me get this right. You've got a point in the sky, the sun itself. You've got two planes. And between these two planes, you have the equator that are dividing these two planes. So you've got 150 mile either side of the equator. You have a point in the sky, being the sun, and you both fly towards this point in the sky. And you keep on flying at this point in the sky with these planes. But these planes are going to converge and meet at some point. Yeah?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's pretty simple.
Right.
Yeah.
They converge. They converge. You're right. So the light ain't parallel. If the light was parallel, we would never converge if we flew toward the sun. We would never converge.
Brian, why do you think they converge?
You won't converge.
Because a great circle is straight on your model. Depends on what you're arguing, though, whether your great circle is straight or not.
Okay, Brian.
Great circle is over the sphere. It is not to the sun.
Yeah, Brian. Master Shield's right. When you're making an angle to the sun, elevation angle, you're making an actual triangle and an actual straight line, a Euclidean straight line, right? When you're talking about
no, I'm using a great circle, bro. I'm using Google Map great circle.
You don't make a great circle whenever you're measuring an angle.
To get to the ground position of the sun, not the sun itself.
So if I start getting higher than the Earth, I'm no longer following that great circle that's converging.
That's correct.
No, you're not following the great. So you're not doing anything to do with the great circle. What you're doing is you're
measuring. Bullshit, bro, bullshit. When I pulled the string line,
Brian, hold on, please.
The globe model.
Brian,
the globe model. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been listening to you. I know what you're saying, but wait for you to finish, man. I'm just letting you know that whenever you take an elevation angle and you're making a triangle, just like with the stars, and when you do it with the sun, doesn't matter. You're not making great circles. You're just making regular angled lines.
That's why I picked sunrise on the equinox. That's why I picked that instead of anything else. I could have picked this anytime because it breaks down everywhere always.
No.
Okay.
The rule that I'm talking about works with the sunrise on the equinox as well.
Look, when I fucking when I argued the sunrise, okay, in Australia, they told me that it's a great circle, okay, that the latitude line is a great circle converging at the equator, okay, and that's why the sun comes in south of fucking east, because great circle lines are straight lines around a globe, and they converge at the fucking equator, okay. So now, which argument do you want?
That's just not true,
Brian. The sun on the surface of the Earth.
Kosho, you're saying that if I'm on a globe, I can't pick a direction and fly around and come back to my own ass?
Yes, you can do that, Brian.
Okay.
Brian,
so what I'm going to do, hold on, let me finish.
Brian.
Let me finish.
This will be my last point. Said, man. And
this will be my last point, Kosho.
The line don't converge at the equator.
So you will go to Google Earth. They most certainly do.
What line? Which lines converge with the equator?
Due east. Due east. Anytime you pull 90 degrees from a pole, that's a great circle.
Yeah, that's fine. The lines will cross the equator. They'll cross the equator. Different spots, though, mind you. They don't converge at the
What
equator.
I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking if that straight line crosses the equator. So what I'm asking is that if we stop time and me and you're 30 degrees south, I'm 30 degrees north, and we fly a plane, okay? If we wrapped around the entire solar system, okay? If we wrapped around the entire solar system doing our great circles, because we kept getting higher above the earth, okay? But we would crisscross our straight lines.
No.
Would crisscross the straight line he just agreed to will
On the Earth.
crisscross
Okay,
at 4,000. Right, no, the Earth is way below us, bro. Bro, the Earth is way.
We're not flying that path though. As we go up, we're going the. Can you understand triangle? Let's try it.
Bro, we're flying toward the sun, and you're still talking about the Earth because it's the only thing you got is to confuse
it's the only thing
yourself.
you got. Because you don't understand that the ground position of the Earth, of the
Bro,
sun.
I'm flying toward the sun.
Listen to me,
bro.
God damn it! Fucking stop interrupting me for a fucking change. God damn it.
Dude, you just interrupted me to tell me to stop interrupting you.
Well, then,
I was in the middle of saying that if we get high.
In the same
I was in the middle of saying that if we're flying above the ground.
Come on. All right. So go ahead, NASA.
Point and then.
Yeah, I know.
Let Brian finish his point, NASA, and then.
I had it the other way.
So my point was, this is right where I was cut off at. This is right where I was cut off. Where I was cut off is that if I start flying toward the sun, straight path, okay, and I start coming higher and higher off the ground, and I'm heading toward the sun, and I'm just going to circle around the entire solar system. I'm going to follow an even greater circle straight line, okay? And so is Kosho, who left 30 degrees south. He's going to do a loop around the entire fucking solar system, but we're going to start off flying toward the sun, okay? On Google Earth, that straight line, that geodesic, that great circle is a straight line that we both set out on toward the sun, and we crisscrossed at fucking 4,100 miles, according to Google Earth. That's it.
My turn?
NASA.
As you go toward the GP of the sun, which is at the equator, 4,000 miles away, as you raise it up, you get more the length from the. You don't stop flying, going on the Great Circle route, and you raise up the position to the sun. You will make your distance be longer until they are parallel. You can't.
I knew you were going to bring it back down to the earth. You had to bring it back down to the earth, bro. I just told you.
It is down to the earth because the
we're going toward the
using
sun.
Google Earth.
No, I'm following a straight line. The direction I was looking.
A straight line on the surface of the Earth, which is a sphere.
Right. That's why I picked a straight line, though, right? Paid
on a sphere.
A straight line on a sphere.
A geodesic on a sphere. A great circle route on a sphere.
Thank you. You finally fucking get it.
Yeah,
a straight line on a fucking sphere.
You don't.
Now, just because I leave the ground, okay? You're trying to pull me back down to earth, and I'm going toward the sun. I'm imitating.
You get higher and higher and higher. That distance stretches out until they are parallel.
If I get higher above the earth, am I deviating from that straight line underneath me?
Yes.
During a great circle, if I fucking
you can't think of dimensions.
So if I follow the equator, if I leave the equator and I start gaining in altitude, am I deviating from the fucking equator?
He's flying a tangent from the surface. All right, NASA.
What's that?
He's flying in a tangent from the surface.
That's correct. And
so if I leave,
and he's not flying 4,000 miles.
Am I deviating from the equator?
He thinks he's still flying 4,000 miles. He's flying 93 million miles.
Bullshit. We crisscross at 4,100 miles.
No, you'll never crisscross. You'll be parallel to each other.
Wow.
Do you understand that
Google
you
Earth. I agree with that. In real life, listen to me.
Earth is not Google Sun. It is Google Earth. It's not Google Solar.
In real life, I agree with you. In real life, we most certainly will crisscross.
No.
Okay. In real life. Okay.
No.
Yes.
No, now in real to the sun instead of the ground position of the sun.
Okay, so if we set out
what are we doing? Are we going to which one are we doing?
Let's make it an orbit. Paid.
Which one? No, hold on a second.
Hold
I
on.
want you to tell me.
No.
No,
I gotta get you.
I'm not saying. I'm not
Yo,
going to
how
say
about
another word
we
until you
do
tell me:
neither?
are we going to
How
the
about-
sun or are we going to the ground position of
We're
the
going
sun?
toward the sun. We're going toward the
Fine.
sun.
Then
Okay.
we'll never cross.
Now we're in a satellite. We're gonna do a great circle orbit. I got to get you off the two-dimensional fucking ground to even explain this.
No, you can't think of 2 dimensions. You can't think of 3
Listen,
dimensions.
I got to get you off the fucking two-dimensional surface for you to even think. Now we're in an orbit, Paid. We're
Brian.
now in an orbit. We're in an orbit. Okay, we start off from the ground. We pick a fucking straight line geodesic fucking orbit, and it's elliptical too. So it gets higher and lower in some spots. I'm gonna really 3D your ass now.
Ryan,
But we're gonna keep.
Hold up. If you're going to the sun, why would you have an orbit?
No, I'm just getting him off the fucking ground, bro, and trying to. I'm trying to give him
Because he has to
a
confuse
But you
himself
guys need to
even
nail
more.
down whether you're going directly to the sun or to
No,
the
it's
GP
going to be a
of the sun.
tangent, right? It's going to be a tangent. But what I'm trying to explain to him is it doesn't matter how high we get above that geodesic straight line. Even if we're in orbit, an elliptical orbit, we're going to stay on that path of that straight fucking line. I'm trying to explain to him that
Not
if
if
we
you're
were on the
trying to get
equator,
to
No, we're
the
not
sun.
going to curve.
If you're trying
We're
to
not
get
going
to
to
the
curve
sun,
down.
you
We're
wouldn't
going
do
to
that.
the sun. We're going in a straight line now, not going on a tangent. That is a straight line, straight
oh,
to
so
the
now a
sun.
geodesic is not a straight line. That's what you're saying now?
Fuck! Hold on.
Brian, hold up,
Geodesic
NASA.
is the
You see what
straight
he's
line
doing?
over
Give me a
the
second. Let me try to explain
surface.
it. Let me try to
When you
explain
go to the sun, you go straight now.
Brian, yeah, if you're trying to both meet at the sun, you're not going to meet until you meet at the sun. You're going to be just going straight to the sun. There's going to be no geodesic, no orbit, none of the bullshit. Okay?
I know.
If
I
you're
understand that, bro.
No,
Wait,
you
are you
don't.
agreeing? Are you agreeing with him now?
No, I'm trying to find common ground between you guys because you guys aren't on the same
Okay,
page.
common ground would
So
be
if
I
you're
can
going
take
to
that
the
great
sun,
circle
you're not
and
going to meet
extend
until
it
you're
as
at the
big as I
sun.
want.
If you're
No.
if you're trying to meet at the ground position, then you're going to meet obviously on surface.
And listen, a great circle is a straight line. I can extend it, okay, in a
Straight line is a
program.
straight
3D,
line
listen, in a 3D. Why you got to interrupt me,
over
bro?
the surface
Hold on,
of
Mesa.
a
Right,
sphere.
exactly. A straight line over the surface of a
Over
sphere. So
the surface
Hold
of
up,
a
in
NASA.
sphere.
3D
Let him say
software,
his stuff, man.
listen, in 3D software, I can expand that circle as big as I fucking want, bro. Do you understand that? I can expand that straight line circle as big as I want. Okay, I can extend it out to touch the fucking sun.
Yes,
okay,
you could if you want
now
to. So are you
our
meeting at a
lines are
set
still going to
altitude?
crisscross. If I expand them straight geodesics way fucking higher, 93 million miles, they're still going to crisscross at fucking 4,100 miles.
The only thing is we're not looking over the surface of a sphere when we look at the sun. We are looking in a
Well, you got to
straight
go back to the ground, don't you? Got to stay on that ground.
because you don't fucking understand shit, sir.
Bro, what don't you understand about? Go to fucking 3D software and draw you a great
We're
circle.
not on.
Okay.
Listen to me. We are not. When we look at the sun, we are not looking over the surface of a sphere. We are looking at the sun. It is a straight line, tangent to the point we are at. Straight line.
Not really, but okay.
Yes, really.
Not
In reality, okay, on
In
Google
reality.
Earth, me and Kosho's geodesics are straight lines. They crisscross.
The straight line. Geodesics.
Glue yourself to that Earth, bud.
Geodesics on the Earth will cross. Yes, that is the definition. Spherical geometry.
Yeah, and it's a straight line, right? So I can extend it out
No,
indefinitely.
It's not a straight line. It's only a straight line in two axes.
In their model, it's a straight line, bro.
It's a
No,
geodesic.
they just say that because they're
Yes,
trying to
listen,
work.
bullshit. In real life, I
it
agree
is
with
bullshit,
you.
but it's not an actual straight line in 3D space.
I agree. In real life, that's fucking crap. The
No, it's
equator, and there. But listen, in there, and my, and
It's
my,
the
and-
analog of a straight line on a surface of a sphere.
We
listen,
understand
and
that.
listen, equator is a great circle. So if you set
the
off from the
equator is-
equator, no matter how high you come off that equator, if you stick to that straight line path, you will come back around.
Correct.
You will follow that line, right? Okay. So equivalent to that great circle is a great circle from, I can't use a latitude line, okay, because they deviate, okay, they're not parallel, okay. What would be parallel, I mean, what would be 90 degrees would be a great circle on your ball. That's the argument that I'm given 1,000 times over, that 90 degrees, and you could go to 3D software, you go to Google Earth, you draw due east, it starts off looking like 90 degrees, but as you expand it, it heads toward the equator. So, like
Yeah.
I said, if I extend them
Over
straight lines
the
out,
surface
if I extend them straight lines out, I have to expand them both, right? So I'm expanding Kosho's great circle and my great circle.
No.
Okay, and they
No, this is
crisscross.
rare.
Leave me no.
This is
geodesics are not straight lines.
Geodesics
Not in the way you're thinking, Brian. It's something they say. It's only straight in two axes. The third axis it has depth.
Their model claims it, bro.
I know.
Their model.
If this all boils down to the disagreement on what straight is, then we buried the lead. Like, we could have figured this out in the first minute. They think geodesics are truly straight lines. They're not, and that's it.
No,
I'm not going to let them have both arguments, bro. I'm not going to let them tell me that my due east is fucking converging at the equator for the fucking Australian sunrise to come in from the south, and then tell me that I'm looking fucking parallel with somebody at the equator. Because if you took that parallel line from the equator and moved it,
you can't think of 3 dimensions.
Hold up.
If you took that equator line, okay, and moved it up latitude or down latitude on a 3D surface of a ball, okay, it's going to stay parallel with the fucking other latitudes, okay? But that's not the fucking direction I'm looking, okay? And Google Earth, it puts my straight line looking. The only straight line I can fucking do on this globe is fucking 90 degrees one way or 90 degrees the fucking other, or go straight down, keep going straight down the longitude, okay? That's the only way I can do a straight line on your globe from where I'm at. Now you're going to tell me it's not a straight line.
You can do, Brian,
you
the
can
only
do a
straight line you
geodesic
can do on a
anywhere.
globe
It's
is the
called a
plumb
great
line.
circle route. You can do a geodesic. You can do a great circle route anywhere. It doesn't matter. They're not just
The only straight line on a globe is a plumb line.
I made my point. There's no way around it. You go to 3D software, it's what you get.
You have not made
Go
your point.
look at my video. I'm going to post my video, and I'll show you on Google Earth.
Your video sucks. If this is your video is incorrect. Because
bro, you're arguing it with telling me I don't understand. You're not explaining.
Because I've tried to explain it to you
I'm gonna link
a
it.
zillion different ways, and I'm tired of it. You cannot think of 3 dimensions. The fact
you keep saying it's a straight line, then saying no, it's not a straight line.
The sun is 93 million miles away. As you pick up the GP and take it 93 million miles in that straight up, you will become parallel because your lines will extend to 93 million miles.
Bro, if I extend my circle and Kosho's circle, no matter how big I extend them,
on the surface of a sphere,
I can extend them the size of the solar system, bro. They're always going to cross. They're always going to cross past.
No,
what do you mean? No, you do not understand 3 fucking dimensions.
No, you don't understand, sir. You're not expanding the sphere. The lines are straight.
If I know they're straight, and if I expand, and if they cross, if them straight lines cross at 4,100 miles, which I'm about to post a video
of the sphere
or above it, fool. You can expand them circles to fucking the size of the solar system.
That's the problem. Now you're expanding the sphere so that we have a sphere that's 93 million miles.
You're trying to get your fucking 2-dimensional ass off the ground.
We are not looking over the surface of a sphere. We are looking at the sun 93 million miles above the Earth at the GP. Yes, the lines to the GP do cross. However, they're parallel to the sun. You have to transform yourself from spherical geometry back to 3 dimensions.
Do the transport. 3D software shows my circle. If I expand it into an orbit, I can expand it into an orbit.
Take a break.
I'm tired to draw this big.
Bro, he's acting like that all of a sudden I'm not following a straight line. And if I expand I'm trying to get him off the fucking ground, bro. It's killing him to get off the ground.
No, it's not. It's killing you to understand. It's killing you that you don't understand the difference between the ground position of the sun and the actual sun.
Do you understand what a geodesic great circle straight line is?
Do you?
I'm asking you. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
You understand that no matter how big I make it. No matter how big I make it.
Stop. This is your error. You do not expand the Earth to be 93 million miles big. It doesn't work that way. You don't look at the sun. You do not look to the sun. You don't look to the sun on the surface of a sphere. You're looking straight. This is the old-fashioned Euclidean straight fucking line.
Right. So then I'm looking parallel. So I'm looking directly along my latitude, right? hold on. If I'm looking parallel with Kosho, if he's at the equator, then I'm looking parallel with that fucking latitude that's wrapping around, and I'm not. That means my straight line, my line of sight is not deviating toward the equator.
If we went straight to the sun, we would all be 1,000 miles apart all the way to the fucking sun. It's 93 million miles away. We would never cross.
So if we left the ground, we'd get higher and higher and higher.
Yep.
But we'd never fucking cross. Only our great circle paths would cross.
That's correct.
And we would have to deviate from them straight paths, dipshit. It's a straight line. That's why I picked the great circle, because it's the only way to fucking tell you what a straight line is.
Great circle route is
not a straight line. Like, this is the confusion right here. You guys are trying to straight for two different things. It's not going to
I'm talking about their model, bro. Listen, I don't agree with it, bro. I'm talking about their model.
He can't understand the difference between the ground position of the sun, which is a spot on the Earth, and the actual fucking sun itself, which is 4,000, 6,000, 93 million miles away.
Bro, if I follow my great circle, if I go toward the sun, I have to leave the Earth, right? Don't I fucking have to leave the Earth? Right.
You can't
that's not gonna change the angle of my great circle. I can expand it the size of the solar fucking system. It's still gonna be in that same direction, man. Get off the Earth.
No,
I'm talking about going toward the sun.
When we go to the sun, we are not following a curved path. We are going a straight line.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a fucking straight line.
Not over the surface of a sphere, an actual no shit straight line.
Forget the sphere for 1 second, okay?
Yeah.
Just know that you have a straight line great circle, and now the Earth just exploded. We took off in a fucking plane, the Earth exploded underneath us.
He doesn't understand the difference that a geodesic isn't really a straight line, and as he's thinking of it.
So the equator is a geodesic, right? If I'm looking along the equator,
you can't think you can think in 3 dimensions maybe, but you can't think over the surface of a sphere.
Okay, so if I'm looking along the equator, right? If I'm looking along the equator and I look further down the equator, am I not looking in a straight fucking line?
Not on their model.
Yes, I am on their model, bro.
And you're looking at, you mean if you travel, that's a geodesic.
It's a straight fucking line, right?
Just looking.
It's the equivalent of a straight line.
The light is bending, you're not looking in a straight line on their model.
I'm not talking about the light. I'm talking about if I'm looking along the equator, I'm looking in a great circle, straight fucking line.
Light.
No, you actually...
over the surface of a ball, if I look down the equator, if I look 0 degrees, 90 degrees fucking east or west, if I had a telescope that could bend, I would see my own ass. Correct, Paid?
Not if you had a telescope that can bend. The light, they claim, bends naturally as a result of the atmosphere, right? And it wraps around.
No, I'm asking him. If I could see in a big circle, if I could see along that circle, I'd see my own ass if I'm looking at the equator, right?
If you had some sort of, if we're gonna break the laws of physics here, and you have some sort of curvy light.
So now my latitude line is not parallel with the equator. I mean, it's parallel with the equator on the globe, but in real life, on the surface of a sphere, that 90 degrees, okay? So if I look along my latitude at 30 degrees north, I'm not going to see my ass, am I? Right?
That's if you're looking east. That's correct.
But if I look due east, 90 degrees from fucking north, then I'm going to looking in a great circle the same as the equator, and I'm going to see my own ass, correct? So that great circle, I'm not going to see my own ass. That's what you're saying, right?
If you look on the great, from your position, there is an infinite number of great circles. You will see your own ass.
So at 30 degrees, at 30 degrees north, there's an infinite amount of great circles, right?
That's correct.
That's what you just said?
What?
Okay. Yes. And name me 4 of them.
What do you mean name you 4 of them?
Give me 4 angles. It'll
northeast, southwest. How about that?
No, dude. If I go along my latitude parallel with the equator.
No, I didn't say that. I said to do what you said.
Then I'm not going to see my own ass. I'm going to fucking loop off. That's where I'm going to deviate. That's where my line of sight's going to deviate.
You can't think in spherical geometry. That's your issue.
That's technically not true because it's an oblate spheroid, remember?
What he wants to have his great circle straight line, but he doesn't want to extend it out beyond the Earth.
You don't understand that once you get off the surface of the Earth, you're not talking spherical geometry anymore.
No, I've
You don't
extended my
understand
circle
the
to an
difference.
orbit, bro.
Your main problem here is, once again, you
You've
cannot.
been tricked into thinking that fucking lines
No,
of sight,
you're getting
straight
tricked, sir.
line of sight bend.
You're getting tricked, sir, because you do not understand
I'll
the
give
difference.
you the latitudes
You
bend.
don't understand the
Hold up,
difference
guys. Stop
between the
talking over
ground
each other.
position of the sun and the sun itself. They're not the same thing. Unless the
This
sun
is what happens
is
when I
on
talk to Paige. He's going to say that a great circle is a straight line, but it ain't a straight line.
Fuck, it's a
To be fair, he never
geodesic.
said the Great Circle was a straight line.
It's a geodesic.
You're the one that keeps on saying that,
It's
Brian.
the analog of a straight line over the surface of a sphere. It is the shortest distance between 2 points over the surface of a sphere.
Okay, so what if the fucking so now so my straight line, don't forget, straight line crisscrosses with Kosho's straight line on Google Earth.
Your geodesic
on Google Earth. I don't care about the reality, whatever. On Google Earth, 30 degrees south and 30 degrees north.
NASA, let him finish, man.
The great circles converge 4,100 miles away.
Okay. So
90 degrees from north, and for him 90 degrees from south.
Okay.
Our due east, both of our due east,
okay.
our straight line great circles will converge 4,100 miles away on the surface of your ball.
That is the ground position of the sun at sunrise at Florida. Okay.
And 30 degrees south.
Okay. I have no problem with this.
Okay. So now we forget about the Earth. Okay. Forget about the Earth. Just now all we have is a great circle, and we have fucking floated up above the Earth. Okay. Above the Earth, because now we've expanded that great circle. We went to say 3D software and made that great circle the size of the solar system. Okay.
This is your problem.
Is it still a straight line? Is it still a straight line?
This is your problem right now. We are not. Again, when we see the sun, we are not seeing the sun over the surface of a sphere. We are seeing the sun in a Euclidean straight line.
And let me say something. You said,
welcome to flat Earth.
Straight line.
No,
Brian.
welcome to globe Earth.
Hold up,
you don't
Brian,
understand it. You are either too dense or too wedded to your ideas to understand that these are two different concepts. The ground position of the sun and the actual sun are in two different.
Well, answer my question.
Your question is flawed.
That great circle.
Your question is flawed. You said, "Is it still a straight line?" It wasn't a straight line before. It's still not.
It is in their fucking model, bro.
No,
it's not. It's a straight line.
It's a geodesic.
It is in their model. It's a fucking geodesic. It's a fucking straight
which
line.
Is not a straight line in and of itself. It's a straight line on the surface.
The only latitude line that is a great circle is the equator.
That's correct.
The only latitude line. That's the only position on the globe where if you look fucking in the direction along that latitude, where you'll see your own ass fucking in a telescope that curved.
No, you'll see your own ass no matter how you look at any position, because there's an infinite number of great circle routes.
Same thing with an orbit. Same thing with an orbit. That's a bigger great circle.
Yeah, but neither
an orbit's not really a great circle, but okay.
But yeah, so now if Kosho and my great circle cross at 4,100 miles and we expand them together, we can extend them together, okay? In 3D, we have a fucking circle for him, a straight line great circle, and a straight line great circle for me. And we expand them out above the Earth. We're leaving the Earth. The Earth is no longer part of the discussion. They're still going to cross at 4,100 miles.
How are... I forget.
No. Just no.
So what part's wrong? They're not going to cross anymore?
I told you what part's wrong. I've told you what part's wrong at least 20 times, and you're
not answering my question. Are them lines not going to cross anymore?
That's correct. Because we're going to the sun. We're not going to the ground position of the sun.
No,
go to 3D
to be fair, if they are geodesic or like orbital paths, orbital geodesics, if you will, right? Then and they're at the same altitude, they will cross eventually.
Is this the same problem you guys had from before?
Yeah, he's still here. I'm about ready to give up.
I didn't hear.
Don't give up, NASA. You can do it.
I have to give up. It's 2:20 here.
You can do it. You're fighting the good fight, and you're preparing him for MC Toon, which he needs.
I didn't hear what the.
This is why I don't often try to do this, because it's like talking to a wall.
Well, it would help if you guys, employed some visuals. If you had a diagram. You may.
I just posted visuals. Listen, I just posted visuals in chat. Okay, I'm gonna show you what a straight line is on your fucking globe Earth. Okay, I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna show you. I'm showing you what a great circle, straight line, geodesic, whatever you want to call it, on your globe Earth is, and what happens to it from my location and from antipodal to my location. Okay. Now, what I ask you to do is forget about the Earth and any way it curves. Just think about that straight line now. If you go to 3D software programming, okay, and you extend and you call it an orbit now, a great circle fucking orbit, me and Kosho's fucking lines are still going to cross 4,100 miles away. They're going to grow together and then they're going to shrink together, but they're always going to cross at the same fucking point if we enlarge them equally. Okay?
That is true. But I beg you, Brian, stop calling a geodesic a straight line.
Science Bob guy researched flat Earth moon. He wouldn't have any problem with that.
That's fine, but honestly, in this
problem is it's confusing. It's confusing.
Not confusing at all, dude.
Yes, it is. It's confusing you, sir.
No, dude, the ground is confusing you.
No. NASA. Coach was talking.
Yeah. Let's let Coach talk.
In these conversations, using that term, I mean, making distinctions, which I mean, as many times as you need to, in as many cases, is sometimes important because colloquially, sometimes you can say things and you can use the same word to mean certain things. Well, in this case, in these conversations, I think it's important to make a distinction between a straight line and a great circle or geodesic, because in non-Euclidean geometry, there strictly are not straight lines. But the geodesic,
listen, if you were above Google Earth, that great circle would look like a straight line.
Geodesic does behave the way a straight line behaves, just on a curved surface.
I know, but listen, if you were above the Earth, okay, looking at that great circle, it would look like a straight line, and it would crisscross at 4,100 miles, according to Google Earth, not according to me, according to fucking Google Earth, okay?
That's not true. How high above the Earth?
Just go to my video. Go to my video, and I'll show you. I think I do it from like 4,000 miles. I do it up close. I do it. I expand it. I give you visuals. Just look at that video. It's a short video. It's a 4-minute video. You can't have both. They can't have both arguments. They can't say that above the Earth, the fucking geodesic is a straight line, and then tell me if I rise above the Earth, it no longer is, because that's their whole fucking argument with the other arguments.
No, it can look like a straight line if you're directly above it. That doesn't change the fact that it has a difference in depth in the z-axis. It's never going to be a truly straight line in Euclidean space.
Right. If you expand them together, they will cross at the same point. Absolutely. Every time. There's no getting around it.
About that. Absolutely.
And the distance they crisscross is 4,100 miles. Look, just check out the video for a second. I'll shut up.
Can you get out to space so that you can see the sun actually hit the Earth? Or
yeah, you could cruise. You could cruise straight toward the sun, and you would get higher and higher above your globe Earth. Okay, but you'd crisscross with somebody antipodal to you. Okay, only if you're 90 degrees. Only if you're in their great circles. Other than that, it deviates. I understand what they're saying about the ground deviating because latitudes deviate. Okay, but the great circles do not. Okay, and if you tangented off the Earth and got higher and higher and higher, like I said, you'd be leaving that great circle underneath you, but that wouldn't change. Your path wouldn't change. That's why I'm trying to get him off the ground to show him that my
your path over the Earth.
God's sake, man.
That's correct. However,
right.
You're not going to the Earth. You're going to the sun, which is
right. That's why I'm
above the Earth. You will be parallel.
That's why I'm rising above the Earth and leaving it behind to try and get your brain off the surface and onto that straight line.
Traveling in a straight line from the Earth to the sun, you will never ever cross. You will hit the sun 1,000 miles apart from Kosho.
So I'm not seeing the sun where it is then. That's what you're telling me.
No, the problem is that you're seeing the sun where it is, but you are going to the ground position of the sun.
You're going to view the sun hit the Earth, but it's not going to be 93 million miles away.
No, it's not. It's going to be 4,100 miles away. It's going to be further than that, but that's where our lines are going to cross. I just stopped at the equator because what's the point in carrying on when if we made it to the sun, we'd have crisscrossed.
No, you would not.
Brian, did you see the Brian? I can't see the chat, so I don't know if my picture's still there. But do you see the picture I put in the chat?
Did you even watch my video? It's fucking 4 minutes long.
5 minutes and 38 seconds.
Did you see the straight lines?
Yes, Brian. I saw that.
You are doing geodesics over the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so I can't extend them.
Geometry.
I can't extend them off the ground. In 3D software, can I extend that great circle as large as I want? I'll look in the chat real quick for you.
Are you still doing a sphere?
Brian, I've posted, Brian. I watched your video.
Yeah, that's your drawing. That's what we should see. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. Our straight lines should be. That's how they should be. That's fucking.
Hold on a second. This is the sun at noon on the equinox. Okay.
That's not due east.
Brian,
your lines are not pointing.
Please stop talking.
Yeah, but let me tell you this. I'll make it quick. Them lines are not due east, bro.
I'm not done. Okay.
Okay.
This is the sun on the equinox at noon. If these were perpendicular, meaning if I just took these lines and bent them so that they were 90 degrees pointed to the left, then this would be the sun at sunset. Okay. And if I pointed them the other way, it would be the sun at sunrise. But if those same 3 lines pointed exactly parallel like that, then what's the problem with that?
Because that's not due east.
This is north.
You're showing what we see on a globe. You're showing parallel latitudes, but you go to Google Earth and that's not fucking due east. And I assure you that the sun rises due east.
Okay, but Brian, that's what I'm saying. If I took these same lines, which I can do,
you strengthened my argument, showing that, bro. You strengthened my argument.
You didn't.
Love God, listen.
You cannot think in
hold
3
on,
dimensions.
Hold on, Pay Dancer Show. Hold on. I just told you if I point these lines, the same lines, parallel, if I take them and I bend them, which I'm about to do, so they're pointed to the right instead of forward, they're putting them 90 degrees that direction. This would be the exact direction everyone views the sun at sunrise. That is this view from sunrise. Those are straight lines.
I agree with that, bro. I 100% agree with that. But Google Earth has them lines converging, bro.
It's because the great circles points at the same direction as those lines would be. Those would be great circles that would both.
You can't have parallel great circles on your globe.
But those wouldn't be parallel great circles.
Hey, thank you. So fucking, it's not due east.
That doesn't mean
due east. There's no such thing as. There's no such thing, Kosho. There's no such thing as parallel great circles on a fucking globe, unless you're talking about.
They wouldn't be parallel great circles.
Right. So our lines of sight ain't fucking parallel. For God's sake, dude, it's simple.
You want to see what the great circles would look like? Give me 30 seconds.
I put it in my video, bro.
Yeah, your video's wrong, Brian.
It's wrong. It's just showing Google Earth. How's it fucking wrong?
It's wrong because
Google Earth. Thank you very much. A sphere program over a sphere. Thank you for using the spherical geometry to show the flat Earth being right for using spherical geometry.
I'm just showing you the latitude lines are parallel. Our lines of sight shouldn't converge. They should be looking along our latitude.
You are converging to the GP, not the sun, the ground position of the sun. These are 2 different points in space.
So you say if we go up higher, we no longer converge, and that makes you retarded. Sorry.
No, it makes you not understanding 3-dimensional space.
Bro, I'm trying to explain it to you in 3D software. You take the circle and enlarge it.
An incorrect thesis, an incorrect premise.
What Kosho just showed is what we should see.
That's what we do.
That's what we should see. But when you go to Google Earth, that's not what we do see.
Google Earth will give you, wait a minute, wait for it, the ground position of the sun. Not the position of the sun, the ground position of the sun. That is the position.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Hold on. Yes, it does. Because the
sun, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Listen again. The sun is not at the ground position of the sun.
I'm not saying it's at the ground, dude. I'm saying we're leaving the ground. We're leaving the ground heading toward the sun. How can you not understand that? I got to keep saying this over and fucking over.
No,
we're leaving the ground. No, don't interrupt me because this is the last time I'm going to say it. We're leaving the ground heading toward the sun following the straight line geodesic. We are enlarging that geodesic. You can't. How are you saying fucking no when I'm just giving you a fucking visualization? You're saying no. No what?
No, we are not traveling on a geodesic to the sun. We are traveling a straight line. Euclidean straight fucking line.
How can we travel a straight line on a curved surface? That's definitionally contradictory.
He's getting a geodesic confused with a straight line.
If it's curved from your standpoint and from your model, we can't be going in a straight line.
It's a geodesic over a sphere, Lemon. I know you don't know spherical geometry.
That's a curved path.
Out of this argument.
That's a curved path.
It's a geodesic, Lemon. It's
a
great
path.
circle route. The straightest line over the surface of a sphere is a great circle route or a geodesic.
Okay, there's an even straighter path that's a chord through the Earth.
Yeah, but that's not how we travel because digging holes through the Earth is a little time and technology.
Yeah, we'd have to travel on a curve on the surface.
That's correct. And when we do that, the shortest distance between 2 points over the surface of a sphere is called a geodesic. A great circle route is a geodesic.
Well, I used a geodesic, so you couldn't fucking use the ground deviating because that's a fucking straight line.
Wow.
You could contract it and cut the Earth in half. Okay, if Kosho did it, he'd cut a fucking angle, and both of our slices would slice fucking 4,100 miles away, bro. We could enlarge it, we could shrink it. It'll always be a straight line in your model.
As long as you enlarge the sphere, sir. When you see the sun, you do not see it over the surface of a sphere. It is a line tangent to the surface.
So you're changing the angle. You are therefore trying to change my straight line fucking geodesic.
No,
you're changing the angle due to the fact of we're on a sphere. That's why I picked a geodesic, you fool, because you can't deviate it. That's the only angle, the only direction I can go on a sphere where you can't fucking change the fucking angle. You think I didn't pick it carefully?
Somebody help him.
Of the sphere.
So since we're on the surface of a sphere, your great circle is supposed to curve now? It's supposed to deviate in straight?
Great circles curve downward. They follow the surface of the sphere.
The surface of the flat Earth. You can go in a curve on a flat surface too, you know. You don't need a geodesic or a sphere to do that. You just go in a curved path laterally on a flatter surface.
No, Lemon, it's not the same. Please be quiet. You do not understand spherical geometry.
You can go in a curve.
It only works on a flat plane. It's Euclidean geometry, and it only works on a flat fucking plane, bro.
There's no way you can get the sun to rise eastward on every place on Earth on the
on a globe. You're right.
Can you go to space?
Yes.
Well, the sun could rise southeast and set southwest due to refraction through the dome, through the atmosphere, or some sort of weird optical effect. As far as I can tell, we have no problem even with that.
Yes, you do, because you have to make up some bullshit about domes and
we show stuff that's testable, observable, and repeatable with the Spanish dude's video. He shows circular paths that are deviated in the other direction based off of the deformation through the glass.
Lemon, your lie
that's
detector
testable,
beeper is
observable,
going off
and
again.
repeatable science.
I have enough problem with Lemon, please. I'm having enough problem with one flat.
Hey, let him finish, Paige, for God's sake, man. He's going to finish, and then you can talk.
What he's saying is the antithesis of what you're saying. I have two flat earthers.
Bro, you're telling me a geodesic fucking curves because the ground curves.
A geodesic is
you don't know shit.
The geodesic follows the surface of the sphere, sir.
It's in a straight line on a lateral surface, a lateral flat surface.
If you're an ant over walking on a basketball in a what's so-called straight line, that would say geodesic.
Yeah. So at what point does it curve to keep me from intersecting at the equator?
From the very beginning, it curves.
Even if it's underneath me for 5,000 miles, even if I'm making it a tangent and following that fucking circle, let's say I leave that circle behind and. Let's say I leave that circle behind and fly toward the sun, but I keep that same angle. okay, it still crosses at 4,100 miles. There's no getting around it, bro.
Yes, there
I don't
is.
care what happens to
Huge
your
getting
sphere
around.
underneath, bro. If I fucking fly toward the sun and leave this sphere behind and head toward the sun and in that same direction, okay, it's going to keep me in a straight line, okay, because I'm rising off the earth, right? So if I'm flying above the great circle, I'm in a tangent. I'm rising above the ground, but I'm staying in a straight line, correct? In Euclidean free space,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Okay, so now if Kosho's straight line and my straight line will be higher up off the earth, but we will still cross. If we stay equidistant, we will still. How will the line curve then, dude? If our lines cross at 4,100 miles, at what point do they not cross now? Just because I'm getting higher. If he's getting higher with me, I assure you they will cross at 4,100 miles.
No, they will cross once you.
You need to go to 3D software, bro, and draw a fucking straight circle.
The problem is you expanded the sphere to 93 million miles. If you were to travel to the sun on these lines, you and Kosho,
I just told you I'm flying a tangent, motherfucker.
No, you're not.
I did not. I'm not extending the sphere. I told you I'm leaving the sphere behind, and I'm flying a tangent.
Listen for about 3 minutes here.
Oh, you just changed my whole argument, bro.
No, listen.
I just told you that I'm in Euclidean free space. And I'm flying a tangent in the direction of that great circle.
Okay.
Now, if Kosho does the same thing,
wait.
No, I can't.
Wait.
Oh, you don't want to leave fucking. You don't want to leave the sphere, do you?
You're not. You don't want to leave the sphere,
bro. Once again, let's fly in a tangent. Listen, I've watched the sun. I pull a string line, right?
You and Kosho will hit the sun 1,000 miles apart.
Okay, then Google Earth should reflect that.
No, it does, but the Google Earth gives you the ground position of the sun.
I don't care about the fucking ground position anymore.
Yes,
I'm flying in a tangent line toward the sun, dude.
Then stop saying that.
For God's sake, bro. Forget about the fucking ground, okay? All I'm gonna do with the ground is I'm gonna pull a fucking string line. No matter what we're standing on, I've got a line of sight toward the sun. If we're on a globe, okay. Then it's a great circle, 90 degrees from north. Okay, now
it's a great circle to the ground position.
Now, if I leave the Earth behind and I fly in a straight line in Euclidean space toward that sun, it's going to leave the Earth behind. It's going to get lower and lower and lower. I'm still going to be above that great circle. Just so you don't forget, I will be above it. No matter how far I go, I will never curve. Okay, now, them straight lines cross at 4,100 miles per hour. Just because we're getting higher off the fucking Earth, you can't change my direction just because I'm going in a tangent straight fucking line now, sir.
Yeah, but how far is it to the sun?
So don't try and change my fucking angle.
How far is it to the sun?
I don't know. That doesn't matter, does it?
Yes, it does.
All I know is that I crisscrossed the fucking Kosho straight line
not until you
at 4,100 miles. You're saying no.
That is the ground position of the sun. You will not get there until you reach the sun. If you track
for God's sake, you got to go back to the ground, don't you? It kill you to think of a straight line.
You are either an idiot, or you can't think three-dimensionally, or you're wedded to your position so much that you can't break free of it.
Bro, if you go to Google Earth,
Google Earth is what is Google
Earth?
What is Google Earth?
Google Earth is fucking a projection
of
Brian.
Of your globe.
Hey Brian, can I ask you a question about this thing that you're saying? Because you're confusing me a little bit, and I'm actually trying to follow your argument.
Okay. If you got to watch my video.
Well, hold on. Let me just ask you a question. I won't fight back. You just answer however you want. But you're saying you're going to leave you're going to go like a horizontal plane, and you're going to fly off in that direction. And you're going to.
I'm going to use that straight line Google Earth gave me. I can't see that it's curving down because it's a great circle. Okay, so Google Earth due east. It converges at the equator. The first thing I did in my video is I drew a line due east, and it converged me at the equator 4,100 miles away. Okay, so they like to confuse you.
Question, dude. You didn't
okay, go ahead.
You got to let me ask the question because I'm not trying to let's pretend like Google Earth's not a thing. I'm just picturing a sphere, and I'm picturing a tangent plane to that sphere at some point, and you leave the sphere at that point and you head off in a straight line. And I agree that if we kind of look down on you, there's a great circle under you. I'm following you.
Yeah.
Now, my question to you is: so you have a GP too now, right? You also have a GP, yeah?
I guess we always have a GP
You've left
if we're flying above the Earth.
Yeah. So my question is, when as you fly this tangent line, you're just going to this straight line forever. What's the farthest your GP can go? Can it go all the way around the Earth? Can it follow the complete Great Circle, or a third of it, half of it? What's the maximum amount that your GP can go along that Great Circle?
As soon as I went about 6,000 miles, then I'd have to angle my GP backwards, okay? But if I kept in that straight line direction, okay, if I switch to Euclidean space and tangent off the Earth and start getting higher and higher, and I follow that straight line and I don't deviate, okay, and I'm going to crisscross with somebody who did the same thing, pointing due east,
Yeah, that's
30 degrees south, and we're going to crisscross at 4,100 miles, no matter how big we make the circle, as long as we do it equally. You go to 3D software, and you extend that great circle, you can get it big enough where it'll look like a straight line, even the size of the Earth. If you make it the size of the solar system, it'll look like a straight line. As long as you keep that straight line path that the globe model fucking Google Earth shows, then that we will crisscross at 4,100 miles per hour, 4,100 miles, period. Unless we change angles. We change angles.
You're preparing for a hostile debate on Tuesday, right? MC Toon's not. He's on the opposite side. He's on the opposite side of you. You didn't answer my question. I didn't talk about a second person.
Yes, I did. I said about 6,000 miles, you'd leave the GP behind. I said you'd always have a GP.
You never leave the GP behind. You always.
If you went in a Euclidean straight line off toward the sun, you would.
No matter what you do, no matter where you are, you have a GP.
If I took off in a spaceship toward the sun, okay, my GP would wrap around the globe. I would no longer be able to see it because it would. But as long as I kept that straight line, I would crisscross with an antipodal due east at 4,100 miles. That's what Google Earth says. You can argue it up with Google Earth.
I don't want to use Google Earth. I want to just think this through for myself. I don't even necessarily trust Google Earth. Let's just think it through ourselves.
In reality,
if you fly zenith, let's freeze everything. Nothing is moving. Everything is fixed and stationary, but the Earth does happen to be a globe. And you fly zenith. You fly straight away. What does your GP do?
If I'm flying in a straight line circle,
you're flying
according to the globe. Okay, am I curving off according to my latitude? Because listen, hold on. To stay on my latitude, parallel with the equator, I have to curve around gently. The further north I go, the more I have to curve to stay parallel with the equator. See, if you think of this in 3 dimensions, okay,
practice hearing the question. Practice hearing the question and answering it. If you fly zenith, what does your GP do?
If I fly zenith,
answer some other question.
If I fly straight up in the air, you mean?
Straight up, zenith direction. What does your GP do?
Nothing.
Great. See, that's what you got to do. Like, listen to the question and then answer that. I think you and Paid are like going round and round because neither of you's really listening and you're answering and asking.
He's arguing with Google Earth, bro, and I'm under the impression you are too. But reality, let me say one more thing. In reality, due east is converging in reality. So I agree with Google Earth. I just don't agree that it's a globe.
Well, let me
because on Google Earth, our parallel sun rays converge at fucking 4,100 miles.
The ground position is not the rays to the sun.
Would you agree that my latitude is parallel with the equator all the way around your globe?
Dude, do you see this?
On an actual globe, latitude is parallel. They're equidistant.
Planes are parallel, right?
But for me to stay on that latitude line, I have to curve away from that straight line of sight.
This is true, yes.
That put me on the equator. So that straight line of sight.
Small circle, not a great circle.
No, it's a small circle. It's not a great circle. That's right.
Right. So for it to be parallel, I would have to deviate away from. I'd have to stay toward that. I'd have to stay angled toward that latitude. So I'd have to curve off to the left.
On the surface of a sphere.
Check this out, dude.
So you want both? Go ahead, Coach. You want me to look in chat?
Yes.
Because once you get off the surface of a sphere, going to the sun, you are no longer bound by spherical geometry.
Okay, I wasn't. I didn't make the lines, but again, just imagine the perpendicular yellow lines. Just imagine, just turn them to the right. Okay, don't worry about them though. This is them at noon. Okay, I made great circles with the antipodes. Okay, for both those two locations. The middle line is the equator. This is 45 north and 45 south. Okay, at noon. I mean, at sunrise, when they're looking east. If you were to just follow that line straight, you're right. It would make a great circle that would intersect the it will intersect the what do you call it? The equator. This is true. Okay. However, that doesn't mean that those yellow lines and those black great circles are not going to follow each other. Right?
I gotta call it quits, guys. It's way too late.
What'd you say?
I gotta call it quits. It's way too late.
Yeah, go to 3D software and look at Coach Show's drawing. Look, if you before you do, look at Coach Show's drawing. Okay, he's showing a great circle. He's showing that great circle straight line. He's showing it converge. Okay, now if we tangented off the Earth, okay, we're not looking the direction you have them parallel lines. We are not looking in that direction. We are looking in the direction of your great circles, bro, according to Google Earth.
No, the great circles, the great circle, and the line the yellow line that would be there, they're not they're only pointed in the same direction for half a second. Once you move forward,
right, dude, exactly, bro.
Once you move forward, one of the lines follows the Earth, and one of the lines.
The further north I am, the more I'd have to fucking curve to stay on my equator line, parallel with the equator, right? The faster I would have to curve. If I was at 10 degrees north, and I pulled a 90, get a globe, pull a 90-degree angle from at 10 degrees latitude. Okay. Now you are going to converge at the equator, right around the same fucking distance as me at 30 degrees.
Ground position converges, not this race to the sun, which
no,
is
it's a great circle,
miles above the ground position.
Yeah, listen, Brian. Those yellow,
If you don't understand that if you don't understand that due east is
never
converging.
mind, Brian. Never mind.
Wait, Kosho, if you don't understand that due, you just drew it on fucking paper and you're saying something.
Don't fucking interrupt me, dude. For real.
You want me to finish and then okay? Look, if you don't understand that you just drew the fucking directions, the great circles, the directions toward the sun. You just drew them, and you're drawing them crisscrossing, and you still don't. If you don't understand that due east crisscrosses 4,100 miles away, okay, then I can't help you, man. But go ahead,
Brian. What you don't understand is that if these lines were perpendicular to this to these yellow lines, there'll be lines there that are pointing towards the sun at sunrise. These black lines and those yellow lines, once you move forward, they're no longer pointed in the same direction. One of them is pointed along the surface, and one of them is pointed continuously in that straight line path. They're not pointed in the same direction. They're only pointed in the same direction where you're standing. They're not pointed in the same direction as you move forward.
Oh, he's silent.
Oh, my ears are just so grateful for this. Nobody's yelling.
So we're diving off a diving board.
Into a pool?
Into a pool.
Nice. Are we gonna bump heads? Because I'm on the other side of the planet from you.
I don't know. It kind of did sound like you roll along, but everyone was talking past each other.
I mean, they didn't. They were just, everybody had their thing to say, and I don't know if anybody was listening.
I was listening. His argument is he can't think in 3 dimensions. That's his basic problem.
You're arguing with Google Earth. You're not arguing with me, bro.
Oh, fuck, but Google Earth is on the sphere. Fuck.
Don't be saying little underhanded comments like that. Nazar,
It's not
because I think
underhanded,
that's
sir. It's the
no,
truth.
it is a little bit, right?
It's the truth.
Or a lot of bit, right? So
Let's talk about why my fish tank is such a bad trollish thing to post.
Did you spin it?
It's a
You mean
fish tank.
Your spinning fish tank?
Yeah, the spinning fish tank. Why is that? Why do people think that I'm a troll when I post that?
I don't know. Did you see the one with the fish in it? That's one I like. The fish. If you look at the fish,
I
the fish
posted
orient
one that
themselves.
has 2 things. The first half is like 2 minutes long. The first half has purple hexane dye on the top and is like glass mirror smooth.
Yeah.
And then the second half has fish in it, and the fish couldn't possibly care less that it's spinning. They don't care.
Well, the fish orient themselves to the spirit, to the direction of the spin too.
They don't orient themselves anywhere. They clearly don't even seem to notice that it's spinning.
But if you look, they cant themselves to the forest, basically.
No, I mean, in certain moments, but I can find other moments in the video where they do completely the opposite of that. My explanation is the fish are neutrally buoyant, and they didn't care about gravity, and now that the tank is spinning, they don't care about that either, because they're neutrally buoyant. You know that helium balloon in a car thing? That's counterintuitive enough, but I think it takes it to the next level of counterintuitive if you put a half helium, half air balloon in the car that's exactly neutrally buoyant. That's going to do yet a third thing.
Doesn't do anything, does it?
Exactly. It's not going to, it's going to hang out. It doesn't care.
I thought the fish in the fish tank.
It's just about the pressure and how the pressure.
No, it's all Archimedes' principle, but the spinning fish tank takes Archimedes' thing and puts it sideways. It adds a new force to the system that you have to account for. And the water curves, buoyancy works, but it's all working sideways because we've added a new force.
Are you saying the balloon in a car isn't about pressure?
I would not say that the balloon in the car has anything to do with pressure. No, it's I could take density, but I mean pressure. No, I wouldn't use that.
Well, the only way you can move anything, Ollie, is with the application of pressure. That's the only way you can move anything.
Are you? I mean, if are you saying that the words force and pressure are synonyms?
Well, the only way you can move something is by applying pressure to something. Now, you can vary that pressure with the amount of force that you put on something, but force itself cannot move anything.
So if I got paper clips sitting on the table, and I bring a magnet nearby,
Yep.
You think I put pressure on the paper clips?
Yep. The magnetic field is applying pressure.
And you think that's pressure?
Yes.
So I define pressure. I define pressure as a force distributed over an area.
Exactly. Exactly right. Exactly right. But I will argue that you are applying a pressure. That magnetic field is applying a pressure over an area. Just because there is no physical contact, it does not mean that there is not a pressure that has been applied to it.
I'm just gonna acquiesce because at this point, it's very semantical. Like we both are agreeing.
Hey, let me make a quick point real quick.
Force and pressure are coupled. So I don't know exactly how we might resolve that. Because
let me make a quick point to try and enlighten you real quick. You're talking about counterintuitive. You're talking about counterintuitive with the balloon and the car. So y'all like to compare the force on Earth, okay? So you say in a car you're accelerating forward and the balloon goes forward, and so think about it. So if the balloon, and you think that works, so the wind, so the air, basically everything is accelerating upwards. So that means the air, the atmosphere, whatever, is basically the equivalent. The force is equivalent to accelerating down, but the balloon goes counter to down. So when you're taking that air in the car and you drive forward, that's the same as the air going down. Now the air is going forward, except the balloon repels it. So
it's called buoyancy.
No, the balloon goes with the fucking air. You're taking that air that's in that car and you're driving it forward, okay, instead of downward.
Yeah, I hear you. I fully understand you. I fully understand you, and I can answer you. When everything is stationary, the air, the car, the balloon, and then the car starts moving forward. So the air doesn't initially move; it's just all still sitting there, right? Except for the air that was like close to the back window. That air is getting kind of snow plowed forward and is getting more dense. So there is now a density gradient where in the back of the car it's more dense, and in the front of the car it's less dense. That's what has happened because the air didn't try to move, the car did. Now we have this density gradient, and the balloon is trying to move towards the less dense region.
As long as you're accelerating forward, the balloon will go with the acceleration. Okay.
But why? But I just told you why. I just told you.
I see what you're saying, except it happens instantaneously.
I just told you why. Why are you arguing with me? I just told you why using density, which is your argument. I just said something that is like, and you're fighting back. Why?
Hold on. If you keep accelerating forward, the balloon is going to go with the acceleration. Correct? This is common fucking sense. If you keep accelerating forward,
the balloon is going. The helium balloon is going to continue to try to move towards the less dense region. That's correct.
I'm just trying to show you where it's not comparable to the Earth. The Earth.
It is. But it's exactly the helium balloons on Earth.
No, because the helium balloon, the helium goes up against the force. In a car,
listen.
No, the helium is still
listen to me, Brian. Listen to me. Don't argue with the person you argued with previously. Argue with me, not somebody that you previously argued with. I'm telling you, the balloon moves towards the less dense region. It moves towards the less dense region in the car, and it moves towards the less dense region on Earth as well. The density of air decreases as you go up, and the helium balloon wants to go to the less dense region. That's why.
Yeah, I know. I understand that, but if you watch the video, it happens instantaneously.
I just explained.
I agree with you, though. I agree with you that it's all about the density and shit, but it's not comparable to the force. Like I said, because the force on Earth, it's going against the force. If you're saying it's a downward force, then
we didn't
going against the force.
We didn't talk about that, right? Do you see why there's a density gradient in the car?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I understand everything you're saying. I'm just trying to tell you why it's not comparable to a force being on Earth.
Because if you understand everything I'm saying, how can you say it's not comparable? There's a density gradient in the car. Because
in the car, as long as you're accelerating forward, the balloon will go forward.
Why? Why will it go forward?
It's going because of density and all that. Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's going with the force.
Where's the most dense place in the car?
You're missing the whole point. I understand the density argument, bro. I understand that.
Then answer my questions. Where's the most dense point in the car?
You're saying there's a downward acceleration. On Earth, it's not comparable to an actual force.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're arguing with somebody else. I didn't say that.
I'm not arguing. I'm trying to make a point, and you won't fucking listen even long enough for me to get it out.
But I didn't say anything about a downward force, so you're making a point to somebody else.
I know. Well, I'm trying to make a point nonetheless that it's not comparable to an actual force. Earth's downward force is not comparable to an actual force because they don't behave the same.
Okay, so I didn't make that comparison.
The pseudo force too.
I didn't make that comparison. So make a point to me. I didn't talk about a downward force.
I agree with everything you said.
I talked about density gradients.
I agree with that.
What causes the gradient in the car?
Let's just, before we get there, Paid, let's just get down that there's a density gradient in the car and there's a density gradient in atmosphere, and the balloon is definitely trying to move to the place that's less dense. Is that true, Brian?
Yeah, but it's counterintuitive because the same thing ain't happening on Earth as it is in the car.
Yes, it is. The balloon is going
It's
to the
not.
less dense place.
The
You
balloon-
think that in the car the balloon is going to the more dense place, and on Earth it's going to the less
The
dense
balloon
place?
is going with the acceleration in the car.
Let's not
On
talk
Earth,
about that. Let's just talk about density.
There's no getting around it though. If you're going to use acceleration,
Okay, let's do that after.
You got to agree that the balloon is traveling with the acceleration, and on Earth it's traveling against. It's all density, bro. Your argument's correct. It's all density. It has nothing to do with the force.
Okay, so let's ignore the forces and let's just talk about the density. And now you agree everything is exactly the same in the car and on Earth, right? On Earth, the balloon is trying to get to the less dense place, and in the car, it's trying to get to the less dense place, yeah? And
Sure.
the analogy is perfect. It's exactly the same. The balloon is trying to do the exact same thing in both cases.
Yeah, nothing you say I dispute. Just so you know.
Okay, so then the question does become, why is there a density gradient in the car, and why is there a density gradient on Earth? Because clearly, if there's a density gradient,
on Earth.
Listen to the full sentence, and then I will shut up. I promise. If there's a density gradient, the balloon wants to go to the less dense place, and so the real question now: why is there a density gradient in the car, and why is there one on Earth? We know what happens. It wants to go to the less dense place. All we want to know now is why are the density gradients?
Here's my answer. In the car, you're applying an actual acceleration. Okay. On Earth, it's colder the higher up you get, and it's less dense. It's less dense. Listen.
Colder air is more dense.
Hold on. Before you listen, you said you'd let me talk. You said you'd let me talk.
Fair.
You said you wouldn't interrupt. Okay.
I will. I will obey that.
I showed a gradient, and I made a video about a year ago, and I took about 70 feet of PVC pipe, and at each end, the last 10 feet, I put one of them in ice cold water. I put the other one in boiling hot water, and I blew up a balloon on the fucking hot side. Temperature, okay, there's no gravity, there's no forces. And gas law, it's PV equals nRT is fucking ideal gas law. And fucking there's other ones, there's Charles law, okay. But the thing is, there's no fucking force. It's all temperature. It's all joint at the hip, temperature and pressure and all that. I showed a gradient within containment. I'm almost done. Within containment, I showed a fucking pressure difference just due to temperature alone. Okay, so that's what's happening on Earth is there's a fucking temperature gradient, and the pressure is getting less and less and less the higher you get. And even though you're getting closer to the sun, it's fucking there's a gradient, okay, but there still has to be containment for there to be pressure at all.
So is cold gas less dense or more dense than hot gas?
Hold on, Pete. I did shut up, but I typed when he was talking. I typed things so I wouldn't interrupt him, and I'm just gonna post that for you now. That's what I had. That's what I think about what you did. I don't. You said PV equals nRT. I don't think you controlled N. I think N is a confounding variable in the observation you just described.
Right. So there's more pressure in hot gas in containment.
But you let P, V, N, and T all change all at the same time. So who knows what happened?
Well, I was just fucking showing. I was just being counter. I was just giving you a counter argument as far as it's all has to do with the density. It's just not the same as the Earth. But besides that, like I said, in containment, I could show you a pressure gradient. You can't show pressure without the containment. Your argument's the gradient. No, I've showed in 70 feet. I've showed a fucking gradient just due to temperature. Okay, and if I'm getting, it's a dynamic system, but gas starts at the ground and goes up. Okay, normal gas
is more dense than hot gas. You would have an inverse temperature gradient, an inverse pressure gradient. That would not.
There's no gas created in the sky. It's all cycled here at ground level in the clouds. Okay, past the clouds, but gas still goes up. Okay, gas goes up. Gas goes up. Okay. And the only way it comes back down is if it fucking condensates. No. That's the only thing going to bring it back down is temperature. It starts at the ground and works its way up.
Hey, hold on, Pete. Brian, what's the difference between a molecule of nitrogen, N2, and a bullet? Like the nitrogen molecule is going straight up, and I shoot a bullet straight up. What's the difference between those two?
You can't compare the two, man. They're
Sure,
different states of matter.
Why can't I compare the two?
Because they're different states of matter, man. It's
So
just
what?
is plasma state of matter?
Hold on. What is wait? What is the state of matter of a single molecule of N2?
Because a single molecule, if it's plasma, if you plasmatize it and change state even further, I'm saying it still has gravity.
It's not plasmatized. It's
you change it to gas. I went one step higher. I change it to a plasma.
Plasmatized.
It's not plasmatized. Let's just for a second set plasmatized aside. It's neutral. It's a molecule of nitrogen, N2. What state is that single molecule?
At ambient temperature, it's a gas.
Okay. We've got a single molecule of nitrogen. We're gonna label it a gas. Does it have mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it different than a bullet exactly?
Because it's a different state of matter. Like I said, now by doing that, I just answered your question. Now to take it even further, I'm going to compare a solid to a molecule of nitrogen plasma. Okay, does that molecule of nitrogen plasma still have mass?
Yes.
Okay.
A plasmatized nitrogen is really essentially the same mass as the non-plasmatized nitrogen.
Okay, and it wants to go up. It's all temperature, fucking pressure.
No, it doesn't want to go up. It wants to continue going whichever direction it was going. If it was going down, it wants to keep going down. If it was going sideways, it wants to keep going sideways.
You make a fire, bro. Any plasma has to go up, bro. It's going to go toward the less dense medium. Okay.
It doesn't.
The best way you can make plasma is if you get a foundry. Okay, if you get a foundry and you throw some charcoal in there and you blow a shitload of oxygen on it, you can make a little fucking. That's the closest you'll get without a ton of electricity to making plasma. And even fire itself, it goes up.
Do you want plasma, dude? To go get a grape and put it in your microwave, and voila.
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
There you go. You don't need tons of power. No gigawatts required. There's your.
Yeah, watch it lose weight.
Do you want another one? Light a candle.
I wonder if the grape would lose weight in the microwave.
Do gases have weight, Brian?
No.
What?
Did you say
no? Tell me where weight is in gas law. In any gas law, tell me where weight is fucking involved. It's pressure, bro. Gas is not described with weight. The only way you could weigh it is to fucking contain it, and that all depends on the temperature. Because then, if I want to trap some fucking oxygen in a fucking balloon and say that it weighs,
okay, wait,
and then hold on, and then I fucking cool down the air. If I take that balloon to Antarctica and keep it the same temperature, it's going to float. Or are you going to say it lost weight? No, it's all PV equals energy. It's all pressure. It's all joint at the hip, temperature and pressure. You can't say gas weighs.
Wait. I have to ask. I have to ask this. So Brian, scuba divers, do you think that they just if the gauges weren't there? Do you think there's just no way to tell the difference between a full and an empty tank? Like they're equal, except if there's a pressure gauge on it that says what it is. There's no way to tell. There's no way to tell. They don't. If you put the propane tank or the scuba tank on a scale, you couldn't figure out which ones were full or empty. You think it's just whatever they believe.
If you trap it, if you contain it, okay. If you contain it, you can fucking make it weigh.
What do you think? It's not bonds, bro. PV.
You can't weigh something that has no bonds, bro.
My God, you think that? So we have something that has no mass. We put it into a container.
No, he said N2
have mass.
He said a molecule of N2.
Yeah, it does have mass, but it's unbonded. You can't weigh something that won't bond to the fucking scale. The only way you can do that is to trap it.
Shit. You think that when you put something on a scale, it bonds to the scale?
Dude, tell me gas. Show me what's the equation for weight in gas.
The same as anything else.
It's not measured in weight, bro. It's measured in pressure. You can weigh it. You can weigh it, okay? You can trap it and you can weigh it, But without trapping it, it's unbonded. Gas is
Brian,
that's one of the characteristics of gas. It's unbonded.
Wait a
You
minute, hold on
can't
a
wait
second.
something that's not
So
bonded.
when I go down the highway, when I go down the highway at, I don't know, let's say 55 miles an hour, and I stick my arm out the window, what am I feeling?
You're feeling fucking wind.
But it has no mass. It shouldn't. It should be
No, I
nothing.
said it's not bonded. Okay.
What?
You're putting it up against the fucking surface. You're putting it up against the surface, okay? And you're
What is
fucking
pressure?
accelerating that surface. I didn't say there's no mass. I said you can't weigh it unless you trap it.
Well, wait a minute. If you have mass, you have weight. But I mean,
just because you can't weigh it without a container doesn't mean it doesn't have some sort of mass and weight to it.
I agree it has mass, but you can't weigh it. You can fucking measure its pressure.
I can weigh it. I take it. I pump.
I agree. I agree. You're measuring gas, you measure it in pressure. I would 100%.
But I wish I could tell you propane.
Would anybody argue that you have to contain gas to weigh it?
I want to sell them propane. I want to sell them anything.
I want to sell them propane, man.
Would anybody argue that to contain gas?
When you go down to your local hardware to get your propane for your barbecue, right? You buy it, right? Like 9 kilograms worth of it. You don't.
Wait, you buy 9 kilograms. That's interesting. That's not pressure.
Right, but can you weigh it without it being in some kind of container?
All right, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
You can't weigh water without it being in. You can't weigh water without it being in some kind of container.
Yes, you can. Water amount of water will sit on the fucking scale, bonded to itself. Okay. Will anybody answer me this honestly before I gotta go?
I can get a gas that's heavier than air. Like what's that stuff that they use that's heavier than air that makes your voice sound deep?
It's still got to be in a fish tank to be weighed.
Sulfur hexafluoride. I could get a bunch of sulfur hexafluoride, put it into a cup, and weigh it.
The cup contains it, right?
Well, so
yeah, you know what else? You can't even buy gravel.
No, y'all not fucking honest. Y'all ain't even being honest, dude. I thought this channel would at least have some honesty. At least you could answer an honest question. Can you weigh gas without some sort of containment?
Yes.
I'm trying to answer that to you right now. I'm trying to answer it for fucking 2 minutes, dude. I'm telling you, dude, me and both Space Pope, we've made videos doing that, dude. Without a container.
Just pour it on the scale.
Without a container.
You pour it on a scale. You pour it on a scale. As it hits the scale, the scale deflects down.
Yeah, but it has weight.
That's just a version of putting my hand on the
fucking hell, dude.
That's incorrect, NASA, because that gas won't stay there forever. It will disperse.
So it still has weight. I'm weighing it.
I'm not disputing that, but all you are registering there is a pressure difference.
Okay.
What is pressure?
God damn it.
Kosho, I'm sorry to tell you, brother, but you're on the losing end of this argument because even what you're saying,
so I can finish what I was saying a minute ago.
People are going to tell you the surface of the scale.
Can I finish what I was saying
the scale is a container.
For the love of God. If I could finish what I'm saying, you guys wouldn't be saying what you're saying afterwards.
Just finish, Kosho.
What I was trying to say to you was I weighed the fucking gas, okay? And I did not let it, I waited for it to dissipate. I waited time. It did not dissipate. There remained a positive weight. Fuck's sake, because I didn't just pour it on there. I put the gas so it would.
You're gonna have to use a gas denser than fucking the air around it, bro. You're not gonna wait. You're not gonna wait ambient gas that just is free to float around.
Well, wait, you said gas. You didn't. Now you're specifying only certain gases.
No, dude, it's not measured in weight unless you're buying it. You know, you can contain it and weigh it, but it's not bonded. Okay. If it can't bond,
so funny because if you want to buy gravel, that has to be in a container to be weighed too.
If you're weighing a gas that bonds with itself, then it's not 100% fucking natural gas because gas has no bonds, bro.
Oh, natural gas. What's that?
I'm saying something not man-made.
Perfect gas.
What is a man-made gas?
Sulfur hexafluoride.
Oh, that doesn't occur. That's not a naturally occurring thing. That's.
You don't think it's anything heavier than?
And even it'll dissipate, man. Even it'll dissipate.
And why do we have to put gravel in a container to weigh it? Because that's not even a gas.
Gravel right on the scale.
Yeah. Have you ever bought gravel?
sure he's bought tons.
Did you see them put
Hey,
the gravel
guys, I gotta
on
go,
the
man.
scale? They didn't put it in a bucket loader and then weigh it.
Catch you later,
When
Brian.
I buy gravel, dude, actually they judge by one scoop of the fucking tractor as a yard. They sell it by the cubic yard, but I ain't saying they couldn't sell it by weight. But if you could put gravel on a scale, solids don't act the same as gas. Gas is unbonded. That was my whole point. But I gotta go, guys, man. Y'all be
Propane
cool.
is heavier in there. It's
Catch you
natural,
later,
isn't it?
Brian. Have a good one.
Wow.
He doesn't need his sleep. He's got a big debate coming up
When is it?
Tuesday.
Okay.
So Bandsaw, who won tonight? Who is the victor?
I am.
Brain
Nice.
certainly isn't.
Always am.
I want to know how come whenever we use sulfur hexafluoride, they immediately say, "Oh, you can't use that because it's not natural."
Use it in what way? Use it in what way?
I don't know if it's still there, but Target.com used to sell a chemistry set that had the label chemical free on it.
Yeah. Is propane natural?
Nah, that's a chemical.
I know it's a chemical. Everything's a chemical.
You've seen the Subway sandwich, like dihydrogen monoxide. meme?
Yes. I love that. Every
It's
once
an
in a while.
industrial solvent.
Yeah. Used in rocket fuel.
It's a lubricant. And they put it in their sandwiches.
It's also used in chemical warfare.
It'll kill you if you breathe
It'll kill you. It'll kill you if you
If
have
you
too
breathe
much
it,
of
it'll kill you.
Yeah, you breathe, and if you
And
if
they're
you-
still, and even today they're putting it in their sandwiches.
and yeah, sorry, if you have a 100% pure, if you drink too much of it, you'll die too.
Oh, in its purest form, it's extremely corrosive.
It's a well-known solvent. When my son was way small, he found out that all these labels would have the calories on them. So how many calories are in a chocolate bar? I don't know, 200 and some, and it was like 300 and some. Then he picks up a thing of water and goes, "How many calories are in water?" I said, 0. He goes, "How'd you know that?" Because the other ones, I was nowhere near. How'd you know that?
I always make sure that my beer is extra cold so that it has fewer net calories.
Got to commend you guys in trying to put up a good fight today.
Oh, that's
It was
trying.
commendable. It was commendable.
He can't think in 3 dimensions.
Oh, most definitely he can.
No, he can't.
Yes, he can.
Okay, Bandsaw, can we do a little game show together?
Is neon natural?
No, I
Neon's
don't want to do a
natural.
game. I don't like your game shows, Rolly.
Okay, so I don't know, in the U.S., this is Monty Hall is the guy that used to do this way back. But I don't know if internationally Monty Hall is a known name. But the game is simple. There's 3 doors, and we'll say behind one of the doors is $1,000 that you do want, and behind 2 of the doors are goats that you don't want. You don't want the goats, and Monty Hall knows where the goats are and the money is. Now, the game is you're gonna just pick one of the doors. 1, 2, 3. You pick one of them, and then after you've made your choice, Monty Hall is going to open one of the doors and show you a goat. So no matter what you pick, there's always a goat to show. So now there's 2 doors left, and the game is, if you want, you can change. You could pick the other door. There's a door left. There's the one you picked, and then there's the one that he didn't open. And the question to you is, should you keep the door that you originally picked? Should you switch doors? Or is it 50-50, it doesn't matter?
I'm going to stick with my gut and go with the door I picked.
And do you think that's the mathematically correct answer?
Probably not.
Could you figure out what the mathematically correct answer was?
Oh, could I do it? Could I do it?
I'm sure you could if you thought about
it. Well, maybe I could, but if I knew the mathematical way of doing it, I could probably work it out. I'm still going with my gut.
Paid, have you heard this question before?
Yeah, I've heard this one. It's counterintuitive at best. I finally made peace with it, but I've tried it a few times, and I guess the difference isn't enough that you can. Yeah, I mean, you have to do hundreds of repetitions in order to get some sort of statistics. I haven't done it.
The difference is significant. You don't need hundreds. I mean, I guess depending on how sure you wanted to be that the math was true. So, Banslaw, this is like you could get a friend.
Answer? What's the answer?
Well, before I say anything about the answer, I just want to say you could get a friend to play the game show host, and you could actually act this out 100 times, and you could take the data, and then like the answer. Like you might say, well, it's just the math doesn't tell you anything about reality, but the truth is, like, you could do this, and the math would tell you the right strategy, and if you used the strategy that the math told you, you would win more money if you played this game many times.
Okay, so I'd have a better chance of winning the money, but I wouldn't necessarily.
If you follow the math, you could be richer. So the math was real. The math is counterintuitive, but true.
But I could still get it wrong.
Yeah, but we're gonna let you play this game lots of times, so that the average is the thing that matters.
Okay then. Well, answer still remains. Went with my gut. Did I get it right?
So if you went with your gut, what's the chance that you win?
Oh, I would say, is it 33%?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So the question is, can you do any better than that?
Now, if I've only got 2 doors left, I've got a 50% chance, don't I?
I mean, I don't know. Do you?
Well, he's opened one door and he's shown me a goat. Okay then.
Yeah.
Now we have goat and money.
And so you're faced with keep the door that you picked or switch. That's the real choice before you. Keep or switch.
Still keeping. I'm not changing. Not for anything.
Do you think it's you know, that answer's somehow I'm not surprised. Paid, are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. It seems, that your odds are the same, but they're not.
But more than that, like I actually hadn't really thought about it until just now. But I'm thinking that a flat earther probably would be strongly inclined to trust his gut.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's got nothing to do with that whatsoever. Because I actually like goats. So it's a win-win situation for me at the end of the day.
Okay.
I don't ask why you look.
All right, I'm going to change it.
I hope you only like goats. Huh?
Okay, look, there's a swimming pool. I'm going to fix it for Banslaw. There's a swimming pool behind one of the doors, and a 5-hour argument about refraction with me behind 2 of the other doors.
Oh damn. Okay then. Well, now I'm going to think about it. Oh man, seriously. It's probably so simple.
Kosho, do you know the answer to this question?
Yes.
Kosho, of course, knows the answer.
Well, I'll let Paid and Kosho. I've asked it. I'll let them do the.
That's interesting. So when you choose the first door, you're choosing, like you said, 33%, 1 out of 3. But since he's always going to show you a goat, your chances are actually better if you switch, because now you're choosing 1 out of 2. So you actually go take your odds to 50%.
Well, no, your odds stay. If you pick the goat, your odds change to 66%. So if you pick the second door, if you switch doors with me, then your odds change to 66% chance that door is the actual prize. You keep your 33% stays the same the whole time, and then when he takes away one of the other doors, that adds 33% to the door that he didn't open. So it makes it 66% chances that one's correct, and keeps yours at 33%.
Kosho is right. If you switch, you change your odds from being 33% to being 66%. And paid is not quite right. It's not 50-50.
It's 50-50.
By switching, you increase your chances to. So look at it this way. Let's just. I'll walk you through it. My explanation. Let's just look at all the things that can happen. You pick the goat, the pool. You pick the swimming pool, and then Monty Hall. So you pick that 33% of the time, right? And then Monty Hall shows you me behind one of the doors, and then you switch, and you get me. So 33% of the time you pick the goat, and every time you switch, so 33% of the time you get me. The rest of the time, you get the swimming pool. Then that happens 66% of the time. So only in the 33% of the times that you actually picked the winner and then switch do you lose. And therefore, the rest of the time, you win.
Yeah, I kind of do get it.
It's a spectacularly simple example of how counterintuitive things can be, and yet still correct.
But I'd still go with my gut.
You'd give up. You would sacrifice winning because you want to go with your gut.
Well, look, a 33% chance of winning is still pretty high odds.
But you can double that. You can win twice as often.
Yeah, could. Knowing my luck, right? Pick the wrong door, regardless.
All right, here's another one, Bansaw. Here's one more. Let's just see. This one's even easier. There's a flat Earth conference, and 500 people show up for it. Everybody's in the ballroom now. 500 people there in the ballroom. What is the probability that 2 of them share a birthday? At least 2.
At least 2.
The probability that at least 2 of them share a birthday.
Well, the probability whether there's going to be at least going to be a high number. That's what my gut is telling me, because you've only got 365 days in a year. So, yeah, whatever that works out to be. So, I'm going to say 100%, at least 2. Yeah, the same birthday.
Yeah, that's the exact right answer.
Here you go.
You saw through the bluff. Most people start trying to divide 500 by 365 or 365 by 500, or they start
how many people did you say?
You know what?
I said 500 people.
500?
Yeah.
I actually did kind of start doing that, to be quite honest with you. But then I thought to myself, what's the chances of only 2 of them sharing the same birthday? Well, it's 100%. You're going to have at least 2 sharing the same birthday.
500 people. I think it's more than that, huh?
No. Question was, what's the chances of 2 sharing at least the same birthday? It's 100%.
And you just said 100%. That was your answer. Jeff, you said 100%.
I said 100% chance of 2 sharing the same birthday.
I think it's like a 683%. 68,000 chance. Yeah. I think there'll be.
I'm righter than what you are.
Yeah, so there's 500 people in there. There'll probably be 130 of them who share birthdays.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question.
Or there's a 50% chance that 130 of them share birthdays. Oh, maybe no. Hold on. Never mind. Forget about what I forget about all the last parts that I said. There's gonna be a 6,000. There's gonna be a 68,000% chance. 6,800.
It's 100% chance.
Hold on.
Not after how many are going to share the same birthday. We just want to know what's the chances of two sharing the same birthday.
Hold on. I did something wrong. Just hold on.
Doesn't surprise me.
What was the question again, Bandy?
The question was, there's 500 people in a room. What's the chance? What is the chances of two of them sharing the same birthday?
Geez, I don't even know if that's calculable, is it? All 500 could have the same birthday. No, it would be, no, hang on. That two of them will have the same birthday. Righto.
The chances was 100%
So
chance.
yeah. No, well, no. Well, oh, actually, yeah, well, yeah, it'd have to be, wouldn't it? It'd have to be.
Exactly.
I'm looking at it harder than it needs to be.
Exactly. I started to for a few seconds there. I'm thinking, well, there's only 365 days in the year. It's like, what's the chance of them having the same birthday? Well, there's 100% chance.
See, I should have known. Me mate Bansal wouldn't set some sneaky prick question for me. It'd just be straightforward. I should have known that.
Pretty much.
I'm sorry I didn't have more trust in you, brother.
Well, it actually wasn't my question. The question was asked to me, and then Kosho jumped in and was trying to work out the percentages and working out to some astronomical 6,666% chance or whatever.
Yeah, no,
making it more complicated than what it was.
Yeah. This time you hang out in these rooms, these forums too long, you're just always looking for the hidden gotcha, aren't you?
How's life with you, mate? Good?
Mate, life's pretty decent. Bit of Rona in the family at the moment, that's always good fun. But yeah, no, we're going okay. I'm just heading down to Faster Pasta to pick some dinner up, mate. I'm Jack the chef tonight, so I've heading out to pick up some halloumi fries and a few other things.
Oh, nice. We've got salmon tonight. Caught some salmon.
I was going to say, what fish have you caught for dinner tonight, Andy?
Yeah, no, salmon, mate. So having that again tonight. So
beautiful. Did you catch them?
Oh yeah, 100%. I caught them.
Oh, good man. Well done.
I went fishing a couple of weeks ago with a mate in Cape, and it was actually quite an interesting trip. We were out there halfway between Shore and Kangaroo Island there.
Yeah.
And bloody the subject of Ukraine came up, and we
Oh,
nearly
yeah.
we nearly killed each other. It was insane. one of us,
Someone was
one of
nearly in the burley
oh,
bucket.
exactly right. I had the gaff hook ready to go. It was so funny, and I actually said to Ross, I said, mate, we've got to stop. I said, we are literally just about to rip each other's throats apart here over some bullshit. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it got quite passionate there. For a minute because well he was arguing all the mainstream points that are
Yeah,
fed
yeah,
by Channel 9 and all that sort of stuff, and
yeah.
I wasn't defending Putin at all. I just said and things aren't what they are. Mate.
That's right.
We're not being told the full story. Oh, you're just a bloody communist. You're a bloody Putin supporter. Okay, you're
Yeah.
not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not
Wait a minute.
supporting you.
Did he actually call Putin a communist? Is that what he said?
I know. How misinformed is that?
Yeah. So it was quite well. It wasn't really all that amusing at the time, but then we calmed down after a bit and had a few beers and buried the hatchet,
Everything
so
was.
to speak, and promised
Yeah.
never to speak of the subject again.
Yeah. We shall not speak of it ever. Well, it's interesting. Like that video that thing that I put up the other day, Bandy, about who owns the world. Like if somebody watches that, you'll soon see that pretty much follow the tree up, and somewhere at the top of it is going to be Vanguard, BlackRock, or one or two of these other big hedge funds or investment companies that are all owned and controlled by the usual suspects. And so all the media companies are in that basket. So whatever you're going to get through Channel 9, Channel 7, Channel 10, ultimately is just going to be spruiking the narrative of those monkeys. And we kind of got to understand that your mate Ross and all my mates, that's all they watch is those kind of media outlets. And so to them, that's reality. That's real.
I saw a very similar vid about 7 or 8 years ago, which was pretty much exactly the same as the one that you dropped, because I actually watched that one as well, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is pretty much exactly the same as the one I watched. So there was no new information. That fellow did go about it in a very chronological way and spelled out things very, very well.
Very bite-sized chunks, wasn't it?
Yeah. He did say he was going to bring out a part 2.
A second one, yeah, I know. I'm kind of chomping at the bit for that one, but
yeah, exactly right. But I did actually send that to my mate. I said, mate, do me a favour, just at your leisure, just take an hour out of your life and just
spend
have
an hour of your life.
Yeah, and it will explain exactly what I'm trying to explain to you, that things aren't what they seem. It's all coming from higher power. It's very manipulative, very, very devious, and it's all about power and control and wealth distribution. I said that's what it's all about, and this explains it to a T. It's so easy to watch, and everything in this video that this guy says, you can jump on Google, you can go to the library, you can go wherever, and you can actually check it yourself. That's the beauty. That's the beauty about it.
And as we've said so many times, Bandy, if it wasn't so evil, you'd admire the genius behind it all.
Oh, look! I do actually admire the genius, even though it's evil, right? Because it is, it's absolutely brilliant the way they've been able to get their
Control
fingers
everything.
into every single aspect of everything. Like when you see, when they control the mines, they control the refinery, all that sort of stuff, to the car manufacturing, to the whole process, the fuel, everything, and they own everything, and yet they supply everything to themselves too. It is.
You know what they call that? You know what they call that? Capitalism.
Well, yeah, crony capitalism is what you call it. But,
That's not real capitalism.
Well, I don't know. What is real capitalism? Who knows? What's real anything? No, nothing ever. Probably everything theoretically in its purest form is good and workable. But as soon as you introduce people to it, you got a problem. I don't care. Capitalism, libertarianism, communism, socialism, anything with an ism on the end. You put people in amongst it, and you got a problem.
Oh man, we need communism, man. Pure communism.
Yeah. We need so much communism to be great. Yeah.
I had an argument with Jin the other day, FE, in regards to him. Oh, I don't want to speak on his behalf, but the basic message was, flat Earth comes out, and we're going to have a fantastic world. Everyone will be in utopia, living the life, sort of thing. And I said, you've forgotten one very key ingredient there, Jin. People will never change, regardless of where they live. People are always going to be people. People are always going to be greedy. People are always going to want power. People are always going to lie and manipulate. It doesn't matter where they live, all right? Doesn't matter at all. Because if you believe...
Psychopaths will always end up running the show, no matter what the realm is.
They do a pretty good job, though.
And if you
believe... Yeah, as long as you're one of them.
Yeah, and if you believe the biblical narrative, why we are here because we have been given the free will, and because of that free will, that's why we are here because we make wrong choices.
Yeah. It's interesting, just even if I've got to whiz in and get this pasta, I'll be back in a sec. But that whole thing about if you talk, I don't want to talk too much about flat Earth because it bores me nowadays. But the whole that common rebuttal of how can they pull off something this big, like the moon landings or NASA or whatever? How can they do it? Watch that 1 hour video. They pull off something that big on the entire world about absolutely everything. So forget just one little aspect of it. They own and control fucking everything. So don't tell me you couldn't do it because it's too big. They're already doing it.
It's the whole kit and caboodle. They own your reality that you live and breathe every single day.
Literally, you're right. They own it and they form it and they force feed it to you every minute of every day.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing when you see that clip with all the news readers saying exactly the same line, like 60 of them, exactly the same narrative.
The world over, from Channel 7 Sunrise here, saying exactly the same thing as CNBC in America. Anyway, I've got to get my pasta. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, buddy. All right.
Yeah, Bandsaw, that's how you know it's the truth. You're hearing it from everybody.
Exactly. Everyone's spruiking the same message. That's exactly right, Coach. I don't know why we fight it so much.
You guys are fighting it and you're ruining it for everybody.
Oh, damn. You love it, Kosho. You love it.
I hate it, dude.
You don't.
You guys are ruining my fucking TV, dude. My news. Nah, I'm just joshing you.
You watch it.
No. You're right though. And by the way, I do not think communism is good. I'm just messing around. Communism is no good.
Dude, I unironically like Stalin.
You said you unironically like salad?
Stalin, dude.
Oh, Stalin. Yeah, he had a nice haircut, but I mean, other than that,
dude, you never see his hair. Wait a minute, you never see his hair. Almost all his pictures have him with the fucking hat on.
I swear he's got like that cool. Like
who are you thinking of?
He
doesn't really have his like hair out most of the time. He's usually wearing like a hat.
I swear, like in my mind's eye, I could see him with hair. I can't even see him with the hat on, but in my mind's eye, I don't know. Anyway, no, yeah, he's a cool guy. I mean, he's probably. I heard he smelt bad. That's what the president said. That's what President Roosevelt said. Said he smelled really bad. Cat food.
Really, he was a good golfer. Reports.
A Gulf of Tonkin.
Huh.
I'm just kidding. That was Israelis. Just kidding. That
He
was.
was very photogenic.
Yeah, I thought so. I got a pretty cool picture of him. Hold on. I'm not gonna pull it up. But yeah, I don't know. He was pretty good at war. He won that one war. That was pretty good.
It was pretty hectic in here today, was it, Coach?
Not so much, I don't think. I have one person muted, just look kind of, so I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I don't think he was being hectic today. But other than that, I don't think it was hectic, I don't think.
I believe you mute anyone.
Well, I haven't turned down very much. Even like the sound of his voice, it just doesn't feel very good. So I just turn down a lot, and then I just make sure no one's talking when I talk. Make sure he's not talking. He's not lighting up when I'm talking.
Well, at least you do the right thing there.
But what's it was in here?
Okay, who was he going toe to toe with?
The usual, I guess. I think.
Okay.
Not really anyone for that long though. Yeah, we talked about magnetism, but he didn't stay very long. No, we talked about the. Yeah, that's right. It's because there were so many people that I think Witsit couldn't even really get a word in too much. Because we talked about the pole, we talked about the Antarctic race around the South Pole.
Mm-hmm.
I had some information, but he didn't. It was too hard to get a word in. So.
Yeah, it is pretty hard when the room's full and jumping. Everyone
It was
wants
pretty
their
full.
5 seconds.
It was pretty full earlier. And then there's the Earth. There's the concave guy. He's such a troll.
Oh, Glory.
Yeah.
Glory.
I don't even know if he's a real concave Earther, man. I think he's just trolling.
I asked him a very simple question. He just said, "I'm not answering it. I'm not here to answer any questions." It's like, okay. All right.
Because we'll be having a conversation about something, and they'll just start screaming because we're not talking about concave Earth, and then, or he'll just like throw in some random GIF and start talking about it. I'm like, wait, what does this have to do with anything? Because not even like the concave Earth makes less sense than a flat Earth. It just is less interesting than the flat Earth.
I can't get my head around Easter egg Earth, to be honest with you.
Definitely. The thing is, the difference between flat Earth and concave Earth is flat Earth. It has less. The concave Earth has less problems, but also less points of distinct. Like you can't really make distinctions between the globe and the concave Earth.
So you're concave Earth and now Kosho.
No, I think it's just retarded.
Tell us what you really think, Kasho.
Yeah, don't hold back, buddy. Tell us what you really think.
Somebody said it earlier, there's a flat earther who said it earlier. He's like, wait, Hank Hill said it. He's like, wouldn't you see buildings next to some of the stars? It's like, yeah, you would. You would just, I mean, half the world, instead of things disappearing as they move away from you, you would see more things as they move away. You would see even more. Because it's like moving upward. You'd be moving away from you and then upward. You're like, wait a minute, how's that happening?
Kosho, are you, let me, honest question, are you in any way open to the Earth being anything other than what we're told it is? Have you got a part of your brain?
I was before. I was hoping there was, when I first found 24/7, I was glad.
Yeah.
Because I thought that, I'd never seen so much evidence in one place. And I was offering, you wouldn't believe this, but I was offering $1,200 at one point, not to troll people, but I had extra money. And also I was just I was searching for, because I knew there was flat earthers, and I was talking to people and seeing videos, and then, but there's a lot of the people, so there was some evidence that I couldn't answer, but there was also some evidence that had easy answers. And so I was trying to find the evidence I hadn't seen yet that like really answered it. And it was like, that, okay, definitely it's flat. But yeah, I didn't find that until I got to 24/7. Then I found like a whole pile of evidence. I was like, oh wow, okay. And but honestly, in the first couple of weeks and then months or whatever, I learned a lot more than I did before. So especially now, it's definitely like a cemented fact for me more than up in the air.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
See,
really.
for me, I'm more just unconvinced of the things that should apparently be convincing me than I am certain of anything in particular. Like all the stuff, well, not all the stuff, some of the stuff that gets presented from the globe side, I just don't get with it. I don't accept it with the same level of credulity. I don't like the word, but just taking it on board as fact. I think there's plenty of it that is worth questioning, and there isn't a solid enough answer for me to go, yeah, all right, I'm with you. I'm just not. I don't know what it is, but I just don't think it's what they tell us it is. And, even to the point where I'd say, given the state of the world and who clearly is running it, pretty much whatever they're telling you it is, you could almost guarantee it's not that. Don't know what it is, but it's probably not what they're telling you. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
You know what's funny is when I told you, like, when I had the reason why I was searching for if they see there's flat earth evidence, because I was kind of really bored and I was just coming out of like a depressing time. And when I heard the thing about BOB, because I've already seen the Math Powerland thing years before that, but then I saw the thing about BOB and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they were on TV, the nightly show or something, talking about it. And and also I had seen a video. I think I saw a video of my YouTube shit like a few weeks before that. But I was just thinking, I was like, I know the government lies to me about this or that, so let's assume that I cannot trust anything from NASA or any. I just can't trust anything that comes from official sources or whatever. But that's the only place to get it from.
Yep.
Is there any way that I can prove to myself right now that I'm on a spinning globe? And like that, then when I really asked myself that question, that's when I definitely started like getting into the flat earth and like going down the path, because I was like, I just thought about it. The first thing I thought of was I can call my ex-girlfriend in Russia right now, and there's nighttime for me, it's gonna be daytime for her. I can confirm that right there. But then that's what I'm saying. When I start talking to more flat earthers, you start learning like the flat earth description, the North Pole, the center, and you start like, okay, well that answers that. You know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of what I did. I kind of assumed that the government was lying to me, or I assumed that I wasn't getting the truth, and the purpose was to see if I can figure it out for myself.
Yeah. See, I'm sort of like this. Don't get me wrong. There's stuff in flat Earth I can't get with either. I don't think we've got an explanation for, but I'm not convinced about gravity. I'm not convinced about, you know, tethered atmospheres to spinning Earth in vacuum. There's nothing other than the narrative that makes that believable. It's other than the fact it's a good story. I like it. It's an entertaining story. It's fascinating, but there's nothing concrete to convince me of it. It's just a story. So stuff like, yeah, gravity's the same. No, I'm driving. I'm sort of got to concentrate. There's other bits as well that I just can't get it. If you scratch below the surface, like on the surface, that sounds good. Yep, no worries. But then as soon as you dig into it a bit and stop and think, you go, hang on, what about this? And then I haven't found anybody to give me arguments that satisfy me enough to swing back, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. You know what's a good thing though? Whenever you guys, because there's dudes who don't make, like there's just dudes who make pretty good arguments, and then there's dudes who make like the old arguments that even flat earthers, you guys know that they have it wrong or whatever. It's always good when you guys correct those guys because there's people, because like, when you give a crappy argument to someone who's not a flat earther, you know, it's like that kind of, I don't know. It makes the whole thing look like wait a minute, what else are you wrong about? Because that was the way when I was looking into it, there was evidence. And I was like, wait a minute, I don't know the answer to that. But then there was ones that are like obvious answers, but people are just getting it wrong. So yeah.
What's the argument, FE, that frustrates you the most?
It's hardest
for
to
me.
answer.
Look, for me, it's the spinning atmosphere. To me, that's just horseshit. And I wish I could. I don't have to. I have to take my pastor inside to my sick wife now. But
Good luck.
but yeah, that to me is my biggest. The sticking point that I guess it bugs me the most, because it's probably the one that I've got, in my opinion, the best personal experience with and best ability to not be convinced, you know, because of my own, I'll call it knowledge or whatever you want to call it. But that drives me insane when the topic gets onto that. I want to scream at people because they argue things that just don't happen, and nobody can show it happening to anyone. It's just assumed that it happens, like the Earth spins gas with itself in, you know, in inverted commas, in lockstep, even though there's winds going in every which way, up, down, sideways, but somehow it all just gets contained in this bubble, which is gravity. So that's the side note that I struggle with, is that gravity just holds it all there, and none of it escapes. And if some of it does escape into the nothing, the frictionless container of space. So I've said to people, oh, what? So a vacuum, that's your container, is it? That's your frictionless container. I believe, mount a very good argument against it, but right now I have to go and feed my family.
Oh yeah,
fair enough, mate. All right, till next time, FE. Have a good one.
So
mate.
guys, take care. It's been good chatting. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, what about you, Bandsaw, Bandit? Fucking
Well,
Bandit. What's your
I think he kind of misunderstood my question a little bit. It's like, what? Maybe
Oh, you were asking it the other way around, like the
like what point that
flat Earth argument.
Yeah. Does he, when he hears it, he just rolls his eyes, kind of thing? Like, would you shut up?
What about you?
Mine is probably the whole a plane should be noticing
Nose.
to fly around the Earth. Yeah, that'd be one that gets under my goat
Why?
a lot.
Why do you say that?
Well, because just the way planes operate, mate. You know, they fly in a pressure zone, don't they, to maintain
So it makes sense to you that they would be flying level the whole time around the sphere.
Well, yeah, and the whole level thing too. Well, a plane doesn't fly horizontally anyway. It flies in a very slightly tilted upward
Right,
position.
yeah.
Right?
So they can
And
keep using lift.
well, exactly, because if it doesn't, it's just going to fall out of the sky, and that's what frustrates me. That's the one argument that frustrates me the most when I hear it. Because if you understand the globe model, right? The globe model says that is going to have an even pressure zone all the way around it at different altitudes that the plane will stay in. Really, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's probably mine that frustrates me the most from the flat Earth side. What about yours coming from the globe side?
Oh, there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
It's mostly just people, to be honest with you.
Okay,
But
what's your pet argument? What's your pet argument that frustrates you?
there's a lot of them. So let me think. But there's so many of them because the problem is when people, like again earlier we were talking about geodesics and straight lines. You know, it's when it's really just it's not even a thing. It's a single argument. It's like a way of arguing that I don't like. Like you have to be able to, because like I said, I was talking to the Silent Zero the other day. You have to be able to, you have to decide that what's the reason what's the reason you're talking to anyone? What's the reason you're communicating? It's like you're communicating because your hope is that what you are expressing, whatever you're trying to express, is being absorbed by the other person, right? And yeah, so sometimes people aren't even willing to do what is required to get that done. So, for instance, like if you're arguing with somebody about something semantical, when you can just give them a little, like I said, geodesics and straight lines. It's like if it's easier for them to think of a geodesic as a straight line. What are you still on? What's the noise? Are you dying? Was you coughing or something?
Hey, no, I think that's white. You got a hot mic.
Okay, okay. I was like, honestly,
I'm not even doing anything.
That happened to somebody, dude. I think it was Jem or something. Jem, it sounded like he fell over. It was a couple of years ago. Damn, it is Toxic and Gems. Damn, who's over there? Anyways, I can't remember what I was saying. Are there any mods over there, dude? Let me see. Yeah, there's mods. Anyways, that's not important. And Bildu's over there. Like, don't tell anybody that. Don't say this to nobody. But I'm not a big fan of Bildu, He's just one of the people I'm talking about where it's like, it's more important to, I guess, showcase, I don't know, to put people down. I really don't know what the goal is, you know what I mean, for some people, but just definitely communicating anything is not their goal, it seems like sometimes. And so it's like, I forget what I was talking about, but
I've never had a drama with him, to be quite honest with you.
with him?
Personally. Yeah, not me
Yeah,
personally.
you're not the kind of person who would. But he's just very, very condescending and that kind of thing. And, it's a whole bunch of stuff. So it's like people, if somebody says something wrong or somebody has the wrong idea about something, and the goal is to, what you're trying to get across, what you're getting across, you don't have to focus on every little thing that they say that's wrong. You know what I mean? I don't know.
No, it takes forever.
Yeah, exactly. You get past
and it sidetracks way too many times.
It seems like their whole point is just to make you look stupid or something. It's like, dude, who cares? You're not gonna get your point across ever if you fucking focus on this dumb shit. And a specific argument, no, I don't have one.
It's crazy how we can debate for 7.5 years what a straight line is. That is absolutely amazing.
I mean, I hope it lasts forever, dude. When you guys retire.
Or perspective, Bandy. Same shit. I don't know how people can't see that something was going to disappear into the floor. Of course it's going to merge with the floor. But they just deny it outright.
Something will be spoken about, and all of a sudden, occasionally you hear white in the background, Right, fucking rah.
Usually, all I hear is him hot mic camper. You don't jump on lately.
Yeah, my bad. If I'm hot mic, can just mute me and tell me. I
No,
don't
you're
mean to
good.
hot mic. I get distracted.
You know, I do mute you.
I'm saying you haven't jumped. You haven't been around lately. Is what I'm saying.
He's ramping
I've been.
day.
Yeah, I had a good argument for that the perspective thing before. I forget what I was. I forget I made like a picture. I don't remember, but it doesn't. There's parts about it that don't make much sense. That's why I just can't remember. I feel like I wish I had a catalog of all the arguments I ever had and all the notes and pictures I ever made.
Discord has, if you made them all in Discord.
Yeah, but then you have to find them. I know in Japan's server, I could look right now. I've deleted probably 50,000 of my messages in Japan's, but I'm sure if I check right now, I used to delete a lot of my messages just because I didn't
That's
want them
suspicious.
saved. I mean, I just didn't want them.
Do you delete your messages, Bandy?
Every single one of them.
Just as I do, mate. Just as I do. That sounds fucking sus, mate. What are you deleting all your messages for?
I mean, I'm not doing that anymore. I can't remember why exactly. I didn't want to search through so many. Like I wanted to keep the good ones, and that's I had a bunch of junk ones. So right now I have 226,000 in gems.
Nice.
But
and now you're yearning for the ones that you have. Damn it.
Not really.
Apparently you delete other people's messages.
I wonder how many I have in here.
You like to change people's fucking server names. That's what you like doing. I thought that was pretty cheeky.
I only have 3,000 in here. Wow.
I've got fucking shit tons on Brandon. More than I have here. That's.
I have a shit ton in his too.
You're still going over there, are you?
No, not anymore, mate. But it is still going. Every now and then I pop in. You know, Crit's over there still fucking doing his thing, and a few others.
I am so surprised that server even gets used anymore, to be honest with you.
The COVID chat is still fucking debate all the time.
Just the people who there's people who can't come in here or haven't gotten invited here. I don't want to name names, but I can think of a few people who just never got invited. And
they're locked in.
Yeah, I can see why. But anyways, you know what? Just because not to make it contentious, but just to make it fun. I don't know. I was just gonna talk about that perspective thing. Maybe we can, because we've been talking about Coriolis for a couple of weeks and other shit.
Get back to a new topic. All right, let's start. The
Yeah, you gotta create a new one, yeah.
Of the month should be perspective. All right, let's go.
But you know what's funny though, by the way? Even though we've been talking about Coriolis, it's not just a server, it's just the entire community. There's no conclusions ever to anything, dude. We don't ever get to any fucking conclusions because it's just because of the environment. There's so many people, and before conclusion can be gotten to, it gets to the point where someone changes the subject, and then everybody else is like, "Yeah, we need to change the subject anyways. Let's change the subject." Like, all right, there we go.
Yeah.
Never conclusion.
We can conclude it. We're just gonna White and I. We're gonna rent a rail gun.
I was going to go with a cannon, but railgun's awesome. Let's do that.
Yeah, and we're gonna bust it. We're gonna bust it on its head. But anyway, Kosho, sorry to derail your
No, I didn't have any. I remember because I don't know if White's word argument is a lot like Lemons, but Lemons is pretty as far as the arguments flat Earth come from. I know Lemons pretty well, so his is not bad. It has to do with life is short. He has a video regarding perspective, and basically all Lemons stuff comes from that video. But yeah, there's some true things about that things disappear from the bottom up, but not really, because things will disappear at the same rate. Like they should.
No, see, that's where it pisses me off. Right there is my pet peeve. At the same rate, that is based on scale, on height above the surface which you are standing. If your perspective is from the surface and there's something that's in the distance that towers above you and that surface, the rate at which it merges with the ground changes. It's not all even. Yes, the whole thing is shrinking evenly in perspective. That has to, left, right, top, down. But with the whole perspective of a floor and a ceiling versus no walls, it merges with the floor first based on scale.
Okay, so you're saying it merges.
And when you say Lemon's thing, it's not Lemon's thing, although he describes it well. It's just perspective. It's just the laws of perspective. That's how it works. Angle.
Well, no, because I agree with what you say, but when you say merges with the floor first, like that's this, so we can describe this with numbers. Let's just describe a building, and the building has a certain amount of floors, and the floors are 10 feet each. Okay, so if you're looking, and the building is 10 miles away, it starts to shrink. The floors, all the floors in the entire building, though, will become they'll shrink equally, right? From your perspective, right? Like the same.
Well, yeah. The angular size is changing equally. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's the part I don't get is even the ones closer to the first 3 floors will be just as big as the 3 floors above that, right? To you, like the angular size.
Yeah. But what you fail to acknowledge, and that's the pet peeve, is that the ones, especially the one closest to the ground, right? Your eyes have to be able to, resolve that floor from the ground. Now, your eyes can more easily resolve all the other floors. They're not as close to the ground. But the one that's right next to the ground is the first one to blend in to that 1 pixel that you can no longer resolve as to 2 pixels. It goes to 1. All of a sudden, the ground and that first floor merge. It looks to you as though the floor now, the floor now hits the second level, right? And if you take it away further, that bottom floor again, although you're correct, the angular size has changed, the top to the bottom that's the same each floor. It just happens to be like the second floor happens to be the one that's now closest to the surface and becomes hardest to resolve before the next one above it and the next above it again. That's just how, and that's due to the angle of attack. If you raise yourself and your perspective higher, that angle to that very bottom floor opens up, which means you've got a little bit more time to resolve the bottom floor versus the floor before it disappears into 1 pixel.
You know, it's funny that I think it's the first time anyone's ever said that like that. And I think that's pretty good because
that's perspective, man.
Well, no, because I've known that before, but just the way you put it causes me to think about like a 31 floor building, and you move far away enough to where, and the buildings are really weird colors, all colors all over, whatever. It's like every story is a different color, and yeah. So, anyways, you move away far enough to where each floor becomes a pixel. Not each floor, but I guess this would have to be a pretty rectangular building. So each floor is like a square. Yeah, okay. So each floor is like a square, 10 feet by 10 feet. Anyway, you move far away, and then the floor becomes the size a pixel would be, basically. And then you move far away enough to where that's unresolvable. That should be so. The first two, first floor, and the ground become unresolvable, and that should be
Exactly.
there should be 16. 60. It should look like there's 16 different distinct parts of it, but the bottom one should be gone. Hold on, let me think for a second.
Just a resolution. Raise your height. You open up and see it again. Nothing to do with.
It's all about the law of your eye.
The angle of the dangle. Everything's about the fucking angle of the. But yes, all reverse engineered from how our optics, how we see the world. That's why it all works mathematically, because it's how we fucking see shit. Oh yeah, that's another pet peeve of mine. When ballers say, "Oh, well then how would it work on a flat Earth then?" It's like, well, fuck, it works exactly like we see it. It's not going to look any different, but we just happen to be on a. You think it's a ball, but we're on a flat. We see it as it fucking is. Nothing would change. It is our reality.
Okay, here's a problem then.
This is when they bring fraction and curving light and all this sort of stuff into it.
No, so I was thinking about. I was okay, yeah, because I never thought of the argument like that before. And it's interesting because on the surface it does seem like once it becomes pixelated like that, it should be the unresolvable part should be mixed into where the ground is. But then you get to a certain point where half of the object, or whatever it is, half of whatever it is should be unresolvable, and the top half of it completely should be almost unresolvable. Not yet though. Yeah, it's not unresolvable yet, but it's you can still see it. You move far away back a little bit, another, because I have the things in size every time. Yeah, so I guess again you move another segment back. But anyway,
yeah, but now you're thinking to. You just quickly, you're thinking to floor by floor like. Think millimeter by millimeter.
why is that going to change it?
Well, because you can still see plenty of a building and half of a building go, and you can see that half of the building quite clearly, but you're not going to see that millimeter of the building that's merged with the surface, right? That's still at the very merging. Even though you can see the rest of it clearly, and I mean angular size, if you shouldn't see it, that brings into refraction. If it's physically further than you should be able to see it, you'll see it. But you've definitely got the issue whereby clarity brought into the question. Why can we resolve the top part so well when half the building's missing? I would suggest, can you see clearly that very last little layer before it hits the surface? I have to say no. It does get blurry.
Sometimes you can see it fairly well. But you know what? I'm thinking about it some more. I think you have to move back pretty far before, like each time you move back to see another half. So if you move back to where it's 32, just 33, 31 stories high. I'm sorry. it's 30. Yeah, let's say it's 30. I don't know what it would be. Hold on. 33. Yeah, it's 32 stories high. You move far away back enough to where you can only see the bottom is already unresolvable because it's resolved with the ground. And actually, that would still make each 2 floors would be the size of a pixel. So it's almost unresolvable. Yeah.
Well, if that's every floor, then that's every floor.
Yes. You still have to move away. So if that happened at 3 miles, it would be 48 miles before the whole building, it's half the building and half the ground, which is fine. But even when it's half the building, that whole half of the building should still be only 1 pixel, which seems like not enough information to be able to get a detailed image. Like it's only like one piece of information. So even though it's still resolvable.
Well, no, because your angle to a building, like if you stood right next to the building, like think of the angular size going to the top, right? So now take that building 45 miles away or whatever, a flat plane. Your angle to the top of that building, right, is much bigger than the angle to the bottom.
Excuse me?
So the actual...
Much bigger? Do you want to quantify it? What? I dare you to quantify it.
Larger? Can I say larger? Will that satisfy you?
I dare you to quantify it.
Do I need to for this conversation?
Yes.
In all honesty, can you butt out while I just say it? The angle to the top of the building will be larger than the angle to the bottom of it. All right, now be quiet. And therefore, you're going to see it for longer. So if you're going to try and say it should all happen evenly from your perspective where you're closer to the surface, Kosho, that's not correct.
Can I ask Ruth a question real quickly?
Right.
Go for it. And he said this in this way. I just never thought about it before, and it sounded kind of interesting. But and so I was thinking about like binary numbers, like powers of 2. The easiest way to think about it. But he was saying like you move away far enough where I'm going to talk to you about it in the way of a camera. So even though it's a human eye, I'm going to give it to you like with pixels in a camera. Okay, you move away far enough to where the entire bottom story of a building, and each building, by the way, in this building, each floor is 10 by 10. Okay, so just so it's a square. But anyways, you move away far enough to where the bottom floor and the ground now share the same pixel. So basically, every 2 floors now are going to be a part of the same pixel. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think so.
Okay. So basically, the entire building will be taking up 16 pixels if you count the bottom one that's merged with the ground. But there'll be 15 pixels that are still represent the building. Right. And let's just say this happens at 3 miles. It makes sense that before that happens again, where you have to break the building in half and it'll be resolvable in only, 16 by 8 pixels, that should happen at 6 miles, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
I was going to say, my example, if I have a building that is 20 meters tall, right, and my observer height is 10 meters. All right, question for Whites is, why does he think the bottom half is going to be unresolvable before the top half?
Why bring that up? I mean, my point would be that it's going to merge with the ground before the top. So every day of the week, no matter your vantage point, the bottom will merge with the ground before the top. But that's not the scenario.
10 meters.
The scenario is
They're
we
both
are
10
on.
meters.
You said the height was 20 and you are at 10 meters. So you're right in the middle. But the ground is still going to merge with the bottom before the top.
The top 10 meters. The top 10 meters has exactly the same angular size as the bottom. Why is the bottom somehow unresolvable?
It doesn't have the ground on top of it. There is no ground on top of it. No surface. There is just this. Oh my God. Go, Kosho, please.
I have a 10 meter.
You didn't even let Kosho finish his explanation. And now you don't understand it. And now you're asking questions that. No, but he didn't understand it clearly because it's the ground that it's merging with. What would it merge with in the sky? Just out of curiosity.
To be honest with you, if there was, like in the way I described with the pixels, the pixel that represented the ground right below the building would be the same as the pixel that represented the sky. Like the pixel would be the same size. So if it was merging with the pixel on the ground, the one in the
merge
sky,
the sky as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
Seriously, boys.
Yes, seriously. This Rayleigh criterion is utterly irrelevant. Utterly irrelevant. It's about resolution, not about hiding things from the bottom. And you can't quantify it, Whites. You cannot quantify it.
I don't need to quantify it. You
Yes,
guys
you do.
can't tell
There
me
is a
that
formula.
a sky pixel is going to blend out the top of the building like the floor will, like
will,
the
exactly.
earth will. All the variation of color that the earth has versus the sky. That's ridiculous.
No, this is what the Rayleigh criterion is. It's which 2 points become unresolvable from each other. At what angle? Whether that's the ground
So
and
you
the
think
building,
so
or
you
the
think
building
the
and the
two
sky.
pixels only become unresolvable if they're directly in front of you versus if they're above you or below
No,
you?
no. Your point was that the bottom half is somehow closer and has a smaller angular size or a larger angular size. Doesn't that work against you, actually?
No. The bottom is a smaller angular size because you're on the surface, as is the bottom of what you're looking at. Therefore, it merges because it's a smaller angle before the rest of the building because that angle is larger. Doesn't
Okay,
work
right.
against me at all.
No, you're right. So if I'm at 10 meters, right, if I'm in the middle of the building, both halves of that building have exactly the same angular size.
Yeah, but only one is merging with the ground. Only one you have to start resolving the very bottom of the ground. You don't have to resolve the top against the sky. That's ridiculous.
Yes, you do. No, it's not. That's exactly
No,
what happens. There are two sources of
fair
light,
enough.
right?
If that's how you deny perspective, that's fine.
Well, again,
You're not
quantify
going to
your
convince
bullshit.
me. You're not going to convince me. I don't need to quantify it.
Of course you don't.
You,
There is a formula
well,
for Rayleigh criterion.
Why do I?
Because there is a
Yeah,
formula.
who
Why
cares
won't
about
you
that?
apply it? Why won't you apply it?
I don't need to apply it if you're going to disregard
then
what's
if you're
happening.
not going to, then your explanation is bullshit. It is meaningless. It is contentless.
Oh, sure. Thank you for your input.
Thanks.
That's fine.
How's your funny?
Evening, Bandy. Good evening.
Good evening. Well, say that something can't be put into a mathematical formula, I think is a little bit
Bandy?
ridiculous myself.
It's
The Rayleigh
perspective. It already
criterion.
can be. Just
The
don't need to
Rayleigh
quantify it for
criterion
him.
is a mathematical formula.
And this is
Depends on the wavelength of light and the size of the aperture.
yes, and
It's not perspective, is it?
No, it's got nothing to do with perspective.
Say that we see everything. To say that we see everything mathematically is just I find this ludicrous. Actually, I find it ludicrous. Say that we see things mathematically and it can be explained mathematically.
Say oh, you know, you weren't. Oh man, none of you guys were here. Ozzy's weren't here. Man, Don's my buddy. Don Shredder. No. Whoa. Strike that. I mean, not Don Shredder. The Press Don. There you go. The Press Don. He's my buddy. And
The one that stole your money.
yeah, the one I got doubled my money that day, dude. Anyways,
I know.
I fucking did. Anyways, fuck's sake. Anyway, you see the GIF? Maybe I'll see it. I made that GIF. Posted it a while ago, so probably don't know if you can see it. Oh, no, not a while ago. Anyways, doesn't matter. I made that GIF, and he comes in sometimes because he didn't understand, or he understood it more than the people I was actually trying to explain it to, but he had a complaint about it, a criticism about it, and basically it has to do with the atmosphere and basically the ground. I was using the ground speed tangential ground speed as the same as the tangential air speed, and I feel like the difference between doing that and actually putting the accurate airspeed at the location is the difference between those two values and the actual tangential velocity for the inertial speed, like 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, is just so low. Anyways, he kept complaining about it. He was getting so erratic about it. And I said, fine, just give me the values for what these criticisms are. And he's not going to do it. But you don't realize that, like, if you have a criticism, and it does have a mathematical application or description, then giving the mathematical value for what that discrepancy will be is actually pretty useful, right? Because then you can at least see if it's irrelevant or if it's a real problem.
Yeah, Rayleigh criterion, absolutely irrelevant. And if you apply the formula, you will see that it's irrelevant. Well, first of all, it's irrelevant because it's not even about hiding. What about perspective? Do you think that the curve calculator is mathematically correct? Like, do you think it gives you the...
No.
Sure, you don't? Okay. How many years have you had to fix it then?
How many years? I don't need to fix the fucking curve calculator, Rudy.
Well, you think it's wrong. You think it's wrong, so you think it's wrong, but you can't fix it.
No, it's not that I can't. Why would I even entertain fixing it?
Because you guys, well, your side generally compares the predictions of the curve calculator, compares the predictions of the curve calculator to photos. If you think it's wrong, then what are you doing?
The curve calculator was put forward to do exactly that. So it was a tool that was then used.
Right.
Have I ever hit you up with it, mate, personally?
Personally, I don't know.
No, I've never entertained you with a curve calculator issue. Not at all.
Okay.
So
but do you
take it
think
up with
all these
someone.
guys... Okay.
That's where these arguments comes in. This is like, oh, you've got the curve calculator, or this is a QE argument, or this or that, and it's just, I don't know why you guys resort to these things when generally some of the people that you're referring these things to aren't using them or refer to these people.
I think it's pretty clear that the most common argument in flat Earth is we see too far. And then people like White's word go, oh, it doesn't include perspective. And I'm like, are you saying that the mathematics is therefore wrong? And he said, yes. If it's wrong...
Did I say the Rayleigh criteria was wrong?
No, you said the curve calculator is wrong.
The formula was wrong. Of course. It's an oblate spheroid, isn't it? Of course it can't be fucking correct.
No, right. I asked you whether the curve calculator is mathematically correct, as in it gives you the correct prediction for a globe. I'm not asking whether it matches reality. I'm asking you whether the mathematics of it is correct.
Well, no, not for a globe. No.
Okay. So again, you cannot make any see too far arguments. You're now banned from making those arguments.
Oh my God. Yes, I can, mate.
No, you can't. What curve calculator are you going to use?
You just been told what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
Well, if he's going to make a prediction, right?
Am I going to use? Oh
yeah, if you're going to say that we see too far, what is your globe prediction to say that we see too far?
It's a flat plane. What globe prediction?
When you say your logic, when you say we see too far, when flat earthers in general say we see too far, they are comparing an observation against a prediction. If you are saying that the curve calculator is wrong in its prediction, then your logic fails. Do you understand that?
No, because you asked me about the curve calculator. You didn't say about the bullshit refraction addition. The curved calculator itself is optically very wrong until you introduce the refraction component. Then it
Okay, so you just
becomes,
deny
oh
refraction.
yeah, look, if you add this. Sorry, what?
So you deny refraction, but you accept that there's no.
No. So you asked specifically about the Earth's curve calculator, not the refraction index applied to it.
Okay. But you deny that our atmosphere bends in accordance with 7
Did
over
I
6
say
A.
that?
I'm trying to
Well, we're
elucidate your
we're
position.
7 over 6.
You seem very defensive about what your position is.
I'm not defensive at all. You're inserting words.
I'm trying to elucidate your position.
Well, why? Just hear my words.
Because I feel like a fight. Is that okay?
No, you just broke up. I didn't hear that.
No, I said I feel like a fight.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Go for it. Yeah, bring it on.
Right.
I'll ignore you or run you in circles because that'll entertain me more.
I'm sure you will. Yes.
Oh,
Go on, Jerry.
Yo, it sucks, man. You guys all three of you, Jerry, Jeremy, and SE, they missed the observation tonight. Did you see your observation, Jerry? If you didn't see it, then don't worry, because you still got tomorrow night and the next 2 days also, but still.
Yeah.
Seen the sun here for a couple of weeks.
I'll give it a shot tonight. It should be passing over at, I think, 10:06. Should be about, I think, like 18 degrees.
Don't
off
forget
the
that
horizon.
it's an hour ahead.
what's this? The quantum locked fucking space blimp?
So this 22:06:23. That's
quantum lock blimp.
That's your time.
Oh yeah, it might be my time, so it might be 11:06. But I mean, if I were you, I would just double check. You can go to Heavens Above and check, or you can go to any ISS app and check. You know.
All right. Jeremy and I were actually talking about this. What would that mean if we saw it?
You would see a light in the sky, Jerry. That's what that would mean.
Light in the sky. You want to see a light in the sky, dude?
There's a light in the sky. That's awesome.
You know what's funny?
See a bunch of those.
You know what's crazy is I did this 2 years ago, I think, and there was a pass that I think I don't want to get this wrong. So what happened to Reed?
Careful. We'll hold it against you forever.
Damn. Okay. Anyways, I hope Webs was okay. Or Banson. Okay. Anyways, what was I saying?
Yeah, I tried to type something and got a warning.
Yeah, dude.
I used the word fluff.
I posted a link from fucking MC Tune, and it said flurf in it, and it gave me a warning.
Yeah, I know. Come on, Gio. I'll reword it without the word fluff.
Okay.
No, but it was
You better not be texting about me, bro.
Oh, Jerry. It's for Jerry.
I did an ISS pass anyways. I think there was one that my brother, because my brother lives in Perth, I did one where he could see it at the same time as me. But I'm not. I may have just told him when his was, and maybe I couldn't see it. So I don't want to confirm that we could see one. Because I don't think we can see one at the same time. But anyway.
Oh, you better get the story straight before you say it. It could mean one or the other, couldn't it?
Honestly, I don't think we could. What do you think, Rav? Do you think there could be a pass where I could see, where in America we could see it, and then the same pass Australia can see it?
Maybe West Coast, maybe. You have to plot it out, I think.
I gotta think about it.
This is coming to you, Jerry.
Just takes the right conditions. You can see your own ass, apparently, yeah?
With the refraction, you can see Rumpus's ass.
No one wants to see Rumpus's ass.
People said that first. Before I even met Rumpus, People kept saying that. Like, yeah, Rumpus says he could see his own ass with if their fraction was perfect.
Yeah, no scattering. Yeah, but theoretically, yes.
People were saying that for so long, or like people just would. It's funny how they ridicule. You guys ridicule some people because sometimes people do say silly shit, but it's like pretty smart people. I know flat earthers say like Isaac Newton and Einstein were stupid and stuff like that.
Define intelligent. Define smart.
Well, let's just say this. They had ideas that were so novel and so utilitarian and so valuable that that's why they're legendary in our minds, even though they're dead. They had ideas that were novel that we still use. That's probably one of the most. That's probably the smartest you can get if you think about it.
I think maybe perhaps that's because history recalls it that way. And they've been put up on pedestals.
Flap your arms wide, check out, and check back in again. You're
Oh,
breaking up.
again.
Roboting
Oh, fuck's sake, right?
Oh, fuck me, Dan.
Was that clear? Was that clear enough?
Yeah, stop making him mad, man, son. Pissing me off too, man.
It's all about his perspective.
Yeah. Oh, fucking, that was brilliant, Bandsaw. That was a good one, dude. Oh my God. Anyways,
People would appreciate it.
I'm just messing with you, man. No, but yeah, but the Einstein and the Newton thing, you say it's history, but I use the fruits of their fucking knowledge more than I ever bring them up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't bring up Einstein for his intellect. I bring up something that Einstein has put into the, put into the zeitgeist. Okay, and same thing with Newton. Like Newton, I don't bring up Newton at all, except for in this conversation. I usually bring up things like the laws of motion or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I'm saying is that that's what they've given to the world, and it came from their mind. So I think that's pretty smart.
I would agree, Kosho, that these people have given us things that are very useful today. Used every single day. That's pretty useful.
I believe they rediscovered.
Oh yeah, definitely. To some extent. I mean, Einstein, he kind of collected together, as we all do, ideas from other people and used that to build his description of things and that. But yeah, we all do that, of course. And even Newton, I'm sure some of the truths he came up with completely. Some of them he really had to think about. But and others he obviously like they came from like Galileo and stuff. But and other people like that. So it's like they kind of put things together that other people had built. Like, I think it was Newton who said that he stands on the shoulder of giants. So it's like you're building off with other people and then adding something new. But still, but at the same time, maybe they didn't. Like Einstein's relativity and stuff, it's built from other people's. Because I think what's his name? Who was his teacher? That had the thing about he had already the equation for 4-dimensional space time and stuff. But
well, see, when you're talking about bendy space time, that's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Is it though?
So,
think about it like this.
It is kinda.
But think about this. The thing, because what happened was in the 1800s, Maxwell and Faraday and then the other electrical fuckers, they they discovered all these laws that were definite laws, and basically they were doing cool shit with electricity. But in those laws, it was necessitated that light had a constant speed that was the same constant speed no matter what frame you're viewing it from. So no matter what frame you're in, is a constant speed. And that's what makes those equations that were definitely working work. And that was the problem, is that realizing that it was like working off of that as your axiom, basically. That kind of necessitated what Einstein came up with special relativity and how, time dilation and that type of shit. You know what I mean?
Light
So it's
doesn't
like,
have a constant speed, Kosho. It doesn't.
no, but I say
And none
that.
of that's proven.
Of course, you're right. But that's not what I mean, though. I don't mean that light always moves at the same speed. I mean the speed of light in a vacuum has a top speed. It's only one top speed. The speed of light in a vacuum has one top speed. It can't be exceeded. And it can be that speed in vacuum force.
Well, hold on. What sort of vacuum here? Are we talking a vacuum that is, say, 10 to the negative 10 tall, or 10 to the negative 11, or 10 to the 11 negative 13? Like, what sort of vacuum are we putting this constant speed to?
A vacuum.
All those numbers are zero, Bandy. All of those numbers you just said, zero.
Nothing is zero.
Oh, what else is left in there after you pull all the air out,
Yeah,
or almost
fuck all.
all of the air?
Fucking 10 to the minus 11 is fuck all, right?
Okay, yeah. So what else is left in there?
Yeah, very little.
Even if it is fuck all, it is still something.
I know, but it's not going to make a difference.
No. What else? Other than the little bit of air that's left.
Yeah, hold on. He's saying it's bullshit. That is, you can't say that. It's bullshit because you don't know. You haven't measured your bullshit to say that it is bullshit, right?
Okay, so between 10 to the minus 11, 10 to the minus 11 to 10 to the minus 12, there's 10 times less. 10 times less of fuck all.
How big?
Yeah,
How big
which
was
is which is also fuck all.
Was the vacuum 93 million miles long? How long was it?
Something like that, yeah.
No idea. So to base something on something you've got no idea about is ludicrous, really. Absolutely ludicrous.
Do you know what Avogadro's number is?
I've got no idea.
Yeah, they're like 6 point. I want to say 0. Let's just say let's call it 6. It's like 6 times 10 to the 23 or something like that. So it's 6 with 23 zeros. All right. So, or 6 times 10 with 23 zeros. Anyways, it's a very big number. That's like trillion. And it doesn't matter. It's a very big number. Trillion times a billion, something like that. Anyways, my point is that a trillion times 10 billion. But that's not important. What's important is this is how many carbon atoms are in a liter of 12 liters of carbon. So that was a long way of, is that right? Maybe it's not right. 12, it doesn't matter. That's not my point.
Isn't it the number of molecules in a mole of whatever?
Yeah, in a mole. Yeah, right. But isn't a mole? Wouldn't that make? Never mind. The 12. It's like 12
You
grams.
guys are losing it.
That'd be 12 grams of carbon, then, right?
No.
Yeah, right.
Talking around themselves around in circles.
Who knows, man? Listen, forget about the numbers, okay? I can't fucking remember. It doesn't matter.
Just forget about the numbers.
No, the point is that that's how many carbon atoms are in a mole. Okay, and a mole is like a liter or 12 liters. I can't remember which. It doesn't matter. The point is that's a very big number, and whenever you think about that's how many carbon atoms are in a, let's call it a liter. Okay, a liter that's right in front of you. That's how many carbon atoms are there. When you make that smaller and you say like, okay, let's think about one carbon atom in a whole meter, and then there's how many meters between you and the sun. There's not even going to be fucking there's not even going to be that one. There's not going to be as many carbon atoms between you and the sun that was in that 1 liter jar, and you couldn't even see any of the carbon atoms then.
You know.
Because I just did the math loosely.
Did the maths. You're just guesstimating at best.
No, I'm not guesstimating.
Talking something.
At best.
You're talking about something that has a corridor of 93 million miles, and you're saying it's got less than this because you did a mathematical equation.
How many kilometers? How many kilometers is that? 100. Let's call it 160 kilometers. Let's call it 150 kilometers. 150 kilometers. That makes it 150,000 meters. Okay, 150,000 meters. Okay,
Wow.
so there's 150 million meters. I'm way off.
No.
Yeah, I'm way off. Hold on. 150 billion meters. Okay.
This is why your mathematics is so reliable.
Listen, fool. Listen to me. 150 billion meters, I think. Okay. 150.
How many places we move in this decimal point? Come on.
Doesn't matter. 150 billion meters between you and the sun. Okay. And in each one of those meters, let's assume there's only one carbon atom. So that's still 150.
And firstly, why are we going to assume that?
Because I'm giving you the average density of space. Yes.
No, you're just assuming.
Guesstimation, average.
It's not an assumption. That's our model.
Of course.
It's a measured value.
This is an assumption.
It's not an assumption.
Haven't measured it at all. Haven't measured it. You got to be honest, Kosho. Come on.
I didn't measure it.
Measured it.
I didn't measure it. No, but
no one measured it.
You made me forget my fucking point, dude. I'm trying to do all this dumb math. Rube's doing much better than me.
Now, bandies.
The assumptions.
Listen to me. It is measured, dude. Okay?
Dude.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude. Love it.
God damn it, dude.
If light was a particle and you squashed it, what would it look like?
Who knows? If my girlfriend was a horse and she had legs and breasts like a woman, yeah, well, she does, by the way, but she's not a horse. But what's the point of asking a question like that?
Just in case you're wondering, because fuck, just had to clarify she does, by the way.
I'm just saying, it was dumb that I said that. I was like,
oh no, yeah.
My girlfriend was a horse that had legs and breasts like a woman. She does have legs and breasts like a woman, so.
You're off the game tonight, aren't you?
What was the point of asking that though?
Because you're assuming that light has photons and photons are particles when they're not.
I'm not assuming that light is photons. Photons is light. That's right. But photons are not particles. I'm not assuming that at all.
Yeah. Now we're in the weeds. We're on perspective, and now we're talking about fucking light again. We're going to get back to the double slit.
We had a long conversation about the double slit last night.
Don't you worry.
Did you resolve it?
Somehow, we will wiggle Coriolis into this. I guarantee.
Honestly, dude, that's crazy. It gets to the point where you guys are just like turned off by Coriolis, and then we don't talk about it anymore. But none of this stuff gets resolved, man. Because it feels like, and that's what I'm saying. That's because
because look, at the end of the day, mate, things have to be verified, and the maths is all there. I'll give you that. But until we can shoot a cannon and actually film the thing deviating over, 100 meters over 25 kilometers or something one way, and then turning it around at the equator and shooting the other way, and verifying this, there's no way to actually prove it.
Well, there are ways to verify it though. Like if I told you, if I said, hey man, I'm gonna shoot a ballistic object, I'm gonna shoot it 200 miles above the surface, so that the air can't affect it. I'm gonna shoot it in a straight line across the surface, fucking fast, like 17,000 miles per hour fast. And I said,
No, the ISS is bullshit.
And I said that I'm gonna shoot it straight ahead. And I'm gonna tell you where I start. I'm gonna tell you which direction I'm pointing it, and the Coriolis should cause that path to deviate by the time it gets, I don't know, 10 minutes from now. However far it's going to move in 10 minutes. And I say, knowing this, I should be able to predict where it's going to be in 10 minutes because I'm telling you the speed it's traveling, it's starting a straight line, and how fast the Earth is rotating. So I should be able to calculate where this should be based on the path that Coriolis is going to force it to go. And if you were able to calculate that correctly, then that has to tell you that everything that you used to calculate that was correct. Otherwise, you just guessed the right number, right?
Well, okay, humor me for a minute. Imagine if, for example, there's a conspiracy and whatever's up there knows the path to take for those calculations. Now, just humor me. Imagine it's up there taking the path that tricks you personally. You're being tricked by it because it's taking the path that you think it should on a ball due to Coriolis. Okay? Now, how could you prove that they're not tricking you? I know we could shoot a fucking cannon from the equator north and then from the equator south and verify this anomaly for our fucking selves. Then we could know.
Who's going to pay for all the damage and lives that you've ruined from doing that?
Oh my God, it's a cannon. You're shooting at 25 kilometers and we're doing it in a desert somewhere. We're not killing people. It's not going to explode upon impact. Fuck me, mate.
Hey, man, well.
Use a blank.
Use a blank.
Someone sit back, get a short and put it on fucking YouTube. That's fucking funny. We're going to get a cannon and we're going to shoot blanks to test Coriolis. That's awesome. Oh, fuck. Oh, ballers will still fucking get, yep, look. Yep, verified.
Just don't let Alec Baldwin shoot them.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, fucking hell. In fact, actually, we might get a result if we let him do it.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Is this Chris Rock and Will Smith thing got much more news than that did. He actually killed someone.
I can't actually believe people are talking about that stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's how much symbolic stuff. Like,
it's
symbolically important, the Oscars and stuff like that. So, yeah, who cares? You killed someone, but if you slap someone at the Oscars,
yeah, exactly.
Well, he wasn't famous. The guy Alec Baldwin killed wasn't famous. So, God, that's got to be traumatic. Like, it's got to be traumatic for the guy who gets shot, but it's got to be traumatic to just accidentally shoot somebody like that.
Yeah, it'd be pretty rough. It's not the first time it's happened, though.
So you can't.
You hear that, Riff? You just got back. We're going to test Coriolis by we're going to go to the equator. We're going to shoot some cannons, but we're going to make sure that nobody gets hurt. So we're going to use. Bandsaw said we should use blanks.
Did I hear someone say, "Oh, we're going to hire a railgun"?
That would be the ultimate. Rui, you can fund that, surely.
I could.
In fact, why don't you do that and then just let me keep it after we're done?
Sure.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Hey, Ruf, let's say the government is hiding the shape of the Earth, and they're pretending there's an ISS. By the way, they're so fucking risky that they're going to pretend there's an ISS up there just because they want to really fool us. So they're going to invent some technology that we can see. Anyway, this is
not hard to follow you guys. Seriously,
if I was a flat earther and I was trying to make sense of this, if I was the fucking government, I wouldn't tell them that there's people in space. I wouldn't tell you guys that at all. I wouldn't put people in
Why not?
space because you're just
You can
making
look
shit
up and
harder for
see all
yourself.
sorts of
You're
shit.
just making shit harder for yourself.
Yeah.
And you're giving people like the hope that they're going to leave the planet. Like, oh yeah, we're really going to leave, guys. We're even up
No
here.
one's got any hope that anyone's leaving the planet. Do you hope that?
No, but there's people in the ISS now, right? And you guys say there's
No,
not.
there's not.
Right. So there's
Of
people
course
who are
not.
growing up. And
Why would there be?
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
don't even care if there is or is not. Like, there's the level you guys have to go to deny that it's up there, traveling at absurd speeds.
No, there is no
pretty impressive.
level. There is no level. We don't deny it's up there. There is something up there, clearly. We just say you can't verify that it's a pod with people in it.
But that
And
doesn't
they're
matter.
floating
I never
around,
used
that's
that. I never used that in my argument. We have something up there, traveling 28,000 kilometers an hour, not very aerodynamically shaped. It's an object. It casts a silhouette. It reflects light.
Okay. So you
it's
assume the
clearly
medium.
a
That's
vacuum.
fine.
Oh, it's clearly a
No,
vacuum. How can it
clearly
travel
a
at 28,000 k's
vacuum.
an hour?
What is a
If it's not
vacuum,
a
Rugif?
vacuum,
Is a space evacuated of air, or is it evacuated of everything?
What other things do you propose are in a vacuum?
Have you ever verified that there's nothing else in a vacuum?
Nothing that's going to cause any air resistance or any resistance at all. Otherwise, it
Really?
would slow down, right?
Interesting.
You know, clearly there's no air resistance. Clearly there's no force slowing it
air
down.
resistance. No force.
Any
So
resistance.
air's the only thing. Oh, any. Okay, right. How do you know that?
Because it doesn't slow down.
How do you know that, though? How do you know it
Because you
couldn't
can
go
measure the
faster than it
speed.
does? No, but how do you know it couldn't be going faster than it does if there wasn't maybe some resistance that's up there?
Hang on, I might have to go.
Yeah, I
What?
bet.
Hang on.
His argument, okay, dude, he's saying the speed. Like I said this the other day about terminal velocity. The reason why terminal velocity is a thing is because the faster you go, the larger the drag force becomes, and the drag
Exactly.
force is based on your speed. So there's a harder force going against you by a great deal the faster you go. And so once you get to these speeds, 17,000 miles per hour, or 28, whatever you said, I don't know the
kilometers.
Yeah, there you go. So I'll just say 17,000 miles per hour. Once you go in these speeds, the drag is enormous, and
Would be if there were any particles.
Exactly. Yeah.
Applying a force.
So either
air.
A, this thing is magical, B, there are no particles there in the place where it's at. There's nothing for it to run into.
That's what we call a vacuum.
No.
I mean, you can
No,
call a
that's
vacuum something else. That's okay. Let me put my headphones on, and then we can actually go and do some shit, get these kids ready.
Oh. Hold on. Where were we? ISS. That's right. Yeah. Because I'm with Ruhif about the no people thing. Like, forget about the people. There doesn't have to be people on there.
Yeah.
Peopleless.
Yeah, peopleless. Exactly, peopleless. Just like let's say bandsaw, peopleless, and just kidding.
The gloves are coming off
I
tonight,
was
Coach.
messing with you.
What was that? PP-less?
Peopleless. Anyways, there's no people on the ISS. Like I said, the speed, it tells you something. It tells you it's not in the atmosphere. That for sure. But really, that's half the problem. The other half the problem is it's perpetually moving, and so it's orbiting the planet. In our idea, but in y'all's idea, it's doing something to where it's perpetually moving. And so, you kind of have to describe how it's doing that.
No, you have to make shit up like fucking perpetual motion energy, free energy shit. Yeah, the number of ad hoc excuses you got to make is absurd. It's a hologram.
Where?
Yeah?
Where the fuck? I've never said hologram.
No, people have, though. Flat earthers have.
Oh yeah, somebody said this 2 nights ago. Well, no, not. I don't know if they said hologram, but they said something. But I think Fuzzy Ewok was saying that it could be a hologram, some sort of projection. But this projection is brighter than any other object in the sky, other than the moon.
Not just that, Kosho. It casts a silhouette.
Oh,
Right? Yeah.
bright.
Yeah.
It's brighter because it is a projection.
Yeah, but how is a projection going to be brighter than every other object in the sky?
It's being projected by light, isn't it?
And Ruth has a good point too. How's a projection going to make a silhouette? Going to make a shadow on the moon?
It's a solid projection.
Come on, Bandy. Come on, Bandy. Try harder, champ.
That's why Bandsaw just doesn't want it to be a globe, but he knows it is.
God.
Correct.
You are absolutely kidding me. I actually should have taken a photo of it, actually. That's what I should have done. Measured my plumb bobs today just to make sure that they were calibrated and all lining up.
All right,
When
one
you
sec.
guys have some tangible documents, then we can talk.
You know the Foucault's. You were there when I made my Foucault's pendulum, right?
I was. That was a very famous day. That one night, actually, it was an evening, my time.
For me, it was evening too. Yeah, I wish I still had that video.
You were moving or something. I think you were in the midst.
No, I was at my parents' house. They had just moved.
They had moved.
I was actually squatting.
Yeah, that's right.
Because my landlord, when I moved back to Austin, the landlord had the same property that I was staying on and my parents' property. And my parents, they moved to Australia, and they moved in the middle of the month. And I thought that, I just assumed that at the end of the month I would talk to them about, maybe moving somewhere else or whatever. But they assumed that our lease was ending on the same day. And so, what the fuck is? I found that out like 2 days before I was supposed to move out. And so I moved my stuff out of my place, and I was just staying at my parents' house, even though they had already moved out, and it was like empty and stuff. So yeah, that's when I did the Foucault's pendulum. But they were like these Chinese people, and they were so pissed off at me because my parents, they left such a big mess. They left like TVs and stuff at the house. They just left a bunch of shit, and yeah. So the landlords, they put things on online and just said, and everybody come to this house, a bunch of free stuff, so people would come take shit. But there was a lot of stuff to take, so I mean, like big shit, like nice TVs and all sorts of shit. But anyway, I want to do another one. I want to do one in a gymnasium or something. Like we have a tall ceiling, and I have to like ask like a club or a gym or something if I could use that.
You need to do it on a rotating turntable, Kosho.
So silly.
How is that even close to being silly?
How is that close to being what?
Silly.
Doing it on a round table?
A rotating.
Yeah, a rotating table, because the only purpose of doing that is so that you can see what it would do on a rotating table.
There you go.
Right, but that doesn't. You still have to do it on the Earth to now see what your results would be on Earth.
Why couldn't you do it in one of those big rotating restaurants?
Oh, the sky high ones, Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just reserve 2 tables for fucking a whole day, and
We've actually got the location for the turntable.
yeah, but that's not good. Okay. All that's going to tell you is what it's going to do in a rotating frame. But we already know what it's going to do. The swing's going to precess.
No, I haven't ruled it out.
What? If the
It's a
ground is
very
rotating, then it's definitely going to have a precession swing. But doing a nice big one, yeah, it's nice. But you guys, it's crazy. It doesn't matter what the evidence. Like I said, I've shown you guys proofs. I've shown you guys a bunch of shit. Everyone's showing you a bunch of shit. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter if we show you the Coriolis is fucking, you know.
there's actually a huge Foucault pendulum, plumb bob, whatever you want to call it, at Melbourne Museum.
Yeah.
It's huge, absolutely huge.
It's what, 4 stories?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah, there's a Houston in the Houston Museum of Science. They have one too. It's actually the one that's in most of the videos.
And you've got the stairwell that goes around it, so you can walk around it and like look down at it.
So what's up then, dude? Why is that not legit? Because there's a motor in the fucking thing, right?
When did I say it wasn't legit? When did I mention anything about motor? I said that they have one, and it's pretty cool.
All right, man. Well, then why is it not telling you that the Earth is rotating?
Oh, because it's the ether.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Come on, Bandy.
When does the ether rotate? What, like, the reason gyroscopes and pendulum swing is because the frame is rotating and they're swinging back and forth. You guys are claiming something totally different. If you're claiming the ether is doing it, you're claiming the ether is actually affecting these things in that way. Like they're making a swing. That's actually a stronger claim than we're making.
Ether, magnetic flux, magnetic fields.
It's same stuff, same thing. Like in all those cases, the effect is not an effect. It's an actual force. Like the force is actually moving things, which is a bigger claim than we're making.
There you go.
It should be easily
bold.
to show.
I am bold. I make big claims, Kosher. I'm very bold.
I mean, that kind of movement, that kind of effect should be measurable, like with with anything. A multimeter.
Really?
Yeah, a multimeter, but a magnetron.
You just stick a multimeter in the air and go boom.
Yeah.
Well, you're telling the story, Chad.
No, Kosho was the one that brought up multimeter. I mentioned
I don't
nothing
know,
about it.
whatever.
He just thinks you can stick it around willy-nilly and it's going to read something.
Ain't your cell phone like sense magnetism? I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. It's like anything that can. It should be. You should be able to sense it with anything that is like sensing radiation or magnetic fields or anything like that. If it's affecting the pendulum magnetically, then you should be able to sense that.
Why?
Because we can measure magnetic fields.
Yeah, and there's a magnetic field effect. It's actually moving the. If it's moving the pendulum, that means it's present.
Yeah, exactly. It's present. Why do you think you'd be able to measure it? Do you have tools sensitive enough to be able to measure it, Kosha?
It's moving a fucking pendulum.
My question.
I'm saying if you can move something, then yeah.
Like you obviously don't have the tools sensitive enough or accurate enough, or I would even put the right tool to start off with.
Let me put it in perspective for you. The fucking magnetic field of the Earth can't move a pendulum, but we can fucking detect it. Okay, so if we can move a pendulum, I think we can detect it.
I don't think so because it's moving so minutely. I don't think you could measure it.
I got news for you, dude. This is what I'm talking about. You're a smart guy. Whitesworder's a smart guy. Geo's a smart guy. The percentage of smart guy. I can't leave anybody out. They're all going to think I think they're stupid. Everybody in here is a smart guy. Okay, right? I've just given you an argument that you really got to think about, right? That if it's not the fucking Earth rotating, then the thing causing the precession has to be what you just said, which is fucking ether, magnetism, or something else that's actually moving the pendulum. Not like what we think. We don't think that something's moving the pendulum. We think that fucking Coriolis is happening. But you guys think something's moving the pendulum. So this is the force.
Some force that apparently is unmeasurable is moving it.
Yeah, right, exactly. And like I said, the magnetism that can move a compass needle and basically nothing else, a very weak magnetism, can be measured. This is stronger than that, but it can't be measured.
It's stronger. I don't know if it's stronger. Number one. Number two, is the pendulum precessing due to either A, rotation, or B, ether? We don't really know any of these questions. Is it due to how they're set up? Now, this thing that is actually attached to the rotating surface apparently precesses somehow it actually precesses because the Earth is rotating, which it is attached to.
Bandsaw, I think that you realized you made a mistake, dude.
Think so?
Because, dude, I'm telling you. First of all, you know my setup. My setup, I didn't have anything. It was attached to the Earth, but that part of the fucking full close pendulum is irrelevant because it's not the part that's attached to the Earth that's doing anything. It's the fact that it's the same as a bullet, the same as a ballistic, the same as the Foucault's pendulum. It's not the movement that's being created from Coriolis. Like it's not creating the movement. I mean, it's affecting the movement that's already happening. Okay, so we're not claiming that it's actually strong enough to make this change its trajectory.
How is something that is attached to the Earth, right, being affected by something to make it move in the first place? Now, it has the same tangential speed as the Earth, this thing, because it's attached to the Earth, so nothing is
Right, the
changing.
pendulum?
Right. Huh?
The pendulum?
Pendulum is attached to a string, which is attached to a frame, which is attached to the Earth.
Yeah, but the actual ball changes tangential speed. It changes latitude.
No, because it's attached to the Earth.
It's
separate,
swinging.
You can't separate
you
a
can.
root. Yeah, you can't because it's
Yeah, you can.
attached to the Earth.
Yeah, but it's swinging, right?
Yeah.
Someone post the post the GIF. Yeah.
Don't be posting any merry-go-rounds, please.
No, it's the one on the Earth, but it's got multiple pendulums swinging at different latitudes, and it's a good visualization.
It's gonna take me a little bit longer to find. I don't have that one.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
I gotta go in a second anyway. Oh, doggies.
Yeah, my problem isn't that it spins or anything. My thing is there's no way to tell which is spinning. Because you only measure the speed of rotation between the pendulum and its container, quote unquote. When it precesses on Earth, you only know there's a spin between the Earth and space. You don't know which one is spinning. So you could only mathematically come up with a model built around that. You can't objectively know because there are no fixed points in absolute space. But as far as it, spinning and spinning, I have no problem with that. The gyroscope, there's no problem with that either.
It's crazy you said that. No, I mean, it's crazy you said that. I mean, like, it's funny you say that because that's the observation. The observation is that the sky's rotating. You don't know if it's the sky or if it's the Earth. But when you put a pendulum on Earth and you see that process, you can't say that same state. You can't say, I don't know if it's the sky that's making that happen or the Earth. At that point, you know it's the Earth's rotating because the pendulum's deviating. There's it's like if you were on a bus and there was another bus next to you moving weirdly, and you thought that you must be moving, but really the bus was backing up or something. If you had to do a test to prove that, and so you put a pendulum in the truck and the pendulum moved, you couldn't still ask that same question. You couldn't say, "Oh well, the pendulum next to me made the bus next to me made the pendulum move." You know what I mean? Like, how would the sky rotating make the pendulum on Earth move? It doesn't make any sense.
Because the Earth would be fixed, right? And everything seems to be making it spin.
But how would the sky rotating make the pendulum deviate?
It would only appear that way. It wouldn't actually be.
I've got more faith, or it's probably the wrong word, but you could convince me far more with a plane or with a bullet, something that isn't attached to the Earth, than you will convince me with a pendulum.
I have a question. I know that in terms of the theory of relativity, in some ways, you can totally see in each case. You can change what object you see as moving. So, for example, if I drive a car, in one way the car is moving, but in another way the Earth is moving under the car.
Well, that's actually the principle of relativity. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Does it work actually in terms of the physical forces themselves as well?
You understand that I read something the other day that said that in between the time that Einstein wrote the special theory and the general theory of relativity, in between those years, for some reason it was considered that there is a preferred. So there's no preferred reference frame, but there's a preference of inertial frames versus non-inertial frames. That is to say that the inertial frame has is something more real is happening there than in the non-inertial frame. However, the same explanation is said that when he wrote the theory in 1916, it showed that no, there's no frame that is more predominant, that is more correct than any other frame. So there's no frame at all is more correct than any frame. Every frame is equally valid, according to suppose.
So would it be correct to say that, so if I put gasoline in my car, so is it equally correct to say that by putting the gasoline in the car, I make the car move, or by putting the gasoline in the car, I make the Earth move?
See, when it comes to reference frames, I think that they're as useful as they are utilities. I think they're as useful as their utility, okay? So, like when you're describing a reference frame to describe some event, whatever reference frame is the most useful in describing that is the one you should go with. So it's like you if you were to describe what you just said, putting the gasoline in the car, making everything move, even though it's technically kind of true, it would mean nothing and seem nonsensical to almost anybody. So it'd be no point in describing that, even to yourself. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense.
And that's my point, is that it's just mathematically easier to say that the Earth moves as opposed to everything else moving around it. Like, isn't that why Einstein came up with that, to explain what wasn't able to be explained? He came up with this relativity to explain everything, and he used, like, the one fixed thing was the speed of light.
He didn't he didn't come up to it. He didn't come up with it to fix anything, and he didn't come up with it in the first place. Like the principle of relativity, Galileo was the one who came up with that. So, and that the principle of relativity is just the thing in which Lori was describing about, like, basically he described a thing like if you're on a ship and you're seeing the shore or you're seeing the water move past you, is the water moving around the ship or is the ship moving through the water? And he was describing how from his frame they're both equally valid. Or no, from his frame it's one, and then from the other frame be another, and they're both equally valid frames. And yeah, so like I said, in their own way they're equally valid. But I think in describing and in discussing to other people or to yourself, there's only going to be one useful frame to talk about in any scenario. So.
Hey, Kosho, do you think, like, since we have an argument regarding the pendulum being attached to the Earth, right? So I was thinking of some technology that we could detach from the Earth in the way of a gyroscope on that machine that I just posted, that ionic flying drone. Do you think that would be like inside a warehouse where it's not affected by the weather and the elements? Would the only thing like that could be affecting it be gravity itself? And if not, well, would we be able to use that drone to measure Coriolis?
I think a drone like that, let's say there's a pendulum swinging from it or a gyroscope on it, doesn't matter. I think something like that would have more, there'd be more ability to allow some sort of air than just hanging. Like you have to control that, so there's going to be shit. It's going to be funky, okay? Whereas a
Can I
pendulum.
interject for 1 minute on reference frames? When I am reversing a car into a car space, I often use the car next to me to sort of, align where I am, how far back in the space. But then you have those times when, as you're reversing, the car next to you actually pulls out of the car space. It's fucking terrifying because your foot's on the brake and you think you're still fucking moving.
You should be paying closer attention, though. You should know if the person's even about to be backing up, right?
Careless driving.
Thanks. Anyway, that happened to me the other day, and I nearly shat. It feels like one of those occasions when you hear like a grandma accidentally push the accelerator rather than the brake. That's what it felt like. It was like, holy shit, my brakes aren't working, or I hit the wrong fucking pedal or something. Anyway,
it normally happens when you're in a traffic jam and a big bus going past you.
Yeah, exactly. That happens to me way more often. The roof thing, that's never happened to me ever in my life. Because I think I'm paying more attention. I know someone's about to be backing up. But my girlfriend last week, she's at a grandma. My girlfriend we were leaving the gas station and she was looking behind her and she would put her foot on the gas instead of in reverse. So I was like, dude, you're about to fucking run into the building, dude.
You said to your girlfriend, dude, you're about to run into the building. Hey,
Yeah,
dude.
I call her man all the time. Listen, man. I say all the time. No, but
Hurry up and buy a ring, Kosho.
Roof thing, has that happened to anybody else?
No, I've never run into it.
Because I'm backing up. I'll do that.
Close to running in.
Just don't go down to Hollywood Boulevard and get tested to see if your bling is real or not.
Why?
Have you seen the show where they have like some host and he's going around testing people's bling? They have like some type of a meter where they could tell if it's genuine, and they get bummed out in front of their friends when they find out it's a $5 ring.
A bling meter.
Yeah.
I don't watch those kind of shows, man. But the thing with the reference frames and the bus and the car and truck or whatever, I have been sitting in a parking lot. I've been sitting in a parking lot when I was like reading a book or reading something on my phone or something, and yeah, it happens like out of your peripherals, the car next to you moves, and you think that you're moving. It definitely happens a lot, you know.
You guys need to drop the pendulum when it comes to Coriolis and that sort of stuff, because it is a very weak argument.
That's a weak argument, the pendulum?
Very weak.
No, see, what the deal is,
like I said, planes and bullets are far stronger, in my opinion. Far, far stronger.
in the 4.5 years, or almost 4 years now, 4 years I've been in this discussion, only recently, and not even completely, only recently have some of you guys learned how Foucault's, what it even is. You've been talking about it the whole time, but for the longest time, you guys thought that it was the Earth's rotation. It was actually, somebody said this yesterday, that the Earth's rotation causes the swing, or is supposed to cause a swing, which it doesn't. Not supposed to. But for the longest time, a lot of flat earthers were suggesting that, and that was their argument.
No. You have to swing the pendulum yourself. You've got to make it swing.
And in the deviation, yeah, and the precession is
But the whole deviation part of the pendulum is very weak. Very weak. At best, it's weak. It should be thrown out. Like I said, your plain bullet argument is far stronger than your pendulum argument.
But actually, Foucault's pendulum is so much stronger. I think Laura's trying to say something. Let him say it. But it's so much strong. Foucault's pendulum is so strong that anyone can do it. It gives you your latitude. And when I asked you and everybody else, what would be causing it, the claim is some sort of force that can't otherwise be detected, which is crazy. But go ahead, Laura.
No. Go, Laurie, jump in, and then I'll
Yeah,
rebut that
sure.
silly statement that Kosho just made.
So here's what I think, Pancho. The Foucault pendulum is actually so strong that you're hoping for us to drop it.
Exactly. I think that's why you fucking did that. We've been fucking sitting here the whole time.
What I was thinking, if you had a mini Foucault's pendulum and you put it on a roundabout that was moving very, very slowly, and just speed it up ever so slowly until you get to just the right speed, and don't touch the pendulum and see if it starts spinning by itself, because it should, if it's spinning. You shouldn't have to start the pendulum off. It should just start by itself.
I disagree with that, but Ben, so you were gonna rebut what was said to you.
About your pendulum and how you set it up and all that sort of. Yeah, well, there's so many things wrong with it. Start off with it's how it's set up, what you use as your actual rope or twine or wire, the pivot point, everything, the frame, the room conditions.
Hold up.
Is it in the center of the room?
All you're doing is describing how to set it up. You're not describing what's wrong with it.
Everything. The fact that it's actually attached to the earth, right? That's what's wrong with it.
Okay.
What's wrong with it.
Doesn't make much sense, sir. But
of course, it makes perfect sense. Right?
Why would that have? Why is that a problem? It doesn't make sense.
How can something is attached to something that is apparently moving, right, have any other effect other than the effect that it's attached to?
Well, that's
and that's why I think what I just described, Kosho should actually agree with that, where it should start moving, because that would prove that just because it's attached to the earth, it doesn't mean it's not going to be affected.
You know what I'm going to try? Lewis, this guy in the other server, he just got a truck. He's not going to want to do the experiment. But let's pretend he will do the experiment. We should get in the back of his truck. No, not a truck. I'll get in somebody's minivan. I bet you Jeremy drives a minivan. He just won't tell us. So we'll get in Jeremy's minivan, and we'll put a pendulum in the back seat, and we'll take out the seats. And what we'll do is we'll swing the pendulum forward to back and forward and back, and then we'll make a very elegant but quick right turn. Okay.
In a minivan.
Like in between swings, and kind of what I'm thinking should happen is the pendulum should, if everything goes correctly, The pendulum should go from swinging forward and back to swinging left and right if you do it elegantly enough. Right? Does that make sense? Does anybody disagree?
I'm not going to disagree with anything that you say, Kosho.
I don't know, actually. I'd like to see that done because I kind of think that should happen like that, but I don't know.
Does this thing that you posted, Carlos, move at all?
It's battery powered, right? So it's you can't steer it. I think they're working on being able to steer it, but it levitates. Regarding how much power input it has, and it can only fly for a very short period of time, and it can only go a very short height as well.
Yeah, but my point being is like when it's levitating there, is it actually perfectly rigid, like no movement whatsoever?
Of course not.
Exactly.
No,
So
it does have some movement because they haven't perfected it yet, because it's a matter of balance. Yeah.
can't imagine you being able to perfect anything that would levitate that wouldn't have any movement whatsoever.
It's in the air.
No, but it's in a warehouse and it's a controlled environment, and just they haven't been able to perfect the weights of the entire thing, like from side to side. Once they can perfect the weight, then it'll just sit perfectly level and it won't move.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that can lift off the ground or yeah, like be in reference to something else. I guess the only thing I can imagine is something that's so far in empty space, so far away in empty space, there's no gravity anywhere, and there's some rotating object that's so small that it will have a barely a gravitational attraction to this other object. And I can't imagine something floating. It doesn't make much sense.
Well, I guess if you had a helium balloon in a warehouse where you had just the right amount mix of helium where it would just stay in one altitude, in that way you'd be able to see Coriolis as long as the balloon could stay there for long enough.
And Mr. Kosho, I'd like to see a demonstration of it for Colt, the North or South Pole. Do we have one of those?
You said what?
I'd actually like to see a demonstration of the Foucault at the North South Pole.
You want to see one at the South Pole?
The North Pole. Right, dead set, right, bang, on the axis. Bit to the left, not a little bit to the right, bang on the axis. We have one of those.
I want to see a gyroscope on the ISS floating around.
I'll just spray with hairspray. Carlos. They would have been so much better just not going with the hairspray. Personally, just leaving it a la naturel instead of going with the whole hairspray concoction. Would have been more convincing.
Yeah, no gravity, so her hair is sticking straight up towards the ceiling, which is neither up nor down.
Mm-hmm. Kind of made a faux pas with the whole hairspray kind of thing. Rookie mistake. Absolute rookie mistake. You must be disappointed with that Kosho, the fact that they used hairspray. ISS. That must irk you a little bit.
Or that $2 billion toilet. they could have just put on a pair of fucking overalls that you use for washing your house, you know, wet gear, and that would have just done the job with a vacuum cleaner in the sock.
I guess if you wanted them to live like peasants for
Peasants.
And in fact, like the way that they should have had it set up to have a shower rather than having a room of water just going fucking everywhere. I mean, to have a shower, you just put on one of those, you know, those nuclear fallout suits and just have it like spraying all around.
Spray everywhere. Exactly.
Yeah,
Like have it all contained. Like have jets coming from every angle.
exactly.
Yeah.
why would that be?
And you'd even get dried as well, just like a fucking
Yeah.
car wash.
Do you know that they
Fun.
just recently got a washing machine? Like for the longest time, they didn't even have a washing machine up there. They had to wear the same clothes every day. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, yeah. And you
Every
tell them now you want them
day.
to fucking live in a shit suit where they can fucking, they can't, they gotta, like, you sick? You sick motherfucker? Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's why the Australians don't have a fucking ISS, dude. That's why you guys are called ASA. Like, shit all over your
Pre-traumatic
suits.
conditions do they have to live in? They don't get to take on like carry-on luggage or anything. Like what the hell's going on?
Like,
Can take guitars up there, but they can't take a change of clothes.
yeah, they can't. No. I think they used to wear like one. I think they used to have like one or two changes of clothes. Okay, but they didn't wash their clothes, dude. They literally had like just several pairs of clothes, and that's it.
Well,
And they don't ever take showers. Not one person is taking a shower up there.
it's not as though they do much work up there. They just kind of
They
float
work out
around.
2 hours a day. They're in the gym for at least 2 hours a day.
They're just floating around there. Like they're not even exerting themselves.
They're working out.
Oh,
Yeah, for 2 hours a day, they're working out.
2 hours.
At least,
Man.
yeah, it's mandatory.
Mandatory.
Yeah.
How do you work out without gravity?
They fucking get tied to the treadmill.
They are very busy answering questions from 5-year-olds.
That's right.
That's very tiring up there. The kindergarten class that comes in and asks all the questions.
They do 2.5 hours a day. I was wrong. 2.5 hours a day. Okay.
2.5 hours.
Yeah, bro.
They do not. Show me this 2.5 hour workout, Kosho.
All right, dude. My God, do you think there's one picture? I already see 500.
I want to see uncut footage from woe to go.
I bet you do, you sick fuck. You probably want... Hold on.
Uncut. Woe to go.
Can you say that again, please? I want a soundbite. I want a soundbite of Kosho saying that one more time.
Listen, dude.
You sick fuck.
I've been there.
It's very tiring to bounce around on harnesses and with the green screens. You have to take all those takes and all those cuts. It's a lot of work.
Exactly.
Do you know why it's mandatory? Because if they get
so their bones don't turn into jello.
Yeah. Funny, dude. You know what is funny? Nathan Thompson used to fucking wake up in the morning and then measure his height and then fucking tell people that his brain coach taught him a trick on how to fucking get taller. Dude, this is his fucking claim. He said that he would fucking. Oh, really? Yeah, dude. This is real. It's real life.
Yeah,
It's fucking.
I remember that.
Oh, that's gold.
Exactly, dude. And that's what I'm saying. That's the kind of that's the kind of shit that happens to your body. Your body at nighttime will adjust that much. Imagine if you weren't doing anything and you were in the space station for that long.
He could have been a late developer, so he could have still been growing.
Oh, he said he gained. He said he grew 2 inches.
Oh, like I said, he was a late developer.
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, this will happen to anybody who measures himself in the morning.
There's a different way of saying late developer that's not as not gonna say.
Come on. Like, you've seen the video of the astronaut. I forget what his name is, and he forgets. Like he can see because he's got these special contact lenses in, right? And he's grabbing for something. I think he thinks it's a hat or something, and he's grabbing it and passing it and putting it to the side, but there's nothing there. Have you seen that one?
I've seen that. Yeah. Have you seen that one picture? It looks like Keanu Reeves from like the 1800s, and he's like using a cell phone. It was like from the 1800s. My point is, dude, there's weird ass pictures, man. There's weird footage. Out of all the footage from the ISS, that shit's in there. But you know what's even crazier? What's even crazier is they keep that shit online. They make it so the flat Earth, nobody can know about the flat Earth because they hide, the videos now. It's hard to watch the videos, but they keep the videos that show that for a proven fact the ISS is fake.
Oh my God, you should have used that the other day when you were pretending to be a flat earther, man. That would have been a good one.
Just being sarcastic right now because it's such a dumb idea that they would hide these things, like, absolutely, but then keep those things online.
And it's amazing how in every other facet of our life, they include so many other things that can back up this model and perpetuate the lie for as long and hard as they can.
Yeah, but if the ISS, if they're doing so much work to make us believe the ISS is real, and put this projection in the sky, they do all this stuff, but they leave like easy giveaways. Like, oh fuck, did she just grab that toy? And oh my God, she forgot to edit that out. They could have just got rid of the video. They could have fucking deleted it online that day.
How many people do you actually think are looking at it, Kosho?
Every single flat earther, at least, right?
Okay, then. Cool.
And every single globe earther, too.
Okay, so every single globe believer is looking at these things, analysing them, like going, blah, 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 blah.
Globers in the argument.
People aren't doing these things at all. That's why they can get away with it.
If they removed it, and there's a thing called the time back machine, etc., blah blah. I mean, that would even be more telling.
No, it wouldn't. Dude, they changed null school, right? Like we've been talking about, like null school. It used to show the AE map, right? It had the AE map, and it was available for everybody to fucking check out as but they deleted it. They completely deleted only the AE map. right? That to you guys is evidence because they deleted it. Why not delete the even more damning shit, like them obviously faking the ISS by like showing when their wires are being being or showing or whatever else, the bubbles in space. Why not just delete those?
Because they don't have one person on night shift being the supervisor the whole time. They swap roles and they have different supervisors who miss shit. And they also have to, make decisions for themselves. So some are making the right decision and some aren't.
Okay, well, what about the shills in this community, right? People like me, Scott Veach, Branch, like people are getting paid to fucking observe you guys and maintain this shit. You don't think that we fucking reported those videos and then they
No.
fucking
No. Your job is to say, leave them there, because we can quite easily talk them around these things and run them around in circles. Well, that's your job.
Yeah.
So, thing to see here, folks.
Because a baller could easily make an excuse for the scenario I was talking about with the guy grabbing an imaginary item and from one side of his body and placing it to his other hand. What would be the explanation for his movements?
For the what?
What was your explanation for what he did? There was nothing there.
I wasn't there with him. I couldn't tell you. It doesn't. I know how grainy a lot of those videos can be, so I don't think about it more than I've seen video. I've seen the one where like the guy is like going from room to room, but he turns to a ghost before he gets to the other room, something like that, and stuff like that. I understand how videos can be produced in this way, right? So it doesn't. To me, that's not damning sort of evidence. Right? But if it was actually damning evidence, if it was a flaw in the filming, I would think that once somebody said, "Oh shit, did you see that? We haven't caught that. Get that off the fucking internet. Dude, get offline." And you delete it immediately.
What about the one with George Bush Senior gets wheeled in a wheelchair into NASA, and that astronaut's in the background in front of a fucking crisscross kind of blue screen playing with some type of a floating object? I mean, I think they're trying to fucking give you a few giveaways, a few hints.
I know.
Not only that, Carlos. Not only that, right? They've got to keep these things out there, so then they can keep people in the same place talking about these things, so they can then monitor them, which is what Kosho's doing now. Like, he's monitoring us, so he can report back to the boss.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like somebody's monitoring Kosho because he's whispering and.
Hey, listen,
dude.
You're gonna get me killed, asshole. No, but listen to me, dude.
What will be interesting is when Tom Cruise goes up and makes his movie up in space.
Tom Cruise is an unbelievable dude, man. He does a lot of dumb shit. He's been on the Burj Khalifa. He went up on the side of an airplane. He does a bunch of shit, dude. So it's like, if he says, it would have to be somebody that everybody trusts. You know what I mean? I don't know. ISS. What were we saying? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, why would they spend so much money on this bullshit and then not get rid of that, like the easy giveaways? Seems kind of stupid. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys make it seem like this evil boss. Like if I had an evil boss, they'd be this like crazy, schizophrenic, bipolar, fucking retard. To be honest with you, because it's like they want to show you all the evidence. Like, well, let's just fucking tease them a little bit, but they're spending so much money in hiding it at the same time. Like, right?
Well, you just explained very clearly the personality of the head of NASA, the guy that's talking about. He looks a bit like Fonzie from Happy Days.
Like cool Fonz or like old man Fonzie?
Yeah, he's got that cowlick hairstyle, and he's the one that's like talking about the cacophony of fucking, I don't know, it just didn't make any sense when he was talking about, what was he fucking on about? It's just like that guy, he's clearly got, if he had, half a brain, he'd be lonely.
Where are you, Carlos? Are you in the middle of a car park or something?
Yeah, how did you know?
It sounds like every night you get on here, you're in the middle of a car park having a Scooby-Doo and a couple of beers.
Yeah, I've got to get a better microphone too, because this phone is just outdated.
So that's what I like about bandsaw. Is I know, dude. I know it. I'm almost where you are, bandsaw, where I want it to be flat Earth, but I know it's not. It's just to me, I'm not. I know it's not, and I'm honest enough to tell everybody it's not. But you are also honest. But these arguments that you're giving, they're joke arguments a little bit. You know what I mean? Like about the ISS, the ISS,
Joke arguments.
the Foucault's pendulum. Like what you said about the Foucault's pendulum. You know that we what me and Rick were saying about like this force that's fucking making it process this thing that's affecting it. Pushing it basically. This would have to be pushing it. Like it's not a fictitious force.
I never said anything about push. Why do you put words in my mouth?
Because in our description, it's actually a fictitious force. You know what I mean? It's a fictitious force, meaning it doesn't exist in certain frames. But in our frame, it's happening because of the frame. In all y'all's description, it has to be an actual force where it's actually moving it, and those sorts of things can be detected, right?
And like I said to you, Kosho, right? To me, this whole Coriolis thing, right? Argument over a bullet or a plane is far stronger than your pendulum that is attached to the Earth. It is attached to the rotating reference frame, right? So it kind of debunks itself right there, because now you need something that is attached to something, right? And it is now processing, right? So there has to be a force that is applying pressure to it to make it process in one particular way. You can't demonstrate where this pressure is coming from that is moving this thing either clockwise or anti-clockwise, whichever way it is. You can't demonstrate it. You can't do anything with it. At least with the plane or the bullet, right? The argument is far sounder. Far sounder. The pendulum should be thrown out of your bag of tricks altogether. You need to discard it and never bring it up again, because it is weak. It is very, very weak.
You know who's not weak? Lori. Lori's not weak, and I'm starting to agree with him because a little bit ago he said, "I see why you're not. I see why you're arguing it's such a weak idea, bandsaw, because you know how strong it is. So you're arguing for us to throw it out. Yeah, you're arguing for us to throw it out.
You ever been looking for a flat and you get a question from when they're interviewing you to see if you're suitable to move into the flat, and they say, yeah, well, everybody here is kind of down to earth. Are you down to earth? And what's the reason for saying that? It's because, down to earth, that's real, because they're disregarding all of the bullshit that's not down to earth.
I agree with Bandsaw. You sound like you're in a car park having a Scooby Doo. Oh man, Scooby Doo sounds good right about now.
And you sound like you're in the top of a house bus.
I wish I had a house bus. No, my brother was sleeping. I'm not sure if he still is. But anyway, the house bus, Scooby Doo. Oh yeah. But yeah, Bandsaw. What you just said about Foucault's pendulum. Just answer me this. Answer me this. The thing with the van. I told you, like, if there was a van, and we could make this. We could probably make this happen. But the pendulum was swinging forward and back. Do you think that if someone took a right turn, that if they did it elegantly enough, the pendulum could be left swinging right to left? Do you think that would happen?
The pendulum is definitely going to change, isn't it?
It's a change in velocity, bro. It's not constant momentum.
Oh, you've got to change in velocity. You've got to change in the pressure in the car getting moved from one side to the other as well. You've got to change in many a thing.
I'm gonna waste my fucking time. I was just thinking about it. I was like, I want to make a turn. I want to make a turntable.
Yeah, you make a turntable and put your pendulum on it, and then put it in a Faraday cage as well.
No. No Faraday cages, bandsaw. Not until you can justify this fucking force that's moving it. If you can tell me what it is, I shouldn't need a Faraday cage, bandsaw. I should be able to detect that force.
You should be able to go to your local strip club and look up at the bird cages, all swinging around.
Listen,
stick to bullets and planes, Kosho. Just
dude,
pack it up. Pack it up.
Don't say planes again. Planes are the worst. There's no reason to ever think about Coriolis and airplanes. Don't even think about it.
Oh, like I said, it's far stronger than your pendulum. Even though it's a fairly weak argument, it's still far stronger.
It's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
I happen to think that the ISS is like the sleeping giant. Coriolis argument.
At least with the whole plane and bullet kind of argument, where it conserves momentum, and then all of a sudden now is at a different height, so it has a different tangential speed to that of the Earth, and the Earth will rotate underneath it, is far more solid than anything that is attached to the Earth, moving at the same speed of the Earth, and apparently processing because of the same sort of effect.
You know, in New Zealand, you're a Kiwi, right?
No.
Not you.
Carlos is. Carlos.
Dude, you're such a racist bastard. You hear though he said that? It's like, no, I'm not a fucking sheep.
No way. You see me backing up sheeps to cliffs.
Yeah, see? I did hear you say that you're fond of goats. You said that 3 hours ago.
I did, yes, very much so. I love a goat.
What's it? Anyways, anyway, anyways, is important. Yeah. So in New Zealand, though, University of New Zealand, I remember seeing they have the biggest gyroscope in the world. Now, it might be the University of New Zealand, but it might also be in Germany. But let's pretend it's in the University of New Zealand. They have the biggest gyroscope in the world, biggest ring laser. And they can use it to not only detect the the rotation of the Earth, but they can detect the fucking orbit around the sun. Can you believe that?
You've said this before, I remember. There's no University of New Zealand, man. It's like probably Auckland University or Wellington or somewhere. It's an actual name. We don't have New Zealand University.
All right, hold on.
It's such a small country, it only has one university.
Fuck.
Small country.
Considering it's a small country, we're the first to get to the top of the world, first to fly an aeroplane, powered flight.
Yeah. You're that silly you don't take credit for it, though.
Is that actually true? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Kiwis were the first to fly. 100%.
That's what you guys. That's what. By the way, Basil and fucking you now keep telling us, dude. But I think you guys are full of shit. I think you guys are full of shit.
You happen to think that some mystical person like Wright and his brother were the first to fly.
I think you guys took the Kiwi to like a cliff and like threw him off the cliff, and then said that that you guys were the first to fly. Honestly, but who was this? Who is this flyer? Who is this New Zealand flyer?
I don't know his
Richard
name,
Pierce.
but here we
Richard
go.
Pierce.
There we go. He was the first. He was
Who
the
is this?
first.
And explain what did he do?
He had like an F-35 in the day.
F-35.
Yeah, equivalent.
His airplane is like 5 kilometers up the road from where I am now, hanging from the ceiling in a museum.
Mm-hmm. And it was the F-35 of the time.
Are you sure an Australian guy didn't just steal that from somebody? And just fucking put it up there and pretend like you guys were the first to fly?
I'm pretty sure we had video footage of it.
So you think we're just making it up then?
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
Ah. Trouble is, Kosho, you'll believe anything you read.
Whatever.
A bit of research on him.
Okay, the Wright brothers flew. Dude, come on. Yeah, so this dude in New Zealand. So you guys are always so far behind. You guys finally like, oh, dude, we're the first person to watch Fresh Prince Bel-Air, dude. Just came out fucking last year. It's like, yeah, well, guess what, dude? In 1911, this Vivian V, fucking dumbest name I've ever heard in my life. 1911, okay? In 1903 is when we flew, okay? Jesus. 1903, 1911.
Do you like Pavlova? Do you like Pavlova? Thank you. Okay, that's all I need.
My nana invented Pavlova.
Kiwis invented Pavlova.
What? What is that?
Kiwi stole the idea from my nana.
Pavlova? What the hell is that?
Pavlova is egg white sugar cake, and when you cook it, it's sort of crusty and sort of still gooey in the middle.
Okay, I don't think that's caught on over here yet.
Oh God, you barbarians! You are absolutely barbaric.
There's a fucking shitload of sugar in it, though. Eh?
Yeah, well, we have
They
like,
don't need it.
Snicker bars and fucking Reese's Pieces. I was talking to a British dude. He's like, "What the hell?" Like he tasted it, and he's like, "I never tasted something so good in his life." I'm like, "Dude, this cheap candy, dude."
Oh, my dad, when I was about 7 or 8, my dad came back from LA, Beverly Hills, and he brought back a whole bag of American candy. Oh my God. All these flavors I'd never experienced in my life. Like the cherry was like everything so artificial, but the strongest flavors. You've been chewing on that for years.
I eat a lot of chocolate. Yeah.
So when did you say the Wright brothers were
First in flight? Yeah, 1903. That's right.
I think the story is that Richard Pierce only did it like a couple of weeks before the Wright brothers. It was a race.
It was actually 1902. It was actually 18 months before the Wright brothers. 18 months. Right.
There you go.
He flew 400 meters and soft landed on a hedge on his Timaru farm.
I was looking at a car from Timaru today. That's weird.
Dude, this guy looks. He looks such like. You know how you see people from back in the day, like 1800s? He looks like an 1800s Kiwi asshole, dude. He looks so crazy. Anyways, dude, this is what it says on Wikipedia. It says he was a farmer, okay, and an inventor who performed aviation experiments. And it says Witnesses interviewed many years afterward describe observing Pierce flying and landing powered heavier than air machine in 1903, March 31st. It's fucking today. But it says they were witnessed. I mean, they were interviewed many years afterward. Why would they be interviewed many years afterward? To tell about that's something that happened on March 31st, specific day. And why would it be somebody not him? It says witnesses. The whole thing sounds fucking made up.
Lucky it's not April Fool's Day tomorrow.
Yeah, that's probably right. He probably started telling people on April Fool's Day. It says ambiguous statements made by him make it difficult to date the experiment. But in 1909, he told, "I did not attempt anything practical with the idea until 1904." So it's kind of...
He's just humble. He's just humble, that's all.
Okay.
I think you missed the expression. It's humbug.
Fuck. Herbie goes bananas. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That's what I reckon. That's where we got all of our ideas for drones. Did that have Shirley Temple in it? That Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Dude, okay. This asshole that you guys fucking revere so much. Let me read you his nicknames. This is his fucking nicknames. Dick Airplane. And get this. Bamboo Dick. Bamboo Dick is his fucking dude's name.
Solid.
Jesus Christ. Bamboo Dick.
God damn it! I just put that in the Bing search and Bing censored all of it.
Don't look for images. Bamboo Dick. That'd be a good name for a bar.
Bamboo.
Like a little tropical bar in the Maldives.
Like a Chinese stripper. Chinese porn star. It's fucking Kung Fu Panda's porn name.
I actually started looking at an article about this bamboo dick, and there's this video where they interview a guy called Alan Cumming.
My God.
Fuck.
Bamboo Dick. That's actually not a bad nickname.
At least they knew how to spell. How to spell right.
I actually had trouble finding out how to spell Pierce because you can actually kind of have several different variations on that. You can write it with like E and I and E, or with C in the middle, or like there are so many different variations of that.
What is what is the spelling of his name? Is it Pearce?
Pearse.
SE? Oh,
yeah,
fuck.
that S there threw me off.
You're telling me this asshole was flying around his farm and just didn't bother to fucking tell anybody? Some witnesses interviewed years later.
Yeah,
we were farming next door. We saw him flying. Yeah.
He was just a dude in his garage on a farm. He wasn't a farmer as such. He was just a dude in his garage. Just like, have you seen the movie The World's Fastest Indian? It's kind of like that.
Then why didn't he fucking change the world, dude? He could have
He
fucking
did.
left. No, he didn't. But he could have fucking did some shit, dude.
Yeah, but what really changes the world, like even getting to the top of Mount Everest, did that change the world? Maybe he took the
told people
native
about it.
gear up for breathing or something.
Do you think somebody climbed Mount Everest and then just like years later somebody interviewed somebody and they're like, yeah, I saw him climbing up there, yeah. That's like how the first time people heard about it. Yeah, I witnessed it. Years later, I'll tell you about it. I'm not gonna fucking tell you about it the day it happens. It's a pretty big deal. No one's ever done it before, but no need to tell anybody.
I'm pretty sure the Queen found out about it straight away. Because like that's the first thing that you want to do is report to the Queen, you know. We've done something that's never been done before.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
It's surprising that they didn't tell her, you know. 9 months. They had 9 months before the fucking Wright brothers. They could have told the Queen. She would have fucking flew them back to the main, the main world, and they would have been flying around everywhere.
Just because there wasn't a huge population doesn't mean this wasn't actually the main world.
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, it does. But you know what? First in flight. You know what? Actually, I'm curious, man, because the Aussies, we all know their history. Bunch of criminals, bunch of thugs, low lives, hookers, hooker killers, those kind of people. But who were the first people who inhabited New Zealand?
The same as the ones that inhabited America. Caucasians.
That's not very specific. Like Dutch? Was it Dutch people?
Well, you got the Scottish, the Irish, the Welsh, and all the rest of them moving over to America. It's the exact same scenario.
No, not quite.
Just in a different order.
Yeah, we have a very specific story. Like there's some places where there's more Dutch and some places where there's more German. It's mostly English at the beginning.
Yeah, well, they would have said like when Captain Cook Cook brought all of his people over, they would have said British, and most people would think that means English, but British encompasses Ireland and Scotland, Wales, all of that.
Mic check.
100%.
Yeah, what's up, percentage?
Yo, how's it going? Carlos, if this guy is anything like the world's fastest Indian, then where's his movie?
World's fastest Indian?
Yeah, the world's fastest Indian, that movie with Anthony Hopkins.
Oh.
Yeah, well, some stories are just untold, aren't they? Because someone else steals the spotlight.
Fair enough. It's been done.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bamboo Dick is a wicked nickname.
Gonna change my Discord name to Bamboo Dick as soon as I get the chance.
I appreciated that joke, by the way, about spelling it right.
I missed it. What joke?
So, percentage, what do you think about the Foucault's pendulum being attached to the Earth? Is that like a problem?
There has never been. It's a viable experiment. You could do it, but it's never been done.
Yeah, see,
The
percentage has an
never been
even
done
more
properly.
annoying argument. But no, sorry.
The possibility exists, right? I'm keen to see what the actual results are, but they've never once taken the same apparatus to different latitudes, or had multiple apparatuses right beside each other on the same latitude to show that they have the exact same deviation.
So then okay, that's different than what. So you are worried about consistency, as in, it's not so much so that the pendulum will swing at the predicted rate at your latitude, but that two pendulums or three will persist at the same predicted rate at some latitude.
Both.
So
I'm suspicious. I'm suspect that they do all have the same consistency, and that they do have the same rate initially.
What do you mean? What do you mean by initially?
Like initially, like the first couple hours, maybe they'll have the same rate, but then they'll be affected differently. Like as long, so on the spectrum, on the scale, from micro to macro, I'm remain to be convinced.
That would be quite cool to get a clone of it and just have them side by side in the same room.
No,
Well, they say that it's not affected. It's negligible in terms of like the air around it and stuff like that. They say that the only variable, the independent variable, is the latitude. So at the same latitude, they should be more or less the same. Different apparatuses, completely different imperfections and whatever, and they should be the same.
But that's my question is, hold on. If it's, hold on, let me 1 second. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so if it's processing, so let's say like here in Texas, right? If I do the pendulum, it should take 48 hours to process, and so that's about 7.5 degrees per hour. Yeah, so that's about 7.5.
You mean 48 hours for a full revolution?
Yes, yeah, for full revolution. Hold on, 7.5, 0.75 or 6 minutes. So that should be about 1 degree per 8 minutes. Yeah, that's about right. So it should be 1 degree, 8 minutes. So if I have it processed for 25 minutes, it should be a little bit more than 3 degrees, right? So yeah, if you were able to make it process 3 degrees, you did it like 2 or 3 times, it processes 3 degrees, 25 minutes, and the right direction each time, and I guess you set one up somewhere else and the same thing happened in the same place though, but I'm saying like at a different location in the same town or whatever. And it was the same thing, 3 degrees. That's not enough to tell you that the predictions are correct?
It depends on how you're actually starting it, because I know that if you have it a little bit off center when you're starting it, it might go in the opposite direction, and then it'll take time to even out and then go into the direction that it's kind of like weighted towards or what have you. So if it was perfectly done where you had this automatic mechanism and you were somehow, I don't know how you would control it though. If you're at the equator, then it's not an issue because you could your model claims it'll go back and forth, so you could fix it, you could control it so that it's calibrated to go back and forth, and then that's weighted, and it's also like in line with the model at the same time, and then you have that same releasing mechanism and everything, and you don't change any of like how it's weighted or counterweighted or anything like that, and then you move it to a different latitude. I think that's the ideal thing, because then the only thing that's changing is the latitude, and you should see, even though it's released in the same exact manner, that it's going to a specific side. But let's say you had an ability to basically perfectly mimic or copy the release mechanism and everything like that between different apparatuses at one latitude, then that would work too. It's not as good. Ideally, you would have multiple, like 3 or 4 different apparatuses at the equator, do them all together, move them all together to a different latitude, do them all together, and see what happens.
Yeah. The other thing is you need a really tall place,
Why does it need to be so tall?
Well, the taller the better, because the taller you can have a longer, longer.
Oh, it'll be more obvious in terms of the precession and stuff.
Well, you can just make it swing longer.
Yeah. But will that make it last longer?
Yeah.
Probably.
Make it last longer, and
moment arm is longer.
Yeah, and you make it heavier. So the longer and heavier, the better.
But yeah, so the Foucault's experiment has never been done to my standards, which is a shame.
Yeah, but you don't know that. I've done it, but I've only done it, at one place.
Yeah, but you even said yourself that you had, incorrect results in the beginning.
Well, yeah, but that's because I had my setup. I was still fixing my setup.
Maybe you were releasing it just like 2 degrees to the left or something like that, and your expected results were supposed to be to the east. So for the first 25 minutes, it was basically like, evening out and slowly centering from the initial kind of skew that you gave it.
But the problem wasn't my setup. The problem was the problem wasn't the results. The problem was that I was worried about my results just because from observing the swing, I was seeing that it was kind of jostling and just stuff like that. So,
yeah, but that obviously affects the results.
Well, I mean, I just didn't wait long enough for the whole thing, but it did swing the correct direction each time.
Oh, come on, be honest, Kosha. You're saying that if you left each one of them 25 minutes or whatever, they would have all had the same results, even the ones that you were initially suspect of?
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't think they would have had the same results. I think that I didn't wait to see the results. Is what I'm saying, because I didn't like the setup.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly, I was like, oh man, this could mess it up. Yeah, but what was I saying? Oh yeah. But the once I saw that it was good and everything was I asked a lot of questions. Ben said he was there, and he remembers I was asking a bunch of people a bunch of questions like, what should I use for this and this and this, and yeah. Once I was comfortable with it, it always went in the correct direction.
The flat earthers, like the ones that come together for conventions and stuff, they're stupid, because they could be doing these things in their conventions instead of just like talking about it. Someone could, they could organize to make or set up like 4 different Foucault's apparatuses, or do like the reverse Cavendish or something like that. There's power in numbers, and you could crowdsource this stuff.
They're afraid of being proved wrong, so they would never do that.
I don't know. I would do that.
I think they're afraid.
Yeah, you would.
I think that is the their motivation. They're meeting up so that they can, come up with ideas, collaborate and stuff like that. But they don't, because they get there and they're just there to party, basically. Pat each other on the back. But
a really cool thing to have a look at is just type in inverted pendulum and you look at Wikipedia, and it comes up with all these inventions and all of these ideas. Like the last photo that I posted is called what's it called? Tilt meter. It's used to predict eruptions by measuring very small changes in the profile of the mountain. And the other one was like a robotic instrument that can keep that glass balanced? A whole bunch. There's a whole bunch of inverted pendulums, which I reckon that
Yo,
might
that first
be.
one seems fake as fuck, man. It's like a wine attached to a pole.
Yeah,
but
that
that's
one
the
is.
thing. The little
That one.
car.
It says balancing cart, a simple robotic system circa 1976. The cart contains a servo system which monitors the angle of the rod and moves the cart back and forth to keep it upright.
I bet that's legit.
But what's so interesting about this inverted pendulum to you?
Yeah, because there's
Is
a
it
whole lot. There's a whole lot of them, and it just goes on and on. You can look through Wikipedia, and there's so many of them. And I reckon one of those might be the answer to figuring out this Coriolis problem, because you've got a string hanging from the what's it called? I don't know what it's called.
what do you mean
And
from the suit?
yeah, for the Foucault's pendulum is working in a specific way. It's kind of biased, I think.
Okay. Well, if you think why do you think an inverted pendulum would change anything? Why not just use the focal pendulum, which we know already proves the Earth is spinning?
Come on,
Why do you have
you
to
listen to
pick something? Why are you gonna pick something else to show it when we already show it with Foucault's pendulum?
Because you need to look at all of the variables, and one of them is the downward hanging string, when you could look at it in an inverted way to compare.
Well, instead of a downward facing string, you're gonna have a pole facing upward. You think that's
Maybe.
gonna change something?
pole facing
Maybe.
upwards change something for your girl, if you know what I'm saying.
Well then.
Bamboo dick.
It's like an accurate nickname. Sorry, go ahead, Gummy and Basil.
Cummy.
Cummy. Thank you very
Cummy
much.
Cummy here.
So how are you gonna be able to fix the because of course you need to let this pole that's facing upwards, you need to have it have freedom in all directions, like in all 360 directions. But how would you do that? Like with this car, you only have in one direction, one axis, 100.
Wait, what's the application for it again? You said something about measuring the movement of mountains and earthquakes?
No, that's the second photo
yeah.
that I put. That device that's sitting on a
Okay,
rock.
what's the application for the first one?
It's got a robot car with 4 wheels, and it's able to move to balance that wine. It's a type of pendulum. It says it here.
In like times of earthquakes or what? What's the point of it?
No, it's just showing how one example of an inverted pendulum. There's many examples of inverted pendulums.
So is it supposed to be like a tool, like an assist for people that drank too much at dinner parties, so as to like, spill their wine or something? Like, is it an absolute pointless invention?
It's just to balance the wine in this scenario.
I know, but I'm saying what's the application for it? Like,
There's no application other than it's balancing something.
What a useless invention.
Well, it shows that you can balance a pole. Can you balance a pole? I don't think so.
Now you're starting to sound like her, man.
Maybe she was right.
It's kind of the same.
Wrong. I'll prove you wrong too.
It's kind of the same type of concept that they use in skyrise buildings, where they have like this a weight in the bottom of the building that when there's an earthquake and it stops it from swaying too much.
I guess.
Like in the Sky Tower in Auckland in New Zealand, there's this ginormous ball. It's this massive ball, and it's somehow structured like an inverted pendulum. So when there's an earthquake, it counteracts the movement of the earthquake.
Yeah, see, that would make sense to me. But like as it stands, I see absolutely no relevance to, so-called spin of the Earth. Like to the application of the Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to spark some ideas from your intelligent mind to find out if there was some variables that we're missing.
And I tell you that an inverted pendulum is not the way to go. I mean, you're always welcome to try and not take my word for it. But at least I will tell you.
Well, Percentage has already said that the Foucault's pendulum experiment has flaws.
It's never been done.
He's
Like
allowed to
actual
believe
Foucault's
that.
pendulum experiment has never been done.
He's allowed to believe that it's never been done and that it's flawed, but it's actually not. It has been done. It isn't flawed. It does prove the Earth is a sphere.
No, but it's never been done because the hypothesis is that the independent variable is latitude, and they've never once had an experiment where the only thing they changed was latitude and they left the other variables controlled. They never did that.
Well, it does.
They always do at the same latitude, so you're not testing latitude at that point.
It supports the model, but it doesn't prove it's a sphere. It just supports the.
Sure, yeah, you could say it's like corroborative evidence, but it's not scientific evidence at all. There's no science. There's no actual experiment. I mean, you could say that there's a test that they do, but it doesn't match the hypothesis whatsoever.
Exactly. It's half an experiment, if that.
Sure.
Again, that's not true. They have done it at different latitudes, and it does match the latitude. It is dependent on latitudes, and they've both worked from latitude to predicting the precession, and worked from precession to predicting the latitude. And both directions work.
Okay, so
it's been done in many different places.
Show me the Foucault's pendulum that was done at one latitude and then done at another latitude to show that the latitude made the difference.
Well, right now I'm not really proving. Not really gonna prove my point.
I promise you, there isn't a single Foucault pendulum where they did it at multiple latitudes that you could point to with, like, any sort of reliable evidence. I've looked.
Like, let's put $1,000 in escrow and let's see if that's true or not.
Sure.
Are you really willing to do that?
I am.
So what's
Mind
your?
you, I'm not just accepting words on paper. It would have to be some verifiable evidence, like video or something like that. And I guarantee you, there is no pendulum that they had at one latitude. They moved it and kept the variables controlled and tested it again at different latitudes to see that the latitude made the difference.
The same one. Kept the variables controlled. What do you mean by that?
Yeah,
he's talking about moving the actual same pendulum, not a prototype, not a second one, the same one.
Yeah, with the same sources of error, same imperfections in the apparatus, the gimbal, whatever.
What you're asking is impossible. The same sources of error.
Yeah, because it's the same apparatus, so you'd have the same imperfection in the gimbal, for instance. You'd have the same kind of little dent in, in whatever, where the string attaches to the mass. Who knows?
Yeah. So so the same exact pendulum, with the same mount, with the same mass, the same string, it has been moved. Okay, that's fine. I agree on that. That's fine. But then you're saying the same source of error, for example. That statement is impossible. If you're at a different location, you're going to have different source of error. Like, what do you mean by that?
No. So, by sources of error, some of them were the ones that you just read off. Imperfections in the gimbal or in the string or whatever. All those. The apparatus based.
I'm sorry. Wait, source of error.
Not margin of error. Source of error.
I'm sorry. I thought you said error, as in blowing wind error.
Oh.
Error. That's why I've been confused. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah, the same sources of error from the setup. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's been done.
It's what? They took the same apparatus to different latitudes.
Yes.
I'll send him the link where he can throw his $1,000.
Let's see.
What if I
do
this and I film it?
I would love that.
Okay.
Absolutely,
$1,000 in
that'd be
escrow if I do
fantastic.
it? Yeah.
Especially if you could do it at the equator and get it, basically zero it
have
out,
to
calibrate
increase
it
it
so it's going absolutely back and forth, and then you use the same exact release mechanism and everything. You do the same exact thing, but just at a different latitude, and you show that it's not going back and forth anymore. It's going according to the latitude. That would be
for
me. That would be
$1,000
definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
For $1,000, I'd do it over like the distance of at the bottom of the UK versus the top of the UK. Right, but if you wanted me to go all the way to the equator to do the experiment, I'd need like 5K. Not gonna do that for 1K when the
GoFundMe.
trip is gonna cost 1K.
I mean, you already owe me $1,000 for losing the bet about it being done, but
no, that's what we're literally talking about.
I promise to fund some of it if you start a GoFundMe or something like that. I promise I will. Heck, I might even come down to wherever it is on the equator and join you and help you out.
That's a real Italian handshake, that one.
Andiamo.
Yeah, like I literally would if the money was put in escrow, so it's not gonna be some sort of like no, you didn't like be like a little shit about it. I would do this, yeah. Free money for me, yeah.
Like I said, I'd be perfectly fine. Like, I'm happy to, fund it a little bit. But I think you're misunderstanding the little bet that you said. That was if it has
Okay.
ever been done, not if it ever will be done.
Yeah, well, I'm fine with both. I do both the it has been done or it will be done by me. The only problem is what is your basis of evidence. For example, you said that it has to have been videoed, and to what extent? Like that's always going to be the thing. Like it has been done, but most of the times when you do a scientific experiment, you write a scientific paper. You don't make a scientific video. That's not a thing.
I mean, nowadays, a lot of scientific claims or, tests are recorded, but video recorded. So I don't think you can say that, it's always, and besides, a lot of studies aren't published,
Yeah,
and
but so what I'm saying, all I'm saying is, I know for sure it has been done, but with the criteria that it has been filmed to your satisfaction, then I have to step back and say, no, maybe not. I don't know whether it has been filmed and done like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, yeah,
so if that's your criteria, I'd have to back out.
Yeah, that's definitely, if I'm not there, then the second best thing would be video, ideally 360 cam, the idea is to get as high as a confidence level as possible without being there, right? So basically to make it as close to you being there as possible, right? So nothing short of video would suffice for me.
And that's fair that that's your level of evidence. But usually scientific community deals with scientific literature, publications, papers.
Well, as a published scientific author, I don't hold that in high regard.
Okay, then. Even if someone were to find, say, 5 different people who's done this, and they all agree with each other, if they're all 5 papers, it wouldn't be
not
enough for you.
If there's no video, like who knows how many failed attempts at releasing the mechanism they have? Who knows you know, and if it's not done at different latitudes, who knows if they, like, there's no control, you know? At least with the equator, you know it's supposed to go back and forth according to the model, and that also works as a calibration mechanism. You could have it going perfectly back and forth, right? And then you move it, or even, it doesn't even have to be at the equator. You could be doing it at any latitude. Obviously, the equator is the most obvious, right? Because it's back and forth and what have you. But you could do it at any latitude, and you see that the precession rate is exactly this amount, right? And then you're changing nothing except the latitude, except the location. You're being very careful with the transportation, and then you see that's processing at this amount. Same exact release mechanism. You know, it's not being manually released. It has, well, manually, but
Well,
like with
the way you do it to add the least amount of disturbance is that you mount it with a piece of string or rope, holding it to the side, and then you burn the rope.
Yeah.
That's the way to introduce the least amount of disturbance to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's that, and then I've also seen like little contraptions. You know, I don't know what would be more kind of effective, but as long as it's the exact same, you know, release mechanism, you're not imparting any sort of bias one way or the other, accidentally by like, you know, it being released by a human hand or something. You know, just the common sense things, logical things that you would expect to increase the reliability in it. And then if it does show precession equal to, you know, the latitudes, not due to like, you know, pressure and altitude and whatever, but to latitude, then, you know, by God, I will consider it definitive scientific evidence beyond a reasonable doubt of, you know, this mass attracting mass, or, you know, indicative of rotation or whatever it is. And likewise with the vertical Cavendish.
Vertical Cavendish? What kind of setup do you mean for a vertical Cavendish?
Vertical Cavendish would be ideally, like, I mean, the easiest thing would probably be just like a gravimeter in a chamber with like the temperature and pressure controlled, and then you introduce a big ass weight either above or below, and see that there's a difference when that weight is introduced. You know, you measure it without the weight and then introduce the weight, and you see that there's a difference.
Okay. Well, that's an easier thing to do, but it's more expensive because of the equipment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's one GIF that they showed some sort of laboratory scale, and they made it, I think it's a bullshit GIF because, you know, it cuts in and out and it's fairly old, but they made it
I know
seem
which
like,
one you mean, yeah.
Yeah, with the triangle prism weight or whatever, yeah. So maybe it doesn't need a gravimeter, but yeah.
Well, no, what you need is the kind of any kind of measurable thing or measuring device that can tell by the small deviation that you'll have. Because of course, even with a really heavy mass putting underneath, it's only going to be a very slight change.
Yeah, and it needs to be as close as possible. So it like, you know, the setup would have to be careful to
yeah, exactly. You
control
can't
for temperature and pressure. You can't really control for the electromagnetism of it, but in the end, it's the same difference. If there's an attraction, you know, whether it be by mass attracting mass or, you know, matter attracting matter by way of electromagnetism, it's still matter attracting matter. So,
well, yeah,
still,
but,
for me,
I mean, there's two things.
Sorry.
There's two things. I mean, one is you have to make sure that it's not like putting a mass under the scale, as in like a mass scale mass. It has to be scale like on top, and then the mass weighed off of the scale from below. And then the other thing, when it comes to electromagnetism, we use an inert material like that's not magnetic.
You think you would have to have it in a chamber. I feel like it would have to be the scale itself would have to be in a chamber to account for.
No, just use lead, for example.
No, but even if you had this big ass heavy mass, it would change the weight of the air, the vertical air column. So you need to make sure that the temperature and the pressure of the air where the scale is remaining unchanged.
You'd be putting them underneath the weight mass.
Yeah, but if you put
the
underneath,
vertical column
you're
would still
displacing
be the
air.
exact same on top.
Hold up, no, if you're putting it underneath, and so this big ass weight is displacing the air underneath, Avogadro's principle, that air is going to go above and it's going to weigh down heavier on the scale,
Even though that's not exactly how that works, how about then we just put another similar shaped mass, but very light. That way, it's going to have the exact same kind of layout in terms of like where the air can go. The only difference will be the mass that you'd later introduce.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. That's actually a good idea. That is a good idea. I would still feel comfortable if it was, controlled in chamber, temperature and pressure, but failing that, that's a good idea. It's at least limiting the source of air.
At the end of the day, the whole thing is need some sort of funding for this kind of thing because, for example, a very good scale that can measure these differences will cost you a little bit. And
Well,
the same with that big mass, it will cost a bit.
Yeah, the scale in that GIF was like $200.
Are you sure about that?
On eBay, yeah, you could buy like a used version for like $200 or something like that.
Even then, to get a big mass, heavy, we need to use a metal, and it will still cost quite a bit to get like a big mass of a metal.
Yeah.
Scales got so cheap. I mean, it used to be hard to get one of those little digital scales. Now you can get one in any convenience store.
What up, Jeremy? How you doing?
I literally just woke up to a dream of Geo yelling at Branch.
Are you sure that was a dream? Because that sounds realistic.
What did Branch do in your dream?
He was over talking the shit out of me.
You get overtalked so much that you have bad dreams about it, Jeremy.
Yo, dude. Supposedly there was a guy who flew before the Wright brothers, and he was from New Zealand. He was a Kiwi, and his name was Bamboo Dick. You believe that?
What was his name?
Bamboo Dick.
Is this some kind of weird joke that I'm not getting, or what's going on here?
No, dude, this is a true story that Kiwis try to tell people.
Actual nickname.
Bamboo Dick.
Yeah, this is the guy who flew before the Wright brothers.
But you couldn't have flown in New Zealand. That's you're upside down there. They can't fly. That's why it's not counted.
This is shit they're trying to pass off.
Yo, I tested. I got a bamboo dick too.
You know, Kiwis can't fly, right?
You said what?
They can. I've seen a GIF of one doing it.
You can if you launch them out of a rocket. I mean, can it?
But the thing is, would it fly or would it be a projectile? It would feel
Like
Coriolis. Let's shoot a Kiwis to make it see Coriolis. Let's go.
Oh, good.
Getting some great ideas today.
Yeah, why can't we have a pendulum? Have you ever played that game where it's like a little table and it has a labyrinth with holes and you have like a marble and you've got to move it so that the ball you can control it and stop it falling
Yeah, I
down the
remember that
hole?
one.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why can't you have like an experiment using that format to find Coriolis?
Listen to me. Nothing. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just how would that find Coriolis? I don't really see what you mean by using that to
Well,
find Coriolis.
that ball should be able to move around however the supposed spin of the Earth is affecting it.
Okay, well, first of all, you'd have friction, which for an object within a box would be way bigger than any Coriolis force would ever be. And secondly, you'd need this to change latitudes. So how are you going to have the box changing latitude?
Yeah, well, you'd have it as smooth as you could possibly get with less friction as possible. Well, that would be a good start. But you know that Coriolis has friction anyway because it's affecting the weather, right? It's affecting the way that the winds blow. So there's definitely already friction there.
It's not going to work, Bamboo Dick. You need to think out of the box.
Exactly, out of the box, not inside the box. Out.
I think you mean rotation instead of Coriolis. If you're referring to Foucault pendulum replacement.
Yeah, but the table, rather than it being flat, it would be more like a bowl.
Gotcha.
The thing is with Foucault is that a single Foucault is showing that the Earth is rotating, but showing multiple Foucaults at different latitudes, that also proves that it's round. So Foucault pendulums alone, if you do it in multiple locations, proves both that it's rotating and that it's round. So there you go. It's twofold. It's now the best globe evidence we have.
I
Globe and a rotation.
I think I reckon that the rotation could be to do with the winding of the twine, and if you wind it in a particular way, it's going to spin in a particular way. It's just going to have that it's going to have that inbuilt energy into it, into the winding. If you're winding it to the left or to the right, it's going to affect it.
Are you saying that we just happen to everyone who does it in the southern hemisphere, they winded it one way, and everyone who does it in the northern hemisphere, they wound it the other way? That's one of the big things that happens is that if you do it below the equator, you get counterclockwise, and if you do it above the equator, you get clockwise rotation or precession rather. That's one of the big things is that whether you do it below or above the equator, you get the differing directions of precession. So it can't be just because of the string.
How do you know they're not
different?
How do you know they're not turning the string upside down on you?
Do you believe that every single person who's done it below the equator has put the string one way, and everyone who's done it above the equator has put the string the other way, without any of these people interacting with each other? They're all independent people who've done that.
Well, it's
Do
a
you not see
50%.
that this is a bit?
There's a 50% chance of it happening, right?
Yeah,
if the string
if
was
there's
the
only
thing
two people who've done it.
Well, like percentage said, you're missing quite a lot of variables.
What do you mean? We're missing quite a lot of variables. I mean, when we're doing it in different locations?
Well, you haven't compared it against itself.
What do you mean compared it against itself?
You're using two different pendulums at two different latitudes, but the way to do it would be like percentage said. You need to have two or three, and you need to move the whole lot to another latitude.
Yeah,
you don't need 2 or 3, but it would be better. More is better, obviously. The more the merrier.
And that has been done.
$8,000.
Prove it, my man.
Well, there's two different questions. I mean, percent wanted it to have been done and filmed with a 360 camera.
Doesn't need to be 360, but like I said,
filmed
the
video.
closer to making it so like you're there, the better. Obviously, this goes across the board with any form of evidence for any claim whatsoever.
That I don't know if it's been done. I know it's been done over on latitude, just not filmed early.
Well, when
I'd be
we're
interested in seeing any
relying,
data you have.
we are relying
Hold up,
solely on
Carlos.
this
I just
pendulum.
want to say, hold up. I just want to say, I'd be interested in seeing. I'll still, critique and look over other data if they claim to have done it, like in a paper that they took, these 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever different apparatuses and had them at one latitude and then moved them and did everything the same way at another latitude. That'd be, interesting.
If it's not
to
video,
look over.
then why bother?
What?
So, since it's not video, it won't be conclusive, so why even bother?
For me, it wouldn't be definitive evidence. It'd still be, strong circumstantial or corroborative evidence, and for someone else, it might be definitive evidence. It might meet their threshold for belief. In any case, it would be interesting. But are you just making an argument from ignorance, saying that you have it when you in fact don't?
I'm saying I know it's been done, and I'm saying that it hasn't been done, or as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been
To my
done with
standards,
video.
yes.
To your standards, with video.
I understand.
That's the only
But
claim
even
I'm
so,
making.
I will ask you to substantiate your claim on that one, that it has been done, and it's published somewhere or something like that. I'd like to read it. I don't think it has been done.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna prove my statement today.
All right, that's fine. Make a note of it then.
Because
Or
isn't
if
that
if you recall any like keywords or whatever, and I could just like search for myself, that would work too.
Yeah, the keyword is focal pendulum.
The keyword is go fuck yourself.
That'll narrow it down.
I mean,
Hold on, wait.
The whole idea of this pendulum is that this is the only supposed evidence that there is to back up this Earth rotating, and
No,
you'd
the
want to
idea
get
of the idea of the pendulum. My bad. I thought you were done. Did you want
No,
to
it's fine.
say
Go
more?
ahead.
I was talking to Carlos.
I'm sorry.
Carlos, did you want to say something else? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, waiting for you, bro. Bamboo.
What's up?
Bamboo dick, go.
You go.
The whole idea of this pendulum is it's supposed to swing back and forth in a straight line, but you put it on a ball joint to let it swing any direction. If you really wanted to see if this is focal, you make it just swing back and forth in a straight line because that's what it's supposed to be doing. Just like the ballistic or the bullet or the airplane. I don't know why you put it on a ball joint. It doesn't even make sense.
See, that idea is retarded, but the sentiment, the motivation, I think is actually not bad. It's the same one Percentage had. He said just use the same apparatus at the equator, and then that way you're certain it swings back and forth.
You're certain that it swings back and forth if you put on a hinge joint or something that will only swing back and forth.
I don't understand how you don't get it, dude. The thing you're talking about is restricting its movement so it can only move back and forth. If you
That's the claim.
Then you're never going to win.
The claim is it's only
anyways, even if they're supposed to be.
Kosher, the claim is it's only moving back and forth. That's the claim. The pendulum only swings back and forth.
But if you restrict it so that it only swings back and forth,
perfect.
Then how are you ever going to win the procession?
I don't do it. That's not my problem. The claim is it only swings back and forth.
Jesus Christ, man. That's
what you guys make a claim that the pendulum only
swings. Just do it at the equator first.
First of all, you would get precession at the equator if you swung it. If you started swinging it north and south,
no, you wouldn't.
You should get the precession until it went east west.
No, you shouldn't.
No, they claim that it doesn't, Jeremy.
No, I know, but you should.
It's not the same Coriolis that you're thinking of, man.
Dude, you're changing your tangential speed. if you're at the equator and you're
I
going
never
north-south.
considered that. Yeah. Would Coriolis
Just
affect-
shoot a cannon. Boys, we talked about this.
We're not
Fuck.
talking about Coriolis.
Shoot the
We're talking
cannon.
about Foucault's pendulum.
Oh.
But
That is
now
percent. That is the Coriolis effect. Percent. The
Same
Foucault
thing.
pendulum. Hold on, I got a square percentage
Oh,
away.
yeah, it's actually true. My bad. My bad.
Okay, you good? All right.
This whole time I'm trying to just visualize this pendulum, the way that it's spinning and the earth process. It's like you're going for a long drive, and when you go to sleep at night after 9 hours of driving, all you can see is the lines on the road just going through your mind. One dotted line after another. It's fucking hell. How can you sleep? You've got that wrong, Jeremy. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what
Hold
doesn't
up.
make sense?
Hold up. So since Coriolis is observed going north to south or south to north, right? We're doing it at the equator. Is the idea that the north to south swing will be cancelled out by the south to north swing, and that's why there'll be no kind of precession whatsoever?
Yeah, because if you're perfect.
Go ahead, sorry.
That's it exactly. Is that if you're literally right on the equator, then essentially it's more that the rotation of Earth is perfectly perpendicular to the axis of the pendulum, or the direction the pendulum is swinging. There would be no reason for it to precess. This is perfectly perpendicular to the axis of rotation.
It's not a north and south thing. That's what I'm trying to tell Jeremy. It's lining the swing with the axis of rotation, and if the swing is exactly aligned with or perpendicular, if the swing is perpendicular to the axis of rotation, then it's just going to swing with the axis of rotation.
Okay, and it's definitely not going to be
No.
aligned. And it's definitely not going to be aligned if you swing. And it's definitely not going to be aligned if you swing it north-south, right?
Yeah, but then even still, there's not
Okay,
going to be but even still, it's not. There's not going to be any effect on it in that direction then, because it's swinging north and south, and it's rotating, around. I don't see how it's going to process.
The weight.
If it's east to west,
The weight is at a lower radius or a smaller radius than the fulcrum point or the pivot point. That's at a longer radius away. So the actual pivot point would be moving within each swing, within each period. So of course it would have to have forces making it precess perpendicular.
No. Think about it. If you have
Every time the pendulum goes up to its maximum point and then it turns around and it comes back again, every single time it comes to its what do you call that? Its maximum height. Yeah. It's gonna have some rotation. It's gonna have some rotation, and the effect that rotation might be affected by the spring-like action of the coil of the coiled twine itself.
Just think about it, dude. Just think about a rotating frame, a rotating ball, and you have a swinging thing on the equator, and it's rotating around. As it's rotating around, the swinging thing is going in the same direction that it's spinning around. So why would it cause?
Okay, but while it's swinging, its pivot point is moving around an orbit. It's circling. So as it's swinging during its period, the point that it's swinging from is physically moving through space. So of course that should affect it.
Yeah, the direction it's moving now is the same direction it's swinging.
So it's
But it's at a different radius. It's at a different radius on the wheel of the equator, so it has to be moving faster.
Just to be clear, Kosho, it's swinging, the pendulum swinging north to south, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, in that situation, it wouldn't be swinging in the same direction.
Perfectly perpendicular.
Yeah, because it sounded like you were saying it swings east to west, which just wouldn't work.
It only. So the thing is, you get something to precess or rotate around the axis when you have an unequal force on either side. But what would make you have an unequal force when the top is moving? Is the top is affecting both sides equally. Moving the top doesn't change anything about rotation.
Hands up.
Yes, it does.
So how does moving the top make any kind of unbalance in the two directions?
Okay, so if I had a gyroscope, a physical one spooled up, horizontal axis, or sorry, vertical axis, and I move the top, do you think we'd feel the forces on the gyroscope or not? There'd be no force.
If you move the top, of course, there will be a force, yeah.
Right, so there's a pendulum swinging, and we're going to move the top. The point that it's swinging from, we're going to move that. Do you not think that's going to affect underneath? Not, but have a good sleep.
Oh, what are you guys saying? The pendulum won't precess because it's getting counteracted on either side of the equator if you're swinging it north-south?
Basically.
Okay, so if you're 10 feet south or north of the equator, sorry, say you're 1,000 feet north of the equator, then it should precess.
Basically.
Think about it this way. The closer you are to the equator, the longer time it would take for it to precess the full circle, and also at the same time that means it precesses by less the same amount of time. And when you get to the equator, it's the equivalent of having infinite amount of time to go around the circle because it doesn't move. If you're
Only if
very
you're
close
exactly.
if you're very close to the equator, you have a very, very slight amount of precession. The further away you go, the more you can.
So obviously, ideally, you would test the extremes. You do it at the equator and then somewhere far away from the equator to show the disparity.
I mean, at the North Pole, you should have it rotate once every 24 hours, perfectly with the, or well, once every 12 hours if you're just counting the, because of course it goes in both directions. So you only need to go half a circle to have covered an entire circle if it's both.
Just shoot a cannon from the equator north and then from the equator south. Come on. We don't need to set up a pendulum.
Yeah. Another thing is just go below the equator and travel straight east. If you can't travel straight east without having to correct to the left or to the right, or depending on which direction you have to correct for, it's either flat or not.
What's easier to do? To bring a cannon there and shoot it, and like measure the where it lands and everything, or to set up a pendulum and observe it?
Well, I would ask you, what's more definitive? Thank you.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Go south of the equator? What do you want to do? Go south of the equator? Yeah, we'll shoot a cannon. We're gonna shoot a cannon, bro. We've shot millions of cannonballs. We've shot millions of fucking cannonballs, dude. It ain't gonna show us nothing. You say to do go south of the equator, then go east?
No,
just go south of the
stand at the equator, shoot north and shoot south with a cannon. That would show you everything. What do you mean we've done it with thousands and it shows nothing?
You get the deviation, right? The Globers, do we get a deviation if we shoot a cannonball north or south?
I didn't hear that. You broke up a bit for me.
Yeah, why not?
We get the deviation. It's there. Now what? The deviation is there. Now what?
Yeah, Coriolis.
I know it's not wind.
You shoot it both. Shoot it every direction. So
no. If you shoot north and south, you'll get what you're supposed to get.
If you shoot it north, it'll deviate to the west. If you shoot it south, it'll deviate to the other direction. I mean, it's still west, but
I promise you, pendulum. Sorry, promise you, pendulum is more definitive. You have this cannon. Who knows if there was, an asymmetric combustion of the powder, of the gunpowder.
Oh, no.
Who knows, if there was a little air pocket or something like that. Who knows about a bunch of other things. It's not definitive.
You shoot it. No, I'm sorry. You shoot it 50 times one way and 50 times the other way. If Coriolis is a thing, there's going to be a very consistent fucking trend. There's no wind that's going to push it one way and then quickly the other way for you when you turn around. Like there will be no discrepancies.
Okay, so
it's either
first
there
off,
or it's
you
not.
already have discrepancy because of like Heisenberg's uncertainty principle or what have you. You're already going to have a plot, all right?
Fuck's sake, percent.
Secondly, you're going to have wind. It's more powerful according to them than Coriolis. The stuff is going to go everywhere. So I don't think it's going to be.
You forget the uncertainty of whether you should fire it this second or the next second. That's another uncertainty.
Oh yeah, are we even there? Is there 2 cannons or 1 cannon? Fuck.
Not to mention the matter is superpositioned north and south.
That's actually one of the flaws in space-time. Time model is the superposition theory. If you have particles in 2 places at once, where's the space-time for it? It's all fucked up.
How's that fucked up? What are you talking about?
They can't tell you where the space-time's. They can't tell you where the space-time's bending. Yeah, it's all fucked up. You can't tell us where the space-time's bending.
No, they don't do equations regarding gravity when they on the quantum mechanic level. They don't concern. They don't worry about gravity.
Well, I'll have to go reread it. I posted a whole list of shit in here the other day about problems with GR and space-time and shit.
No problem. It's just an irrelevant force at that scale.
It's an irrelevant force, or is it not even there?
It's an irrelevant force at that scale.
An irrelevant force. Shit.
Predict the force acting on our.
Is that like curvature? Is curvature irrelevant? Curvature.
Well,
at that scale, yes.
We're talking about the values. Just come up with the value and see if that value would be negligible or it would be apparent.
It's the exact same way, but when we say that if you're talking about curvature over like 1 meter, of course it's irrelevant. There's not going to be any curvature over 1 meter.
Yeah, there has to be curvature over 1 meter. What are you talking about?
Of course there has to be, but everything in the world is going to be making that irrelevant. Like the pavement, like the wooden floor, like different.
I thought you were talking about still water. Did you see this guy last night with his rotating fish tank? Come on, man.
Talking about it.
Why do come in with goofy shit right when I gotta go inside and go to bed?
Yeah, because you weren't looking at the ISS last night.
Bro, fuck that Kosho. A light shooting through the sky after all this, do you think that's gonna do something for me?
It's not supposed to.
It's
not supposed to change your mind, man. It's just cool. It's a cool observation.
And literally,
it's supposed to just give you a woody, mate.
You
it's supposed to just
You got a bamboo dick off of this or what?
It's supposed to give you bamboo dick.
Wait,
bamboo dick. Are you a fucking panda? Are you a panda, Jeremy?
Yo, if you're doing it right, you always have bamboo dick.
Exactly.
The missus is a panda. She loves chewing down on the old bamboo.
There was this crazy shorty in my dream last night. She was built like it was unreal.
Is Branch and Cheetah?
No, this was way before that. This was way before that Branch and Geo thing.
Did you say she was?
And I landed a plane on a bridge that was fucking crashing. The bridge was collapsing. And I was flying a plane and I landed it on the fucking bridge. But then we were on a train. It was weird. It's too weird. Anyways, go on. Continue on. Carry on.
It was like a movie, hey?
Bro, it was even crazy. It was like fucking, it was crazy.
Imagine if we had a technology that could just record dreams. I'd
oh
be
my
the
god,
world's best cinematographer and director and actor.
Yeah, right.
Did you bang her in the cockpit, Jeremy?
No, the chick was the chick wasn't there. I think it might have been before the plane crash even.
Oh, the chick wasn't there, but the dudes were.
The chick was before the plane crash. Then we had some heists. This dude was digging up bags of money, but it was like on the front porch. And we pulled some crazy heist off. I'd just be having like crazy ass dreams.
Did you have sex with Branch?
Yo, you were in it. You were driving and you were pretending to be a computer programmer. We were about to scam some chick in Alaska or something.
Sounds like my normal life.
I didn't remember that till just now.
You sure that wasn't real life?
actually got Kosho in your dreams. That is
Yeah,
sad, Jeremy.
I know,
That is
man. I
sad,
know.
my friend.
He's been here for the past fucking 5 days straight, man.
Well, he's got Branch over talking him in his dreams. Like,
Yeah, I woke up to Geo yelling at Branch in my dream. It wasn't really happening.
Meanwhile, Bansaw's waking up to wet dreams of goats fucking flocking around.
Hey, don't you be knocking my goats. I chose the right door. I chose the right door. Get on that.
And the overriding theme. The overriding theme of Jeremy's dream is actually a numpty clip of QE's. No doubt.
Dude, them shits are just
You love those
embarrassing for
numpties,
you
don't
guys. Kosho, did you go back and listen to the Coriolis one with me and you?
I've heard it plenty of times. I'm sure that it's
Realize you're
retarded.
wrong. You were wrong.
I'm sure that you're retarded in it.
no, Kosho, you were wrong in that one. I remember listening to it.
Yeah.
Shut up, Gumby.
Bro, dead wrong, bro.
No, I'm kidding. I didn't
Okay,
listen to
good.
it.
He's not joking. He's not joking. That was
Traitor Joe. What the fuck?
Trying to convince Kosho to get rid of the Foucault pendulum. It's a very weak argument.
Yeah. Just like you
I almost had your boy right
their
now.
strongest argument.
Excuse
they just
me.
did it.
Yeah, I told you that it's the strongest argument because it both proves that it's spinning and that it's a globe. It's
The same way you were having
properly.
Absolutely nothing.
the same way you were having nightmares of the concentric circles. Like you told me, Jeremy, you're waking up with nightmares from this concentric circles one.
No, I told you it's a
nightmares of Foucault's
logistical
pendulum, dude.
No, I told you it's a logistical nightmare. Big difference.
You told me every day,
Okay.
oh, I'm giving me nightmares, man.
Hang on a minute.
No, I didn't say that.
I've just had a really interesting thought. If we put at the equator, like north-south, a giant hamster wheel and put a cow in it, over time, as that cow stepped, if the Earth was actually rotating, that cow should slowly but surely just slip out the opposite side of that little hamster wheel. Because as each foot comes off the ground, it should just move a little bit. Yeah, you get me. Bandy's with me. Yeah.
That's not how this works.
No,
I
you
hope you're
don't.
joking. I hope you're joking.
Not how any of this works.
If is it a Hereford or a Jersey cow? I think Jersey cow would be better.
Jersey. Listen,
Definitely
I
a
almost had
Jersey, mate.
guys. I almost had these guys ready to throw out Eratosthenes yesterday, or not these guys, but Moyak specifically. Did you hear it, man? It's how you heard it, right?
Yeah, I heard part of it. Well, you had Aristophanes and Alberuni on the ropes there too at one stage.
What?
We got to focus, guys. We got to
Hey
get
guys,
rid of
guess what? I was
one thing at
bullying
a time.
Moyak. I was bullying
We need
Moyak.
to-
I almost beat the globe because I was bullying Moyak.
Look,
Wow.
I think Jeremy, we need to create another room that is locked, that's globe free, that we can just get our.
I think they got
GC
something like that in 24/7. They got like a
I
war
have
room or
one of those
something.
in my
Here's
server.
the problem, though. Here's the problem. My sock account is a flat earther role, so I can still see that chat.
There you go.
Oh, you
That's
can't see
okay.
anything. Don't you worry.
I literally have a server. I have
I'm
it like
kidding.
that
I
in my
don't have
server,
a
dude.
sock account for freaking 24/7.
Of course you do.
Guys, we got to focus. We got to start from the bottom and work our way up. Okay, we got to get rid of Eratosthenes.
Okay.
How about you start with Cavendish?
No, cannons.
Was Aristophanes, was he Mr. Sticks in the ground? Was that the guy?
He was a
Yeah, the sticks
librarian.
in the shadows. We got it to work on it. We got it to work on a flat surface. Listen.
Yeah.
Did you sort that guy out with the rotating? Go ahead, my bad.
With
Dude.
the rotating what?
No, you didn't rotate anything, dude.
No, I was gonna say, did you sort that guy out with the fucking rotating fish tank last night?
Rolling my boulder. I told him it was the most pathetic argument going around. I said he brought a cap gun. He brought a cap gun to a gunfight. That was his problem. I told him that very, very clearly. Right. Firstly, his water's contained. Right. You win the argument right there by bringing water in a container. Right?
He's new though. He's new.
He's funny.
He's not as new as what he made out to be, Jeremy.
Why?
No, he said he's 3 months.
Yeah, no, he knows his arguments and he's playing with you.
Why do you say that, Benson?
He's a Poe.
I see through the deceivers like yourself, Kojo.
Like, you can do the thing that I can do.
What do you
That's what you're saying. You can do the same thing I can do
I've
and see
only
through
been
the
here for a
deceivers.
month.
That's good, man.
I've only
I
been
can
here
see
for a
things
month.
too.
Okay.
He
Hey,
can't do that
Gummy.
other thing. He can't do that other thing you can do though, and suck his own dick.
Hey, Gummy, you've been in the game for a long, long time. I've seen you on
1 month.
many servers, Gummy.
No, 1 month.
Many servers. Yeah, 1 month. You know what? You've been in this game for 1 month. I've got a 13 3/4 inch cock.
Well, you're right on that
Shit.
one.
Geez, that 3/4 must make it hard.
Yeah.
Challenging.
That shit was
Oh, I guess-
hilarious. Oh my bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna. I guess I've been maybe 2.5, maybe 3 years.
Exactly 1 month. See, I called
Yeah.
you out. I mean, I'm onto you. Been onto you for years.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. These guys were bet. He's like, I'll bet my dick. And Rocky was like, why don't you make a big bet? That shit was hilarious.
That was quite a good.
Especially if it was really quick, yeah.
Making all these little. Well, I don't know how quick it was. Good though.
Yeah, it's
Rocky
good.
is sharp.
I must have had him turned
We're the
down. I
sharpest
didn't
of
hear
the
that.
bunch. What's up?
Probably had him turned down already. I didn't hear that.
Like we're the sharpest in the bunch. Like seriously, Coach. So if we were in a kitchen, I'd be a steak knife. You'd be like a plastic spoon.
One of those Japanese.
I'd be the samurai sword on the wall.
I know you guys are so sharp. Instead of arguments, you come up with stupid jokes. That's good.
Like a rubber spatula.
Perspective.
Sharp you are, man. I'll see if you can
Cannons.
get. Let's see if you get Trevor Bansal got trapped.
What's that?
Line upon the earth.
What did you say?
I can trap you where I trapped Bansal last night. He was crying. He was almost like.
I was in the fetal position, rocking and frothing in the corner.
Ever since then, he's been talking about Coriolis. He's like, guys, we should stop talking about Coriolis, guys. Let's not talk about it again.
You really have to, though. You need like a
What?
schedule, a topic.
We have to keep talking about it until people understand that. Yeah.
No, not Coriolis. I mean, Foucault's pendulum specifically. He's like,
Same
let's
thing,
not talk
same
about it ever again. But
Get rid of it, Kosho. I'm telling you, get rid of it. It's so weak, it's not even funny.
But I'm saying, Jeremy, I'm gonna see if I can catch you, or if I caught him. But yeah, you know, it's just pretend it is happening, okay? Just pretend it is happening. And so what? Why? How is it happening? And for including that,
What
how
is
is the
happening?
gyroscope happening? Like what's
That
causing
it does
to happen?
process.
If it's a
Oh,
made-up
that it's process. Hold on a second. What's up, kiddo? Come on up.
You put it down to rotation, I put it down to ether and magnetism.
Yeah, dude, there's so many reasons why that could be happening. Just because your bullshit doesn't work doesn't mean I have to come up with my own bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the right answer. But just give me 3. You said there's so many. Give me 3.
Whale farts.
You have any yet, Jeremy?
I got some. Hold on, though.
Hey, hold on, Kosho. You got to tell Jeremy about the experiment that you want to do in Jeremy's minivan.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll tell you. I'll get to that once you tell me what could be causing the Coriolis, and I'll tell you the experiment that you're going to do for us.
Well, he said ether.
He
It
said
could be. I didn't say. No, I didn't. I didn't say
No,
anything
not
yet.
Jeremy. Not Jeremy. I was
He
talking
said
about
there's no magnetism, ether, something about the sun. Just make some shit up.
I mean, bro, I could list off like 100 things right now about why that could happen.
So, okay, then just give me the top 3.
You want like the top 3, or do you want them in like chronological
Any 3.
order, or like how do you want it?
Any 3 at random.
Okay, 3 at random. The magnet that pushes it causes it to deviate. The one that keeps it going
Okay, but it's one that's not using one of those, obviously.
Okay, not magnetic. All right.
No, it can be magnetic, but I'm saying not one that's using one of those persistent swingers.
So now he can't give his own
So
reasons.
it is magnetic. You just said it is magnetic, but not one of the magnetic ones.
Pendulum. The
No, yeah,
pendulum itself
it
doesn't
can be
use
magnetic. You
magnet.
just can't use one of those magnetic pivots.
What? It can be magnetic. Okay, what's magnetic about it?
Anything
If
you
it's
want. I
magnetic,
don't know,
it's a
dude. You
problem.
just can't put a fucking magnetic thing in a pivot.
Hey, quick question. Just really quick. Are there images of, or does anyone know, are surface waves over distance affected by Coriolis as well?
I
So I imagine they would have to be.
water. I got a picture of concave water in a fish tank. If you want to see that.
No, I'm thinking like a tsunami wave. You know how they track them over long distance? Like that would have to be affected by Coriolis. There should be a pattern that's very evident over long distance waves.
Why
I
would you
don't see a reason why
that,
it would be affected by
why would you expect that?
Well, it's a fluid, just
I
like
like
the
where your
atmosphere.
head's at. I like where your head's at, White.
Well, it's a
But
fluid.
a wave isn't traveling like a particle or like an object. It's disturbances in the ground itself or in the water itself or whatever.
Yes, but one part of the wave should be moving at a different rate to the other based on the Coriolis if it's over different latitudes. That's why I was saying like a tsunami type event where they track it with a satellite.
I'm saying that it wouldn't happen because a wave isn't like a particle. That's not how it moves. It moves through a disturbance in the ground.
Would that be dope as fuck to, if I'm not a surfer, but if you were, would that be like the best surfing you could get is to just like be riding a tsunami wave?
Yeah, you'd find the eddies. You find the eddies, just like there is in the atmospheric storms. There should be fucking eddies and shit in the ocean based on the same effect. There should be. We should be able to see these patterns in the ocean, just like we see in the sky from satellites.
So what? Whites, I like where your head's at, Whites. Keep looking.
I'm pretty sure that is a thing, yeah.
Garbage Island.
Right. That supercomputer going white, hack into all the satellites, get all the footage.
No, just ask Ruhif. He's got all that data.
Oh, Kosho, I'll finish it.
755 terabytes.
I'll finish that list if you want.
So man, give me 2 or 3, dude.
Cannons.
Okay, one of them could be.
Piss your pendulum off. Shoot a fucking cannon.
One of them could be bias when letting it go. Even if you burnt it, there could be wind. There could be bro, you got a pen out because you're gonna need a pen.
I have a pen, dude. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
The release of the pendulum, wind, magnetism, electrostatics, the downward current might not be even that happens on Earth. The downward electrical current, remember that, Kosho? That could be affecting it somehow. What else? Is that enough, or do you want more?
That's good, man. That's good. It's a lot worse than Bansaw's list, and he only had less.
Okay.
Still pretty good.
Fuck off.
A lot worse, and he only had less. That was awesome.
Anyway, yeah.
That was awesome.
We'll just take like magnetism, electrostatics, downward current.
Downward electrical current on Earth. I want that. I want the downward electrical current on the top of the list, so heads know that there is a downward electrical current on Earth.
Yeah, okay. Well.
Okay, can we underline and like maybe
I am underlining that.
Bold font.
It's the only one that I can't make my argument. Anyways, the wind either. Anyways, the point is, whatever is affecting the Foucault's pendulum should be measurable. Otherwise, right? You should be able to measure it with something, right?
Maybe you guys have weird magnetic problems, so I mean we can use the magnets.
Yeah, that's true because that's kind of vague and obscure, kind of ambiguous. So yeah, I guess you could just say that, right? But no, dude, we don't have magnetic problems that you can just also fucking use.
You do have. We went through it last night. You're like, yeah.
Go have magnetic problems, then you have erectile dysfunction problems.
Kosho, you said last night you had magnetic field issues on Earth with your north-south.
What does that have to do with your fucking? What does it do with Foucault's pendulum?
Dude, if you can have problems, I can have this little problem.
Put this in perspective to you, just like I said to Banzo last night. Okay, I felt pretty good when I was saying this. I was like, oh, I thought of it. But a compass, right? A compass is about all the electromagnetic field on Earth can fucking move. It's a tiny needle. Okay.
Yeah, but how
is it going to move this pendulum?
Such a light.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Listen, that company. This is such a negligible effect. This little precession thing. It's so negligible. I mean, I don't know what you think you're going to measure it with the compass in your mom's car.
First of all, it's not my mom's car.
But it's like gravity, mate. The more mass, the more effect. So you think that little compass
that's another
piece
one.
of metal?
Good.
Fuck all. The mass of that pendulum is heavy.
Good call. It could be Cavendish. If Cavendish is a real thing, that could be thrown into something. There's so many factors and variables. It's unbelievable. There's like 1,000.
Just shoot a fucking cannon.
It could be gravity.
Just
shoot
a
cannon.
Railgun. Fuck your cannon.
Sorry, what are we in? Fucking 1800s? You're gonna load up a cannon?
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's all get together. Let's all get together and shoot some cannons. Come on.
Bandsaw said it was safe because
when was Cavendish?
We got to get a railgun. When?
Were they cannons before Cavendish or not?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Right. So here you are saying, what, we're going to go back to when Cavendish was after the cannon. Come on.
Oh, that was before. I want to take it all the way back to Eratosthenes.
Right, okay.
The Cavendish could be an excuse for why the Foucault pendulum gets thrown off. Could be the sun and the moon. Could be the sun and the moon rotating over us, and since it goes in an even line at the equator, that's why it doesn't precess at the equator. I mean, dude, I can come up with 1,000 things freestyle off the top of the dome right now.
Are you saying that you'll accept gravity so that Coriolis doesn't happen? Is that what you just said?
Bro, that's not gravity. Okay, you can't even prove that's gravity. So you can't prove space-time's bending around the balls. Okay, none of that shit.
What we show is mass attracting mass. That's gravity.
Maybe not. There could be some. There could be some other thing.
You'll accept mass attracting mass so that you can get rid of Coriolis.
No, this isn't. No one said mass attracting mass. That's not what this is. You don't even know that's what it is. In fact, Newton said it was insane. They threw that whole theory out of mass attracting mass. They know that's not it.
Newton said that.
That's dumb that you guys even
Newton
think
said that theory was insane.
Yeah, he said
my
you got to
theory
be a
is
lunatic.
insane.
He said you got to be a lunatic to believe in this shit.
Dude, no. What he said was the idea of mass attracting mass, like without there being some sort of, communicator.
God.
Just speak across and doing it instantly. He says, I can't understand how that would work like that, but we know mass attracts mass, so I'm going to keep it. And then, and guess what? He wasn't wrong because Einstein figured out how it's fucking communicating it.
Einstein figured out it wasn't the mass attracting the mass, and it was space-time bending.
No, he didn't figure that out. He figured out it was mass.
Yes, they did.
No, he figured out it was mass attracting mass, and he figured out how it was happening.
No, dude, they figured out it wasn't
Who was
the mass
smarter,
attracting.
Tesla or Einstein?
Well,
who knows? I mean, they never had they should have done a rap off or something. Rap battle.
Einstein, because he stole his idea.
What about some of the statements that Tesla's made about a lot of the scientists back in the day and how they were wandering off, equation after equation when there was
Tesla
no
was a bit
reality
of a
to it.
lunatic.
Yeah,
you gotta work on that quote.
Here we go.
No, but I mean, any engineer today would probably say that same statement about any theoretical physicist today. You know what I mean? So,
you gotta work on that quote, bro. It's a little bit better.
I didn't say quote me. I didn't say quote me.
You did it okay. I'm gonna give you a thick.
You can all
Newton-
Google it.
Newton played with dolls and drank mercury because he thought he'd shit roll.
A lot of dudes were playing with dolls back then.
Tesla had sex
That's
with his
awesome.
pigeons.
That's awesome. Shit gold.
Yeah, no.
That's
shit.
the
Like,
side
he
of
was like,
intelligence right there.
yeah, he believed in alchemy, that the body was like some sort of machine that changed chemicals and yeah, and
Tesla.
it's,
Sorry, I thought you were done. Great, go ahead.
yeah, the doll thing is hilarious too because like he didn't like he was the ultimate incel. But he
Playing with
dolls.
dolls.
And Tesla
I'm just
banged
saying-
his birds. He didn't bang pigeons.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing.
What
really.
birds was it then?
His birds.
Pretty
like,
sure it
no,
was
yeah.
pigeon.
It's slang
Come on,
for
gotta
women.
be.
They don't know.
Wasn't
They don't
Tesla
know.
in love with his pigeon? Called it his wife and everything.
Yes.
No, he just
Yeah.
loved banging birds. It's a whole different slang.
No, it was an actual pigeon, not even an attractive bird.
No,
Banging
why don't you name
birds.
me one of the attractive birds, Kosho?
I was about to.
Which birds do you find sexy?
I was about to give you some examples.
Which birds do you find sexy?
List them off,
Oh,
Kosho. Your top
oh,
3
yeah.
sexy birds. Your top 3.
I'm gonna fight the cassowary. I'm gonna fight the
Cassowary.
dead
Yo, hummingbirds are not
Yeah, they're not bad. If I was
Yeah,
drunk.
hummingbird. Your dick would probably fit.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
Yo, Koji, you're taking that one. That was for you.
Some docking with beak.
It's in line with the other jokes, so it only makes sense.
That poor fucking bird. Destroyed.
Okay.
Put
Anyway.
some
No, it's
nectar
fine.
down
It
your.
didn't feel a thing.
Wait.
Still waiting.
Some nectar down. Put some nectar down your organ and see what happens with the hummingbird.
Oh my god.
Down your
organ.
Taking.
Let's get back to
sounding
Einstein.
to a whole.
That actually sounds like something you've tried, Gummy. Like,
Oh yeah.
It does, doesn't it?
But you said it with a kind of tone in your voice. I could visualize a little grin on your face at the time.
Oh
you
yeah.
said that.
That's pretty detailed.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Boom boom.
With the leather pants.
Like he was inhaling the drool that was about to spit.
Zelensky style. Oh dear. Has everyone seen that film clip of Zelensky, the music video he made?
I seen
The
it
current
clipped.
president of
Don't
Ukraine.
remind me, man.
Yeah, okay.
It's like he thought he was
That's
Beyonce
pretty
or
funny.
something.
And Klaus
It's
Schwab.
weird.
Have you seen the Klaus Schwab videos? Of him all dressed up in bondage shit on the beach?
No,
Klaus
I have
Schwab.
not.
It's funny. Photoshop for all we know, obviously. It's not proof of anything, but it's just funny.
Did that country crit? An old quote.
Oh no, the hurricane. This is or the cyclone.
Read it off, Crit. Read it off. It's too small on my phone. I can't even read
Yeah,
it.
NASA research found the combination of topography and meteorology rather than Earth's rotation helped jumpstart the cyclone. The whole idea was like globalists were saying that cyclones and storms only turn one way because of northern and southern hemisphere. What they don't look at is the times it doesn't do that.
This is going to end up being like the
It's
toilet bowl
anomalies,
thing
yeah.
in like 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and then also too, if they follow their model to its full logical conclusion, they got to explain Jupiter too. Jupiter's
It's going to be embarrassing, Kosho, because you pumped this hurricane, tornado, whatever bullshit hard, and it's going to end up being like the toilet bowl fucking flush.
There's all kinds of
But it's
forces
true.
and things going on that
Let's do
are
flush.
unexplained and unknown.
The toilets do flush, so you're wrong.
Yes, and it's not the direction of rotation of the water inside isn't caused by the Coriolis effect. They're
But
saying
they
the same.
flush.
Yes, they're saying the same thing with hurricanes now and tornadoes or whatever.
I know.
Typhoon.
No, it's saying that that specific cyclone was not started by Earth's rotation. They're
No,
not
but
saying all of them are.
they're right, dude. I mean, if that
What about
happened,
the oceans?
if that hurricane, typhoon, Vaimai, whatever, did that, then we've probably been wrong this whole time about every other hurricane doing that. And since that was 20 fucking years ago, and that was the last time it happened,
Right.
every other storm
That's
since then has fucking not done that. I guess it's not an anomaly, right? It's probably
this is exactly what the guy
right.
was saying. This is exactly what the guy was saying, exactly what Coach was saying when the toilet bowl flush thing came out to be a fluke. He's like, oh, all the toilet bowl flushes are fucking a coincidence or a fluke or something.
I bet you he didn't say that, dude. Because toilet bowls are not consistent like that.
No, but if the toilet bowls are doing it, the oceans should be doing it.
No, the toilet bowls don't do it, but the oceans do.
The ocean does.
These whenever it doesn't happen, like storms like this, there's statistical anomalies, and you can usually find out why, based on the details of how the storm began and all this other stuff, how close it was to the equator. Pretty sure it's right over the equator. Yeah, it says 1.4 degrees north.
Evidence of oceanic Coriolis, please. I've googled it and I can't find anything that's coming up.
Another thing that's interesting about this too is that there's spots in the world that don't show this, and you got the garbage island. These islands of garbage that just sit in one location. That boat that
They
went
sit
from
there?
that boat from Japan.
They're sitting there and there's no rotation.
There's currents though, obviously, so currents form eddies and that makes sense there. And there's salt water and fresh water, like pumps like saline, like pumps that go on in the ocean, and temperature pumps, you know, as some water gets cold and plunges down and other water warms up and comes up. So there's reasons for eddies besides Coriolis, without a doubt. But do they all line up with the Coriolis effect? That's an interesting thought. But where's evidence of oceanic Coriolis? Come on.
But the hurricanes make sense. Things smaller than hurricanes aren't going to make sense. But hurricanes make sense because they're effects of the actual pressure changes from north to south and south to north. So because they go in this direction like this, the Coriolis allows them to rotate, and they're super huge, going over a super huge distance. So you wouldn't even expect a tornado to be caused by Coriolis. So, yeah, for these anomalous ones that are right over the equator that happen every now and then, it doesn't change the fact that every single other one, it falls into line. It's like when something's that persistent and consistent, you have to kind of think what could be causing it, right?
The sun.
Right, so
below.
The what?
Sun.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like the same thing when you.
That's what causes it. That's what causes the directions of these hurricanes. It's the sun. That's the influence on them. It's not actually all that mysterious.
Yeah, the sun was one of my reasons. The sun was one of my reasons.
Stirs it like a spoon.
The sun was one of my reasons for the Foucault deviation.
I'm sure it was. The sun. If the sun doesn't only travel over the equator, though,
yeah, I was gonna
it
say.
doesn't make sense.
So why do these zones of Coriolis don't change, but the sun's the position does change?
It's been going. You got to realize the sun's been going around the same area for billions and zillions of years. So its main focal point is the equator. So that's where it all emanates.
It's also hurricane seasons too. This doesn't happen all year. The globe will tell you the globe spins the same all year long. They should see hurricanes all year long. No, it only matches up with the season where the sun is.
Oh yeah, every spring and every autumn, it's right over the equator. You would expect the hurricanes to be consistent twice every year because that's where it's the strongest, and you would expect them to not only have the equator that it doesn't pass over. It should have a much wider range that they're on both sides of, all the way up to 23 degrees both sides.
Until you work in what NASA said, topography and meteorology.
You work that in too.
High pressure fronts, low pressure fronts meeting. It depends on how they meet and shit. That's really what dictates the
that's what
rotation.
Yeah, but they go from the equator. They go from high pressure up north to low pressure down south, and then the Coriolis causes that. But you expect the sun that's moving, for most of the year, actually, not on the equator, north or south, right?
No, not the Coriolis, dude. Stop. It has to do with the way the fronts meet, the high pressure, low pressure, cold front to a hot front. All kinds of shit, bro. You act like there's this one little thing in Earth rotate. It's weird how you guys got.
What you just described is how hurricanes start. That's what causes. That's what's the catalyst for the movement in the first place. But what causes them to rotate is something different.
This is gonna end up like the toilet bowl flush. I'm letting you know right now, and you're gonna be embarrassed.
They've got to start somehow, right? Which is due to the sun and the pressure zones, right? Now, the fact that they're spinning, right, the way that they spin is also due to the sun and these pressure zones, which the sun dictates.
Okay, why does it cause the two sides of rotation to be around the equator when the sun is mostly not over the equator? The sun's mostly 10 degrees north of the equator or 10 degrees south or more, right?
It's a pressure zone. It's a pressure zone.
Oh my God. It's not a pressure
Not
zone.
only that, you can't measure it. You can't measure it as it happens. It's moving so slowly that, when did you go down and check that it's not the actual equator? For fuck's sake.
You can't
It's
say
not,
it's not a
what's
pressure
moving
zone.
so slowly?
That's the point. Right?
The storm
I called up a friend.
We can look at any storm that was tracked.
Come on, where's the oceanic Coriolis? The propagation of waves from north to south or south to north in any ocean across the vast distances that they travel should be affected by Coriolis. We should see that. Theoretically, there should be very few cloud systems that could ever be just branching across all these latitudes without also taking a shape that is affected.
We've got to get back onto perspective.
Just shoot cannons. It'll fuck them all up.
We can't do Coriolis for another 4 hours. Come on, guys.
No. Just like they won't chip in to hire a railgun because they know it'll just
exactly
kill,
right.
kill their argument. If we wanted $50 from everyone tonight for a railgun, who'd be in on it?
Oh.
Exactly. There you go.
Kosho?
No one.
You going to help out Kosho?
I'm not sure what the going rate of a railgun is.
I've done my own Coriolis before.
You'll donate
Really?
to bloody poker games, but you won't donate to our railgun. What the hell?
What are you gonna do when it comes out that these hurricanes rotations and shit are just like the toilet bowl flushes?
I'm gonna cry myself to sleep in your bed.
We'll get you some Spurs chemotherapy, and you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Hang on, Jeremy. Are you telling me you think the toilet bowl thing's caused by the sun?
No, that's nothing. It's literally nothing. It has nothing to do with it.
Good. That's all right. Because if the sun causes hurricanes, then
It's
yeah,
just
anyway, that's good.
The toilet bowl flush is just other variables. That's all.
Good work.
The thing with the toilet bowl flush is that people listen to pseudoscience nonsense, tourist trap type stuff on YouTube. They didn't follow the science or they didn't read the science. They just saw a video on YouTube or saw a meme or watch The Simpsons, right? Where the Simpsons were the embassy in the American embassy in Australia built this massive contraption to make the toilet spin the other direction because clockwise toilet rotation was communism or something along whatever, It was like
Nice.
yeah. The Simpsons made a funny joke about it because Bart did some prank, but in the prank, if you get in trouble, you get the boot, which is like it's like a caning, But this this police officer boots you in the butt, but they didn't want that to happen, so they use this machine to turn the way the toilet flushed for some reason.
The Yanks probably got Australia to pay for it too.
Yeah.
Yo, is that the way that picture Don drew up top a little bit? Is that the way things deviate in the north and the south?
No, it's wrong because it's looking at it from what we call outside the reference frame, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Is that the direction of deviation though? That's all I want to know.
No, that's a direction they travel, not the direction. Yeah,
You're saying you got the deviation direction backwards, and it's actually counterclockwise in the north.
Yeah, this is a direction the hurricanes, or this is the direction the storms travel, but not the direction they turn. They turn the other way, but they travel the one direction.
Crit, your National Geographic might be wrong because I found citations that say the opposite to that.
Yeah, that's possible. It makes it interesting, right? Because
I think I would gamble on my own gut reaction that maybe my diagram is right and National Geographic's wrong.
No, your diagram is right for the direction that they move. They move this way, but they turn the other way.
Okay, but how come, Scientific America is saying the opposite?
Oh, come on, guys. We've got to sort this. This is important.
Yeah, hang on. I'll get the other two.
This is important.
Yeah, listen. If I shoot a bullet, which way does it deviate?
Well, if you shoot it north, then it deviates to the west.
So Don's deviation pictures backwards. Like, I'm not trying to pick on you, Don. I'm seriously just trying to get it straight.
I think so far me and Crit have agreed my little spirals.
No, that's not the same thing, though, dude.
Hang on. Me and Crit have agreed that the spirals I drew are the way the tornadoes have moved out from the equator. But so far, we're not sure which way they're spinning after that.
No, you got the same thing. Clockwise tornado.
Oh, so
no, that's the opposite to your one, Crit.
No, look at mine's the same one. Counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south. The same as mine.
It's the same way.
This is. Yeah, and look at here. It's like the south. It also references the tornado, the toilet flush.
Look at how
But the Foucault's pendulum is clockwise in the north, though.
All right, I'm going to postulate something just quickly.
How do we just rip the lid off of this one?
How'd you rip the lid off anything? What are you talking about?
Just rip the fucking lid. This is elbow drops from the top rope right here.
Right, Jeremy, my spirals are wrong for the spinning, but they're right for the deviation.
For the movement,
You got big fucking issues here. I just want to let you guys know we're about to tear your ass up.
Right, so I admit, that they spin the other way, but for some reason they're spinning opposite, right, above and below the equator, which could.
Yeah, think about
that's the path of the sun.
Points to some sort of movement.
Like a paddle moving through the water. This is the same pattern you get.
Oh, but listen, dude. Listen to what he's saying. The way in which they rotate the hurricanes, they would rotate the opposite direction if they were doing what you were talking about. So that's how eddies work. That's how eddies work. You move the spoon through it. They're gonna make a clockwise rotation on top of it. It's gonna make a counterclockwise rotation below and below it.
Until you work in topography and meteorology.
Was that okay? Yeah, but that is if it's topography and meteorology, then how is it the sun in the first place? It's consistently going in this direction. So how is it
matches seasons?
Going?
It correlates with seasons.
No, it doesn't. It does it every season, every time. It correlates the exact rotation.
Based on season, not based on
No,
the
not
rotation.
based on every single time, except for once in 20 years ago. Every big storm in the ocean rotates this way.
I think Bandit wants to jump in here.
Well, it's the sun that's creating the temperature through the sun, which is creating the different pressure zones, heat gain and heat loss.
Listen, I'm gonna need a. Oh, my bad, man. So go ahead.
Go, man. Go jump in.
I'm gonna need a flat Earth assistant. I can't be doing all this stuff, and it's very hard work being a top 10 flat earther. So, do I have any volunteers?
You've never done anything ever. I've done more stuff for you than you have for yourself, man.
Cannons.
Can't have.
Boom.
We can't have a paid agent being a assistant.
Yeah, no, seriously. I need to know. I need to know which way the so-called pendulum deviates in the north and south. I need to know which way bullets deviate, which way the tornadoes directions deviates, which way the tornado directions.
Don't get fucked, man. They don't do nothing.
Hurricanes. My bad. Don't pick on that one word.
Hurricanes go counterclockwise in the north. Okay, the bullet will shoot to the west in the north.
Opposite way.
You shoot it north.
Which is the opposite way. Which is the opposite way.
No, that's not the opposite way. That's what you're talking about. That's not rotating. It's just going to the west. But anyway,
yeah, the opposite. Well, hold on. What do you mean? Well, anyway, you're trying to breeze over this like it ain't nothing. You got serious fucking issues. We just blew the lid off this. You thought I was joking.
I don't see what you blew the lid off, man. But
dude, you guys are fucked.
West, you shoot the north.
You guys are fucked.
Okay.
You got the Coriolis effect deviating shit in different directions, dude. That don't even make sense, bro. You guys are done.
Pole driver from the top turnbuckle.
Leg drops off the top rope, everything.
So check this out, dude. Imagine that I'm God, okay? So it shouldn't be hard for you to imagine, okay? And I decide I want to start a hurricane.
Are you black or white?
I do it with a gun, okay? I'm using a gun. And I say, okay, I want to shoot the gun straight north around this cloud of air. And I want to shoot this gun straight south around this cloud of air. And the gun in this north, shooting northward, goes west as it deviates. And the one shooting south goes towards the east as it deviates. And this swirls around the cloud, right? This cloud's going to start spinning counterclockwise. Okay? And this is exactly what happens. It's the exact direction. It's not the wrong direction.
You also have the hurricanes themselves moving in the wrong direction as everything else. Yo, you guys are fucked. I don't know how we missed this. How do we miss this all these years, man?
Dude,
well, this is why.
The direction the hurricanes move are not relevant.
It doesn't matter. Because
so the movement of objects in the northern and southern hemisphere now aren't relevant. That is a insane statement.
Where the storm actually goes towards is not relevant to Coriolis.
It absolutely is. It's the direction of things moving and changing their tangential speed in the northern and southern hemispheres. This is absolutely crucial right here. You got shit going all different ways, dude. Your shit don't even make sense.
Just can't take it, dude.
Jeremy, also, like, you're number 22, dude. You're below Nathan Thompson.
Where did you get that number from?
Oh, that's from the bracket, dude.
What bracket? You guys did that years ago. It needs to be updated.
I know it should be updated because
I've done it several times, dude, and I have the full list.
Crits in the top 10 above Jeremy.
Yeah, that list is all fucked up, dude. That list is all fucked up.
Jeremy, Dallas Dave is above you.
Dude, that list is from like 3 years ago. They did that like two and a half fucking years ago or something.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at some of them now at the FE Poe bracket. Hold on. It's a while to get uploaded.
Dude, these lists, Kosho's scrambling because we got him on with this bandsaw. Don't forget this. This is huge right here. They got shit going in all different directions. Their shit don't even match up. We got him, bandsaw. We got him.
There we go. Yeah, leader of the FE bracket.
It's the classic cage match. They've got nowhere to run. Like they're trapped. Trying to get out. They're trying to find a doorway.
So far, I've seen two best FE brackets. 3 FE brackets. I don't see you yet.
Oh my god. Who's virtue signaling fucking Ukraine?
He's scrambling. Bandsaw, he's scrambling.
Oh, here we go. Effie of the year. You were top 3. That one.
Post it. Let's see it. I like the globalist TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 #1 will surprise you. It kind of shows you that they really are about entertainment. This isn't about science for them. It's about just keeping their minds busy because it's the same monotony that breakup.
Yo, wait till my kid gets on a bus. I'm about to fuck this whole Coriolis shit up.
Yeah, I got the next Effie to Globe bracket. You got number 2, Jeremy, and Bandsaw got number 3.
What?
Oh,
Number 3. What the fuck?
the people who are going to switch, right?
Wait, what was that list?
The
Best
list.
Effie to go Globe.
Yeah. What's at #1? Really? Is that the whole list, or is that only just 5 people?
I have a history thing that just top 5.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Some of these dudes thought I'd probably be a failure, right? But now look, you see my previews coming in the theater.
Yeah, you can't. It's like the dark horse, right? They thought you would be the next to flip, but you're the next champion, next Flat Earth champion.
Oh, I'm killing them now, dude. This shit. I used to get nervous a little bit when I'd be debating these guys in gems, and I was kind of scared at first to have like a one-on-one debate with someone. Now this shit is like, I could do this shit sleepwalking.
Yeah, when you realise they've got absolutely nothing and it's all empty rhetoric, you lose the fear, don't you?
Yeah.
No, you just want to fucking go and get a cannon or a railgun and sort this shit out. Like, I like my line test, don't get me wrong, but I'm starting to think this cannon thing's fucking goes one better.
I like my railgun better. Your
Okay.
bloody 1800 bloody cannon.
We might have trouble finding the projectile from the railgun, Bandy. It might just disappear. Whereas the cannon, if we shoot like 30 kilos, I think we're going to find that.
Well, Tyson said you just.
Remember.
Tyson said you just. Sorry, Brad.
Sorry, no, go, Creed, go, buddy. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, Tyson said you can just observe it through a field goal kick. That they need to rebuild all these stadiums because for some teams it's an advantage because of the Earth rotation.
Oh, if you saw it with field goals, you'd see it teeing off for golf. You know what I mean? Like it'd be part of golf. The caddy would have to go, right, so you've got this driver, you've got that. Now Coriolis is going to have it fucking going 3 inches that way. Like, it would be part of golf if it's part of fucking football.
Well, didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say it was like a third of an inch? Which that's quite a lot.
Right.
When you
I know, imagine golf.
Dude, you can't aim for that though.
Golf. Guys are insane.
You have to understand that if Neil deGrasse Tyson is correct, which I think you would disagree with him on this, but if he is correct, a third of an inch over a few yards is a large deviation.
It's not a few yards.
It's massive.
It's not a few yards, and it's not a huge deviation. Nobody would ever try to put that into their corrections. Think about how big a field goal is, or how close the hole in one is. If
No, I'm not talking about. Okay, maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying. A third of an inch over a few yards is a huge deviation, and therefore, for something like golf, it would be a lot larger. That's the point that was being made.
yeah, right, a few yards though is not correct.
It's massive.
Well, how long a field goal?
A few dozen aren't yards, right?
42 yards.
42
a third
yards.
of an inch.
We did the calculations for the golf co-show, and it was 10 centimeters, right, which is huge.
Yeah, that's what that dude said. You didn't do the calculations.
You did the calculations, not me.
I didn't do them.
You confirmed them, right? And then over half the distance, it's 5 centimeters. These are monstrous figures in golf.
I never got that result. Remember?
Oh my goodness gracious!
I got still got the numbers. Hold on, let me pull them up.
Because you were scared of the results. That's
No, I didn't. I was busy doing other problems.
Oh, convenient.
Still have all
Just
the
like
numbers.
the size of
Hold
the
on.
moon and the sun, perfectly eclipsing. Very convenient.
I'll just
Cannons.
forgot what I titled it.
It was on WS's website. Had all
Yeah, I
the
know, but
calculations there.
I was trying to check his work.
No, and he got it spot on.
Yeah, okay.
You
Hold
trust
on.
him. You
Yeah,
trust
okay.
him.
I have one Coriolis thing, but I don't know. This looks like it's wrong. Hold on. Here it is.
Crypto can see how much 10 centimeters is in golf. It is massive. Absolutely massive. Actually, in any ball game, it is massive.
It says here I got 2.9 centimeters.
You got it wrong.
Yeah, maybe I gotta look the right work on that.
To be honest, even footballers, English footballers that kick a ball with their foot, even they would have to consider Coriolis if they were like a midfielder who's used to playing long passes, that kind of thing. You would want to know, like, is my pass going to be 10 centimeters or 15 centimeters on? Because that makes a huge difference. You're talking about a sport worth millions of pounds per game. Like, they're going to want to know everything. These guys, they have perfect diets, they have perfect training regimens. Everything about what they do is perfect. There is no way they wouldn't factor in, oh, the earth might turn and it might affect my passing. They wouldn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that what happens in soccer? Do they just take advantage of the Coriolis?
Sorry, there's
but
no.
when a golfer takes into consideration where the sun is in the sky, right, when he's on the putting green, right, that determines how the grass is angled and how the ball will react. They absolutely account for every possible thing that can affect that ball and where it's going to go. And any professional person that plays with a ball is going to do exactly the same thing because this is their profession. And we are
Right.
talking, as Crypto said, we're talking millions and millions of dollars on the line all the time.
Someone call up a caddy association or something like that and get a fucking high-end caddy on the line. Stat. Who's awake in the right hours?
It's about 3/4 of an inch or 42 yards, right? Let's just say there's a football player who can throw that far. Okay, he's throwing a ball 42 yards, and you think 3/4 of an inch is going to come across his mind, or a guy who's kicking a field goal in a giant ass H, right? And he's worried about 3/4 of an inch. If he's only worried about 3/4 of an inch, he should probably be kicking from further back. He should probably be doing it every time, because it'd probably be winning the Super Bowl if all he has to worry about is kicking a 3/4 of an inch. But it seems like there's more issues other than those 3/4 of an inch. Otherwise, I mean, that's like the precision, the precision needed for me. The precision that would call for would mean that they were already like the best, in the world. But
yeah,
you're making lots of excuses right now, mate. Lots of excuses.
This was a Super Bowl. This was the defining kick of that year. This year, yeah, this kick. Not only it was like really long, but it also won the Super Bowl.
Most retarded comment in history, almost.
if he was that good though, and he's only worried about 3/4 of an inch, sorry, Ben, I just seriously.
You're right, man.
Quiet for me. But yeah, if he's only worried about 3/4 of an inch, then why not just kick it towards the middle of the goal? Then he wouldn't have had to worry. He's so good. He can make a precision 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, or just kick it a little bit, a 1/4 or 1/3 of an inch left. Oh no, the Bengals lost. Okay. No, the Bengals won. Okay, what year did this happen?
Wait, did that kick win them? I mean, did they make it in the goal or did it hit the pole?
Yeah, I think I remember right. It went in. It was good. And but I have to look it up though.
I
Because
don't
the
understand. We
Bengals'
just
last appearance was in '89, but I thought this was like somewhat recent.
guys don't let
2015, yeah.
Kosho. Guys, don't let Kosho distract you. We just found out shit is deviating in different directions in the same hemisphere. Why are we just letting it slide right by?
Yeah, I think he's not denying that. What he's denying
Yeah, you talking about the Foucault's
is
pendulum?
that it's
and,
any
hurricane?
other effect than Earth rotation. Is what all the other effects is what he's denying.
Wait, why would you expect the Foucault's pendulum and the hurricanes to go the same direction?
It's the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but wait, that's not what I asked though.
You know how the Coriolis effect works?
Say that one more time.
I said, do you know how the Coriolis effect works?
Yeah. I did.
Okay, shit's supposed to deviate in it. What's that?
I just explained to you how it works on the hurricanes and how it works on the bullets, and those are consistent with one another. Okay.
No, the hurricanes themselves consistent within themselves. The rotation of them going in one direction, and then you have the direction of the path of them going in a different direction. They don't even hurricanes don't even match themselves.
The directions they travel aren't purely caused by Coriolis, if any at all. The direction that they travel, that's due to a lot of other
Does
things.
Coriolis not affect directionality of objects moving in the northern and southern hemisphere?
It can help influence them, but when I talk about the path of a storm,
Yes, the path of objects. It's not influencing them. If it is, it's doing a terrible job because it's going in the exact opposite direction. Okay, you got bullets going one way, Foucault pendulum going another way, path of hurricanes going a different way.
No,
rotation of hurricanes going a different way.
Take the path of the hurricanes out of it, dude, because it's not. No one claims it's Coriolis.
It is the path of an object.
Yeah, but nobody claims that that's caused by Coriolis. So,
but the rotation of the hurricane, we're saying, is caused by the Coriolis.
that's right. Yes.
Right? So,
and it's going the wrong way at a bullet.
Yeah. So in the northern hemisphere, that is counterclockwise.
That's right. Yes.
And you guys check this out. Oh, sorry.
All right. So a bullet in the northern hemisphere, if you shoot it from the equator north.
Yeah, goes westward.
Which way does that move? Does that move the east or to the west?
Westward.
Westward.
That's right.
All right. Okay.
The bullets and the hurricanes are consistent.
Actually, I think you're right.
Hey, look. So 20.
No, they're not. What are you talking about? Counterclockwise and westward is different.
It's westward going north. It's eastward going south. It spins it around counterclockwise.
Okay, in the north, hurricanes rotate counterclockwise, right?
That's right.
Yes. Counterclockwise. Yes.
That does match up. My bad.
Hey, don't yell at me again. You've been scaring me lately, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Had me questioning there. Kind of drew it out too.
See, Benson, I know what it feels like.
Foucault's pendulum deviates which direction?
Pretty sure it's clockwise.
In the north. So you got Foucault contradicting hurricanes.
No.
You said Foucault spins clockwise in the north and hurricanes spin counterclockwise in the north.
Yes.
Contradiction. Boom.
No, they're not contradiction. It's not. Is it the air that's moving the Foucault's pendulum around? No, it's not.
It is the Coriolis effect we're seeing. What are you talking about?
What? Listen
Foucault,
to me,
these are both the same effect happening. Foucault and Coriolis, Foucault and the hurricane, Coriolis effect. You can't have it going in different directions, dude. This ain't gonna work for you.
Listen to me, dude. Check this out, Brosov. Imagine that I'm, let's say, a fucking pendulum, okay? And I'm swinging on the roof of the Earth. We'll call it the North Pole, okay? And imagine.
Top? Would you say that's the top?
I'll just call it the hat. I'm on the Earth's hat.
So the top, and you put hats on the top, right? You never put hats on the bottom.
It's a yarmulke. So I put
Oh,
that
it's
on
work out.
the yarmulke. Yes.
All right.
And it's on the Jewish Earth. It's his hat. Anyways, and the Earth is spinning, let's call it eastward, okay? So you're looking at the Earth downwards. The Earth is spinning eastward. And you put a pendulum on top. And in your head, you probably think, oh, the Earth's spinning eastward from top to bottom or whatever. Actually, no. If you're looking at it from north down, spinning eastward, you're like, oh, wait, that's counterclockwise. What's going on? That's exactly what it should be doing, but it's going clockwise. Except for you're not looking at the Earth rotating. You're looking at the pendulum swinging and the Earth rotating beneath it. Meaning you're going to witness the Foucault's pendulum doing the opposite of what the direction the Earth's spinning. And this is what happens.
Yeah, you're not going to convince anyone with that.
Yeah, that is a terrible, terrible art. I can't believe you just slid down the rank. I had you in my top 10 Globers. You're sliding down fast.
Okay, well then how about this, dude? Why don't you explain to me why a Foucault's pendulum on the North Pole would be predicted to rotate counterclockwise? Go ahead.
It doesn't matter. Listen, we got clockwise.
That does matter because you just criticized my telling you that's why it wouldn't.
Okay. We have hurricanes and Foucault pendulum, both the Coriolis effect. In one instance, aka the hurricane, you have it moving counterclockwise. In another instance, the Foucault pendulum, you have it moving clockwise. Same hemisphere. It doesn't even match. Your story's not adding up. If I was a detective, I'd be grilling you in front of a light right now in the questioning room.
Yeah,
Talking
and then I
about
would
where
take
were
off-
you on Sunday at 8 p.m.
I would take off my fucking fake beard and say, "Hey, dude, it's undercover boss. It's actually chief, and you're fucking fired, dude, because you're the worst detective on the squad." That's what I would do. Okay.
You would trigger.
Fighting words.
And then Jeremy would take off his mask, and it would be your superintendent, and he would say that, well, I was testing you, and you failed the test.
Don't let them distract
Hey,
us.
dude,
This
I'll
is
just
part
take
of their
them.
game. This is part of their tactics. Don't let them distract us. We got them on this shit. They're dead to rights on this. We got them dead to.
Dead to rights.
Okay, look at this.
Jeremy,
numpty.
I just got here. What are you talking about in terms of it being different than a hurricane?
Okay, Coriolis effect. In one instance, the Foucault pendulum, it processes clockwise. It rotates clockwise.
Mm-hmm.
The hurricane, same hemisphere, northern hemisphere, goes counterclockwise.
It shouldn't.
Contradiction, right?
Yeah.
I personally just blew the lid off this. I'm climbing the ranks fast.
Dude, Jeremy, you're so fucking crazy that you fucking give yourself herpes by sucking your own dick, dude. So fucking much, man. I got news for you, bro.
Dude, I used the herpes thing on you yesterday. Come on, bro. You got to come up with your own stuff.
That's what I got. Okay, whatever, dude. You didn't say anything about me. It doesn't matter, dude. None of that's important, okay? Important.
Here, check this one out. So, 2015, Tyson claims if you watch a football game, you can see that Earth rotates. 2016, he says, sometimes I wonder if we'd have flying cars by now, had civilization spent a little less brain energy contemplating football.
What did he say the first time?
He said, into 3 tweets, in today's Bengals winning overtime field goal kick was likely enabled by 1/3 inch deflection to the right caused by Earth's rotation. And then 2 more tweets that basically talked about the same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean he watched the game, right? He could have just heard that they won by a field goal.
Guys, we got him on this Coriolis thing.
It's just
Like big
propaganda.
time.
Exactly.
Big time. We got him big
Communicating
time on
some
it.
propaganda.
Yo, where's the hurricane thing?
Counterclockwise with the hurricane, and then clockwise with the pendulum, brother. Done. Done.
Waiting for Germany to present evidence of what he's talking about.
I don't even know how you're still
Crap.
here.
As far as I know, the precession of the pendulum is supposed to follow it.
He could be
Oh, so
here,
you,
but
what do you mean evidence? You told me the pendulum swings clockwise and the hurricanes go counterclockwise.
As they should.
Something?
To be predicted. As I predicted. As I explained, even. But, who am I, huh?
You're the guy that just
Yeah, bend
debunked
it like
Coriolis
Beckham.
for the Glovers.
Bend it like Beckham. That's a good one, Globus. Nice.
You're the one that should have thrown out for Colt when I told you to, and you wouldn't be in this predicament, Coach.
Bandsaw, what you don't understand, dude, is I'm fucking over here thinking I love Bandsaw, man. I can't believe he scared everybody to, do this because I'm actually excited, dude. I'm excited. Jeremy's a fucking bozo sitting here thinking he's winning some shit. I just explained the shit fucking perfectly. Now I'm gonna fucking show you what I'm talking about, and now you're not gonna do anything. He's gonna fucking call Rumpus and ask him to help him again. He's not gonna come.
you're
You guys-
spiraling, Kosho.
Yeah, bro.
You're spiraling right now.
Descending.
Wait and see.
Yo, remember last time he called Rumpus? Rumpus affirmed what he was saying, and he was right.
No, you must not stay for the whole. You must not stay for the whole thing, man.
Right, no one say the R word again, because that'll be 3 times, and he'll be here.
Check.
Jeremy knows what happened at the end.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah,
Check. Mic check. I've been having weird Discord issues lately.
Yeah, that's right, man.
Yeah, Rumpus totally backs me up on everything Coriolis related, and you're
Right,
fine.
right. And then what happened at the end, right before he left?
Yeah, what happened?
Right before he left,
Did not
he realized
renege everything he said and said, "Wait a minute, I was thinking about it wrong." Yeah,
not
actually,
everything,
no, I
just
take
that
back
one
everything
thing.
I said.
Hold on, listen. Just that one thing.
He stepped back away from the lockstep.
No, he kept the lockstep. Absolutely beautiful. But he
the
backed
lockstep.
away from
He
the.
literally said, "If you forget the wind and everything else that's affecting it, then it's in lockstep."
He said, as a whole, the atmosphere. As a whole, the atmosphere is rotating in lockstep with the Earth, because if you have a wind, it's moving at, say it's a 1 mile an hour wind, it's moving at 1,001 miles per hour. Second of all, you probably were DMing him talking about, oh my God, you can't admit to this. This is going to fucking crush us so bad. And then he acted like he got all confused and acted like we weren't talking about geodesics.
You leave that out of it, dude. I didn't
circle
text
routes.
him
It's
to do
bullshit.
anything like that, man.
So what happened at the end, though?
He fucking took it all back.
At the end, he feigned confusion. At the end, he feigned confusion and acted like he got to go and ran away. That's exactly what happened.
Damn it. That's weak. You should have at least all got your dicks out and compared.
I was gonna touch tips at one point until the end where he got all fucking confused and shit, and like acted like he didn't know we were talking about great
It's
circle
like
routes
he
on the
realized he
globe.
fucked up, so he like had to leave quick to save face.
Yeah, right.
Oh wait, Kosho told him. Kosho probably DM'd him and was like, "Dude, this is gonna fuck us up so bad you can't."
Kosho, were you in his DMs?
Exactly what I
coaching
did,
him?
yeah. It's exactly what I did, except for
Change his name to Kocho.
when he first got here, and then Jeremy's like, "Stop talking about that GIF. Shut the fuck up about the GIF. Shut up!" And like yelling at me. I couldn't talk about the GIF. And then at the end, I say, "Hey, Rumpus, remember that GIF you weren't allowed to look at? This is what I was trying to explain to you." And I fucking told him. He's like, "Oh yeah, shit, I was thinking about it all wrong." I was like, "Yeah, you were, dude. Yeah."
No, he started talking about. Listen to how ridiculous this is. We were talking about flying in a straight line over the globe or flying in a curved line over the globe. In an airplane. At the end, he started talking about, oh, I thought you were talking about an actual straight line and you have to go through the Earth and make a chord. I'm like, dude, what?
What a liar. What? I was there for the
Come
beginning.
on,
That was
Kocho.
not...
You know that was
Remember we
fucked up.
using Kosho's GIF and everything with the curved ball, and he knew it wasn't a cord
But
ball.
no, we weren't doing that at first because Jeremy said not to. He yelled at him.
Talking about planes flying over a globe, and I said, what would be the shortest path? The straight line path or the one that traces a curved path?
Always the straight line
and
in the inertial reference.
The
in the
inertial
end,
frame,
he
that's
acted
right.
like in that example. And in the end, he acted like in that example, he didn't know about planes on the globe, and he said, "Oh, I thought you were talking about an actual straight line. You'd have to drill through Earth." What?
That makes sense.
Literally talking about planes flying.
Tweaker.
So full of shit. So full of shit. Unbelievable with
You
you
were trying
guys.
to confuse him, dude, and so I showed him where we were, and he fucking remembered. Yeah.
Bro, we were talking about planes flying for like a half an hour. And I'm like, if the plane
What are you,
flies in a
Kosho? His
straight...
handler? Tactical retreat?
Unfucking
I'm his handler. I'm his handler. That basically would make me Jeremy's pimp. 'Cause every time he comes in here, Jeremy's like fucking sucking his dick, dude.
We did get a small victory, though.
Hang
These
on.
guys just
That
got
makes
done
you
telling
his
us that they
fondler.
never say lockstep. We did get a small victory, though, because these guys just got done the day before.
You're so dishonest,
And
man.
they admitted that the shortest route is always the straight line in the inertial reference frame. Always.
Yeah, no, we never said that. The shortest.
What do you
okay, the
mean?
shortest-
That's what he
line
agreed with me with at the beginning.
Yes, exactly. The shortest line is the straight line in the inertial frame is the shortest one in the inertial frame. When you realize you were talking about
That's
it
all
on a
you were saying,
sphere,
though, Kosho, in the beginning.
Yeah, no, I know, no, that's not, no. I agreed with you about that the whole time. But we're talking about the path on the rotating frame, and which one would be taken, and which one is shorter. He said the whole time that you would take the straight line on the rotating frame, but he said it would be shorter.
Fucking
And
say that. He did not fucking
I
say
remember
that.
you
Why are
saying,
you
like,
lying,
as you're
dude?
readjusting,
He did say
you're
that.
straightening
Are you
out
fucking
the
lying? He was on
non-inertial
my
reference
side.
frame.
Hold on, percent.
Dude, percentage
You're
even
lying,
agreeing with
bro.
me.
He was on my side the whole time until the end. He started fumbling around, acting like he would have had to
dude.
drill a hole through Earth.
Dude, the whole time he said, "You're right." He said on the inertial, he said the curved path from the non-inertial frame, the one that's straight in the inertial frame, would be the shortest in the inertial frame. He said that, but he said they would take the straight path on the curved Earth because of the other effects on there on the plane.
Okay, fine.
We're
just worried about the shortest path for now.
But then at the end, when he realized what we're talking about, he fucking changed the whole thing and said he was
Didn't realize
fucking
what
wrong.
we were. Dude,
He said the
was
shortest
such
path would be the
bullshit.
fucking other one.
Kosho, if you don't realize that was such bullshit, something's really wrong with you. We were talking about flying planes over the Earth for like a half an hour. And then in the end, he acted like he didn't realize we were talking about geodesics and he thought we were going to have to drill a hole through the fucking... That is such bullshit.
He's probably trying to save face, man. But
Okay, so basically, when Rumpus was fresh and spry and on his feet,
wow, and it
he
became
was
an old
agreeing
man
with
at the end.
Jeremy, and then you exhausted him, and he got tired and stuff like that, and he started to doubt himself. And
I didn't even talk to him the whole time. That was the problem. Is everyone else was talking. I didn't even get. He said his whole thing with Jeremy, and then I didn't even get a chance to speak. And at the very end, when I got a chance to speak, I was like, "Rumpus, dude," because he said something about throwing the ball in the curve. He's throwing it like a curveball or whatever, and that's when it fucking happened. But don't worry, dude, because we're not on that anymore. Okay.
Did you actually define what a straight line was before you got into this?
I was giving him... Well, we were talking about flying a plane over the globe Earth and having it being affected by the Coriolis effect. So I assumed he knew what the straight line was and that we weren't... planes don't drill holes through Earth.
Should have just got the cannons out, mate. Fucking all these extra problems you bring in.
Anyways,
Or just
that
kick
whole
the
shit
field
was
goal.
It doesn't matter because we got them on the Foucault pendulum and hurricane spins. They're contradictory.
Oh yeah, that's right, man. Just wait and see. Wait.
What are you doing
You can't.
if?
You can't say shit is happening because of Coriolis effect, and then it happens opposite of each other. That doesn't. It's contradictory. What do you mean? I can't believe you don't. You're not like. You should be scrambling right now, picking up the hitting the emergency button and shit.
Just culture. Just say there's other effects. It's not only the rotation of the Earth. Other effects can do the same thing and do it better and do it more predictably.
It's the same exact effect, and I'm about to show you guys why you're so wrong.
Same exact
Not only that,
effect.
but I'm gonna let you guys brag about it for even longer, so you feel even worse.
Did you get a cannon? Are you at the equator with a cannon?
Just I want
That's
you guys to
awesome.
remember that quote. Same exact effect. 2022 Kosho.
It's the same exact
Are
effect.
you sending out mass emails for damage control?
Let me say it like this. No, I'm not. But it's the same exact cause, the Coriolis. Sorry, Vincent.
Where did you get the cannon from?
Hit the emergency button. Right.
Army
Shield
surplus.
up.
Sorry for pressing the wrong button. It's the same exact cause. It's the Coriolis is the cause.
Is it
The
shields up?
effect, though, is slightly different because it's two different apparatuses completely. Caused by the
Sorry,
same
you
thing,
told us.
two totally different setups, and that's why you see them do different things. But I'm about to show you why, and you're gonna be like, "Oh Lord, I gotta be silent for a couple minutes," and it's gonna be time to go to the store and get some beer. I'm gonna come back.
Same exact effect. Quote Kosho 2022.
You can tell it's the same by how different it is.
Oh, that was a good one, Crit.
That was not a good one.
That was one of Crit's best,
Fucking-
though.
Yeah.
See, Jeremy, that's why I'm number 7 and you're number 22.
That's not the real ranking. That's totally.
Hey, Crit, do you want a bit more salt?
Listen, they did a fucking poll in like 2 years ago who the best flat earthers were. Okay? I've clearly climbed the rank since then.
Yeah, and I've dropped, right?
That was the rankings
Yeah,
two
you're way
years ago.
down. Like a year and a half. I don't know. When was that?
Yeah, that's I think
Oh, is this like
a couple of
the
years
thing
ago.
that was in Gems? Those the stupid votes that they had.
Yeah, and it's goons voting on. It's
Yeah.
not even legit.
It's whoever they're most triggered by at the time. It probably isn't really a clear snapshot of even the whole time frame. Just that day,
Yeah, that day,
second,
yeah.
that millisecond. Who were they most triggered by?
Dave was probably in the middle of telling them how there's a train from Florida to Cuba, an ancient train track that went from Florida to Cuba or some shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty really low on the list. They don't like me there.
That's because you're so good. That's because you're so good. That's why they don't like you, bro. I'm telling you. You're good. You gotta look up a little things to learn yet, but I've trained you well, Grasshopper. That's where you pick it all up from listening to it and engaging in it. Like if you're sharp and you're smart, like you're gonna do good. I don't know how the fuck Mansaw is so good.
You know I'm not fucking good, Jeremy, so stop fucking rolling me.
And you got whites that came up with the curvature test. I mean, you guys are good. We're good. We're probably the smartest people on earth. No, I mean, and all the Globers are they just some big ego guys. That's all.
Why don't the big globers come in here?
They do. Kosho's in their top 10. I mean, he's sliding off the list fast, but he's in the top 10.
Kosho's too busy sending out bloody emergency emails at the moment.
Kosho is bloody under 50, surely. He's down there.
Dr. Bob comes in here all the time. He's pretty good.
He doesn't even know what push is, Jerry. Pressure.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about your conundrum that you left me, though. I'm still trying to work that one out. Damn you.
What about the light?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
What's with the light?
You're the only one that's stumped me so far.
No, it's how does light move if there's nothing pushing it? Because all movement requires push.
No, there's
How do waves work? How
Yeah.
do the waves move if there's nothing
That's
pushing
not
them?
an answer to my question.
It's simply, dude.
Yes, it is.
It's just a propagation through the field, electromagnetic propagation.
Water,
how does it do that?
It takes that's the speed it travels through this field. I mean, that's the speed that the field communicates with itself.
Thank you. Thank you. The propagation is applying pressure. A wave. Knew it would come.
The electromagnetic field excites itself. There you go.
There you go, Bandy.
There we go.
It moves because it moves.
It's like magic, isn't it? You can think of it as movement, but it's not movement.
Oh, the sun's moving. It's all electric.
Does the sun move without being pushed?
No, of course not. It's pushed and pulled at the same time.
So what?
It's pulled. It's pulling it.
What's pulling it?
Pushed and
What's
pulled.
pushing it? How is it moving? Where did it come from? Where did it go?
I've got to hear
God made it.
There's a song there.
Oh.
Where did it come from? Where did it go? It's a good song too.
Trying to explain how this thing worked. You have to ask the creator when you get there.
If you get there.
I'm there already.
Just follow the 10 Commandments, you'll be alright. And the best thing
Get up
too
the
is
beat.
they're not that people should agree with them. They're not that hard to follow.
Yeah, I got you right here. Get up the beat to Cotton Eye Joe. I've been buried a long time ago. That's the song you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Why would I follow something someone else wrote?
Well, they seem like a good idea.
For someone else.
It's another person who said it. Why would I care if another person says something?
Yeah, then don't. Don't do it.
Exactly. That's why we don't.
Cutting out Joe.
We realize
That's
that
why you're
if
on the
another man
fringe.
says something.
You're on
who
the
cares?
fringe and outside of society. Because this
You
is
say that as a flat earther?
yeah,
You're
and you say that
on
as
the fringe of
denying the
society.
10 Commandments, which are posted in front of every federal courthouse here in America.
I'm not in the US. I'm in a secular society where we actually use logic and reasoning.
Oh,
You just made a
burn.
blanket statement of all flat earthers, and you talk about
My
logic and reason.
facts
You
don't care
are
about
a
your
denial
feelings.
of logic and reason.
My facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah, you don't even have facts. You just
Oh,
got blurts.
burn.
Come on, let's not derail a good evening.
All right, I'm sorry. I was just messing about.
Triggered.
Think I'm triggered?
We made big progress this morning with this contradictory Coriolis shit we got going on
What
here.
did you?
Oh,
What progress
Big
did you make?
progress, guys. We blew the
What
lid
progress
off.
did you make?
We blew the lid off of Coriolis. You guys are done.
What progress? Kind of
You
summarize
can't.
the progress.
The progress is you
yes.
obviously can't have hurricanes and Foucault pendulum be the Coriolis effect.
Okay. That's a weird progress when that's not true.
That is absolutely true because in one instance they're going clockwise, in another instance they're going counterclockwise in the same hemispheres. That doesn't work for you guys. I don't know how we missed this all these years. I've never heard anyone say this before.
He's right, Gummy. Just let him have it for at least 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Told you, Gummy, to throw Foucault out the window. You didn't listen to me. I said it.
You
at
would have
least
still
2
had
minutes ago.
hurricanes if you would listen to Bandsaw. You would have still had
I-
Bandsaw. Stop trying to help them.
Fine, I trust Kosho. He said that I'll let you have it for a couple more minutes. That's what he said.
Oh, thanks,
Before
man.
we ruin your worldview.
Oh, ruin.
That's what's up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go and shoot a cannon. That may ruin it.
You guys are gonna wish that you listened to Whites.
In 2 minutes, Coach was going to pull out some shitty animation he made.
Hey, shut
That
your
doesn't-
mouth.
Oh shit, that's funny. Meanwhile, there's apparently a fucking some sort of Tesla vehicle still floating around in space. Oh dear. Wonder what it looks like now.
I don't know. It's probably got a 360-degree angle camera on it.
If you're Tesla and if you're Tesla and you're about to shoot this shit in space, aren't you gonna put like cameras everywhere so you can see everything? Like, what's a fucking $1,000 camera?
Dude, they're really
Shooting a
excited
car into
about.
space.
They're super excited about going to space. It's like it's a novelty to SpaceX. You know, they said that they want to see everything. They send shit up there all the time, dude. They don't care about putting shit on a car. They send, they send up there all the time. They send bricks, just a fucking payload of bricks. That's what they fucking send up there. When they don't send up the car. When they test a new fucking rocket, they send up just a fucking empty bullshit rocket. That's all they were doing.
You know what I think that's really going on when Elon shot that dude into space? I think he killed someone.
Dude.
And the best way to get away with it was to dump the body on the fucking car and shoot it into space. Perfect crime.
You
I
said
wrote
it.
a story. I wrote a short story like that, dude, where it's just like a bunch of millionaires, and they so they thought it was just a Tesla going to space, but it was actually like a dude, and they were all seeing if he could survive. But they just put him in the trunk. Oh no, they put him in the suit. That's right, they put him in the suit, and then put a whole bunch of stuff in the trunk, and like he had to try to figure out how to survive. He ends up doing it.
Nice.
That or just like a good friend of his, like it's a good family friend died, and like the best funeral would be like in space. So.
Oh yeah.
I just made a huge mistake. I just made a huge mistake.
Uh-oh.
Oh damn!
What happened?
You believed in the flat Earth, is that it?
I opened up the Foucault Pendulum Physics and Maths page.
Don't, Banso, wait, man. Don't do it.
No.
Wait, Banso, just one more minute.
Oh no, lordy lord!
You probably had it open all night too, because he's fucking.
Told you to drop
scared
it,
of this
Kosho.
fucking
I gave you plenty of opportunity. You could have dropped it. You could
What
have
do you mean
moved
Kosho
on.
drops it?
You could have stuck to bullets and planes.
No, Jeremy's worldview is about to be ruined. What do you mean?
No, my worldview has different causes for these effects, and it's not all the same effect. Kosho 2022 quote. My shit has different causes for these effects, and you guys have the same cause. It's going in different directions. That doesn't work for you.
It's the same cause for everything.
I could explain why it does that, but I'm trusting in Kosho right now.
In Kosho, we trust. And no.
Appeal to authority.
Into a
corner. Sad.
Like you can't talk your way out of this. There's no GIF you can make or animation or anything you could say or math you could pull out. It's going in different directions in the same hemisphere. That does not work for your shit.
You actually got fingernails left, Kosho.
Or your piss.
You're getting gnawed to the bone at the moment.
There's pretty much nothing you can tell me at this point to try to like weasel out of this.
When are we going to set up a huge debate, guys?
I grew up with the biggest scam artist in my city.
Fucking debate every day.
A proper one, not these bloody little childish ones that you guys conducted.
Yeah, but what do you mean by proper one? Do you mean whereby there's one topic and people have time?
You need a moderator.
Something that is moderated properly, something where people get to speak for X amount of time, right? And
opening statements and cross-contamination.
Yeah, but do the listening crowd actually vote, put a position at the start and then actually vote as to whether they were swayed one way or the other? Because that's what a debate is. There's an outcome. Whether it's scientific or not is irrelevant.
You can definitely have a poll in the chat that people vote on. You can do that.
Yeah, it still doesn't prove anything though, does it? So it's sort of irrelevant for the whole purpose of the flat Earth topic. We want to actually find things out.
There's nothing that could prove the Earth is a globe to you guys.
Yeah, multiple times this has been explained.
it's not about us guys, right? It's about the listener. Okay, these are the
Oh,
people that we should be concerned
It's
about.
just answer a few questions about your global. Just explain it with logic, reason, and science.
It has been
Explain
explained with
Karen's.
logic, reasoning,
Yeah.
and science, but
No,
you
dude, you
deny it.
panic every day. You are in full panic mode. That's all you do. You Karen on the globe. And my understanding of globe is you would do anything but what you do. At least one day.
Correct.
Pick one
We
day.
know that your method leads to a concave Earth.
Yeah,
So
your
why do
method
we even
leads
bother
to.
explaining the
Yeah,
globe
same
when
with
it's
your method.
concave in your
Your
mind?
method leads to flat Earth. I'll post the video, the audio again. Your method, yeah, your
I
method
actually
leads to flat Earth.
brought this
I want to
up
know.
to, I thought it
I
was a
want to
good
know what
idea.
audio
Don't be
proves the flat
flippant
Earth.
about it.
You said it.
Okay, yeah, I want to know what audio proves the flat Earth. Please.
Yeah, all it takes is someone to watch an award show and then think maybe some actors did some acting and boom, flat Earth. Because you're simply on the fringe of society by your own logic.
Does that have anything to do
You're
with
an atheist, dude.
flat Earth? You're not being
You
very
invoked
logical
it
right now.
Yeah, you invoked flat Earth, not me.
But where? Where? And when I called you a social outcast?
No, you called RC a social outcast.
No. I was joking with RC because
Yeah,
I
your
believed
method.
it was a joke.
Your method. Your method.
Chris,
You.
come on.
Your method.
I'm not.
Stop yelling at
Not
him.
triggering
Man.
each other for any reason.
Yeah, your method for you.
Why are you so triggered, Chris? I haven't said
Yeah,
anything.
it's your method.
Chris,
You.
But
Chris, what's wrong?
Take it easy a little
Why
bit.
are you
Chris.
so angry?
Tell him to say whatever he needs to
Yeah,
say.
you can tell me anything you want about me, but it's
Saying
your
that
method.
him.
It's your
Yeah,
method, not
But
mine.
just chill out a little bit because he's being very respectful and not aggressive. So just chill out.
The gummy method. That's all you need, and you're right back to flat Earth for you. It's not hard to follow your own method to get to the result you wanted for you.
Well,
What is the
my
gummy method?
My method leads to the globe Earth. Your method leads to concave Earth.
No, your method led to flat Earth. Audio posted. For you.
But how does that audio lead to flat Earth?
Yeah, as soon as someone you claim is a fringe of society, they're just all conspiracy. They're just flat Earth. That's just it.
No, you're looking at the implication the wrong way around. I'm not saying. So I'm saying A means B. You think I'm saying B means A.
You can say
You're
whatever
looking
you
at
want.
it the wrong way around.
I use it as you're a Karen on the globe.
So I said that you're an outcast from society
And you're a
because you're a
Karen.
conspiracy person.
I'm not even talking about
I'm
conspiracy.
saying, you think I'm
Content
saying
you
because
added.
of conspiracy, therefore flat Earth.
Yeah,
You're looking
content
at it
you
the
added.
wrong way around.
For you.
My
Content you
logic
added.
is the wrong way around
Kosho,
from
you
what you're
got 2
claiming.
minutes. Kosho,
2
you
minutes
got
was
2
up
minutes.
2 minutes ago. Jeremy was up 2
4
minutes
minutes.
ago.
So you got 2 minutes, or I'm pitching this at Gems.
Hey, no, Jeremy. If he doesn't provide in 2 minutes, I'll explain why.
You're gonna be glad you
can
waited,
There's
bro.
nothing you can explain. That's the issue. Like, I don't need a. I grew up with the biggest scam artist in the city, and he never got caught because he always had an excuse. So I don't need an excuse for this. It's like I got you red-handed. It's going in opposite directions in
An
the same
excuse.
hemisphere.
It's an explanation.
Okay, bro.
Your hands
Opposite
being
directions,
caught
same
in the
hemisphere,
cookie
same
jar.
effect.
Caught in the cookie jar.
I wish I
Opposite
would have known it was
directions.
gonna be such a good day, man. But
You got to go in the opposite direction in the same hemisphere from the same effect. That does not work for you, no matter what you say or what numbers you pull out.
You know, it can be explained with like 2 sentences, and it makes a lot of logical sense. You don't want it to.
I said the sentences, and they didn't like them.
And it makes logical sense that we have the same effect causing 2 different rotations in the same hemisphere.
Right.
That's the kind of logic you're working with. That's real good.
Stop trying to bail your mate out.
So, what is it you think?
Yeah, I might call my mom after this too. I might even take your wife to dinner.
There's really nothing like I don't know what you're trying to like work on over there. You hit the fucking emergency button or something, or picked up the bat.
See, now you're getting worried.
There's nothing you could do. I'm not worried. There's nothing you could do with this. Like it's opposite directions in the same hemisphere from the same effect. It's obviously not that effect causing this deviation or
It
precession or
can still
whatever.
be explained in 2 sentences really easily. The only reason I haven't done it so far is because Kosha wanted me to wait.
I'm let Gumby go ahead and start your explanation. My pictures will come in just in time to supplement what you're saying. Go ahead.
I don't know if your pictures are gonna support what I'm saying, but the simple.
Never mind, Gumby. Never mind, sir.
No. So the simple reason why is because the hurricane patterns happen is you've got wind traveling from a faster rotational direction to a slower directional rotation. That's why it becomes counterclockwise. Foucault's pendulum happens because the pendulum is trying to stay inertial while the Earth is rotating. So one is trying to resist the rotation, the other is following along the rotation. That's why you get two different directions.
That sounds neat, but is the hurricane spin direction caused by the Coriolis effect? It's a yes or no answer. Is the Foucault pendulum precession Coriolis effect?
Yeah.
So yes to both of them.
Right.
Going in opposite directions. Clearly, hemisphere you're in doesn't matter on what this is doing, and it's clearly caused by other effects. Other causes. Clearly other causes as to what these directionalities are.
Oh, because the explanation for why there are different directions stay under Coriolis. It's illogical. One is something trying to stay inertial. The other is something traveling from a faster region to a slower region. Completely logical within the same system.
The whole reason the Coriolis effect happens is because you're moving from a slower or faster place to a different tangential speed. There's no excuse you can make that's going to talk you out. I'm sorry, and your logic sucks, by the way.
So do you not see the difference between a pendulum trying to stay inertial while the wind is coming from a fast region to a slow region? You don't see the difference there?
There it is, bro.
Both the Coriolis effect, right?
Yeah, case closed, dude. I've already put it in the chat.
Both are the Coriolis effect we're seeing, right?
That's right.
We're getting opposite, and we're getting different rotations, right?
That's right.
Work for you guys.
There we go, dude. There's three effects in the chat. One's the hurricane, and we see how they spin counterclockwise.
Coriolis effect. It's all the Coriolis effect.
That's right. That's right. Check it out. We see they spin counterclockwise, and we see that the bullets, the one on the right, they go. The bullet, goes to the east if you shoot north, and west if you shoot south. Right. So, and that corresponds to what's happening with the hurricanes. Okay, so those are consistent. Okay, we see that the Earth from the North Pole, when you're viewing it, rotates eastward or counterclockwise. That's consistent. Okay, and we see that if you have a pendulum at the North Pole resisting the rotation, spinning freely of it, you're going to see it precess clockwise, opposite to the direction that it's rotating. Which makes sense. They're all consistent. Everything's consistent. Case closed.
Consistent. This is a huge contradiction in your model.
Even when you've been shown to be wrong, Jeremy, you're still going to say it's a contradiction?
I haven't been shown to be wrong. You guys have the same effect, and it's going in opposite directions in the same hemisphere. Now, you can try to talk your way out of it. It's not going to work, though.
So he'll just squawk. talk
can try
about
to talk your way out of this. We've been told for years that these things are deviating, and we're seeing the Coriolis effect. It's happening in different directions in the same atmosphere, which doesn't coincide with what you're saying.
Correct, because one thing is trying to stay inertial, and the other thing is going from fast to slow.
They're both deviating because it's going from fast to because they're changing
No.
tangential speed. It's the same exact thing happening. You guys are trying to talk your way out of this. It's desperation at its finest and terrible logic.
Don't seem to
Terrible
get
logic.
why focal processes. It's because the focal pendulum is trying to stay inertial while on a non-inertial plane.
No, the Foucault pendulum deviates because as it swings, it's changing its tangential speed. It deviates.
Oh.
That is why it deviates. That's what. Are you serious right now?
It's trying to stay inertial.
I'm serious right now. The Foucault pendulum deviates because it tangential speed. That's the only reason why you get the Coriolis effect.
No, it's because it's trying to stay inertial while on a spinning plane that is non-inertial. That's why it happened.
The Coriolis effect happens when you change your tangential speed. That is what causes it.
No. Coriolis happens
Keep
when you're on a
saying no, dude. You're
non-inertial.
fucking wrong, bro. You're wrong.
Yeah, in both situations, the thing that's consistent with both of them is that they're both keeping they're both following the path they'd follow if they were going in their inertial frame. However, the Earth's rotating. And in the case of the of the hurricane, it's going to go counterclockwise, just as the bullet would go around the top of it counterclockwise, or it's counterclockwise. And then the what was I saying? All right, and then the North Pole. The reason why it's different is because just as the Earth is rotating counterclockwise, as it should, which would be consistent, what you're going to see is the precession looking like it's going clockwise, as it does, because the Earth is going counterclockwise. The pendulum staying still from your frame is going to look like it's going clockwise.
You reckon? Nah.
Nah.
Well then,
Yeah,
Jeremy,
nah.
since you can't understand our explanation, you want to head over to Gems and get the same explanation from them?
Dude, I understand your explanation. It doesn't mean jack shit. First of all, your explanation involved the wrong thing causing the Coriolis effect. So I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about.
He's right. How is his wrong?
You get Coriolis effect from changing the tangential speed.
No, that's the dude. We said this for a long time, dude. We said this for a long time that Coriolis effect is it's a general term. This is what I've been saying to everybody for the past few days. Any deviation that's viewed from the rotating frame of an object moving across it. And in these cases, both those things are happening, and these are results of what they're doing in their inertial frame and what we're witnessing in our rotating frame. And they are going opposite directions because they're different. They're different examples of the same effect.
You get the Coriolis effect without changing our tangential speed, Kosho.
That's not the only way in which, like I told you, you can go up. You can go straight up or straight down. Well, I guess that would also,
And in those instances, you're changing your tangential speed. Come on, bro. Why are you playing games?
because I'm just trying to think of.
Trying to save Gummy Bear?
No, I'm not saving Gummy Bear. I wouldn't call it going across changing tangential speed either. I would just call it swinging, independent in its inertial frame, which is what it's doing.
Can you get the Coriolis effect? Get the Coriolis effect without changing your tangential speed?
Yes.
In this case, it is.
You can get the Coriolis effect without changing your tangential speed. You really just said that?
Correct.
You're Kosho. You want to help him out here, or?
You can have the same speed during the entire. For example, if you throw a ball, that ball could have the same speed during its entire trip. You'll experience Coriolis from a merry-go-round. You don't need to change your speed for it to be Coriolis.
You want to help straighten him out on this, or what? If
Well,
not, I will.
in this description of it with the glucose pendulum, I would never describe it as from changing its tangential speeds. So that's why I'm not. I say any deviation from something moving from a rotating frame would be Coriolis. So yeah. I don't think that, like I said, it would be confusing to me to explain it using changing inertial velocities.
Would you be happy, Crit, if I explain Jupiter on a flat Earth for you as, well, the red spot, sorry, as a storm on a sphere in the sky?
Yeah, I mean, the only way I could see to explain it is to say that the physics of the universe are not universal. Because as soon as you look outwards, it breaks
Yeah, but
instantly in a
would
very
you be happy?
spectacular way.
Would you be happy, since you don't have a flat Earth explanation for the red spot? I made you one. Would you be happy that it's a good explanation? It's a storm on a sphere in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, that if that works for you, I would
No,
say
I'm wondering if it works for you, or if you'd
How do
rather
you know
not
it's a
know
s-
anything about it.
how do you know it's a storm even?
Well, whether I know or not, how I know isn't to do with it being a good explanation, is it?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. A Deutschian explanation of a good explanation means it hits so many data points that even though it might not be true, it still would be subjectively true because
Well,
there's
let me-
enough.
This is how I know, because I've seen storms before and they swirl round. Yeah, from satellite images above Earth, even on a flat Earth, I've seen the storms from above. Storms do that. I've seen a tornado actually from the side on Earth on a video, and it's going round and round like a spiral. So when we see what appears to be a sphere in the sky and it has a swirl on it, a storm is quite a good bet. It's probably closer bet than just saying it's something, right?
Yeah, and these storms, do they last forever, like hundreds of years, are all known? Like, do you know of a storm that has lasted for all of human history, recorded history?
Well, I think the red spots lasted quite a while, right? We could say a few
Yeah,
hundred years.
hundreds of years, right?
Yeah.
Do you know of a storm
quite
that
long.
lasts hundreds of years?
Quite long.
Storm on Jupiter.
I mean, I guess my point is, Chris, you don't want to explain it, and I'm happy to say having an explanation is better than not having one. I'm happy to be adult enough to say that.
Yeah, and it's good. Having some explanation is better than no explanation.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's not my claim. I'm not making a claim of Jupiter
What
being
would-
a ball.
What would your explanation for the red spot be? If you've now admitted that having one is better than not having one, what would yours be?
The crypt method would
Yeah,
be saying it's
in the-
concave.
Okay, that's a squawk. Yeah, that's a squawk dummy.
Well, Sam,
Yeah, you can laugh about it, but this is what you do. You just
how would you explain
squawk.
it? If I told
sorry
you that
for interrupting.
saying
Keep
it's something,
No,
all right,
you can do you. That's the best part.
it's something in the sky. If I told you that isn't enough of an explanation, it's almost as bad as saying I don't know.
Yeah, then have fun
Do you
with
update
that.
your explanation to something more explanative?
No, I could be like, sure, if you don't like my explanation, more power to you.
No, what I'm saying is that isn't an explanation. It's you saying I don't know.
My explanation of the sky is not the ground. Things in
Yeah,
the
so
sky
that's
would
not-
behave. Things in the sky do different than things on the ground.
Just admit you haven't got an explanation for the red spot.
Okay, I
you're
can
not
say
even
it
sure
again.
if you believe in it. Just admit it.
I can say it again. Things in the sky. My explanation is sky magic does not explain what the ground is, and I
Yeah,
can
that's nothing to
correlate
do.
this.
Nothing to do with my point. Sorry.
Yeah, it's really that simple.
Did you just say, Dawn, that any explanation is better than no explanation?
If it makes sense, obviously I meant.
I mean, no, I got that. Some explanation is better than nothing, but I would say bullshit is worse than nothing. Saying I don't know is much better than just coming up with some random nonsense and then thinking it
It's not.
proves something.
It's not random nonsense because I told you I've seen a storm, and I know it's Jupiter's a sphere because I've seen it. So saying it's a storm on a sphere isn't nonsense. It's literally what
Yeah,
it looks like.
that lasts for hundreds of years, that turns the wrong direction.
Well, you're adding stuff to my explanation.
Yeah, because that is a bad explanation. Because as soon as I explore your explanation, it falls apart in such a magnificent way.
How does it? You don't even believe in Jupiter properly. You called it magic a minute ago. So how would you think my explanation falls apart if you consider it magic?
Because that's the only way it makes sense. That it's magical. It's a magic storm.
Doesn't believe in Jupiter.
Storm on a planet.
Yeah,
Well, does
isn't
he? When I ask
Jupiter
him,
a gas
he's
planet?
not sure. He just says not Earth when I ask him. So I don't know. I have to assume he doesn't
Isn't
even know what it is.
Jupiter a gas planet? Isn't Jupiter a gas planet?
Yeah, that's right.
If it is gas,
Yeah.
if it's
10 points,
gas,
10
how
points for
does it?
Gryffindor.
Oh,
One
well,
point,
go on then. If it's gas, if it's a gas planet, how is it able to form itself into that spherical ball thing that we
Gravity,
see?
bud. Gravity.
That's a good question, man.
So gas has gravity.
Gravity,
Of course it does.
yes, gravity affects gas as well, Jin. How many
No,
times
not yes.
have you
You
been
haven't
told
proven
this?
that at all. That's never been proven. So how can you
God
say
damn,
yes?
that's 2 for 2 today, man. We're just getting fucking beat up with these.
Anytime you
Yeah,
measure a
arguments.
gas canister and see that it weighs more than an empty one, you've proven this fact. There you go.
Gravity.
Pick up your bat and ball, Kosho.
Another powerful thing too is that if Coriolis is true, it would be more prevalent on Jupiter. If you believe their claim, they say that Jupiter is bigger than Earth, it spins faster than Earth. But yet their showcase of this is a storm that spins the opposite direction.
Don't they have
for
something like
hundreds of
21
years.
different jet streams? Streams they have.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go again?
I'm saying, don't they have like 21 different like jet streams or something like that? Like they got a shit ton of them.
Yeah, the atmosphere is crazy. But I'm not sure if the storm is actually a problem. Like they had even in the 90s, I read David Ruell's book about chaos theory, and already then like they had computer models how it actually can arise from chaotic circumstances. So I'm not sure that it's actually a problem.
Definitely not a problem. It's a fascinating anomaly.
Yep. It is fascinating.
Not fascinating enough to think about it. Only fascinating enough
I
to
actually
continue
do
to
think
spiral
about
about flat Earth.
Wait, hurricane? You're talking about the hurricane on? I mean, the storm on Jupiter, right? I mean, you had this conversation like 2 years ago.
Do you think anyone's gonna remember globe arguments from 2 years ago?
Yeah, you better.
Apparently, Kosher does. He's so addicted that he remembers.
Wasn't it something to do with how it was formed? Because they're actually formed in for different reasons or something like that.
You live in like Groundhog Day, Kosho.
That's a good movie.
It's a totally different layered system of atmosphere. So you have different bits and bobs above other bits and bobs. But we've not even gone down to see how far that atmosphere of the gas goes. An opposite storm's totally fine on a weird planet that we don't know everything about yet.
Someone should totally make a Groundhog Day, like a flat Earth conversation version of Groundhog Day, where you are stuck in the same day, but you spend all the time in flat Earth servers and try to find like what's the best argument. Okay, I messed it up this time, but next day I'm gonna have the perfected like argument for my case.
No, that's not the situation.
All
Well,
about the pressure.
yeah.
Sorry, it's all about the pressure.
Yeah, we put the pressure on flat earthers.
Oh, not really. You don't like.
Like I said, you're on the back foot with the globe. The fantastic claims require the fantastic evidence. So those who are saying that the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space at breakneck speeds have to prove that in any court of law.
Well, we could, in a court of law, we could. Yeah.
Our back
Don't
foot
do
is actually strong enough that even we don't even need
He
the front
lost.
foot.
Rothbottom won his case in court to proving the flat Earth in court. Rothbottom
Really?
did that.
No, he didn't.
Oh,
He did.
damn, Gin. Are you leading me astray again?
No. He did, and then they cheated. He won, and then they still cheated, and they twisted everything around to discredit him. Okay,
Yeah,
if you
they
look at the
won.
history of that, it's
They won.
fascinating in itself.
Not officially, but according to some people,
He won.
within,
You
they
see,
won.
the word won.
But
He
they ended
won.
up
He
cheating.
won.
Yeah, but then they got
They ended
cheated
up
because
fucking
everybody
him
else
up.
said that they lost. Yeah.
Yeah, so he did win. He did win.
Oh, sure. I was worried there for a minute.
No. He did win. I'm not going to come in with one of those ones like that.
Oh,
This is what I mean.
no.
You know that.
You know, Jim Panda. Jim Panda has a YouTube channel called Humans of Earth. It's about the globe Earth and the humans who live on it. Anyway, he has a whole thing called History of the Flat Earth. It's a really great series. And on episode 3, it's all totally about Cavendish. And he's got 2 more episodes coming out. This will be a trilogy, all 3 of them about Cavendish. But the rest of the Flat Earth stuff.
Did you work out movie rights or anything like that, Kosho?
Is it peer reviewed? Did he get it peer reviewed? Did he?
Oh, you guys can peer review it right now. Pull it up.
Or no, thank you. How about that? Because
I'd be shilling other channels here, Kosho.
yeah, what's one thing is like listen to a non-flat earther talk about flat Earth for years, and then wonder why people are like, "This dude's a fucking idiot."
I promise you'll learn more from watching this than you will from listening to your own thoughts.
That's impossible. Rothbottom has taught me enough so much that there's nothing I'm going to learn from Jem Panda and his videos. That is for sure.
Does he debunks it? Does he? Right?
I
think I've seen this episode
He doesn't
before.
debunk anything. This is just a history. It's just a history of the.
Is there a lot of laughing and giggling and?
No, that's actually really well done. We're gonna watch it again right now.
I mean, even though flat earthers do deserve laughing and ridiculing, he didn't in this
No,
scenario.
it's the hideous.
Sorry.
I'm
It's
joking.
the hideous ball that spins.
You're
That
on a
spinning
very
ball
short
that we
leash,
can't
Gummy.
see.
Just letting you know.
Yeah, that spinning ball, Gummy. That spinning ball that you've never shown us. For real. Real photos, Gummy.
He spent ages talking
That's
about
what gets me
Foucault and
giggling.
Coriolis, Jin. That proves it's rotating.
These things don't prove shit, man, because they're not even there.
Gave you an opportunity to throw Foucault out the door and you refused.
Still gonna say it's a really strong evidence both for it being a sphere and rotating. It's a 2-for-1. I'm never giving it up. It's a 2-for-1.
Man has to start it on its motions first of all. And then the Earth is supposed to be moving underneath it in a room. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? The Earth's
Never give up
rotation
on a
is making it
2-for-1,
move.
you know?
Ridiculous.
Man
If that
has
was
to identify his deficiencies, Gummy. You need to identify that Foucault is a deficiency, right? And get rid of it.
I mean, I have an iron deficiency, not a Foucault deficiency.
He has a cranium deficiency.
Oh,
I'm not the
Gin.
one with the personal attacks
Come on,
here.
Gin. Oh, come on, Gin.
He's
We've
attacking the
kept it
flat
pretty.
Earth.
We've kept it pretty light-hearted tonight, so let's continue, please.
Jen, do you believe in Jupiter?
No, I don't believe in it's a gas giant. No.
What do you believe it is? Do you reckon there's a thing in the sky?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's not gas.
Some type of light?
I can't even imagine.
Wow. Are you fine with not knowing what these things are in the sky?
Well, we can't go there to verify it. Number one,
Well, I know.
what they tell us what it is just not what it is. Number two,
We can't really.
number
We can't
three,
really. We
we've
can't really
got
pop
we've
up to
got
the
things
clouds
more
to
important.
verify that either, can we?
We've
But we
got
still
more
believe.
things on Earth that needs to be verified and sorted out. Really,
Jim.
we're in
It's
trouble.
got to be
humanity.
something. It's got to be something though, Jin. So, what's your
It's
best guess?
a hologram. It's a hologram.
Hologram?
Yeah.
Hologram of what? From what?
A hologram of the greatest image of whatever that is. Period.
Oh my.
That's it. What can
But
I
Jim,
know that I don't know what
Jim,
it
your
is?
reasoning was we can't pop up there, so we can't know. But we can't really pop up to the clouds and check cloud science, can we? But we still believe it's water up there, and it goes round in a cycle and
That's
comes
provable.
down.
That's within our capability
Well,
to
how would
prove
you
that.
prove it?
Well, I've had clouds hit me in the face. Fuck's sake.
Oh, but how would you prove the top clouds, the high ones, are the same?
That would be the same because I've flown through them, and they wet the window on the fuselage of the plane. So,
Yeah, so
there
you
go.
saw them out of a window, but isn't that the same as seeing Jupiter through a telescope?
No, I have felt clouds on my face, on my skin. Clouds climbing mountains. I felt the cloud.
All right, let
on
me
my
bring it a
face.
bit closer to Earth. What about the moon? Do you believe in the moon? What is that?
The moon is,
Jelly.
I think, this is now speculation.
Yeah.
It's a luminary that lights itself. That's it.
Is it a ball luminary or like a disc or what?
At certain angles, it looks like a spherical ball. At certain angles, yeah.
So wouldn't you believe you've already said the moon could be a spherical ball, glowing spherical ball? Couldn't Jupiter be the same? A spherical glowing
Not
ball?
gas. No, not gas. I mean, gas is usually omnidirectional. So
Well,
what kind of gas? What kind of gas forms a sphere?
Maybe it's solid inside, but there's just a gas atmosphere like Earth, right? Could you believe it's a sphere at least, a glowing sphere?
No, I can't say it's a sphere again because I don't see that. The moon is
But
closer.
yeah, if you look
That's
through a
too far away.
telescope, with a man you trusted, and you saw it looking like the moon, like a ball, would you trust it then?
I could only go by it could be. I couldn't go for sure it is. Could I?
Yeah. So there could be glowing balls in the sky. I mean,
Could be. I mean, but then again, I don't know. That's the thing. So I can't say yes, it is, can I?
What gives you the idea, Jin, that the moon is a self-illuminating luminary rather than, say, something solid that's up there? Where does this thought come from?
I don't think the sun is reflecting its light on the moon and then it's shining on us. No, that can't happen because that's not what's happening, is it? That's the reason why.
Okay, so but the moon itself isn't just a light in the sky. It's a solid object, yeah?
yeah.
Or
Could
no?
it be a solid glowing ball?
It's a light. It's a solid. It's a light. I don't know if it's a solid object because
it's not
the way it lights up, it looks like it could. The way the moon lights up at night, it could be hollow inside. Do you see what I mean? I just don't know, do I?
What? Yeah, I guess I would just say, what if Jupiter's the same? Right.
Yeah.
A sort of solid, maybe not solid ball.
Yeah, but again, that we're told it's a gas giant. You see, giant gas ball, but gases don't behave like that. Even in the vacuum that we have here on Earth, gas just spreads everywhere, doesn't it?
In space,
or if it, depending on the kind of density of the gas, it'll either float up like helium or drop down to the ground if it's like methane. The heavier gas.
Then, if there was bits of dust but one solid rock in the middle, this is the idea. That apparently gravity of the big solid rock attracts the dust and it gets bigger and bigger. But this might work with gas. Say there's a cloud of really heavy gas that could start pulling little clouds into it and eventually it forms a ball. Right? That's the theory.
Yeah, I don't know about that because how did the actual rock start off first? The ball, the initial.
Well, it blew out of something. It blew out of God's bum at the Big Bang, and it was flowing around.
Self-illuminating solid object, Jin. right? So it's self-illuminating.
Yeah.
It's got a light, so it's got a light inside it. So is this light inside it, say, like a light in a lighthouse, for argument's sake, but it's spinning around? This is why we get these phases on the inside this solid object.
Yeah, I don't know about the spinning around thing. I just think that it's losing its luminosity or its power to light up. You know, it's just creation by the creator, perhaps in stages. Much like when you look at your battery bar on your smartphone devices, you see your battery percentage and it drops down each stage like that, possibly.
Okay. So then how do you get from the moon being a luminary or a self-illuminated object and the sun being the sun to, say, Jupiter being a hologram and projected from somewhere?
I don't know. It's just because of the distances involved. This is what I'm saying. It's a long way away from us, and when you see the image, which never changes, by the way, that storm and that red eye is always the same pattern and the same shape continuously for thousands of years. In our case, hundreds of years. Strange, isn't it? It's just strange. Strange to me that gas can do that.
Same here, man. You want to know one of the most surreal experiences I ever had in my life? Was going to a McDonald's observatory in West Texas, and with my girlfriend, and we saw the big telescope there. We saw Jupiter, and I looked through it, and I can still remember it like it was yesterday. And it, you could see the 4 moons around it, and the texture and all the objects. You can see the texture on the moons, and the textures on Jupiter, just like it was right in front of me. It's very strange feeling.
Yeah.
Definitely doesn't look like a light, like a hologram. It looked like a definite, physical object I could touch.
Oh, okay.
I recommend you got kids, right? I recommend taking your kids to an observatory, even if you want to just, I don't know.
Yeah, we were gonna go. We were gonna go. Yeah.
Planetarium's an amazing experience with the kids.
So you've been there? You said?
Yeah, 100%. I'm taking my kids to the planetarium.
A planetarium, yeah, that's the one where it's like you go inside and the stars are on the wall.
Yeah, and they move all around and all that sort of stuff, and they explain all the different. They explain all the stars and the rotation and all that.
Yeah, and the constellations, the plow.
Yeah, it's really good, really good.
Yeah.
The observatory.
Yeah,
Sometimes they have both the observatory and the planetarium like in the same place, but the observatory though was definitely an experience. Like with the telescope and everything. The big telescope. It's just a crazy sight.
Actually, another cool thing they've got here. They've got a place called Museum Works, which is this huge building full of all these interactive experiments and things that kids can do. It's so cool.
Yeah, oh shit. I still want to do this. I still want to make that class. I want to make like a little 2-week camp. And it's going to be all based around the flat earth. I'm going to pretend like I'm a flat earther, or I don't know, bring somebody in who's a flat earther. And then they just, the kids have to do these experiments and investigate this stuff to prove that it's a globe. Learn about all this different stuff. What do you think the percentage would be of the number of kids who come out as a flat earther?
Pretty high.
Yeah.
if you're the teacher.
I gotta have a legit flat earther as a dude. Which I don't want to do. I don't want to have a legit flat earther as a dude. I do have to have somebody who's really good at fake being a flat earther.
Which is you, right? You've done that.
No, I'm not good at fake flat earthing.
You actually did pretty good the other night.
Geo fucking stopped the whole show just to tell everybody how bad I did that night. He's like, "Oh, you did horrible." By the way, he said he was worried about me. Is what he said.
So that's why you guys don't need fake flat earthers. You guys have each other. You guys, when you're bored in your own space, someone will just make a fake flat earther account and just troll for a while.
It was so funny.
Just debunked
when
yourself.
we did it, and we tried to get Jin involved in it too, and he just flat out refused.
That's right. I don't play those games, mate. I'm a flat earther. That's it. That's it. They had nothing. 53 years is now once bitten, 53 years shy. So that's the end of that.
It wasn't a bad experience, actually. Obus actually got into the role really well. He was on fire.
Oh, Globus was well on.
Yeah, he was a bit suspect for me.
He was well on form. He's a Glober.
He was a little too good. A little too good.
He's right in our face with that globulous name as well. He's right in our face with it.
I was actually getting DM'd. I was getting DM'd by Danny. So she goes, "Is this guy for real?"
Yeah, no, he's good. He was good.
It was funny as.
Yeah, he's done it a few times. He's done that a few times where he's caught me off guard as well. When he's been doing that. And I thought, I had to rethink because I'm arguing with a Glober as far as I was because I didn't know it was Globulus at the time, right? I didn't know it was Globulus because with my iPad, right, if you don't interact with the screen, it shuts off to save the battery. Okay, so I'm talking to this character, and I didn't realize it was Globulus. You know what I mean? Until he told me.
Yeah, you called him an Aussie cunt. Because because Globus was going really, Globe was really going at him. He's really doing his fake globe thing or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, they're asking you all these hypotheticals, and then they're asking you, do you really feel okay not knowing? I mean, but do they know?
Yeah.
They don't even know, like this, like astronomy, the study of everything beyond Earth's atmosphere. Right away, they sink their own battleship when they declaim that Earth is also inside Earth's atmosphere and outside Earth's atmosphere at the same time.
It's inside out. It's inside out.
Yeah, it gets them to concave all of a sudden.
Sometimes you say things that make no sense.
Okay, then you just listen to the experts. It's like, ask the experts, what is astronomy? Astronomy is a study of everything in the universe beyond Earth's atmosphere. You don't even need me to read it to you. You should be able to.
Then why did you say including the Earth?
Well, yeah, it is looking at things up there and studying their patterns.
Yeah, I agree. Why did Crit say outside of Earth's atmosphere and then say and the Earth?
What are you talking? So
Well,
is Earth
really
outside?
a study of the Earth?
No,
Yeah,
it's not. But that's why I don't understand why Crit said that.
Yeah, is Earth inside the atmosphere and also outside the atmosphere at the same time?
No.
Yeah, the only way to use astronomy would be from a different place, observing Earth from afar.
No.
So what planet are you from?
You can observe other shit from Earth, and that's astronomy. What are you talking about?
Which is, not Earth. You're not observing Earth from Earth.
Yeah, well, okay, then why are you saying that? Like, we know that. You don't observe Earth. It's not observing Earth. It's observing stuff outside Earth.
Yeah, and that's all you need to know.
Why? I don't understand what you don't make any sense. Is that a problem?
Okay, then just go and read what the experts said. They've spelled it out very simply.
Okay, and they said that it's viewing everything outside of the Earth. And you're saying the Earth is not outside of the Earth. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, then you just said it didn't make any sense, and now you agree.
I agree with what they said, but what you're saying is not making any sense.
And I just read what they said.
Okay, but how is that what's the error? What's wrong with that?
If I say it, suddenly you don't get it.
I
But
don't get why
somebody
you're
else
bringing
says
it
it.
up. It doesn't seem like there's a discrepancy or anything. Like I don't
Which,
understand.
okay, go back and just play the tape. Go back and listen.
It's the study of everything outside of Earth's atmosphere.
That checks out. Okay.
Kosho, have you ever noticed how goobers always say, well, just basic astronomy shows that Earth is a glob?
They don't say those words like that, but they do bring up astronomy to show it. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff in astronomy that shows that Earth's a globe. Sure.
Well, the point here is that you're not looking at the Earth. You're looking at everything except the Earth.
Okay.
That's it.
That's fine. Did you know what an inference? There's inferences. There's implications. There's things that have to do with other things that implicate things about something it's not actually talking about, right?
I reckon Jerry's quoting him pretty much verbatim, actually. Spot on with his quotes.
Yeah, right.
That's a double reference now.
Yeah, there's plenty of things that pertain to something else, like to let's say chemistry, for example. There's a lot of chemistry, right, that pertains to biology. But when you're studying biology, you're not studying chemistry. Doesn't mean that it's a different subject all of a sudden. So astronomy has nothing to do with the Earth, but it does have to do with observations made from Earth, and you can use the observations made from Earth to infer information about the Earth. Using the sun, to tell the circumference of the Earth.
Warn me,
You use Polaris to give you equal.
Drink at the time. You need to warn me before you make such ludicrous comments. I nearly spat out my coffee.
Well, Polaris has nothing. When you study astronomy, you study Polaris, right? You're not studying the shape of the Earth, but you can use Polaris and the angles to it to confirm the shape of the Earth. That's true too.
Yikes!
Sure. Right.
That is absolute rubbish. What you just said there. How can you do that?
Yeah, how did you do that and also role play as a flat earther?
It's actually fairly easy. Here, I'll show you. Right there. So there's that, and then what else was there? There's
Gummy bear method.
celestial navigation. That's another one.
What you guys don't realise is this isn't even Kosho's final form.
Final four.
Final form.
Oh, I got you.
Kosho Mando.
This is yikes form.
How's this? What are you talking about?
This is like a light in the sky that you don't know anything about. That's actually 3 lights, or maybe 2 lights, maybe 1 light, maybe all the lights. I remember that at Gen Pandas where I was like, yeah, Polaris is more than 1 star. And there was a thermal nuclear meltdown. It's like, Polaris is only 1 star, you stupid flat earther.
You understand that star systems can include multiple stars with multiple.
Yeah, but they didn't know that.
Oh, they probably. I don't know who you were arguing with or what they were arguing about, but I can assume, as is always correct, that you just said something incorrectly, and perhaps maybe.
Yeah, I said Polaris is more than 1 star. It's more than 1 light, and it caused a nuclear thermal meltdown of epic proportions. Until I finally just started posting the science, and then they're like, "Oh, well, you're a flat earther. You're dumb."
Well, the only meltdown seems to be in the Gen Panda server.
Yeah, it's like they'll talk about flat Earth, and you ask them, "What is it?" They can't tell you. So you've debunked something that you don't know what it is, and you can't explain what it is. You just know it's not flat because it's a globe. And they're like, yeah. So what do you do with this knowledge? Do you do something practical for humanity? Do you advance the human condition? No, you just Karen for years, over and over and over again, thinking you're advancing humanity. So I looked at it like, okay, let's see, can I explain what they do with either model? And it turns out that in quite a spectacular way, they would do anything but what they're doing. And it's not even me; it's the experts who said this. Carl Sagan, some of the astronauts talk about the overview effect. Like the other scientific communicators had said they're fascinated with flat earthers. And to stop bullshitting, because you're damaging science. Each time you lie, you give a reason not to trust you. Just one reason. Once you've got enough reasons, you can pretty much discount anything you would say ever.
Why do I hate that term, Karen? I hate it. Absolutely hate it.
Yeah, it's like on the globe, the Karen would be debunked because there's enough space.
I just hate it because you're using a person's name, and I actually know a Karen, because she's actually really nice, meek and mild. I would do anything for anyone.
Oh, this is lowercase Karen, not uppercase Karen. I'm not talking about an individual person with a capital K Karen. I'm talking about lowercase Karen-ine, a verb. Basically, somebody who's completely obsessed with what someone else is doing. Like, you saw this happen in America a lot of times, where if their neighbor's barbecuing in their front yard, so they call the police.
Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah, that's like the first Karening event, that African American family was barbecuing in their front yard, so the police. I mean, there's been Karening since the beginning of time.
Yeah, you guys must have heard about the COVID Karen as well. The woman who she saw two girls at a beach who weren't social distancing, so she got so angry she strangled one of them.
Yeah, there's this one lady too where they wouldn't let her into a coffee shop because she wasn't wearing the mask, and she started licking the windows. She actually turned into a window licker.
No.
Yeah, that's just silly, isn't it? Like, if someone doesn't want my money, I'll go somewhere else, thanks.
All right, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, I posted that thing a little bit ago, Fritz. Said girl looking at the stars. I'm sorry, looking at the lights in the hotel ceiling. Anyway, this shows kind of like on a flat plane what equal distances look like as far as the angles, and what equal angles look like as far as the distances. So there's that. So that's what I was saying about the Polaris thing and the showing the globe Earth. Like I said, Polaris, they don't study the globe. They don't use Polaris to study the globe. But you can use what astronomers have obtained to confirm the globe. Absolutely.
Nope. But nice try.
Now you got it right there. Not today, Satan.
Oh no.
I mean, look, fair play. It's a good try, man. Your rhetoric is spot on. It's like I cannot fault the rhetoric at all.
Oh, that's gold, Crit. That's gold.
Oh, the window licker?
Yes. Oh, no way.
See, your friend Karen, I pretty much predict is not like this. Like, she's probably a wonderful person. It's not fair.
Yeah.
It's probably not fair that her namesake, but the male version of Karen is called an Andrew.
Andrew, really? Oh God.
I always thought it was Karen and Darren.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Aaron? I'm surprised it wasn't Ken.
Ken. Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that it's very racist that people use white names. I think we should go with Jamal and Shaniqua.
I think we need to empower ourselves and embrace names.
What about this, actually? Maybe the male version can be like a Kosho. So you got Karen and Kosho.
Yeah, was it Taylor Swift who came out as a flat earther, and then Tyson showed up at her front door?
Katy Perry, but I don't think she
Oh,
came out
okay.
as a flat earther. I think Katy Perry is just a moron.
You get those confused all the time.
Well, they are the same person.
Oh no,
Vacuous,
no, I just mean the moron and the flat earther.
very good. How many degrees have you got, Kosho?
Degrees?
Yeah.
I mean, I could have gotten 2 by now, but
Degrees of Masonhood?
I know, I'm just wondering, because I thought if moron is interchangeable with flat earther, then no flat earther would have 2 degrees, right?
2 degrees?
Yeah.
No. Oh, I see what you're saying. No. There's plenty of flat earthers who actually have. I know one who's got an engineering degree.
Okay.
Hey,
Well, I've got 2 degrees. I
good to
don't
see
know if
that.
you knew that. I've got 2 degrees. Am I a moron?
Oh no, I thought you were confusing flat earthers and morons. Some people do
Oh,
confuse them often, but there's some
He
pretty
was
smart flat earthers.
he was confusing interchangeable bland celebrities with each other, which is very easy to do.
Oh. There's some smart flat earthers. I could think of a couple of them.
I mean, I think Crit's, top of the list, obviously.
Top of the list?
Yes, number 7. I was number 7.
Number 7 on what?
Like top flat earther bracket.
Right.
Yeah. Jeremy was 22.
When did I do it? And who's judging this?
I think it was from Gem's server, to be honest with you, maybe. I don't know.
Well, surely Chemo's got to be top then.
No, I think I beat out Chemo even. Yeah, Chemo's 8.
But Chemo's like a bad rush in that server.
I felt pretty good because at the time, only Dallas Dave was on the server. So in terms of just Gem Panda, Dallas Dave was number 1 and I was number 2.
Hey, what
Is this of people who go on that server or just in general?
It was just in general. See, I think it mostly had to do with various levels of triggering at the time. So maybe someone had seen a Mark Sargent video. Maybe somebody heard Lemon talking on like Jose.
Right, and then they got triggered and then he went on the list.
Yeah, and then they voted. They basically was voting which flat earther triggers you the most right now, this second, not like overall.
Like a meta-analysis of triggered globers, triggered by who?
Yeah.
Arwen got number 3.
Oh, that's not bad. To be
Yeah,
fair,
that's really good. That's what I'm saying. I said it was stacked because at the time I was actually on Gem Panda server interacting with them. Some of these guys trigger them and they're not even on the server. I'm like, damn, dude. Like that's impressive, right? That's some long range Karening.
Long range Karen.
That's like Karen at light speed. You'll have Arwen, who doesn't even live in the same continent, just spiraling, like globalists who live like in America or other places.
Yeah. That's a pretty solid effort by Arwen, I have to say. You're managing to trigger people from across the Atlantic Ocean.
I love the way how he has his coffee and his croissant every single show. His Danish apple croissant.
He's a Dutch person with a Danish.
Yeah.
Fair enough, I guess.
The episode when he was telling people to go out and kill all the they're bad people, to be honest with you, because he was really animated that day.
Tuned in one day just after he got I don't know, he got the camera off Ranty. Anyway, they must have had a falling out or something, and Ranty asked for the camera back. And he's just said, I will smash this camera live on screen before I give it back. He had a total meltdown. He has some classic meltdowns, Arwen.
You didn't see that massive meltdown, the one when he said kill them all, slice them open.
I've seen a few.
I was like, dude, you should probably get off the camera.
He's there day in, day out, so good on him. Good on him. The camera thing was funny. I remember so clearly. Just, I'm gonna smash it into a million pieces.
Oh, you people, you ran off the server?
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't do that.
Wasn't
But
Adam the fella that used to just
spam the
text
chat.
or yeah.
Yep. And he would
He was one of the
talk about.
quickest. Okay, sure.
You say quick as on the keyboard?
Yeah, man, he would just pump out stuff one after another. It was just like boom, 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 boom.
He said he was fastest in the world, and told us he had the world record. And then I finally challenged him. I said, okay, I'm gonna give you a paragraph, and see what you can type out in a minute. And then when it was done, it was like all scribble scrabble. It was like everything was all the wrong words.
You guys
Wrong
ran
characters.
smooth? You guys ran smooth off the server?
So yeah, I mean,
Oh, that's that guy used to come into 24/7 all the time. Like his whole shtick was that anyone who can't follow what he's saying is a smooth brain. Like
smooth brain.
Yeah, that's what his picture was. Like a chipmunk squirrel, like a chip or a brain of a chipmunk or a squirrel. He goes like,
yeah.
I go, dude, you're telling other people that they're smooth brains when you identify as smooth brain.
He was rather annoying, yeah.
He would do like open mic all the time, like he was talking to somebody else in the room. He's like, oh, hold on for a second, I gotta put you on hold. There's a bunch of retarded flat earthers I'm arguing with. I go, dude, you're not fooling anybody. There's no other voice that responds to you. How are you gonna try to fake it like you're talking to somebody?
It was Wixit on the list. He's still on the server.
Maybe at the time he had left.
And Earth is seriously flat. Was that chick?
Yeah, it's a chick, all right. Her name's Renee.
Name?
No, it's not a chick. It's a dude. But his name's Renee. He's a Spanish-speaking guy from California. He's like, let me tell you about your globortion.
Oh,
He's
that's
like that.
Globortion,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd always say that shit.
Yeah, Globortion.
I see, there's some good ones.
And
Hey.
I feel we're about to talk about photons again. Something tells me.
No.
Into the room. Hey, Don.
I come for Kosho. I come to attack Kosho's bullshit from yesterday.
I thought you were coming out to me like you come to me. What are you talking
No,
about?
that was bad. That was bad.
That's
That
on
was
my
really-
pictures.
What's up? What y'all on? What y'all on?
Oh, you want to attack me, Don?
Yeah, did y'all defeat Jeremy last
Oh my
night?
god, that's
You ready-
hilarious.
you
Snack.
ready- Yeah, Snack sucks. You ready to get triggered? Dude, I feel bad though. Last time he came in crying. Because he just lost his job. And I mean, honestly, I felt bad for him by the time he left, but I guess he didn't know who to vent to. But he just randomly came in and he was saying he doesn't know why they fired him because he thought they liked him and he thought the people there liked him and he was only there 3 months. But I was like, damn, because I didn't like him at all for the longest time. I still don't, to be honest with you, but I couldn't help but empathize for him, sympathize.
Man, y'all on
Right,
person. Who the fuck? Why y'all talk about people all the time?
Because I posted a thing about him and he said something about him. Anyways, yeah, you see what I posted in the chat, Don?
Well, that's the thing is like, I want to be like, well, who are you talking about? But at the same time, it's like, it's not that I don't
Who
care.
cares about that? Just look at the thing I posted. I'm trying to trigger you, dude.
The dumbest globe earther bracket results.
Oh, no, just not that, dude.
Okay. So I challenge you now to this.
The GIF I posted, you see it?
Yeah, your GIF is a lie. So me and you, let's go. You got 10 minutes? Let's go to the other room.
I'm actually about to go get beer, so.
Beer at 9 in the morning. Get excited.
Is Snack, did he delete his account? I'm not, all the stuff he had, there's a couple servers we're on together. And he's gone and all his stuff isn't there either.
Oh, y'all talk about our ones?
Okay,
That's
he's
the
still
only-
around. We just don't share a server together anymore.
Go ahead, Don. What's your beef, dude?
No, let's go to the other room, man. Come on.
We're not talking about anything in here, man.
My beef is you need to model it. We need to model it 360 all the way around. Okay. And then I'm going to talk about if the shell of the atmosphere is going in one direction, how could the jet stream be going in the other direction? Okay, that's pretty much it. And we're gonna start realizing we're not gonna be able to model this all the way around 360.
What jet stream are you talking about?
I'm sorry, winds. Any winds at all, period.
Which winds are going in the opposite direction?
Well, are they going in the forward direction or the opposite?
The North Arctic and then the southern jet stream, there's two main ones at the highest altitude. They're spinning in opposition against each other. I can link you, Kosher. You can look at it yourself.
That's irrelevant, though, and
Earth
that is
Mule
true. But
Pool,
I'm
that's
talking,
exactly what he's talking about.
no, it's not exactly what he's talking about at all.
All right, well, I'll link it for everyone else in the chat right now. Hold on.
You're talking about the wind, Don? The wind in this GIF?
It goes west to east, right?
Yeah, the wind does, yeah.
Here, I'm about
the
to
Earth,
link
the
it.
Earth, the Earth does, yeah. The Earth rotates that way, yeah.
And the wind goes which way?
Yeah.
It goes
It's
all
it's
directions,
opposite in
but
the northern
depending on
hemisphere.
depending on what jet streams you're talking about, some of them can go westward, yeah.
Oh wait, wrong link.
Right.
That's the link. Second.
Yeah, so I'm saying let's pull it up together, man. Let's pull it up together.
What's wrong with the winds?
I heard
We
y'all
understand.
last night acting like it's only like a predominant. There's like one predominant.
Yeah, at the level that planes fly at.
Right, that's fine.
The way it works. The way it works out is this is the highest vortex, and then this vortex gets like broken down into different layers of the atmosphere, and then it goes in different directions below after that. But this is the highest direction.
Yeah,
The
they slide past each other. They slide past each other, which is what makes them go in the opposite direction.
Yeah. So in this animation, it technically would still work. It would still work. Yeah, they're going in the same direction. It's just on a sphere. It's opposite, and it looks. So if you could look at that picture I posted, it's the globe laid out flat, like stereographic projection. And if you could imagine it spinning counterclockwise, it would be counterclockwise, right?
Well, I'm gonna show you that I'm not taking any assumptions. I'm just gonna Google. Okay, I just Googled the globe wind pattern, right? And you can see on all of them that it shows the middle portion going west to east, from what I see.
Yeah, that's right. West to east. Okay.
Oh, I don't have permission. I don't have permission to post. Okay,
the middle portion is going to west.
Right.
At the highest altitude, at the
highest altitude, sure, but why would you be worried about that?
Kosho, you should worry about the whole model. Why? See, that's what gets ugly, bro. You should be like, well, why worry about this other part that we can't make sense of?
Well, it can be made sense of, man. It's just they're at different altitudes, man. So that means that they're gonna be sliding past each other. The ones that when the winds slide past each other, they go in the opposite direction. Like imagine you have two eastward paths. It's gonna make a westward path in between them. Anyways, here's the
what?
The where planes fly at.
Okay, but you don't have any arrows, so I mean, are
They're
they
going
all
eastward? Okay.
They're all going
eastward.
Yeah, those are going eastward. All those red ones. Yeah, that's the path that they're traveling.
Okay, now you're saying that they're going to have a westward one in the middle of them?
Down there, there's not really any westward ones at all at that altitude.
Right, I'm saying it seemed like you were talking about somewhat of a wake or reaction board, something where it sounded like you were saying like in the middle of two eastward paths, you're going to create a westward path. Maybe I heard you wrong, sir. Maybe I heard you wrong.
No. Okay, I'm saying that does happen, but that altitude. Here, I'll show you. Hold on. It happens at different altitudes.
Right. So
this is the one where it's purely eastward. But hold on.
Right. So the super rotation thing Jeremy was talking about, right? That's the most outer piece of it, right?
I don't know what altitude that happens at.
But that's something that we would say like, okay, that's like solar energy or whatever that's doing that. Then the part down more towards the surface, that's going to be rotation that's dominating that action, right? And so we got to get into the mismatch, right? You got to get into looking at this whole system and realizing that if there's energies involved that's, counteracting the Earth's spin, that energy has to be
What's up, guys?
large enough to dominate it. It's not going to semi-dominate it. You see what I mean? It's either going to take it over or it's not going to take it over.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Basically, fluid dynamics. Kosho keeps selling these little.
Kosho is like a religious. He's like a religious pope. Okay.
Yeah, unlike the other popes. Yeah.
You know you are, Kosho. Why do you got to be a pope?
Do you want to post something, Don, for that you couldn't?
I'm
Well,
sorry, Ben. I'm sorry, Ben. So I'm low there.
Yeah, pretty sure he's talking to me.
No. Are you, Don? Did you want to post something and you couldn't?
I was gonna post some of the pictures, but Kosho posted a better one.
Oh
But
shoot, my name is Don too, dude. Holy shoot, oh, my bad.
you go. What's up, Don T?
What's up, buddy? How you, I hope all is well with you, man. I hope peace with you.
I'm trying, man.
Dude, don't try. Just let it be.
You're right. You're right. That's right. I'm doing it.
You're gonna do it. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. You don't gotta do it. It will come. So be it. So you believe. So be it. Yeah, I'm all right, Banso. I don't drink very often, Banso, but I am pretty.
Damn, just take it slow and.
Dude, I was just over there at
gentle.
Nathan. Nathan is freaking deafening muted me and kicked me.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Damn.
Because I was talking about electrostatics and how it has an effect on, diamagnetism, and he was he was mad.
Why did they call it pseudoscience? Did they?
I guess, man.
Really?
No, not that. But I was talking about the Cavendish experiment. How there's a variable that you need to control for the electromagnetic spectrum. Does electrostatics have an effect on the lead balls? It was a trip, dude. It was a trip, Bandsaw.
Well, how do we know it doesn't? Haven't.
Right. Thank you.
Right?
But
How do we know?
I got
Like
definite
they
muted
haven't
for it.
isolated it. What
They
the
did.
hell?
I got
They-
definite muted for it.
They did, man. Yeah, when they did the smallest one ever with the gram-sized gold, they
Gold is diamagnetic, buddy.
They took
It's
extra
still
care to make
diamagnetic.
sure there was no electrostatic charge anywhere in the apparatus.
I get it, Kosho, but even though diamagnetism is not electrostatics, but it's still a property of electromagnetic spectrum, correct?
Diamagnetic.
Diamagnetism.
Yeah.
It's
It
still a
doesn't mean
spectrum.
there's no magnetism.
Oh my gosh, it's not electrostatics, it's different, but it's still a property of electromagnetism, Kosho. That's a variable that you guys need to account for when you talk about this Cavendish experiment. You got to control there. Did you know that there's a Tesla meter, F171 and F42 Tesla meter?
Okay.
So it gives you the strongest magnitude or vector of electromagnetism in a coordinate system, the XYZ, right? So it'll let you know if it's stronger in the X axis or the Z axis or whatever. Definitely, but it's like $7,000 for it. That's tough. We don't have that funding for all that type. I don't have that money, but it would be awesome it'd be awesome to have that too. When you have the Cavendish experiment, you can tell which direction the strongest field or the vector, if you will, the magnitude of that. I mean, right? Of like, is it in the X? Is it in the Y? Is it being manipulated, right, by that such?
Yeah, so I have a paper from when they did the Cavendish with the gold, and they have like a whole page on how they, measured and completely counted for all the electrostatic charge.
Really?
And,
So, again, diamagnetism is not electrostatics.
I know a diamagnet is literally mean there's no magnetism. It means the only
It
magnetism
means it
is
repels. It repels.
No.
Yes, it does.
Oh, it just means there's literally no. It means there's
But it
there's no magnetic
pushes.
field.
It repels away. Kosho.
Or do you mean it
not
repels or it is repelled?
It is repelled.
Yeah, it's repelled by a magnetic field. That's right.
Yes, that's the point. It's
Yeah,
not
but
electrostatics. It's not that. That's not what that is. But it's the property of the electromagnetic field, though. There's so much, dude. There's so much we need to learn about the electromagnetic field, dude. Like spin ice. That's a new theory. Monopoles. There's so much we can go.
how is something that's diamagnet going to cause the Cavendish?
Because actually it attracts, it repels each other, then it spins in the opposite direction. Eventually, after so long.
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't just become. Doesn't it just become? What do you call that? I mean, if it's repelled by magnetic fields, so it's just not attracted to them, though.
Yeah, that would be paramagnetism, which is similar, but it's where the electrons are more spinning in the opposite direction.
Yeah, but that's my point.
Versus-
Cavendish is literally bringing these two gold pieces together.
Sure, but it doesn't always stay constant, correct? They actually they attract to each other and repel eventually.
No, I don't think
Yes, they
Cavendish
do.
repels anything.
They do. Yes, they do. Eventually, it goes in a different direction. They repel from each other.
When have you seen that?
Eventually. Dude, you haven't looked. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I gotta
Why
do
would
this right now.
why would it do that? And they talk about because of the apparatus. Sometimes
Yeah,
apparatus, I guess, could it could call for that.
Yeah, dude, it's meant if you depending on the materials or the properties or substance that is made, like
No,
wood.
the
Wood
point
is
is
diamagnetic too.
the point is to see the mass attracting the mass.
I get that. I understand that, Kosho.
Well, then, why are you saying that they repel each other?
Eventually, it's more attracted. I get it. That's what the observed phenomenon is supposedly that there something is attracting. I get that. Electrostatics wouldn't play the part fully, right? But you have a whole field. There's so much to learn about the electromagnetic. How do you control for that? How do you you can use a Faraday cage. I mean, yeah, you can try that, but put that sucker in a vacuum. You need to put it in a vacuum where the medium around it that is not affected by electromagnetism. Where's this at? And altitude does matter too.
Like that?
Altitude does matter because higher you go, more net or more positive charge you have. I don't care what mainstream says. There's more positive charge the higher you go, altitude wise.
Also, during the day, there's even more, isn't there? There's a lot more static during the day.
Yep, that's true too. The sun. I will say it's the sun has an effect on it.
He's got you there, Kosho.
The what?
He's got you there.
What did he say?
What, you weren't listening?
What'd you say? I was working on something. What'd you say?
On.
See, you need a controlled environment when you're doing an experiment. Wouldn't you agree, Kosho?
Yeah, didn't Bildul did his in a vacuum, didn't he?
Bildul, man. Bildul is some dude and he's in your backyard, okay? I get it. No, he didn't. You need millions of dollars, bro, to do this type of experiment. It's not something to toy with.
I don't think you do need millions of dollars. I think he did one in a vacuum, from what I remember. And I mean, isn't that what you guys were always saying that you should?
Did he have a Faraday cage around it?
He did. He accounted for electrostatics as well.
Did he have a Faraday cage around it?
No, but why would you need a Faraday cage?
There you go. So
accounting for electrostatics.
So you still have electrostat. You still have a begging the question: are electromagnetic spectrum have an effect on this?
But what if you measure the apparatus and there are none?
What you need a Tesla meter, a F71 or F40 Tesla meter, so you can get the axis of which direction the electromagnetic spectrum is strongest at.
Even if you're not getting any at all.
You need again, dude. It's like a Gauss meter, but it's beyond. It's not affected by temperature. That's what a Tesla meter is.
Kosho, why can't you have the same scientific rigor against yourself that you have for other people? Like he's not what he's talking about is common sense.
That ain't his role, bro. Kosho is a.
All right, guys. Before you speak up anymore, dude.
I'm gonna roll this blunt, bro. After that, let's go to the side room, man. 5 minutes.
I'm about to get some beer, man. I don't think you realize this, dude, but I literally just described how somebody used scientific rigor to do the test. Then when I described when a lab did it with gold, it did exactly the same thing.
Okay, gold is diamagnetic as well, dude.
This is scientific. This is exactly
But gold
scientific.
is affected by electromagnetism, dude.
Yeah,
You
and
not
so
get
they
that.
accounted for it, which you can read in the
How?
paper. You can read in the paper I just posted.
It's
Okay?
affected for so they
But,
must have
but
a Faraday cage around it then.
they accounted. Do you understand what a Faraday cage is for?
Yeah, it's supposed to block out the electromagnetic spectrum, but it doesn't fully.
Okay,
That's the
so what
point.
happens when you measure the electromagnetic spectrum inside the apparatus and there's nothing there?
Yeah, Don G, look, I'm gonna stand up for Kosho. He's helped come up and brainstorm other ideas to show this attraction that's not just the Cavendish experiment. So, you know, we've talked about things that have, you know, isolate or gotten, you know, assume that this variable is less prominent and all that. We've talked about the water drip, the water slide, the hourglass, all these other things. And, you know, like, I'm sorry if he don't sound like that shit, bro. But, you know, he's not here to just attack mainstream shit because he believes in it. You know what I mean? Like, what's he gonna do?
Dude, I'm
What's he
all
gonna do?
look. I'm all open for interpretation. If you got something I don't know, I'm willing to hear it. I don't have a bias, dude. I'm willing to learn. But if I have something that you don't have, I'm gonna bring it to the table.
But he's just gonna give us that stuff. So if you're saying you're willing to learn, cool. But then when you turn around and act like he should be attacking, that's where we got to teach him. And you kind of came in the middle. I'm trying to teach him something right here.
Okay,
I'm bad at it, so I know I need to work with him to like get him to see it. Kosho, can you fuck with me for like 5 minutes, bro? I'm gonna roll this blunt. You gonna talk about this wind shit or what, bro?
Yeah, I'll be back. I already know what you said, Don, and I already know it's not
Yeah, you know.
It's not a problem, Don. But
okay. So you know. All right. Well,
I gotta go. I gotta come back. So you gotta wait for me.
I get you beer.
I just caught up. I just went ahead and caught up on the wind patterns and all this, Kosho. And so now I'll be able to be like, hey, this piece, that piece. I'll be able to fuck with you guys. But basically, the message I'm going to give him, if anyone's interested, I'm trying to talk about how the Coriolis and stuff and all these forces, the wind and the pressure system, all this is pushing the wind around, right, in multiple different directions. I know that there's one middle band or whatever the fuck it is. But there's plenty of parts of the wind going in all these different directions. They'll say the Coriolis forces, you know, have to do with the spinning of the wind. But then when we talk about, you know, the thing Jeremy's been on for 2 weeks, as far as the Coriolis pushing the plane, it's like, oh no, it's just assimilated. Well, why does it affect the winds, not the planes? Why does Kosho keep modeling a portion of the system and ignoring whole other parts of the system that would be dominating this portion? I get that he's quenching Jeremy's little thirst for a little example, but when you look at the whole system, it's a problem. So I'm trying to work with Kosho so we model the whole shit, right? And
take it as a whole, don't you, Don? You can't just take it as a part. You got to take it as a whole.
that's right. You got to get the keystone in there. The keystone's important, okay?
Yep, 100%. Agree.
That's where they're gonna trick you. They could give you a million lies on the left. They could give you a million lies on the right. They all look good. But when you try to fit that keystone in the middle, but that shit don't fit. Ain't no room for that keystone no more. You know they both.
Has Faraday rotation got anything to do with this movement?
Say that again, sir.
Low realm.
Faraday rotation. It's the right-hand rule. Everything goes in one direction. Faraday rotation. If you look it up, then you probably know what I mean.
He's talking about the magnetic field goes perpendicular to the electric field, electric charge, the direction of the flow.
Well, the magnetic field doesn't seem to be claimed to be attributed to much of the wind forces. Maybe it is. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be.
I think everything plays a part, Don. Everything.
I think it plays a little. I think it plays.
Everything has to. It's all everything's interlinked. That might only play a minor part, but everything is interlinked. Keystone.
Keystone.
And Dom, what are some of the wind speeds you saw at 30,000?
Did I think what about the wind speed, bud?
So what are some of the wind speeds you saw at 30,000 feet?
Oh, well, you know, they range anywhere from whatever 50 miles an hour to a couple hundred miles an hour. I mean, I don't have that thing up again right now. But what I don't like is I don't like that there's multiple bands of direction, Kosho. That to me is what's telling, you know.
To be clear, we're talking about 30,000 feet.
I'm talking about any feet. Okay.
Because and then the thing we're talking about yesterday, we were only talking about winds at 30,000 feet below.
Get that y'all been talking about airplanes in Florida to New York for 2 weeks. I get it, man. But you're using Earth rotation to write it off, basically. And it's like, if it only makes sense in that zone and it doesn't make sense in the other zones, you need to be like scratching head. You need to be like, wait a minute, okay, wait.
No one's saying that, man. That's why I was getting upset when you were coming in yesterday with all this, because you're already really on the same page of what we were discussing. I was trying to show him the thing that pertained to exactly what his argument was.
I know. I understand. And I get that basically I'm trying to skip ahead because I get that. You hear me sticking up for it. You hear me going, Jeremy, he's going to be able to tell you how the couple miles an hour dissipates and all this and all that. Like, you hear me sticking up for that, right? So,
yeah, sure.
Right.
I mean,
I'm trying to
get
right.
Just make sure that you're like, if you have some other argument, that's the argument that I'm making, because I wasn't making.
Well, you're halfway making the argument. Is what I'm saying. You're halfway saying that the rotation of the Earth pushes the atmosphere around, and because of that, well, you kind of are.
That wasn't what we were discussing yesterday. We're talking about how the atmosphere, it pushes the plane around.
Right, but it can only do that. See, that's what I'm saying, Kosho. Like, you're using that, assuming the Earth is rotating, assuming that the air is pushing the plane around and it's rotating with the Earth. And I'm saying you got to challenge that part of it first. You going in with assumptions. I could see where, yeah, sure, if your assumptions are right, maybe, but they're not, in my opinion. Right? There's no way. You don't have a fluid system where, everything is going and spinning in the one, let's say, clockwise, but then you have portions of it dominating counterclockwise. It's just, and once you have that, you don't get to say that everything is going around in a clockwise shell again. You have portions of it going counterclockwise. So you're going to have positions on that.
Good point.
Where because the rotation is going in one direction and the quote wind is going in the other direction, the fluid's going in the other direction, that you're going to have points where you would assume a body in that area can maintain its position in 3D space.
When you were doing research yesterday, did you find any place below the 60th parallel that had wind speeds of over 500 miles per hour?
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and predict that it's never happened. If that's the case, then that's going to go ahead and say that there was never any wind that was going in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation.
There clearly is going the opposite direction.
See how you just keep referencing certain specific areas, Kosho?
I said anywhere south of the 60th parallel.
Use the same rigor.
Hold on, guys. Don, hold on. So you do agree? You do see how you continue to reference certain specific areas?
I'm saying that position because I know that is where 500 miles per hour. There's nowhere south of there where the Earth rotates less than 500 miles per hour. So if there's winds that are not greater than 500 miles per hour, then there's never winds moving the other direction. Any net winds.
Apparently there it is because we could measure it, we could feel it, we could see it. Or, the
Don's not talking about the
way.
same winds you're talking about, man. He's talking about the Earth.
What you're doing is you're factoring in your assumed spin
He's
that
talking
you
about the
haven't
Earth's
proven
rotation.
yet.
You're talking about something completely different.
All right.
You're
Let me add my bit. You're assuming your spin, which you haven't proved it yet. You
that's
literally
what we're
just
talking
said
about,
that the
man. He's trying to
winds
steal me on
aren't.
the argument.
You literally just said that the winds aren't going the way that they're going because you're deducting them from your assumed spin.
No, I'm saying they've
Try to
never
have
been
the same
witnessed.
rigor.
It's
Don't
never been
defend your
witnessed.
belief system.
You're told. This is what I'm saying.
Exercise
I'm not wasting my time with this.
All right, I'll be quiet
This
then.
guy has no
tried
idea
to
what he's
get you
talking
in the
about.
argument, Kosho. I told you, let's go
Jumping
through
in the argument.
I've been telling you for 3 days.
Don, what I just said is a fact. Okay, if there's no winds in reference to the ground, just going more than 500 miles per hour, anywhere as high or low as you want to go, that's south of the 60th parallel. That means that there's nowhere where there's winds that are going in the opposite direction that the Earth's rotating, at any net speeds. So I'm talking about with its rotational speed. So it's got its rotational speed and it has its the speed in reference to the surface. And if it was going the opposite direction in reference to the surface, but if that speed's less than its tangential speed to the east, then it's not moving. It's not moving westward overall. It's still moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the guy we all gather around. Love to hear his opinions for 5 minutes. Look how he's factoring in his assumed fucking spin of his Earth and claiming that the wind that we could see and measure is negligible due to this assumed spin. Thanks, guys.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Fucking great.
Well said, that man.
It's well said, huh?
Absolute BS.
Well, if you were here a second ago, Jim, that's what Don's talking about. Don's literally talking about that model. In order to reference that model, I also have to talk about it.
Yeah.
So both you guys need to get your head out of your ass and then smell the air for a minute and realize.
Sure, you haven't presented anything, Kosho, in the way of evidence for your spin. It's all an assumption. Everything you've said. Everything. Fucking hell. Nothing was real there. Nothing. I almost
We'll talk about it later, Don.
That's the fact. The fact is, you haven't presented any truths. It was all an assumption. That's the fact of the matter. And the previous gentleman that was speaking was exasperated by now. Because you're just factoring assumption upon assumption upon assumptions. That's all you're doing. Huh? Come on, Kosho. You have to admit that.
Okay, Jim. You know how like you can sometimes just feel the right thing inside of you, like your body just tells you like, don't do that or do that, like be brave or
instinct. Yeah.
Right. And it's kind of almost like the spirit. It's kind of like, you go to hurt someone or something and you have these second guesses about it. You kind of know it's not right. How do we know that isn't that resist or that, moral,
that kind of inner intuition kind of thing is not happening with Kosho, are you going to say? See, he cut up there. Yeah, I lost him. I lost him. He's cut. He seemed to have cut out. Damn. That is a pity. He was going so well.
What's happening, Jim? What's happening, Jim?
Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, man. UK bright and sunny in the afternoon, cold in the morning. Yes.
Yes, raining cats and dogs over here, mate. Raining cats and dogs.
Yeah, raining, man. Is it
Yeah, it's been
cooler?
raining cats and dogs.
Yeah, I guess your winter.
Well, it's cool. No, it's cool because we've just got into spring, but it's in the evening now. It's 11:30, 11:30 at night. So it's it's been raining for like 3 hours now, solid.
Do you get patterns of like 2 weeks of cooler and 2 weeks of warmer?
Yeah, we have that. We have those temperature variations. Yeah, we do.
Because I noticed that in the UK, when the moon is in the southern hemisphere for 2 weeks of the month, it's cooler, and then when the moon is one of the fucking two, mate. But at the moment, the moon's in the southern hemisphere, so everything in the north seems to be colder than it normally.
Yeah. It's cooler now. Yeah, so it's cool now that you see now that the sun had moved away and we got this rain. It's really cool now. Cold, in fact, we'd have to say.
Yeah, we was warm, and then it took a turn about 4 days ago. Then all of a sudden, everything was consistently cloudy, rainy, cold mornings.
Yeah, it was warm. It was warmer earlier because we had a really nice sunny day. But round about 7ish, started patter of rain, and it hasn't stopped. It's sort of like it was light rain, then it's increased to full out rain, and then it's dropped, and it's just been like that for the last 4 hours coming up. 4.5 hours, yeah. So there you go. We are in the wet season again. Kids will be going back to school next week. Coming up towards the end of the spring holidays.
Yeah, someone was saying the UK talking about coming out of daylight saving hours.
Yeah, I heard.
And interesting that if everything was constant, why would we need?
Don't know why they do that.
Yeah, why go into it? And now we've come out of it 100 years later, or 140, 150 years later.
Yeah. In modern times, that would be back in the 80s, the parents were saying it would be safer for kids coming home because it'd still be bright and there'd be less traffic accidents involving children, you know?
Yeah, but this, I think this has been going on quite a few decades, like a century, but maybe not as much as a century.
Yeah. I was just saying, I was just quoting modern times, from my recollection, modern times, 80s, the parents were complaining that, why do they keep moving the clocks backwards and forwards? Why can they not just keep it in British summertime? Because it's safer for the kids when they come home from school, because it's longer daylight, you see? Yeah? That was the argument for trying to keep it. But, the government didn't care about that, of course, and they kept on going. I don't like it myself anyway. Having to keep remembering that it's 3 hours ahead and 4 hours behind. Sorry, 9 hours behind and 8 hours behind. Silly.
It's California coming out 2023 apparently. But maybe the whole
I don't know why they just don't do it next year. Why so late? Just do it now. Be done. But then again, 2023 is reasonable. It's next year, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, yeah. We're moving so fast. Yeah, it's next year. Yeah, that's cool. That's good. Britain should follow suit.
Do you reckon you see the sunrise on the equinox due east?
If the weather's good, you can. Yeah. Why not? I don't see why not. I say that because I'm not actually on the coast, am I? So I think you'd have to be on the coast to really appreciate it more than inland.
You think like if anybody looks east, or they're more or less looking east, they'll probably be a little bit off.
Well, you can confirm it. You can confirm it with your compass on your smart devices. For those who have it, those who have an ordinary regular compass, you can confirm that, can't you? I've done that recently, and it was east. I did it recently.
I wonder what the map of the world will look like if you just use the compass.
Yeah, well, it would be level. That'd be sure.
Stars, you just mapped out the world physically. You know, and done the job properly. I think they fucking jumped ahead, man. You know what I mean? And then they just sort out whatever happens when it happens. You know, leave it to the next fella.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, leave it to the next fella, the next mob.
You know what I'm saying? Clean up, but yeah, I think they just catch up and just fucking sort the shit out, man.
The thing is, I think we've got the technology to map it now. We can do that now, easy. Can be done, you know.
Do you not think they use compasses, Realm? They map things out.
What compasses?
Do you not think they use compasses as part of their kit?
Yeah, Christopher Columbus, I reckon he ended up Barbados area because they were following the sun. And back in the days, they on their maps, they had a thing called the equinoctial line, and it was like in a wave form going across, up and down, crossing the equator. So when Columbus got to mid-Atlantic, he had noticed that his compass was pointing north. Now that declination, that's what happened there will now happen roughly Central America today. So that direction to the north has moved like longitude-wise, probably 20 to 30 or 40 degrees west from mid-Atlantic to the middle of North America. That's called the fucking line of declination or something. So compasses, I think all they did was they tried to follow the sun. You know, they knew when, a bit like Bird Runner, they knew when when it was going to come past them, and then they knew roughly where it was going to go, and he was following the path of the sun. Hence, he ended up going north of the equator, and he didn't stick to the equator. So they used the sun, the compass, and they only discovered declination when Christopher Columbus was mid-Atlantic. And then the more the exploration going west, they didn't notice this when they were going east, around Africa and to India and shit, but then they discovered it going west. I think the Asians already knew about this many years before.
That's right. Well said.
And they probably destroyed a lot of that stuff there. The blueprints, the fucking paperwork, the maps and stuff like that, and destroyed it. I mean, if you were to nuke a fucking country, mate, it doesn't matter if they fucking got something underground. Most of the shit's going to be fucking destroyed, and they wouldn't have had enough time to get that fucking paperwork out, you know, or whatever. But compasses, anybody would think that you'd map the world out with a compass, but then their compass started pointing north when they were going west, so they had to pull towards the north, and then things fucked up. I think they fucking ended up in Barbados when they were trying to get follow the equator only, but the equator would have been their celestial equator, and they would watch the sun going up towards the north and down to the south. Yeah, day by day, it just creep. I don't know, mate. Maybe it's actually part of it. Sorry.
Yes, I think the Chinese found the Caribbeans before Christopher Columbus anyway. 1439 or something like that. The dates that I remember reading from. I've got the book. I'm trying to find the book as we speak.
Jen, I'm sorry, Jen, I didn't mean to turn my shoulder on you, man. I had a phone call right when I started talking to you. I apologize, man.
Oh, that's all right. No worries, man. I knew you were busy there and something happened. I thought it was your Wi-Fi or something, but there you go. But you was talking about the tuition thing, yeah? Sorry, intuition and that, you know?
Intuitive morality, yeah. It's hard to know. I know you on that spiritual connection stuff and positive minded stuff, and I give you a hard time on the science stuff sometimes, but I am, trying to investigate more on the just primal instinct.
You're using a
of morality.
methodical method, aren't you? You're using the scientific method methodically because that is indeed a measuring stick that we should always employ, because it's to hand, isn't it? So that's commendable. I don't knock you at all for that. That is the correct way to do. That's how you know the truth through the scientific method. That gives us a lot, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know, I give you a salute on that one. That's a must. Without that, we're definitely guessing. You know what I mean? It does take away a lot of the guesswork, doesn't it? You know?
Sir.
You know what? It just fucking started fucking snowing like sleet. Fucking crazy, man.
That's amazing.
Fucking crazy. But this is weather that we should have fucking been. You know, it's in March now.
Yeah.
Latest February, you would get any type of weather like this, man. But it's fucking bizarre, man. It's like it's the colder. Weird, man. Weird.
Yeah. We had this similar. Look, we had snow last week, and it was warm for a week, and then suddenly a cold front from China came across, and we had snow just for one day at the end of March last week. Right, because it's April tomorrow, right? So last week we had snow. Luckily, it didn't set. And then followed by an earthquake of magnitude 7.3, 7.4.
How much damage did that earthquake do, June?
Oh, I think 3 people died, and then thousands of people suffered injuries to their, damage to their properties. We had a power outage for about 3 hours. Over 2 million households suffered that. We were part of that. And that's really it, really. Oh, the Shinkansen bullet train derailed. So they had a derailment there, but no injuries there. Just, they're in the middle of putting that back together. I think it should be running by tomorrow, perhaps. That now, yeah. So not much damage to me and people around here, but Tokyo area and other areas, people suffered property damage. 3 people died. Luckily, that was all. Unfortunately for those, but there you go. It started off with a slight earth tremor, first of all, right? And then 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, the house began to shake. Whoa, and it came across as a wave, and it lasted about 20 seconds, 25 seconds. You might hear people say 3 minutes or whatever, but no, it wasn't that long. Not for us anyway. About 20 seconds. And that's a long time when you count 20 seconds off. That's a long time for your house to be shaking, yeah? And then, because your house, you're talking about a house shaking for 20 seconds. That's a long time. Then it subsided. And we had another 20 minutes. And then we had an aftershock come through. One aftershock come through. And that put out the emergency lights. Because what happens when you have an earthquake here, your main power supply is cut and you have your emergency lights. These little tiny lights that light up where you are. And then when we had the aftershock, those lights went out. And then we're in darkness for like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, roughly. But I've got all the flashlights and all the camp gear, so we're all right here, man. I've always got a flashlight to hand. And then you've got your flashlight on your smartphone. And then I go straight to the camp gear and get all the lantern lights out that operate by battery. And just put them down, and then everybody can see where they're going. Cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's good to have camping equipment, guys. Keep that. That's just, especially for us, anyway. If the house does crumble, at least we got camp. We've got 2 tents and a dining tent, right, together with the cooker and everything, so we can easily survive outdoors, provided we've got the food to cook, of course.
Right.
Well, you can use all that stuff indoors too. Don't have to be outdoors.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I'll be using it indoors. You got it right, mate. Yeah.
Your tent.
Same sort of thing. We've got all the camping gear and all that sort of stuff. Heaps of, candles in the drawer type of thing as well.
Yep. We got.
Especially when you just get like the short little power outages. You've got maybe the light on your mobile phone or whatever, but you'll light a candle and Trying to see how long it's going to go for. You check all the services and whatnot, and if it's going to last a while, I just wander on down to the shed.
That's right.
Lanterns and stuff, and
Mm.
away you go.
This time round, it happened at 11:30. So from 11:30 at night, it was time for everyone to go to bed anyway. So it was like bedtime for most of them. So it was okay, it wasn't too bad. And then after 2.5 hours, all the power came back on anyway. So we were lucky.
And anything of a decent length, because we've had power outages here for about 24 hours actually.
Yeah.
So I've got the generator, so you hook up the generator, and, plug the fridge in and stuff, so your food doesn't spoil.
Yeah.
Whatnot.
Yeah, I think 24 hours. I think your freezer and stuff is pretty much safe. You know what I mean? You're not gonna, nothing's gonna spoil in 24 hours or even in 2 or 3 days. It's all sealed anyway, isn't it? Really. So
Oh, it is, but you don't want it to start to defrost at all, really.
Nah,
it's
all right.
And
it's
like I
okay.
said, especially if you don't know exactly when it's going to come on, you can go, okay, it's only going to be 24 hours, but who knows? It could be a week. You just don't know.
Yeah.
Not that it is a week in civilized areas, mind you.
Yeah, back in the day when we had power outages in England, we'd wrap everything in newspaper and then put it back in the fridge. So you just keep everything colder for longer, That's what we used to do. But it's great. I mean, like I said, I always check my camp gear and that, make sure it's all working before we go on camp. Everything has to be. You know what it is? I don't want to look like a wally and things not working when you get it because you haven't checked it. So I check it before we go. So what I do is I actually set it up in the park. So I say to the kids, come on, we're going to set everything up, make sure everything works. So we do everything. We set the whole thing up, 2 tents, dining tent, the cookers and everything, and we cook a little meal. And then we know it's working. So when we go to camp, we don't look like wallies, you know what I mean?
You do a dry run.
Yeah, we do that dry run. I'm always doing that dry run. Yeah, and also we clean the inside of the tent. You know what I mean? And these dead spiders and stuff that got themselves trapped. They're dead. Clean that out. Yeah, get that out of there. And then pack it all away again, and then go to camp. And you just you know it's gonna work. Nothing, especially as I'm whenever I go to these places, I'm generally the only black guy there with the family. So yeah, and that means we're on show. As I say to the kids, we're on show, so let's do our best. So I used to say to them, we're on show, man, we're on show. People are going to be looking. They want to see what we can do, okay? So let's do the best, because they're looking. Yeah, man. Got the music going, and the people come across. They move towards you. They sneak past to have a sniff of what you're cooking. And I said, would you like to try some? This guy does. Try that. Go ahead. Yeah, nice. Might have been a piece of some part of a Moroccan breakfast that I make on camp. Moroccan breakfast. And I say to the kids, nobody on this camp is eating Moroccan breakfast. They don't even know what it is. They sit down and relax, enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. I'm always in my element on camp. Love it.
Jim, hey Jim. I'm sorry, baby.
I was just going to say, Gene, we went camping at Christmas up to a place called Malakuta, and the prawns were running. So at night you go with your old torch and your net, and you shine the torch in the water, and all the prawns are running on the top of the tide, and you just scoop them up by the bucket loads. Seriously, by the bucket loads, right? You take them back to the tent. You put on a big pot, fill it up with nice fresh seawater, boil it up, throw the prawns in there, and you shell prawns, drink port, and smoke cigars all night. Oh my
Well, I'll be smoking a sniff if I had one, but that sounds good, man. That sounds good, man. Yeah, yeah. I used to take the kids to the beach, and we used to collect mussels. You have to dig them underneath the sand on the beach. You dig them out, and you have to pay for them. They're not free where we go. So, but you know, you get a bucket load and then you take it back to your tent, and man, yeah, wow. When you boil them, like I said, in that salt water, it's just scrumptious with garlic butter. Oh, yeah.
That's the
mouth watering.
that's the good
Hi
part.
guys, how you doing?
What's
How
up?
you doing? So, hi Jen.
Hey, hey,
How you
Ali,
doing?
how you going, buddy?
How you doing, Ali B?
Well, you started talking about fishing. I've got a story. I was brought up right beside the water, and when the tide went out, we used to do mackerel, cod, and all that. But when the tide went out, we used to pick the mussels. We'd always have a little fire going down the beach, and we'd just stick the mussels freshly picked. The tide had just went out, freshly picked, flung them on the fire. They opened up, ready to eat. So anyway, that was it. Yeah, you're making my mouth water.
Oh, there's nothing better, Ellie. There's nothing better than fresh caught seafood of any sort, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we only had mussels. Yeah, your story with the prawns, I was like, you fucker, yeah, fucking scooping them up there. You know, and then Jen said about the mussels, I was like, well, you know, that was more in Scotland. And you're talking about these fucking prawns and sitting back with a glass of port and a big cigar.
Yeah.
God, I was like, you fucker.
Yeah, that's what you do. Sit back, glass of wine from Chile or South Africa, red wine, Cabernet Sauvignon with all your prawns and shrimps and whatnots.
And we
That's
picked
what
him
we used
off
to
the
do.
beach. We literally sat on the beach like me. I'm from a tiny village, and it was literally, see if someone was down the beach with a fishing rod, I can guarantee about 2 hours after there was about 8 people down there. There was a big fire going, and there was mussels and a few beers, you know, when we got older. But like from I was 7 or 8, but you know, when you got to 17, we still did the same thing. So but that was that was fun.
Do like cod and I do like haddock, man. They're beautiful tasting fish. Wicked, man. Scrumptious.
We used to cast off the beach, right? We used to, and the water was bubbling. Where I was brought up, they actually, there's another story about when the big fishing boats came in. But where in mackerel, when the mackerel was running, honestly, the water was bubbling. Every cast, I swear, at every cast with your spinner, you were catching, and you were pulling in these mackerel. I don't know how many pounds or whatever. Can't really remember. I could be exaggerating, so I'd rather keep off it. It's that long ago. But we were catching mackerel, cod. Cod, you know, we just use a beach caster, get it right out deep, and a huge cod, massive cod, 20, 30 pound cod.
Yeah. My dad used
Big
to buy
things.
them and bring them home, man. You know,
Yeah.
wow.
And we just catch them, and we used to have competitions where we lived, but with the mackerel, what we did with the mackerel, we used that for bait for conger eels.
Wow.
You'll know what a conger is, right? And then that's when the fun began with the fillet it in big slices and attach it to
Well,
these big
this is what I love, you know. The filleting,
the
man.
hooks with a
Beautiful.
wire trace. You know what a wire trace is, Jim? It's this big, thick bit of wire. So when the conger eel bites the hook, it doesn't bite through the fishing line. And we'd have like 40, 50, 60 pound fishing line. And we'd get our mate, we had a little rowing boat, we'd stick the line in it, we'd get our mate to row out so we didn't have to cast it. And then we'd stick the what do you call it, the rods in the beach, sit at the fire, have a beer and just watch the rods and pull these big things, huge big things, man.
Nice.
But that was it. That was, I like a bit of fishing as well.
Yeah, me too, man.
That was my story, guys. Sorry, continue. It was just, as I say, it was just bandsaw talking about the fucking prawns, man. Honestly, that I was getting pictures of it in my head and getting flashbacks to my childhood.
You know,
Yeah, I'm
nothing
talking
like peeling the
king
skin off it. The
prawns and
skin.
banana prawns too.
Exactly. And once the skin just rolls off, man, the skin just rolls off, and that succulent meat. Wow. Yeah.
It's so sweet. It's so sweet when it's freshly caught too.
Now you're rubbing
Glass
it
of
in,
red
right?
wine. Glass of red
This,
wine.
I have a little
you're
bit now.
rubbing it in now, aren't you?
Butter.
Aren't you? That's it. This is what's happening here, man. You're rubbing it in, man. You're going for the raw. Yeah.
I just built a smoker alley for my salmon.
Oh, nice.
really?
So I'm getting into the smoking because I quite often go down to the beach and throw a line in, and it's pretty easy to catch salmon down there. And smoked salmon is just, oh my god, I'm in love with it. But you know, you usually buy it, and it's so expensive to buy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just finished building myself.
What wood are you using, Banso? What wood are you using?
Just using red gum.
Try
LED.
oak. Try oak if you can get
Yeah.
a if you can get a hold of oak, man.
I've only used it once so far, which was with just red gum. But down at our local like barbecue shop, you can buy different assortments of wood chips, whether it's hickory or oak. And
Oh,
all these
hickory,
sorts of
yeah.
things.
Yeah, hickory is what I heard the most of. Yeah, hickory.
Experiment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Right,
honestly, experiment. And here's the thing, Banso. My mate was an ex. I'm getting an echo here. My mate was.
Oh, that'd be me. Sorry.
It's no problems. My mate, that was. I'll tell you a story about him. It's another time. But he used to smoke his own salmon. Now, before he smoked it, he used to have big sacks of salt, and he would put it in the salt, because what it does, it takes out a little the moisture. You've got to watch how long you leave it in there, because salt takes out moisture, right? And he used to cover it in salt before he prepared it for smoking. He used to put it in salt just to take some of the moisture. I can't tell you how long. I asked him how long, and he said it depends on the weight. So before he did that, he kind of salt, dried it a little bit, and then stuck it in the smoker. Well, the stories about what we used to do, because we used to fish for salmon, which is with nets, but that's illegal in Scotland, but not illegal in England. Get your head round that one, right? That's a strange one. And that was an English law that made it illegal to fish with nets in Scotland. But I could cross the border, get out my 100-metre monofilm net and fish till I was content. But cross the border into Scotland, oh no, you can't do that, man. You're not allowed to do that. So what sometimes we did, there was lots of fish farms up in the north of Scotland, so we used to get them, come back to our village about 100 miles away, and sell it as fresh water. Well, we did, but and we used to sell it as fresh
Yeah,
water.
I think Britain. Sorry to interrupt you. I think Britain was trying to protect its fish industry, wasn't it? That's why they had these laws in place. You know that? Because the competitors were like killing the British. With
They only had it in Scotland. They only had it in Scotland. And what is Scotland full of? Rivers and water. What does salmon like? We've got rivers, water, lakes, sea. We've got, we're so connected with the sea, the oceans, that the salmon go out, do it, and then they come back to spawn. We've got the perfect, but yet,
that's what makes
it was
Scotland
illegal,
beautiful,
man.
That's
it was
one of
illegal.
Scotland's beautiful fucking assets. That is. Do you know that?
That's why Scottish people are. Do you know? It's not that I'm about racist, but when I hear about the Jewish people, the black people, and all that, how they were oppressed. Well, they want to actually have a fucking look at what happened to Scotland and what my family, and Ireland as well, right? Ireland as well. So we are
I know.
very
I know
equipped
the history,
to
mate.
understand racism, and
Oh,
we are
I
very.
understand it fully well, mate. I
But
understand
I
it
don't
fully
play
well.
the victim. I don't play the victim. That made me stronger. You understand that
No,
kind of
that's
shit.
right.
So I
That's
don't
right.
go, oh, poor me, poor Scottish people and poor me. No, that made me stronger. So, as I say, I'm not bitching or it's just a fact. It
No.
doesn't affect me.
I'll tell you a very, very short story. I joined that. I'm sure you've heard of the Nation of Islam. Have you heard of that, guys? The Nation of Islam?
Yes.
Right. So back in 1988, I'm running a brand new Honda Dominator, and I joined that organization because my brother had been there for like almost a year prior to me joining. He'd been there a year, you know, and I thought, okay, let's go and have a look and see what they're doing, you know. And the day I went, it was all about racism and that, and I actually I stood up and said, look, are we black people not going to move forward from this racism all the time? I've got white friends, Greek friends, Italian friends. Okay? Racism to me is like a water up a duck's back. So we need to move forward from the racism. You guys need to go and meet the people out there, the white people. They're not our enemies. Okay? Because that's the wrong attitude, I said. You know, we can't go around doing this. So I left them to join another party called the Black Unity and Freedom Party. And it was the same story there. Racism everywhere. After 3 months, I left. Because that's what they were talking about. When people hang on, like play the victim too much, it's fucking boring. I can't. I've got Irish, Scottish friends all over the world. I cannot bloody well deal with that. You know what I mean? So I moved on. Moved on, man. So yeah, I understand the Scottish history though, and the racism you got from the British. Yeah. Remember, I joined my first experience of army was in the London Scottish 235 Westminster Cadet Company. 3 years. I wore the kilt. I wore the sporran. I wore the Thomas Shanty. I wore the Glengarry. Okay? So and I ate the haggis and that haggis. Okay,
So do you know, Jim? How about this, Jim? And this is true, right? When in Scotland, especially out in the countryside, man, I can remember as a 5-year-old, 6-year-old child, there used to be a Sikh in the old days. Indians and whatever used to tour around the countryside and sell certain things like maybe hats and stuff, but they come to villages, right? And I can remember these people coming round there. So my father never brought me up to be racist or biased in any way or look down upon people, you know, don't judge people. And funny enough, he was a Mason, just a Freemason, right? But he stopped going to it. I know the story. I'm not going to share why he stopped going to it. But the fact is, if you look into, you know, the normal, what Freemasonry was about in the beliefs, it got hijacked by lords and stuff. But the point is, my dad was like how the book says you are. You know, you're kind, like Muslims as well, like the Muslims. I've got my best friend Haji. He was from Morocco. He was Muslim, and I'll tell you, I met normal Muslim families, and they would never think of doing a thing. So I'm not anyway racist, but I never got taught to be racist, right? And then I ended up in London when I was about, I would have said about 20-year-old. And then I started looking. But the thing was, I was only seeing the bad in it. But lucky enough, I got brought up not to. So, as I say, I can get, but that's the minority. That's about, you know, the percentage that scientists know about the universe. I think it's about 96, or they don't know about the universe. 96.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
that's right.
it's that little percentage that fuck it up for the rest of us. The fundamentalists in religion, in whatever, banking, blah, blah, climate change, all these people that are fundamentalists fuck it up for the rest of us. All we want to do, Jim, as you know, Bandsaw, you know, we just want to fucking chill out. We're not going to steal off nobody. We're not going to fucking kill anybody. We're not going to go to war because the most people if you could go to any country in the world and just go out with a microphone, do you want to go to a UFO war? Do you like what? 96.99% of the people, and it'll only be the idiot or the unenlightened, shall we say, not the idiot, the unenlightened, that'll say, yeah, of course we shall, because we've got to defend, because they are going to come and attack us. It's always the majority gets punished because of the discrepancies or the discrepant beliefs of the minority, and the people in power use that against us, man. And it's these motherfuckers that fuck it up for the rest, and these people that actually run the reality that we live in, or create the environment that we have to live in. They create that. They use that little tiny minority to punish us because they want full control.
Yeah.
End of.
I've often
That's me. I'm
found.
finished.
Sorry, yeah. I've often found that when I've travelled the world and that, once you eat the food, you're well into the culture, and you want to repeat that when you get back to England, for example, where I was living at the time. Yeah. So when I've tasted Scottish food, I wanted to have more of that. When I had Irish food, I wanted to have more of that. English food, Welsh food. Just love the food of the UK. You can't. When people used to say English food was shit, I thought you haven't been to the countryside. What are you talking about? British food is as good as the French. You know what I mean? Just as good, if not better at times. Whew. I don't know where they were going with that crap. They were trying to say the English don't know how to cook. That's bullshit. Absolute crap. And two things that I learnt from Scotland and Ireland, okay? With the Irish, one time I was marching to the cadet headquarters, HQ, right? And I would have been about 13, 14 years of age. I was on my way to the cadets. I was on my own because my brother wasn't well that day, so I had to go on my own. Okay, so I was marching because the bus didn't drop me off at Pimlico. I got off at the Strand, bus 24, so I had to walk from the Strand to Regency Street, okay? Altogether about 30 minutes walk, but march anyway. And then this Irish guy...
I know it.
Oh, you know it? Yeah, well done, mate. So this Irish guy, okay, he might have been a little bit worse for wear with the VP drink, right? But he wasn't being obnoxious. He says, yeah, laddie. He said, yeah, laddie. The Irish shall love you, the Scottish shall love you, but the English shall hate you, right? And I didn't quite understood what he meant, right? It was only as I grew up older that I started to realise what he meant. Yeah, the racist ones were mostly the bloody English, not the Irish or the Scottish. You see?
But that's a minority, Jin. That's what my relations. 50% of my relations are English because they've moved to England. I've got cousins and nephews they were born in England, so they're English. To me, but they can have their roots. But I don't treat them in. I've had so many English friends that he's from Scotland, and they're not. There's the bit of winding up, but there's no animosity. It's the same with Scottish people say, we hate the English, but it's not really we hate them. It's just for fun. It's just for fun, man. There's no animosity actually between
I think never a truer word is spoken when you're half cut or half drunk. You know what I mean? And it remained with me all these years from the age of like 13, 14, all the way through. And what he said was right. He was right in what he said.
Yep.
Because most of my troubles were from the English at the end of the day, rather than the Scottish or the Irish.
But we've got to remember, when we talk about, for example, right, we hate the English. But if we should really say we hate the English government that rules over us, because the English government is not the people. They're the same as us. They don't want to fight. They just want to earn the money. They want to walk away, bring up a family, blah, blah. That's what everybody just wants to do. It's this fucking minority of motherfuckers that seem to have found themselves in the position of power. I posted in the chat here that at the moment there's a thing called, and it's quite funny with the words, right? And you can take it, you can look at it two ways. World Government Summit, right? Now that can mean two things. It can mean the governments of the world are meeting up for a summit, or it could mean there is a world government that's having a summit. The world government that we don't fucking know about. But it's funny,
That's right.
at the moment,
That we're living in.
and there was a guy on yesterday, right? They were having a talk about, you know, how the banking system's changed, and the subject was Bitcoin. Now, it's so funny. And people think that, oh, Bitcoin, you can't follow a wallet. Well, this guy started a company. His company, what they did was, is they had an algorithm that analysed, shall we say, strange behaviour with wallets, right? And they've got this algorithm, there's normal way buying and selling and movement with wallets, but what they had, they were a specific company that moved, that watched, had an algorithm that watched sort of different behaviour, right? And then what they did was that algorithm would pass it on to another algorithm that did a little bit more specific, and then it would flag a human being, and the human being would start looking at it. But the thing was, what the company's service was, that they passed on that information to governments, financial institutions. So basically, people that deal in Bitcoin or whatever, they're getting fucking followed anyway. But they actually... So what I did was, I actually looked up his name. The guy's name's Levine, right? So I done a quick search. It was a live chat, right? This guy, the World Summit, they had a live broadcast, right? So I went and I done a quick search, and I came back to the live chat. There was no, you didn't have to be a member. So I chatted and I called him, he's just the son of Satan. And I started explaining, he was passing on information. Is that not a bit dodgy? And I got timed out.
Well done, man. Yeah.
Right, but this was live, and these guys, right, the thing is, right, see these people, right, these people actually advise governments. These are government advisors, or what do you call it? These guys they suggest things, governments go, oh, that's a good idea, and they put it into law, kind of thing. So, and it was quite an opener, because I trade Bitcoin. I've got, actually, Bitcoin's going up my, what do you call it, my little hodl, all my coins are actually going up. So, but as I say, it was it was interesting.
Can you spend it? Can you actually spend this Bitcoin?
Yeah,
can you
yep, I can. Do you know what I can actually do, Jen? Right, I can go to Copenhagen, right, and meet up with someone, and the money gets transferred instantly, and I'll get given cash for it. I don't need to go to a bank or anything. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
That people.
So how much have you got in the way that you've saved so far then, roughly?
Well, I've been in about 3 years, right? At the moment, I've got $3,000 just sitting there going up, but it also went down. But it also goes down as well. But I hold, because I know that I've got a set price in my head, which it nearly hit. Actually, just about 4 months ago, that $3,000 that I'm holding, that I haven't bought, well, I did do a bit of buying when it crashed, but that $3,000 was up at nearly $6,000 about 3 months ago, 4 months ago. I decided not to sell, and I'm glad I didn't. And then it crashed, and it went all the way down to 2.8, and now it's going back up again, kind of thing. But as I say, I wouldn't recommend anybody to get into it unless they do their fucking research. I learned. I got scammed, but I got like 5 times my money out before the platform. So I never lost any money. I've had Christmases the last 3 years. I've probably spent about $10,000 of what I've earned, and plus I've still got 3,000. But I was lucky. As I say, I wouldn't recommend it to people, but I think it's going to go up, and I do think if I'll be buying, I'll be investing. I think I've got $300 lying in my account that I can buy stuff. I'm just going to buy coins with it and just wait.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't recommend anybody to get in. You have to do your research, and you have to not get carried away. If you make a bit of money or whatever, there's lots of things, man. You're basically gambling, right? That's what it is.
It's a risk.
That's what you're
Exactly.
doing. And it's gambling, right? And some people promote it. I learned not the hard way because I made money, but I've had web pages shut down. I might have had maybe $1,000, but I'd already taken out $3,000, but I had $1,000, and suddenly, you get the 404 web page not recognised. I know people personally, people that lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in the same scheme, but I was a minnow. You get whales that invest big. I started with $100. And I've got $3,000 plus I've spent $10,000 because I said I'm putting $100. I was lucky. I done my studying, and I spotted something that happened with a certain coin, and I profited off it. But I was lucky, as I say, But you have to look into it. You don't just go, I'm going to make millions. I want to be a millionaire. It's not like that, man. It's not like that. You have to really, really look into it, understand what a blockchain is, understand the power of press, because cryptocurrency has its own press, and it also has its own misinformation and stuff like that. So it's the same thing. It's a same thing when you read about the stock market in the mainstream, is when you come to crypto and you read the stories and the crypto news stuff. You have to remember some of it's misinformation, some of it's lies. You have to be very wary, but you can make money at it if you do that. Study it, learn it, put in about $100 and have a look, watch the the markets, the coins, find out what use it is and stuff like that. And you can make money, but you really have to look right into it.
Yeah.
So, but as I say, I would still say, I still think I'm still going to put money into it, because I think it's got another 3-4 years. I think I'll reach the target that I want. Not $1 million, or I don't need $1 million. I've got a wee target, maybe $30,000 or something like that, and that's me say it. That's enough for me. Well,
Hey, Ali.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked into the concave thing? And if you have, what do you think of it yourself?
Well, it's still water's got to bend. That's the only thing that gets me, because all the stars, everything else works out. I looked at that at the beginning, because when we done flat Earth, you learn about concave Earth as well. And I actually looked in, and but it's just that thing with the water. Because it has to.
It's a
Either
killer,
way,
isn't it? Really.
Yep. That's and that's the only thing. Otherwise, the stars work. Everything else works on it, because it can. You know what I mean? Because it's just that proves that the ball Earth is not definitive proof, because the only thing that separates them all, and even that thing about the North Star moving down, I said bollocks, man. You know, because but the fact is that that whatever anything that we are looking at, right, and the further it goes down in the sky, even up or whatever, and nobody's ever seen a photograph of the North Star straight above, is we all know that things, as you move away from them, will go towards the horizon, no matter what height they are. The further you move away, they come down. Anyway, it's a matter of perspective. And perspective is actually, it's an optical illusion, because we all know that when we look out there, what the fuck's the horizon doing up there? That doesn't make sense. It should be down below. It's to do with the
That's
shape
right.
of these, how we gather light. You know, in my opinion, that's how I'm looking at it. So you can't say, well, you know, I don't know.
No, it's the whole water thing, really. For me, once again.
Yeah, for me anyway. And plus attitude indicators.
Yep.
In airplanes. In
Yeah.
airplanes, right?
Yeah.
Because I got
That's another one, isn't it?
I've got a video. Listen to this, guys, right? I was in a debate with Fight the Flat Earth on the Non Sequitur show, right? And after that, that was years ago.
That was years ago. Yeah, I was going to
with
say, yeah.
Kyle, right? And I got an email from this guy, and he sent me this email. He says, I was listening to you the other night on the Non Sequitur, and I was I was pulling my hair out. He was a very polite, nice guy. He says, I was pulling my hair out because I install them, I calibrate them, I take them to pieces. He said, would you like to have a live show where I explained? I said, yes. I said, yes, indeed. And we had contact. And he goes like that to me. He says, are you inviting Fight the Flat Earth, Jim? And I said, my exact words, I said, look, I said, to be quite honest, you know, the dealings that I've had with this person, he makes my skin crawl. I'd feel as if I was poisoning. No, I did. I said I would feel as if I was poisoning my channel, but I'll tell you what, I'll invite him on, and I'll be the honestly, and that's how that guy makes me. He makes my skin crawl, man. He's creepy as fuck, right? Right. He's worked in a place. I used to work in a place called Faz Lane, right? And he works in submarines. I know all about conventional nuclear submarines. I've worked in them. I've been in and done woodworking inside it. But anyway, that's not the point. So I, being the bigger person, I sent Fight the Fat Girth, as I renamed him, Fight the Fat Girth, right? I sent him an email and I invited him. I told him the story. I said, oh, here's a guy. When we were having a debate, you're more than welcome. Come on, he would like you to be there. I'll be there. He's not a flat earther. He's a ball earther. He didn't believe the earth, but he had a attitude indicator, had the camera on it, and he was going to take it to pieces in front of us and explain what everything did. He decided he didn't want to come on, Fight the Flat Earth, and I was so relieved, right? I was so relieved, but I invited him, but he didn't want to come on, and it's still on YouTube. Still on YouTube, and he sits down, and I'm telling you, he was like, so what do you think of that? It convinced me even more, because the only thing that it all goes down to that axiom that gravity is a force downwards, right? Because gravity saves them, because what they say is, because it's a gyroscope with pendulous vanes to correct any precession. So if the compass moved just a slight touch, right, there's holes underneath because it's a vacuum, right? And when the gyro moves, these things that are these pendulous vanes that what do you call it? They open up the holes, which creates a force, which creates the opposite, perpendicular to the spin, 90 degrees to the force that's going on the gyroscope, it corrects itself. The pendulous vanes swing back, and it stables. Now, that thing in the aeroplane, when you're sat on the runway, they fire that up. And so that gyroscope, it thinks it's still, where you take off, that direction down, it still believes it's, whether there's gravity or not, it believes that. And if it moves off of that, pendulous vanes correct it back exactly to that position. So when you take off, right, it works. It shows the aeroplane taking off. When it levels off, the gyroscope goes down, and it doesn't matter how many million miles that you travel on that, whether you go up, down, change altitude, swing round or whatever. When you land, that gyroscope thinks that you're still standing level back on the airport that you just took off of, meaning it thinks it's flat and level. Right, so it goes and it lands. It doesn't matter. The gyroscope doesn't move over and point 90 degrees. If you travelled, say, 90 from the North Pole round to the equator, right, the gyroscope will not be lying in the vertical position pointing to the centre of the Earth. It's impossible for that to happen because of the pendulous vane that corrects it to the vertical position that it was before you fucking took off. And what they do when they hold it, you get it. And so that's what I said to him, and he still couldn't get it, because the only thing that proves that that can happen is that force of gravity that is holding not only the gyroscope but those two, the two pendulous vanes. One, because there's four holes in it, so it's omnidirectional. So if it goes to the left, the one that's hanging down, forward is like a cross. So there's one facing one way, and there's pendulous vanes facing perpendicular to that direction. So it's impossible. It's unless gravity gets a hold of that whole mechanical device, holds the pendulous vanes exactly in position as it moves around the ball. Gravity holds it towards the centre of the Earth, plus to keep the gyroscope. So these little bits of thin metal, thin flat plates that go around there to cover the holes of the attitude indicator, and that's what they have to. That's what these guys have to believe. That these vanes and the gyroscope is always, there's this tractor beam like they had in Star Trek that moves with the directly at the centre of the Earth, and it's encompassing the that gyroscope, pendulous vane, any movement at all is going to cause it, and it just holds it there like a big stick. The pendulous vanes always wondered, well, why does the pendulous vanes have to be there? If gravity is going to hold that compass always directly straight in front, so the attitude indicator would never deviate, the gyroscope would never deviate, it would never precess. Why would it precess? There's an amazing tractor beam that holds this exactly in position all the way around. If you stood there, had that on the end of a stick, and just done, had it directly up, pointed in the air, and you just moved it like that, the gyroscope, it wouldn't move or anything. It's absurd. So that's two proofs.
So how does this thing? So how does it relate to the concave Earth? Because it fixes itself in space to a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Did you ask me something? I was just away at the toilet, just as you said something.
No, you're right, Al. You're right, buddy. No. So this relates to the concave Earth because it fixes itself in horizontal plane. Yeah.
No, on the ball earth. No, on the ball earth. I was explaining.
Oh, okay, on the ball
Sorry.
because we were
Oh,
talking
sorry.
about the
Yeah,
concave
but on
Earth.
the yeah, sorry, on the concave. It'd be the same thing. You would actually, what you would do is you go down a dip, then come up
Exactly.
again, kind of thing. So, but I've had them, and the only argument against that, why that happens, because I've Bob the Science Guy, Big Blue. I talked to them years ago about this. We had big arguments, and the end up of and you know when they've run out of things, they either make shit up or they call you a retard, or the famous, the great go-to because of gravity.
Seems to be the
Right.
answer for everything, doesn't it? The old gravity.
Yep, and that's it. And that's the only. And as I keep saying, show me an experiment that dropping something, when you drop something, there's a force behind it. Just show me that, and I'll say, okay, there's a force. You give me some kind of reading. Don't give me Newton's law, the apple on the head, or anything. What do you know? What the majority of the answers I've got is you need force to move an object, and that's the answer, and that's a proof. Oh, you have to because of MA equals whatever, you know that shit. These fucking stupid no shit Sherlock kind of statements from Newton, like an object will continue in its path unless acted upon another object. No shit, right? You know what I mean? I'm like,
No shit, Sherlock. Yeah.
I
know. Stating the obvious. And the thing is that it still comes under question in space because we haven't gone up there to confirm that a body in motion will continue in motion. We don't know that, do we? You see, they needed that so that space could be real.
Did you, Jin, ever look into the concave yourself?
Yeah. I did look into it a little bit, but again, it's I put it down to it's the reverse of the globe. So and I'm
Pretty much,
yeah, just the reverse of the globe. And Ali B commented on the aeroplane thing and the horizons being up rather than straight ahead of your eyeballs. No, man, I can't get into that really. There's just no evidence of that at all. Come on, please. It's curvature problem, reverse curvature. Where is it?
Well, that's only one model. You know, there's many ideas that you can put into a concave idea. It doesn't have to be a sphere, be it any shape. But yes, I don't agree with the celestial. I don't agree with the concave model, the typical concave model, because celestial spheres and all these different things. I don't agree with that.
Yeah. I think you're more with the flat Earth, but you just want more accurate land measurements and mass and correct pinpoint. That's the thing. That's what's holding you back, I think. Rome.
Yeah, I'm doing it one step at a time. I looked into the moon precession. Funny how the word precession means proceed, as in possibly to go backwards and not forwards, because wouldn't you proceed if you're going forwards? So I think this word precession is quite vital. Lost my train of thought. Moon precession. It was 8.85 years where the moon returns. It does a spin up to the north and a spin down to the south, and it covers the complete path over 8.85 years. So, like, everything has a precession, so you can kind of work out what its overall cycle looks like. It's all interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I'll give it that. But again, I can only go with the 60 years I've experienced nothing but level playing, really. That's it. And that's more than enough to disprove the heliocentric model and the concave as well. Nothing there.
This is the thing. It's almost like we're in a box where the poles is flat and it's flat at the equator, and there's gaps between that. Well, you don't know. But like almost like you live in a box, so it is like flat, but you have to figure out where the joins are. But then you're just assuming a cube that's like equal dimensions. In some ways, the Eastern Hemisphere could be a different shape to the Western Hemisphere. And at this time, we see the sun rise in the east and set in the west. At another time, it might have rose in the south and set in the north. If we can find evidence of that, then it kind of refines what it looks like, if that makes sense. Take us away from a one-point perspective and kind of see it a different way. But our biggest problem is that we use the sun for everything, for time, for everything. And if we were, it's convenient, but logically speaking, wouldn't it make more sense to say, well, yes, it's the year 2022, but celestial star speaking, you could say our year is 2050. We're not going to use 2050 in the way that we date stuff, but surely we should be. Wouldn't you agree that history, if you think about history, would history have wrote their year that something happened? Would they write it in a sun way, in a moon way? Would they write it on stars? And the Jewish had 360-day calendar, Egyptians and all that.
Right, I'm going to go and get something to eat because it's getting a bit late now, or should I say early? I haven't eaten yet. Catch you guys later. Enjoy.
Right. Cheerio, June.
Yeah, nice one, Jen. Ban, so I sent you the video, the DM. A DM for you. I think it was you.
Cheers, Sally.
Of the gyroscopes.
Yep.
The thing we had. Very interesting guy, by the way.
Oh yeah.
He's got a great. He's got a great channel. The guy, honestly, it was like, because he was good. As I say, he knew what he was talking about. I actually recommended him the non sequitur.
Was this?
I was recommending it. Sorry, Realm.
Was this anything to do with Giza using gyroscope, and he could lift things up? So you would have this anything to do with that? No,
it was about flying. I was talking to Banso about. We were talking about, what sort of convention. I said water, but also attitude indicators in aeroplanes, because I looked into what it was, and what happened was I was having a debate with Fight the Flat Earth. There was a guy that was listening on the non sequitur, and there was a guy that was listening. He sent me an email saying he was pulling his hair out because he worked on them, he built them, he stripped them down, he calibrated them. And he asked me, because I had a channel, I used to do hangouts and stuff like that. And he says, is it okay if I come on? Would you like to learn? I said, yeah. I said, would you like to go live so we can educate or tell everybody about what an attitude indicator is and why I think it proves aeroplanes fly over a flat plane? And he goes, yes, sound. And I invited Fight the Flat Earth to come on because to learn as well, because even though I didn't want to, this guy asked, and I goes, oh, okay, being the gentleman, yeah, come on. And he didn't want to come on, but the guy came on, and myself, Chris F.E. Jackson, and he basically had the camera focused on the attitude indicator out of an aeroplane, and he stripped it down for us and explained exactly. I think it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours long, when I stopped him, asked questions, not like, that's bullshit, as an interested party. So I'll stick the video in the chat, the actual chat, because and he goes like that because he's a ball earther, or he believed the earth was a globe and stuff like that. And he even said to me, right, have I changed your opinion? I was like, no, you've just proved to me even more that aeroplanes fly over a flat plane. You know what I mean? And we laughed, but he was dead cool. If you hear him, that's how he talks there, is how he talks in real life. I had hours with this guy just talking about science and why, why. And honestly, the guy was, and I try to promote him. It's only got 45 views, but he knew his subjects regarding quantum physics. He's called Fact-Based Living. I'll drop the link because he deserves it. His channel stopped. I think the last video was about 2 years ago or whatever. He stopped, but of all the ballers, or of all the people, or as I would call scientists or experts that I've ever talked to, that guy was the most patient, polite, even though there was no confrontation with this dude, man. It was a pleasure. And that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
That guy knew what he was talking about. That's I've talked to lots of people like that are experts. That's why when I speak to Bob, their knowledge breaks down. And if you ask another deeper question, when they call you a retard, or they say you don't understand, or do that, that's when their knowledge ends. I've talked to experts, their knowledge never ends. And if it does, they'll go, oh, I don't know, actually, that's a very good question. And they'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, because I've learned.
They won't try and make up some bullshit just to satisfy you, or just to, to confirm their position. Someone that is generally trying to teach you something, or show you something. If they don't know, that's exactly what will happen, Ellie. As you said, they'll just go, you know what? I'm stumped.
You would say that though, Bandsaw, innit? You would say that, and so would that, and that's a normal reaction, right? Isn't that? Exactly. Oh, sorry, my knowledge stopped here, but I'll find out for you. I've had my own business. I had my own landscaping business, right? And I kind of knew loads, right? But whenever a customer asked me about something, I was like, oh, actually, I don't know about that, but I'll tell you what, I'll find out. And that was the first thing I do, and I'd be straight back to them. But I'd find out what it was, but I'd admit it. And that is the difference. And that is a big show for to anybody, that when you get involved with someone, and if they say, if they, as you say, oh, you wouldn't understand, you don't understand, blah, blah, it's because they don't know. They don't know.
Doing that, Ellie, and by doing that, it actually builds a rapport with that person of honesty. You come into an honest position. That's what it does. And then all of a sudden, you've got this rapport of honesty, but also trust between those two individuals, right? Because you're working on just truth alone and information. And information is what the information is. And if you don't know it, right, it's just like, well, I'll find out and I'll bring back the right information for you, and we can tackle this problem this way with the information.
Exactly, and that's when I know, Bandsaw, when I deal with the Rumpus, Ruhef, or any Bob the Science Guy, Big Blue, all these guys, Jesse Kozlowski, every single one of them, right? because I know, right, and the thing is with Jesse Kozlowski, and this is the thing that gets me about theodolites, you can measure curve, you can't, because they'll even admit they add on a thing called the curve corrector, so they write all the numbers down and they add the curve on after, but that's by the by, right, that doesn't matter. But the point is that with them guys, the guy Larry, I don't know about him, but I know Jesse Kozlowski, he doesn't find it a problem that he adds the curve on after. That guy's I think he's an honest, nerdy kind of dude that couldn't even comprehend that the earth was flat. The other dude, I'm not, that Larry dude, he's a dodgy cunt. But all these guys, you can always tell, apart from Jesse Kozlowski, as I say, about all the people that I've listened to and talked to over the years, is all the rest of them, they know nothing. They know absolutely nothing, just because of the way that they answer what we talked about. When you ask that little question, you wouldn't understand. The rumpus, the whole lot, they're not experts in anything. I've asked the rumpus questions. I've even educated the rumpus on a certain thing. I had to explain to him that gluons, and he even changed it. After about a month or whatever, he changed. I'd actually told him that because he never knew. He went and checked it. Like loads of things, man. It's because they don't do their research. They've got this hubris that they say that we have. You're arrogant. You think you hold a secret. I never thought I was holding a secret, and I think that I'm better than you because they expose more of their personality than they do of ours. Because if they thought that we were doing that, that's the only way they could conceive of us, in their minds being like that or saying something. They couldn't possibly conceive of someone that even though he knows more, or not even knows more, that's not even the point, is that they've got a depth of knowledge that's different from theirs, that suddenly they're projecting that we hold a secret. We've turned into this, just because we think that we know this, suddenly we're evil people that are back there going, ha ha, we know more than you do, ha ha, kind of thing, which I used to laugh when they said that. I couldn't even, it's like, that's so far away, but it exposes more than the psychology or the world view that person has got, or people that he's met before in the life. It's not really, he's not saying that because of me, he's saying that because of the way that I'm acting, and the only way that people like us that answer questions are acting, the only way they can conceive of it is as if you're a certain personality. You have to be that way. They put you in a nice little box. He's like that because he thinks he knows. What an arrogant bastard. That gives me a good reason to hate him and know that he's wrong. He's been a dick. They categorise you so they can attack you unbeknownst, and it can be unbeknownst to them. It's just whatever life experiences they've had or whatever. Just my opinion,
All right, Ellie, I've got to go. I've got to go keep someone warm, so I'm going to check out of here for tonight, and I'll catch you next time, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
Yeah, too easy, Ellie.
No, it was good input. I listened as well, so yeah, it was. Yeah, take it easy. Have a good day, and fuck you and your fucking prawns by the bucket. Nice. What about commenting? Anybody got any comments on what I was talking about there? about how I was analysing certain, you know, you either disagree or agree or whatever. It's not that I want a conversation because I'm going to mute or whatever, but it's just to fill in the sound. Surely, you know, I'm an idiot or whatever. No, my opinions. That's surely someone's got an opinion. Or maybe not. It'll be funny either way.
The Earth is stationary.
Yeah,
There
well, do you know that?
There are
Sorry.
experiments to tell if you are moving or not, relatively.
All right, how's that then? What's one of them? Not because I'm a stationary earther myself. Well, kind of stationary actually. I've got an idea that actually kind of perhaps floats, but that's for another story. But what do you mean with the what's the experiment to prove we can prove it's moving
They didn't have
or
things like,
stationary?
I'm sorry, sir. Back when they came up with the theories of like relativity and shit, relative motion, or what is it? What's the term I'm thinking of?
No, it'll be relative motion.
No,
I think you said it right the first time.
what's the other one? The constant motion. The what's that term there? Jeez.
Acceleration, speed, no. No.
1 second.
Yeah, search it out. But it's like, right, I'll fill in here, right? So even Einstein said, because he believes... Oh, go for it.
No, you go for it.
No, you say the word. I'd rather listen. I've been talking enough.
No, my bad. Yo, Einstein believes what? Einstein believes what?
All right. Well, his, I think it's general, the second one he brought out, right? So your position, right, you start off your position on the centre of a spinning disc, right? That's how you assume you're on the centre of a spinning disc, and then you do your measurements, and that's where he got the, that's why you can never actually tell whether you're moving or someone else is moving. That's kind of a simplified version of it, but that's basically what he said, and it's also upward acceleration instead of downward. You're actually going up. You know, if a ball drops, the earth is accelerating up to the ball instead of the ball falling.
Right.
That was his kind of wee fuck about.
That one's cool. The one before where you talk about the center of spinning thing, I mean, I don't know, that sounded maybe interesting, but I don't know. You'd have to teach me that. But dude, the
oh no, I don't know. No, I couldn't teach you. I couldn't teach you, but I could tell you. I could maybe because I only found out by looking into it in one of the papers or one of the books that I was reading. That is the premise that where you start. I don't think it's not special relativity, because I think that was about a non-inertial reference frame, and I think the what do you call it? The spinning disc thing is the inertial reference frame. I think that's why I believe it's the second one. But that's basically what you are. You're at the centre of a spinning disc, and all your observations are based on that kind of thing. That's simplified though. You know, as many years I looked at this, you know, it's like about 4 or 5 years ago I looked at this here. But
Yo, apparently during a solar eclipse, some people observed the Foucault pendulum going backwards. And also there seems to be certain places on Earth where the behavior of the Foucault pendulum is normal.
That's what's up.
And
I've
I
heard
just
them
posted
bring
a
up
real quick. I'm
that.
almost done. I just posted a video in Livestream 1. If anybody wants to look at that, thanks.
About what was that? The Foucault pendulum going backwards or what? Because that's interesting. I'm I don't doubt that, but if it
People
it's
brought
like
it up.
Foucault's, the original
They
Foucault's pendulum, right? He demands it has to be about 30 or 40 foot, the wire, and it has to be made of a non-twist, so it didn't twist. It took him so much work to find a wire, right? That was because wire in the end up it's actually square, right? And it was so hard to get a single strand of wire, just a single strand of wire that didn't have a twist on it. If you've ever, any bit of wire that's got a twist in it, you would have to take that out. So it was very hard to actually get that when he did that, when he built that, whatever it was that he built. But it was such a precise bit of wire engineered to the, so it had, as I say, so it had no twist in it. So to think nowadays, right, nowadays that people are going to get a wire with no twist, which is going to cost a little bit extra or whatever, and have the place to put it at maybe 30, 40 foot length and drop it down and do exactly the same what he does. I doubt it very much, whatever. I doubt it. So these little Foucault pendulums in the little laboratory, well, look, it's 10 foot long. Well, he even says, specifies why it was so long. It had to be so long if it was going to do such and such a job. So anything smaller or shorter, any Foucault pendulum that's shorter than the one that he did is moot, is basically moot. It doesn't belong in the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. Get excited. Coach, are you there, bro?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
I'm looking at it too. I heard y'all talk about that pendulum back eclipse shit before, but motherfuckers was calling it a farce, basically.
I was just fucking around with those dudes anyways, man. Jeremy knows I'm just giving him a hard time.
All right, so look at this shit, bro.
What? All right, fine, hold on.
Which level are you on? Because all right, when you go right to it, what you think it's on? I'm gonna assume it's on the most outer level. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, hold on. I'm on what are you talking about? I'm at 250 HPA. Yeah?
Okay, so mine's yeah, that's under height.
Yeah, under height, yeah, and 250 HPA hectopascals.
But it doesn't say HPA. I got a 3 HPA under the 250. There's a 3 HPA under wind. But height says
the 251.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's mine's clicked on SFC and HP. HPA is just can't touch that. So mine's on surface, I guess.
Let me see. Hold on.
SFC.
Why
is
you guys
that?
are doing this?
The outer surface. Oh yeah, that's the outer surface. Hey, stop interrupting.
Oh, sorry. All right, okay. I was just going to say go up to 10 hectopascals and look over the South Pole. That was all. Sorry.
Well, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Also, when you guys are done with this, look what I posted in chat afterwards.
Yeah, 10 is really high up.
Right, but like that's the outer surface, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Right.
check out the
The
speed.
outer
Click on
surface.
the white. Click on the white and check out the speed of the winds. There's a big white. There should be a big white circle, but it'll start moving to the North Pole now. The summer's coming, but there should be a big white. Is the polar cyclone? There should be a big white thing. Click on it and look to the left, and you'll see the speed. Click on the Earth so it closes it, and then click on the. Click in the white thing and check out the speeds of the winds up there, right over the South Pole. Strange, man. Very interesting web page that actually.
All right, we'll check it. We're gonna get on it. We're gonna get on the South Pole ones. Okay.
Hey Don, you want to know some cool hotkeys?
No, I want to
All right.
tell you that what we need to talk about here is the outer surface and then the inner surface, like the contact point with the, you know, the solid part of the Earth, right? Now, it's talked about that the main factor for the winds is like the pressure difference from.
Yeah, heat and pressure, yeah.
Okay, so if we look at this, I'm on the outer surface thing, right?
Yeah, 10 Pascal.
It says SFC right next to height. That's the one that's highlighted on.
That's the lowest part of the atmosphere.
That's the lowest?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so 1,000 hectopascals is the next highest part?
That's right, yeah.
And then 850 is the next highest part?
Uh-huh.
That's going outer into space.
Yeah, it's getting higher and higher up. 250 is about where airplanes fly at.
Okay, so when I first click on this, this is showing me where we're walking around down at Earth. Okay.
It says surface.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course, yeah.
You want to just look at the 250, right?
Well, no. I don't. It depends on what you want. What you're discussing. I'll just tell you from the conversation we were discussing yesterday. I was just looking at 250 because I was. That's all that we were discussing at the time.
Right now, but remember how we were talking about like the winds going east and west. So click on the surface part. Okay. Let's just start there. That's where it brings you when you start. That's where we're walking around down here on Earth. If you look around down here everywhere, there is no band of prevailing west to east, nothing. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Sure.
Okay, cool. So let's start moving up and see where we start to see that happening.
Okay.
Which is is you saying it's at 250?
Well, I was, like I said, that I was only saying what happens at 250. It might happen earlier.
Right. Let's see. No, I get it, but right. You're saying it should be there at least in that zone. So I'm clicking.
Yeah, because it looks like even at 850, you can see an eastward, an eastward sort of bias.
Well, I mean, just like towards the equator, kind of, we're saying, but it's like it's
basically mostly south of the equator, and yeah, as you get further south, close to the equator, nothing's happening really. There's even some western wind, like over by Madagascar, and then in the Pacific, there's a couple of western winds.
Yeah, that's like.
But there's mostly eastern down south and up north too. Yeah.
Okay, well, if we look at the 850, I mean, towards the equator, you have some. Yeah, you're gonna have what we're saying, but then swirling.
Swirling, yeah.
Right, but then right, if you look by Africa, Africa into Asia, the right side of Africa, if we're north.
Right, Madagascar, yeah.
Traditional. All right, so right, there's that one band going into the west part of Africa. Right under that in the ocean, there's another one just going right to the east, west to east. And we could see the whole Antarctic area down there. That one's going in the total opposite direction. I mean, this stuff is ridiculous. What we need to talk about is where the dominating energies are.
Antarctica, I mean, there's a couple of ones that go in circles in a couple spots, but it's mostly going eastward all the way around.
Right. So what I'm saying is we have these pressure systems, right, that are doing its thing supposedly. This or the sun, heat, and or the Coriolis, right? Supposedly. Right. And then we also have the surface contact. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
yeah.
Right. It's like, bro, the claim is that the surface contact is dominating the fluid system, basically.
Well, are you sure it's a claim?
I mean, kinda. Like I'm saying, to say what are we saying when we're saying that the system is getting that maintaining that momentum? Basically, we're saying it's conserving that momentum.
I understand what you're asking, also, man. What you're getting at. Because I have to tell you that I'm not an expert, dude, first of all. I know I play one on TV, but it's just a role I play, okay?
But what I'm saying, you
I'll
can
tell you
see
this.
wind patterns that system isn't. It's not dominating. It's not.
Oh, where is that?
Well, because there's so much free flow.
Is it where? I can hear the first part of what you said.
Where I'm saying within these wind patterns that we're looking at, where they're going in both directions, right? Like if you go to 250, bro, that shit's going like that shit's all going the opposite way, like that you saying.
No, it's not. It's going the exact correct way. What are you talking about, Willis? Listen to me, dude.
Bro, look, red band. All these red bands.
Yeah, they're eastward.
Bro. Maybe okay, no. Look in the middle. Look at it shift. Look at right over New Zealand. Right at the equator. Look at 250, New Zealand, Indonesia, India.
Are you sharing your screen? I'm gonna share my screen.
Let me jump in a second. Kosho, right? What you need to do, just let me jump in. What you don't need to do, but I know I'll if you start, have a look at that, what he's telling you about. Go to that web page, right, that you're on, right, and go to the surface first, right, and go through, because you can get wind the wind, the currents, the everything, right? Look at the 10. Then go to the next one, and have a look around about where the planes fly. It's not 250, because I think that's only about 25,000 feet. They don't actually show you, but 25,000 feet, I think that's 250 or something like that.
I think it's 35,000 feet.
Yeah, 250, I think that's below the fly height. And click in the winds and have a look. Going round, have a look at the winds. Check the difference from when you're in the surface, the wind in the surface. Go up to the 1,000. Have a look there and go all the way to the top. And you'll understand what your friend there is talking to you about. The system, right, is totally fucked. But go to the most interesting one that I found, and I used to watch this myself. It doesn't prove the flat earth, right, or anything like that, but it shows how dynamic the system is. So if you go to the edge of space, that's 10 hectopascals. Now, this time of year, whatever time of year it's there, if you go over the South Pole, right, wind speeds, I think they're about 300, or if you go back maybe 2 months or whatever, they're about 300, 400 kilometers an hour, which is about 250 miles an hour on the edge of fucking space, right? And then you can twist it like that, and there's winds, very light winds that go around in the opposite directions. The South Pole goes the same direction as the north of the equator, so that wind. But just south of the equator, there's a wind that goes the opposite direction. Look at all the levels on it. Have a think about it. It doesn't prove flat Earth or whatever, but it just proves when you guys talk about Coriolis, or if you imagine the Earth that sort of spins, winds go this way or that way. Just have a look at it. It's nothing to do with flat Earth. It's to do with what you're interested in, because you read papers, and I think this would be a great bit of knowledge for you. But it's so funny that just below, or no, actually 250 is 50,000 feet actually, just above the flight where 32,000 feet, if you look at the 250, you see all these winds at you can see the shapes of it if you go to 250 on all the flights. Now imagine taking an aeroplane through 250 kilometre an hour winds. So there's a reason to keep it at lower than the white you can see. Sorry, I'm finished. Thanks for your patience, by the way.
Okay.
We were going through the levels. I was at I am at 250 actually. But yeah, I think it's 250 is 35,000 feet if I remember correctly, and yeah, it's all very interesting for sure. That's why
go to Indonesia. It's in New Zealand.
Okay.
Go get the equator. Click on animate. On animate, switch from wind, click to currents. All right.
Okay.
You see right on the equator, what's the dominating current showing you? From right to left. It's going left, correct?
Hold on. I guess you're talking about the east side of Indonesia.
Yeah. In the ocean there. Over there. All through, follow the equator. It's that whole ocean.
Oh, yeah.
My point is the fluid system is like loose. It's not dominated by the surface contact.
When it says currents, what's it talking about?
I mean, you can click it back to wind too. It's just basically simplifying the flow to me is what my assumption would be.
Okay, yeah, there's definitely a westward. Yeah, it's going pretty slow though.
I guess, but it's just funny to me, bro. The way that intuitively I'm thinking about the fluid, like I understand conservation of momentum, you understand? So it's like, it's just intuitively, it's not right to me, bro.
Well, it's going about 30 miles per hour. It's funny, but I don't see this when I'm zoomed in out. I guess it is there. It's just kind of slow.
Okay, and then bro.
Yeah,
There was one thing I needed to tell you about, like real quick. Like privately, you know what I'm saying? So I got
You said you gotta go?
No. When you're in a good when you're feeling sharp, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, well I gotta run to the store again. But it's only 2 minutes away.
You been up all night?
Shit. Say what?
Have you been up all night?
No, I mean kind of maybe. Right, I took a nap.
All right.
I think so. I don't remember. Hold on a second. Let's see.
Yeah, well, I'll hang around for a little bit. We got a charity event, annual charity
event. What?
Tonight. Yeah, it's an annual thing.
Annual thing.
Once a year. This time.
And what's 162 kilometers in miles? It's
100.
Yeah, that's right. I was using this to make animation. I mean, to make a picture. So I already had no scope pulled up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you the picture I was making real quick. Hold on.
I mean, bro, the animation you made with the little thing, like that's really cool. Like, you know, I think it's dope as fuck. You can make little models like that. But like,
hey, thanks, but you know,
no, I really mean it. I really do mean it, man. But like, you know, I be coming in for the drama on it, you know. But I also be trying to.
I know, yeah, but
you know what I mean. I'm like, I be trying to be like, yo.
Yeah, you're being a real punk yesterday, man. That's like because I was trying to want to explain something to what's his name, and I understood what you were talking about, but I didn't want to make sure it didn't silly. But I was really trying to get through to him, but it's all good. Not that I cared or anything. I just wanted to. Because I made that, so I wanted to get the whole idea out. I'm gonna show you something I made also. Hold on. Let's see. Give me 2 minutes, Don, and I'll have something.
All right, I'm looking at this corkscrew Ali B is talking about down here in the South Pole.
Oh yeah.
Play me a game of chess.
Wait, hold on. I'll play you chess later on, huh? After your charity event, huh?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a party.
Man, my ex-girlfriend, when I was in Bahrain, she asked me to come to this charity thing. And then I went, and I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And then she had a surprise for me because they had like a kissing booth set up, and she made me fucking be in the kissing booth. She didn't tell me. She's like, oh, surprise. I was like, what the fuck? I'm not doing this. And I had to sit there and strangers were kissing me.
I'm telling you, bro. That's why I be like the thumbnail that you show. I'm like, that's got to be you, bro.
What? No, that's not me.
These girls, you be tripping me out, bro. Oh my gosh.
But check this out, fool. Let me save this.
Bro, just go. Can you go to a side room for like 5 minutes, dude? I want to tell you some shit. I be waiting
When
to
I come back,
just come on, go down there.
I gotta take out the trash. I have to do something. I'll be 5 minutes when I come back. But I'm
direct call you like a
I
fag.
mean, I don't want to rush. I don't want to be rushed, because I'm in a rush, and I'd rather be back and relax. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Come on, you really know what I mean. Hold on. Give me just 20 seconds now. Okay, 15 seconds. Hold on. Okay, 14 seconds or less. Hold on. Something about my computer's really slow lately. I might need to restart it at some point. But anyway, what the hell? I just saved this.
You was doing I'm good.
What?
Wait, I don't know.
I haven't done it yet. Hold on. There it is. Not yet. There you go. You see in the chat? I made this picture.
Okay, yeah.
Made for you. Not completely done, okay? But see on the right, I put the tangential surface speed, right? Of the ground, the latitudes, okay? And then I put just the wind speeds. Put 2 wind speeds, as according to no school. So 100 miles per hour, 130. And yeah, that's different, but it's also not a big difference compared to the actual tangential speed. But anyways, I know you were talking about fucking basically how the air is even supposed to be moving with the sky. Because that's what sucks about what Jeremy was asking Rumpus yesterday. Is it was mostly what Rumpus said was true, but he's saying it in like he's like he was asking Rumpus if the air moves in lockstep with the Earth, and so Rumpus said he was like confused that he asked him that. He's like, well, if you ignore the wind and all the other things that are moving the air around, then yes, it does. And I wouldn't say it like that, but
that's terrible.
I basically said the same thing though. I told him, I said, yeah, it's moving with the air is moving with the air is basically moving with the Earth. If you disclude the wind, which is going to be like, I said 20, 50 miles per hour. obviously, in some these are the extreme cases, the ones where I put 100, 130. So yeah, there's extreme cases where it's moving at a fast speed in some places, but up there it's in the same direction as the rotation, so it's just going to add to it basically.
Right. When it's adding to it, it's adding to it. But the thing is, we can look at the entire system together and see that it's not a consistent, pattern. That there are spots where if there's any wind that's going left, I mean, I'm just saying like west, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Happens a lot.
Like, what you know how they talk about it. It's just hilarious. So anyway, you can imagine it, from a 3D space perspective. What's that frame called again? From
I don't know. Oh, I don't remember in 3D space perspective. Oh, I see. Perspective.
Yeah,
Or
like we're
orthographic?
looking at this map.
Orthogonally.
Yeah, it's orthogonal. Like if we're looking at this shit right here, you understand? We're going, well, wait, like this whole system isn't moving with it, and then we got to talk about all that. But I don't know why the way motherfuckers is answering questions cause problems. You know what I mean? That's what it's like. Literally 2 weeks of them arguing about this, and we could literally be talking about it like on this level that me and you are talking about it right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
sure. Well, I keep saying that, I keep trying to tell people that you got to decide what your purpose of, having a conversation with somebody is, and usually it's to communicate something, express something that, to make sure that you're interpreting what I'm saying, what I'm actually trying to express to you. And not everybody is not trying to do that. Some people are just, I mean, to be honest with you, some people I don't even know what the point is of them.
Right. Well, I have a
sharing something.
real deal point that I have a purpose to communicate to you.
Yeah, go ahead, memory.
And it's just about the legitimacy and authenticity of certain ideas or philosophies and stuff like that. And but yeah, I'd rather it just be like more private. But
it's pretty private. But
yeah,
I feel like that I will respect your wishes, sir. But then, like I said, just wait for me to come back. I'll come back.
All right.
It's a small group though. It's just Don, Crit.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be argumentative. I just want there to be just as comfortable as possible.
All right. You remember that conversation we had about what was that, about the God perspective? That was basically about reference frames. Do you remember that conversation we had?
Oh yeah, I remember it for feeling slight awkwardness from your position because it seemed a little.
Was I pissed?
Like you state, like it can, like I believe you state, like it just can never be, type of thing. And it's
yeah, of course. Well, that's the state that's kind of the crux of this entire issue with the Coriolis and the reference. It's all reference frame bullshit. And our conversation I had with you, that was a reference frame bullshit conversation. But that
We'll publicly argue this all day.
Yeah, well, you're still on the same page then. You're still fucking with the God perspective.
Well, I kind of feel like if it's simulation and God was looking at it like we're looking at this Earth.no school or some universal model, and he could pause it and look in whenever he wanted, like why couldn't he have that God perspective? So I think that logic right there simply should open you up to a little flexibility.
Yeah, I just have problems because of relativity, because yeah, because like I said, there's depending on what frame you're in, time actually moves differently, So it's like I can see changing frames, but not being in multiple frames or a God perspective frame,
The simulator, though, would hold all your frame. He would know that to y'all in there it's different frames, but to him he could see the whole thing at once. It's his little fish tank in front of him. He can zoom in and out of it whenever he wants. He would know that certain information hasn't gotten from that area to the other, or it's acting in relative to each other, blah, blah, blah. But to him, he holds it all on a pause.
But what would his like if he pressed like the now button, Like he's like, what's happening now?
He can zoom in and out to every single position possible and know. And then you know, I don't know, man. It's not that serious. To me, it just seems easy. It's just like, oh yeah, okay. Because like the relativity thing isn't that serious of it.
Well, kind of the relativity though describes how things are happening at different speeds, and so I'm trying to imagine him watching an event because obviously, if you have God perspective, you can watch two frames at the same time.
Yeah, you can have two monitors.
Yeah, but so one of the monitors is going to be going really slowly, and the other monitor is going to be going a lot faster. I guess from his perspective, and that's my question: is which he's going to have a time in his real perspective, his actual perspective. So which one of the frames that he's viewing is going to match his time? Is going to be playing in real time. So it's not playing slow. It's not playing fast. It's playing in real time.
You don't do it like that. What he's able to do is he's able to use an equation to understand that one screen looks relative to everything else at that rate from some standard rate. As for a second, the other screen is relative like to the other stuff standard rate. Like it's not. I don't know, man.
That makes sense. That makes sense that they're in reference to each other being slower or faster. But I'm just trying to compare it to his reality, or is he always existing in these different frames? Because if he is, then there's not really a God perspective then.
He's not existing in them. From his frame, the stuff is happening at the speed that it's happening. Everything inside is happening at that speed that's happening there relative to any standard he wants outside. And not even relative to it. Like relative to each other based on whatever standard he's using. Like he can use any standard.
Okay, let's say I'm on Mars and you're on Earth. I'm going really fast around Mars for some reason. And he's watching both of us at the same time because he's like, what's these fools are up to? Which speed, what's his speed compared to both of ours?
That question makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like he's watching us, he's watching my speed, watching your speed. I'm going really fast, so actually my time is going slower than yours. And so he's like, okay. And he sees us like, we're both, let's say we're both trying to do a math problem. And he's like, I'm going to give you guys both 2 minutes to do it. But obviously 2 minutes is going to be different for both of us. But what's his 2 minutes going to be like?
Like 2 minutes.
Yeah, but I have 2 minutes? It's slower than yours.
Bro, you're not getting it. He doesn't have to have any relative thing. He sees his fish tank moving at whatever it moves at. He can use his standards to understand what's going to look relative to you. You inside have the relative positions. He doesn't.
He's like, I'm gonna see if I have time to smoke a blunt. I'm gonna go fucking use the bathroom real quick. While these guys are doing this 2 minute math problem, Kosho's is slower than Don's, and they're both some speed compared to mine. I'm gonna see if I can go have sex with a couple angels, maybe smoke a blunt, do some other. He's still talking to himself. He doesn't know how much time he has. You know what I mean?
I'll see what's happening. This is your inability to understand the misconceptions of relativity. I see.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, absolutely. Because now what you have to do is you have to erase any ideas that you have. Put yourself in a God perspective. Put yourself in the simulation, zoom in, pause, set standard, go. Right? Understand how simple it is to see what's moving, where it's moving, when it's moving. Now you can add a rule about how fast particles are going to travel inside of that. And you can calculate what people are going to see and how fast they're going to see it to each other. But you now get to understand how simple it is that that's all the effect that's happening. And there's no actual time travel going on. No paradox.
So about the math problem, he's like, he sees us doing this math problem. He's like, who's gonna get it first? Okay, angels. He's got angels sucking his Say what?
You're trapped, man. Get out of that. He's not.
Okay.
It's his standard. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
What I'm gonna do, dude. Okay. I'm still
you're
gonna
male
go.
form reflection. One person's 2 minutes is like the Earth and Mars's 2 minutes don't match already. Once you start your
Exactly.
right.
So our 2 minutes don't match. So my 2 minutes and your 2 minutes.
Right.
He's
So
like
the
checking on both of us. He wants to see who's getting it first. He's like, oh
Right.
God, it's gonna be different times. But what's he thinking? What's he thinking? But how much time does he have to see what we're thinking? Is he there for like a million years, or is it 2 seconds for him? I don't know.
Doesn't matter. It's one is going to happen. It depends on the rate, the play rate. See, it's not that serious. This issue you're looking at, it's like, it's really just.
Oh, the basic question is which time? So there's my time, there's your time, there's all the places, times all around the universe. Which time is which frame of space? Because even if he has a fish tank, for example, right? He's got a fish tank. That means that he has a definite frame of space. He's got a definite frame of time. Ours are, relative to each other, but his is the preferred frame of time and space. So,
there's energies in that fish tank moving around, doing what they're doing. Your only problem of information communication that you think creates your paradox is irrelevant.
Right now, what are you doing?
It's irrelevant to this outside person. See, so you eliminate that roadblock right there, that error, and
Okay.
you're just free. You're right, and you're just free to understand that everything's happening at the rate it's happening in there, right?
Right, and it's
That's it.
and there's not a frame that is preferred. If you're saying that there's no preferred frame and there's no,
There is a preferred frame. It's his frame.
okay, well that's what I'm saying. I almost thought that we were about to agree, man, but
Well, I mean, I mean, if we're saying that you're about to say no preferred and you can get back in and mix and get messy, then no, definitely not.
hey, he can get in and he can mess around and he can compare one to the other, but he ultimately doesn't have his own frame. It's only the ones that he's comparing, like the one that's moving real fast.
I get it. See, I can definitely like kind of conform there, like until we get to the part of like kind of having this super processing power, like this sort of almost omnipotent position to control the program, where you could calculate like everything and see everything. Like that, to me, once you understand that, there doesn't seem to be a robot. There's just your materials are moving how they're moving, right? Like that's it. It's that simple. Then you have whatever fucking paradoxes they come up with inside each other because how fast the information goes to each other or the appearance of the feeling. But dude, I don't even agree with that constant velocity issue. I don't even agree with like step one of that whole fucking theorem fucking bullshit. There is definitely like the product of some of that work, that atomic clock shit or whatever, like that type of shit, to me, that's fucking proof that the constant velocity shit is bullshit. You could reference an item like that and be able to see that one is moving more than the other.
Yeah, but what constant velocity shit? Because you mean that light, even the light's constant velocity? Is that what you mean?
No, you know how the relative motion thing starts off saying, like, yeah.
Wait, are you talking about the principle of relativity? Because that's all the way back to Galileo, but he just says that, let's just say it's a moving frame. You can't tell if you're
exactly
moving frame or the frame's moving like that.
Exactly. That's bullshit.
You think that's bullshit?
Yes.
Why?
Absolutely. Because of atomic clock.
What does atomic clocks have to do with that?
Because a thing that's moving more than the other thing vibrates at a different rate. So you can use an instrument. They didn't have these because all you could tell before was acceleration was the key. Now we don't need accelerate. We just need move. Space-time. You understand? It blows its own shit out of the water, up from the roots.
Well, you know, I don't know why you disagree with that, with the first one, the principle of relativity, because there's not really, I don't know, it's not even really making any claims, really. It just claims that, I mean, it's just claiming that that's the only way that you can describe movement, you know, at all, right? It has to be relative to something else, it has to be in some frame. That's all it's really saying.
That's fine. I mean, I think I'd have to be on that. Okay, but really though, think about it. Think about how we're saying now. We can say that the more something is whatever, the more momentum it has or whatever, the more energy or whatever the fucking bullshit is. Okay. You know this shit is over my head, and that's why I don't speak out more about it. Okay. But I'll be looking for y'all's help on this. Okay. Because simple one, I can be like, okay, they want to teach me principle. Step one of the principle is this logic. And I'm like, okay, fine. And then you're like, oh, wait, but that's wrong now.
Oh, no, principle of relativity. You know, there's a paradox. Well, no, it's not a paradox. There's a thought experiment that he describes, and he just describes himself being on a ship, and he describes looking over the ship and looking at the shore and looking at the water moving around the ship, and he wonders, you know, if he's moving through the water or if the water is moving around him.
Right. And so I can blow that out of the water right now. They're going to say that you can't tell. And they're going to
No, it's not that you can't tell. It's just that both are true.
But both aren't true.
Yeah.
No, it's not. And I can prove it. I can prove it. See, this is what I'm saying. This is the problem. We can use the atomic clock to prove it. Can we not? Would you disagree with me? See? You're thinking, aren't you? God, I'm thinking.
I
said last part again.
Can I talk with you guys?
Nah, see, look. Don't try to distract. Yeah, you talk. I'm just kidding. Kosho, what's up?
No, I gotta go somewhere real quick. 5 minutes, but keep talking. I'm gonna have my head things.
Would you disagree that we could use an atomic clock to tell which one was moving?
No.
You would not disagree. You would agree, correct?
Absolutely, I would not disagree with that. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, no.
Okay, so therefore, me and you just agreed that.
Well, I disagree with you, dude. I just said that.
Oh my God.
The atomic clock works off of the idea that time. That light moves at a constant speed, right? Okay. Time is relative. Okay. So if you have an atomic clock and you're going somewhere, and I have an atomic clock and I'm not going there, your atomic clock's gonna be running slower than mine. Right.
Therefore, all we do is we put an atomic clock inside the boat, and we put an atomic clock out in the water, and it's floating around. We in the water, floating around in a circle. We can go by and we can see which clock is on what. We have it right there. We can float right past it. Ain't gonna be no delay in reading the clock. I mean, dude, this is kindergarten, and they try to sell us this, and this is what I have a problem. I mean, this logic right here, dude, is flawed. Period. They can't start off with something and then at the end of it produce something that debunks the thing that it started off with. Your silence speaks louder.
What are you having issues with, Don?
Oh yeah, you told me to speak louder. I pressed the wrong button. Hey, what you said atomic clocks? Is that what you're talking about? Atomic clocks? It proving the other thing wrong?
Yeah, Koso thinks we can't tell if the water's moving or if the boat's moving.
Yeah. That's not the question, though. That's the point. That's actually the point, because that's what he says is
Relativity.
Yeah, and relativity, and the principle of relativity, the very first one. That's the description. Is that it's not you don't know which one's doing what. It's that they're both doing what. So
No,
from
it
the ship, the water is moving all from the ship's from the perspective of the ship, from the frame of the ship, all the water is moving around the ship, and even
No.
the beach is moving around the ship. Everything's moving around the ship.
No, it
And
isn't. No, it isn't.
From the perspective of the beach, the ship is moving through the water.
No.
And both frames are correct.
No, it isn't. From the earth, all you do is you put an atomic clock in the water and on the boat, and then from now on, the boat is not allowed to have the perspective that the water is moving around it. It will be able to read the atomic clock and understand one has had more energy and momentum in it than the other, and it will know that it was the thing that is moving. Debunked. Got him, Professor Don.
Are you,
Are you smarter than a rocket scientist?
are you in denial of Earth spinning? Is that what's going on?
Don, hold down the fort for me until I get back. I'll be back in 8 minutes.
Okay.
No, Earth might be
Do my
spinning.
best.
Earth might be spinning, or it might be Aether. Who knows?
Isn't
Yeah, but
that the point?
Don, Don, you know a lot about God. I'm gonna call you Don Shredder, and I'm gonna call you Don, the press Don. Okay, just so we get a little confused.
Press Don.
Don Shredder, you know about God and stuff, and
I'll try.
me and Don.
I'll take my W. I'll take my W though. On the
I'll take
thank.
your W, dude.
I'll take my W while you change the subject. That's cool.
I'll change the subject. I'm saying the overall, because honestly, this whole thing has to do with the reference frames. And Don and I were talking a while ago about what we term like the God perspective, which is like basically a preferred reference frame, like a reference frame that that is the actual reference frame. Like
Outside of relativity, like.
Yeah, well, it would almost be like everything is relative to it. Maybe I don't know how it would work, but
Yeah.
because it doesn't exist. But yeah, like it's the one where you throw the ball and then it's actually moving through the ball that frame in a straight line or whatever. However they want to frame it.
The idea that Preston can't explain the highest form of reference frame, God's reference frame, doesn't know where it is or what it is.
Yeah, we
points
talked
to
about
the
that
fact
earlier.
that everything is relative.
Wait, but see, Don, you came in late. I did explain it to him, and he just was flailing, basically.
I did hear you say some stuff about, but you weren't really sure exactly which reference frame God likes to use.
No, that's not true. I said he could use any single one of y'all's that he wants, but he has his own outside one. Right? He has you have a fish tank in front of you. Things are moving around. That's it. That's simple as that.
By the way,
There's
the universe is this fish tank. By the way, just so
it's
you know.
like it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? If things are now, if the particles within that, the way that they're traveling are tricking things inside of there, don't know which things happening first for whatever reason. All that's irrelevant. It's still happening at his reference rate. This logic is simple logic. He could
From
we
that
were all
spot, Don, can he tell if it's Earth or the sky moving?
Of course.
From that spot?
Of course.
He's not telling us. We have to work it out ourselves.
But see, we can work it out. See, that's the funny thing though, is like all these simple ass logics that I keep putting on the table. It's like, why are you running from them? Like the last one hit you with, you switch back. This one you switch back. Like Kosho, you can tell.
You cut out. Your phone probably is ringing.
Yeah. But you could tell which one's moving, bro. Like you can have the atomic clock and read it and tell which one's moving.
Let me ask you a question, man. Do you know what a binary star system is?
Sure.
Okay, let's pretend like there's a binary star system, and on that binary star system, let's pretend there's like an Earth moon, like an Earth moon. You know how the Earth has a moon? Okay. Pretend there's a planet where the moon is basically the same size as the Earth. So there's Earth with a moon about the same size as the Earth.
A binary planet system? Okay.
Yeah, binary planet system. That's right. And they're orbiting each other. The very center in the middle. Okay. But from the perspective of one of the planets, from like Earth, the other one is its moon, right? And so that moon is kind of like it's going around that Earth, right? And the Earth is the center, even though it's not really the center. They're going around each other, and from the same thing from the other one, right?
Right.
So, which one of their perspectives is valid? Which one is orbiting the other?
Well, what they have to do is they have to put an atomic clock on one, and then.
Okay, that makes no sense, dude. But what does make sense
Hold
is
up,
that.
hold up, brother. Hold up. Now, I'm not going to take this. It don't make no sense. Now, here's
what does that do with atomic clocks, man?
No, God puts from the God perspective. It's that simple. All this stuff is happening inside God's fish tank, right? So He knows what position this shit is in. It's that fucking simple, brother.
Yeah, but see, this is the way that God would know that. God would have to be looking at it. He'd have to be looking at it, and He would see. So let's say that you're the God perspective. You see that two planets are orbiting each other. That would mean that in that frame, that's a fixed frame. That would mean that in that frame, whatever it's orbiting, whatever sun it's orbiting, would be fixed, and those things would be orbiting that sun. And you see these objects orbiting each other. And so he's like, okay, well, it's not one of those planets is preferred, because my perspective is preferred, and my perspective is this solar system actually, which is actually not the true perspective, because you can even change that frame so that it's like you're looking at multiple star systems.
Okay, I think maybe that's where we have maybe that's it. Yeah, this guy would be able to have the boundaries, all the boundaries. He would be able to be outside of the complete boundary.
I know, but. See, I don't have a problem with changing boundaries. Like if like a video game, like it's Stellarium or something, and you're like, I want to go to this star system. Okay, now the star's staying still. I can see the planets orbiting the star, but what is the frame of space that is the actual one? You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be another frame where that star is moving in reference to another star, where the galaxies are moving in reference to each other. There's going to be a frame even bigger than that.
You have to have the whole edge and boundary of the universe within the palm of your hand.
But that's what I'm saying. What is the furthest? What's the furthest out frame then? What is the actual frame?
Just outside the universe, but on the plane of the orbit of the universe, around the big black hole. So you stand at the side and stuff's spinning around in front of you like a record, and that's the right reference.
It ain't got to even be moving. It can be a computer program. Like, dude, imagine like this Earth.no school that we're looking at, right? That Earth, that's the whole universe show. Everything is happening within inside that. He could spin it around, look at it, zoom in, all that. It's not a big deal. Coach, I know you'll come around.
Then that means that is the preferred frame.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. So there is a preferred frame. Then there's one frame that everything else is happening in. Then
I've said that hypothetically, I'm saying. I'm not saying I know this or I believe this or anything. We're just talking hypothetically, right? I'm not saying that it's definite. I'm saying it could be. Now, as far as your binary star system, you're laughing at the atomic clock scenario, but it's true. Eventually, we could go to the moon planet thing and put the atomic clock on it, and boom, and then we would know one is moving more or less than the other. Coach,
no, but that doesn't matter. That first of all, that doesn't matter that one's moving more or less than the other. That part doesn't matter.
Yes, you're saying we can't tell. You're making a claim that this is bugging the shit out of me. You're making a claim, the claim over and over that starts the whole, it's the groundwork for all of this bullshit. It says you can't tell which one's moving. That they make this claim and they'll teach it to kids in school. There is no experiment that you can be able to tell the constant velocity or no. It's bullshit. There is an experiment, the freaking atomic clock.
Yeah, Don, the question is not, can you tell that these two things are different from one another? Because yes, you can tell which one's different and which one's faster, which time is faster, or which one of these two events or these two scenarios, this person aged longer or something like that. That's not the question. The question is, what's this frame that's observing those two things? Like, in what frame do those things exist in? So it's like, let's say it was a video game, and everything's moving through space relative to everything else. And I paused, on this God perspective. I want to go to an exact location. I'm going to put my coordinates in because this place, Earth, is going to be over an XYZ coordinate in this space. But is that XYZ coordinate going to be its definite position, or is it going to be just its position in reference to other stuff? You know what I mean? Like if it's in position to other stuff, that's the only way you can locate things. And I'm fine with it. If there's an actual definite position,
there's
then
definite positions, bro. Think about it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That these ideas are tried to be squashed to hold up other bullshit ideas, right? Like you're trying to erase a simple logical possibility to uphold something that is like, how do you say it, man? It's just this constant looping, this infinity pattern of logic trying to break itself, Kosha. How do you not see this? Like, all you got to do is understand that there's these energies moving and can be detected at different rates from each other. That's gonna trick observers, right? But that doesn't mean that if somebody had omnipotent power, it wouldn't be able to measure, calculate all these energies, understand what's it's only a phenomenon happening relative to them within it. They're still having a preferred frame, right? Is not a problem. You just understand they can't have the preferred frames within inside themselves. I don't know, man, this is hard to talk about, but it seems just so easy. Like, it's so easy, and I'm like, why are people not getting this? Oh, they're holding on to this Einsteinian shit or whatever. These things I argue about you all the time. The lasers up and down, the thing you're ignoring over and over. I keep telling you what is taught, what is stated, and you're like skipping right past it. It's stated. You got to understand, all these things that you're getting to at the end are started with the fact of there's no experiment that you can tell which one is moving. That is the first logical assumption made to start all of this stuff, Kosho. And it's not true.
Why do you say it's not true?
Because
you can use an atomic clock. The atomic clock, it doesn't tell you. Okay, so if all you can do is tell that the other ship or whatever is moving slower than you or faster than you, that's not enough to tell you what's going to happen next. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. I'm not arguing that you can't compare two things. You know what I mean? So I don't know why. I don't know. Sorry, Don. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I got to take this. Give me a second.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Listen, dude, I gotta run to the store, so I'll just do that and I'll come back. But I'll tell you what, dude. I'll leave you with a riddle. What?
Stop bullshit.
Not
I told
bullshit, dude.
you. Come back.
I gotta do this. I gotta do it now because I gotta go meet up with somebody in a little bit. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna tell you a riddle though, dude. Okay. No, I changed my mind. You don't want to hear it. I'll be back. All right, be right back. But I'll tell you this riddle first, okay? Don, you better be ready for it, man. All right, fine. There's 5 pirates, okay? 5 of them are pirates. We'll call them Captain Alex, Bob, Carla, Doug, and Eve, okay? Anyways, and they have a pot of gold that they fucking stole, okay? And it has 100 gold coins in it. And Captain Alex, he gets to make up the rules, you know, for what he thinks how he should split them. He makes a rule for how he splits them, and then they vote on him. All 5 of them, including the captain, they vote on what they think. You know, how it should get split up. If it's no, they vote yay or nay. That's right. So he makes an offer. They vote yay or nay, and if the yays win, that's fine. The yays win. They split up how the captain wanted. If it's a tie, then the yays automatically win, and they split it up how the captain wanted. And if it's nays, if the nays win, then the captain actually gets killed, and the next person becomes captain. So it's Alex, Bob, Carla, Doug, and Eve. So if Alex dies, then Bob is the new captain, and then he gets to make an offer. Anyways, and this keeps going until there's only one person left, Eve. And if Eve is left, then she gets all the gold. So basically, this is the process for how the gold gets voted on, and the process for how the captain gets killed if it's a nay. And the question is, assuming that all of them are perfect math people and logic people, and so they're going to do the best possible plan. As the captain, the person who's making the first offer, what is the best offer for you to make such that you get the most money, or that it's just the best value, best possible offer you can make? Okay, I'll go ahead and put some. There you go. There's some of the details. Anyways, you get some time to think about the answers. Okay, and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right. My bad. Yo, we dead? What's up? Mic check. What you want to talk about? No, what you, bro?
I decided that if I was God and I could see out of the sun, and I decided to look towards Earth, I would definitely witness it rotating on an axis. That's what I decided after thinking about it.
Yep.
Proves the globe model and spinning in one go just by astral
Proves.
traveling to the sun as God.
Proves it.
Yeah.
I just think it's weird that that it's like that.
Imagine if you were the sun, you were God in the sun, and you were looking at Earth, and it didn't spin, and it just sat there. That would be really weird, wouldn't it? You'd probably freak out and destroy it and make a new proper spinning planet. Because nothing stays still, does it? That's absurd. If you're God and you're already a sun, you don't just make planets that just sit there in space. That'd be wild rubbish.
It's funny.
It needs a motion, a cycle, a pattern of movement.
You're giving them a taste of their own medicine. Give it to them.
Even a tree a tree is one of those things you think is quite sturdy.
See what they really
wooden bit. Only the heavy wooden bit is sturdy. The rest moves all the time.
That's kind of the pause feature is something that kind of throws a monkey wrench in their position. I think generally when they say there's no God perspective, they just kind of mean like outside the universe, because then what they're going to get into is like a regress. Well, that would be within another frame. Information travels, to that outside point at the certain rates it's traveling to that outside point to. See, my stipulations are more like, it can pause, it can zoom into points, it can calculate all the stuff going on. You know what I mean? And so I understand what they're saying, but it's still.
What's up is a flat earther. He's in the text. He just said that God has to be outside the whole of space and time. Has to be.
Right. See, space and time. It has to be able to pause the time and all that and this and that. Exactly. That would be.
I think he's saying there is no such thing as the God reference because it's totally outside. So you can't zoom into our ones. He's
Right.
just on his own separate one.
He's a bullshit artist. He doesn't get to claim what can and cannot be possible. Like, I could make a computer. See, this is where actually, I'm just going to say he dead ass motherfucking wrong. I can make a computer program where we could do all that. So why couldn't it have been done to us? Simulation. See, get out of here.
No, what I meant was, I think he didn't want to imagine being God. So he was saying God's perspective is above our knowledge, just outside.
Okay, that's love. That's love.
So I was just saying that's an example of the regression thing where you put it so far out that it can't be brought into the discussion.